Halo Ahmad Raffi. Bukan Acel. Semoga lancar ya. Kemarin startnya telat tuh. Kayaknya hari ini enggak sih? Aman. Ini udah ban map nih.
So what do you think is his strongest point?
Yeah, Yuden, he brings a lot of flex things for the table. He can do whatever we need, so this is like really impressive. Hero Ron is also a really clutch player, so when the things got tough, we can count on him. So both young kids, both kids that are improving so much, and I'm really proud of them.
Oh yeah, already both strong players. Good to hear the news. 두 선수들 모두 유연하고 또 신뢰가 가는 플레이를 보이기 때문에 아주 믿음직스럽다고 답변을 받았습니다. Okay, for GE, I got a question for Coach Spin. You had a massive roster shuffle as well, bringing in Bazzi at the last minute. So can you tell us about the story shortly?
So Bassi's only a sub. Clear that up straight away. Our organization likes to bait. They like to act like they don't know who's going to be playing.
Siapa sih
We've
nama
only
coach
practiced
yang
with this
itu?
five. We've practiced with this five since the beginning. Bassi was brought in as a substitute.
Kemarin nyerah lu
Great substitute
streaming
player.
nobar.
Thought we'd bring him on.
Yoga.
The other five,
Ya udahlah.
everyone acts alike.
Harusnya ini
Everyone
udah
likes to
aman
act
ya,
like
lancar
They
ya.
don't know who these players are. They will know. Soon
Enggak
they will know.
alul.
네, 이제 바지 선수가 항상 그 뒤에 서브스티트 플레이어
Kemarin pengen live lagi. Tapi kayak bentar doang gitu.
철저히 됐고 어떤 플레이를 선보여줄지 기대가 된다고
Maksudnya kayak
말씀드렸습니다.
gua baru off bentar nih. Terus dia udah gak lama gua off, udah mulai gamenya. Terus tapi teknikal lagi kan habis itu.
Agile, so we can count on him in like when the match gets tough. So I think it's him.
Oh, okay. A lot of us will believe in that too. 네, RGL 리더를 하고 있는 라즈 선수가 키 플레이어라고 지목을 했습니다. And also for key player for GE, who do you think?
For GE, it's Polvi, the young god, the young Finnish god.
그 젊은 신, 우리 정말 많은 사람들이 믿고 힘을 주고 있는 폴비 선수라고 대답을 했습니다. So lastly, I want to ask questions for both of you. Tell us your mindset heading into the first match.
Beda-beda kemarin
My
ngantuk juga.
mindset and also the team mindset is just like we can make a good match as a team. I think that's why is our goal and for this year to be like a better
Nonton
team.
gua.
So that's our mindset for today.
Devetan gokil coy, aspas.
팀 전체로서
아마 좀
정말 팀워크를 보여주면서
hebat MC-nya.
좋은 팀의
Mulai.
수각을 나타내는 게
Arkan
오늘
mulai.
경기에 임하는 자세라고 말했네요. And for GE too, your mindset.
Ini girl band
The
ini.
goal going to any game is to
Personal
smash the
girl band.
opponent. That's all.
오늘 게임 아주 끝장내겠다는 다짐을 말해줬습니다. Then good luck to your both. Nice games.
Thank
Thank you so much.
네, 그럼 지금까지 감독들 인터뷰 들어봤습니다.
Lupa makan siang ya teman-teman.
Thank you,
Mau
Kyungmin
belajar
and
bahasa Korea?
coaches.
Boleh.
There's so much to unpack there, which we will throughout the game. But first and foremost, Bazzi, a lot of us were wondering what was going to happen there. He's definitely going to be a sub. And Polvi being described as a young Finnish god. I mean, you were pretty excited about Polvi too.
Yeah, absolutely. Because when I was watching some of the matches that he's actually played, he definitely has no fear when he tries to go take those fights, and he's able to get those multi-kills for the previous teams that he's played on. So these are kind of
Buset.
the characteristics that
Hey,
Global was
prediction.
hoping for. You can
Walaupun
already
hanya
hear
prediction.
the confidence in the
Masa
voice
nggak ada yang
of
pilih
Coach
GE,
Spin.
cuy?
He really does have a lot of faith in this team, and it goes to show
Zeta kah?
that a lot of faith comes into also having Polvi in that roster.
Agak
Yeah, he
kecil.
was one of the standout players
Kursi
for the
gede banget loh.
Convergence. You know, where everybody else had their struggles, especially when they were playing against Vitality, who was looking like an incredibly strong team in their own right. Polvi was still having a shining performance. So I do definitely have my eyes trained on him, but again, you're going up against depth. This guy, I mean, he broke the land kill record playing Sova on Haven, I believe, and like he's incredible. So his work is certainly going to be cut out for him. But I
ini
think
pasti.
Polvi is the guy to put stock
Wah,
in
parah.
your global esports.
That said, as excited as we are for Global Esports, you can see
We
across
didn't
the
put stock.
board.
Suaranya
Zeta does,
Oh,
I think they
suara
have most of
gue.
their core team there. They definitely improved themselves last year's champions.
Emang nggak kedengeran
like
suara
you
gue?
mentioned, Depth, also known in Japan as a child god. So we got a lot of gods facing off today. I think this is going to be very exciting here. How are you feeling about Zeta today, Asra? I know you talked about Global, but Zeta, like, what's your mood for this?
my mood, at least for what they're gonna be looking for.
Ah,
probably
aman
to
nggak suara gua nih?
See what maps
Kayak
would
gini
be
aman kan?
best for Heroron as well as on that initiator, because I feel like one of the issues that they might be facing, even though they have some time to prepare already, is that Heroron is coming from that Sentinel role, so he might not be as adjusted into playing into certain maps to get the information, to get those startups for
Aman,
Dev
oke,
and
oke.
Huron,
Jangan lupa
when
coy.
he's gonna be adjusting
Seru-seruan
into
itu.
that initiator role. So
Yang mau
unsure yet what they're gonna be looking to pick, but
mau pilih Zeta,
it's gonna be safe.
GGE.
Kilios, there's been a huge change in the coaches department of
Yes.
Zeta. How's that going to affect things?
That's what I'm really curious to see, because it's hard to say until we actually really see it on stage. But I mean, when Kalau had kind of joined, it had been pretty recent in the off-season tournaments and whatnot. So now they've had some more time to develop. I'm really curious what direction he's been taking this team in, because it is.
ABD Budi. Nggak, kenapa Nick dulu menjadi Budi Master lagi?
Maybe globally, that we have a formerly Brazilian coach coming in, over from Furia after a 2-year stint there, coming over to coach a Japanese team. It's super bizarre, but this is going to be a very different.
Ya, nonton. Kalau misalnya on time mah kita tonton sampai habis.
Coming out, we'll have to wait and see.
Zeta Division のラズです。チームリーダーを務めております。今年もまたこの大会に出ることができて嬉しく思っております。
Kayaknya DRX DFM nggak penting dah coach. Kenapa gitu cok? DFM lumayan loh sekarang, bukan yang dulu. DFM yang sekarang bukan yang dulu.
強いチーム戦えるっていうのはすっごい楽しみなので、早く試合日が来るといいなと思ってます。自信は自分たちのチームの状態っていうのは自分たちが一番よく分かってるし、他のチームで真似できないような
Jalannya pada kaku gitu ya, kayak
新しいシステムでやっていきたいなと思ってます。新しい波を
tuh kayak nggak confident gitu loh jalannya. Apa tuh yang kanan? Nah kayak gitu, nyantai gitu.
So the reason behind moving to Pacific for me and Mie was because I wanted a fresh start, and Global Esports was the right choice for me. Everything seemed too perfect. For Team Global Esports, the chemistry has been at an all-time high, especially with how we've taken day by day, week by week. We're excited to play. I do actually have my eyes on playing the best Japanese team, that is Zeta Division. Facing Zeta in the first match, man, I'm actually really excited. I always wanted to play them, so this is my time to shine, I guess you can say. I'm looking forward to bring a new wave to the Pacific
My time
region.
to shine.
Don't take us lightly, don't underestimate us, because we'll be fighting till the end.
Zeta atau GE?
It's going to be the long-awaited match, at least by a day. We got Global Esports and Zeta Division. We're
Tergantung
really
map sih.
excited to see the
Gue pengen
new
lihat mapnya dulu,
iteration
Arfi.
of both of these teams. Now, Zeta Division, again, across the board, both the Korean casters and over here on the English desk, we're quite confident
Beda
about their
kocak.
gameplay.
Ras
But with
Ras
two
mungkin
new
iya dari
players,
sana, tapi
is
dia udah
their
lama di
inexperience on the
IMEA
global
gitu
stage
nggak sih?
gonna affect things a
EMEA,
lot?
EMEA.
It certainly can, and we've seen that plenty of times. I mean,
Ganes di mana kok nggak ada? Ganes
over
saha
at
anjing?
Convergence definitely had
Rosso.
some,
Oh iya
moments
sih,
where
itu
it
kan
took a while
orang
to find his footing, but then
UK
once he
dia.
did, you could see that he was really picking up pace and becoming that player
Tapi
on
nggak ada
stage
aksen
that
UK ya?
the team knew that he was going to be. The very much same could be said here for these players on the side of Zeta, but they do now have experience playing in front of crowds. They, again, Red Bull home crowd,
Jadwal
I think
jam
was a
1
really
ya,
good
10
experience
menit
for these
lagi lah
players
cuy.
to have first and foremost, because not only was
Ini
it in
bentar
front of
lagi
a home crowd, so
walk-in
a lot of higher
stage nih.
expectations on you, but it was also in a legendary venue within Japan. So even
SK
that
Rossi
has way
Sun kah?
more, cultural pressure that's added in on top of it. So I think that they should come into this feeling a bit more comfortable than they otherwise would have. But you can
Ras
still
dulu
have those nerves.
Guild
That's
Esport.
right. I mean, with leadership from Laz,
Barang
I'm sure this is gonna be
Guild
great.
itu
Also have this big
barang
brother,
Saif ya?
look
Saif
over the
ya?
rest of the team,
Sebelum
as
Saif
Focus
masuk
described to be
Liquid.
incredibly smart, being able to think his way out of really tight situations.
Yeah, and at least if I can just look at the other side here too for Global Esports, it might actually be what could be like the polar opposite, right? Where they're just high off of just being on Global Esports, which is such a team that loves to give that much energy to their players. You know how when you ever go into a tournament and you have GE there,
Dukung
there's always
siapa ya?
the GE
Gue
fighting,
tergantung mapnya kayaknya.
shout. They are looking to be a lot more aggressive, and again, I do like how even though I was talking
Udah
about how
ban-ban
Global
belum sih?
Esports is coming off of picking up all of these pieces, it's kind of like how they already want to go for, so they're pretty used to it by now, so maybe that's why they're just okay trying to use these new pieces into this match against Zeta Division. In any case,
Dan
still
kan transisi
would
ngelawak
love
nah
to see,
itu loh nggak
aside
tahu.
from Polvi here, Lightning Fast to get his spotlight finally, because again, when it's him or SK Rossi back in the day, they're always gonna pick SK Rossi, but I really feel like Lightning Fast was so underrated that he didn't get his chance, but now you've seen it in the videos that he's happy that he gets to be in the starting five. He gets more time in the spotlight to show what he's got.
Yeah, that's right.
I do have a little bit of concerns about that for him because, you know, we didn't get to see too much from him last season. So this is almost kind of like a debut for him because now he's a part of that starting core 5. They decided to keep him, the only player that we had, and now Bazzi.
Lightning
kind of tacked on there at the very last second. But he was
Almighty.
the only player that they decided to retain compared to last season. So that in itself does bring a lot of added pressure. There's a lot more expectations.
Kalau masih ada di
Why
GE itu Last nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain ya? Zeta ya?
I'm hoping that he's able to deal with that. It seems like he's got a really good head on his shoulders. Was talking to him a little bit earlier and seems fairly confident. So I think
udah
that he should be
ban-ban
ready
belum
for this,
sih?
but you
Penasaran
never know
gua.
what you're going to, how that emotion is going to hit you, how that pressure is going to hit you until you are in that seat, until you're on stage, getting ready for those barriers to drop.
I mean, I have to have the same question for Ben.
Oi, Anggara, kenapa?
There must be so much pressure. Maybe from the other end, we didn't get to see a lot of Lightning Fast last year, but we also didn't get to see a lot of Ben Kai either. He must have a lot of weight on his shoulders. I mean, this guy is known for cooking up some pretty cool strats. What are we expecting here?
Yeah, honestly, I feel like that's actually a good kind of balance if all of these players haven't gotten that.
Lightning Fast ya main race dia
Really
biasanya.
get adjusted compared to Zeta
Belum main
Division.
race sih
What
dia.
you could be looking for is Russ is going to
The
be,
fuck?
as they were talking about, the IGL that's going to, you know, smooth things over out for the bigger plays, and then
Lah
once
mulai,
Ben Kai
itu
thinks
nggak
about
tahu
something
deh tuh Bang
that,
Japar.
this is, you know, a
Malah
smaller
mau
player
gua.
we can do that can add
Kemarin
things
kok
up. I
WP
feel like
gua,
that at least
WP
gives Global Esports that edge, because
ini
even though,
iklan.
again, they've only been here for such a short time, they have so many ways of trying to figure things out. So lots of problem solving for a team that's this new.
I have to discuss this. It's gonna be kind of hard to guess at this point, but we saw a glimpse of
Barangin
this. What
Navski
kind of
Bang
maps
Kaco.
are we expecting to
Navski
see?
nggak
We
mau
got
deh,
to see
coy.
most of the map pool yesterday. I don't think we saw bind or ascent, but today, what are we feeling?
Well, so Zeta coming into
Oh
this
ya
one,
apa Zel?
my brain says Ascent because that was kind of their go-to.
7
their
jam
linchpin
kan?
map
Mulainya
themselves
aja jam
all
berapa
last
kemarin?
season.
Jam
Even
4
though
ya?
damn near every
Setengah
time they were
4 kah?
playing it, it was very close.
Delayed.
You know, kind of like DRX in that
Hampir 3
situation
jam.
where they always want to reliably, you know, rely on the map and pick it, but then they would have to really battle to be able to get a win.
Lupa
I'm hoping with Karlov
pasang
coming
ya,
in, he's
bed-bed
trying to shift
manja.
them away from these maps that they've been continuously playing. So I'm hoping to see something new here from Zeta.
Well, with that, we are ready to see what their map picks are gonna be. I think
Harusnya nggak
we
delay
get
sih.
Sunset
Ini harusnya
as
udah
well.
ditanganin sama
Here both of these teams are pretty excited to play. Now
pihak
let's see what's up.
Riot atau IO-nya. Udah kelar sih harusnya nih. Kita tinggal menikmati aja ya. Nah, ini walk-in. Ini baru walk-in.
It's Zeta Division.
Gua nggak tahu sih better yang kayak gini apa yang kemarin ya, tahun kemarin ya. Kayak lebih oke nggak sih? Kalau ini benar-benar diliatin gitu mukanya pas sebelum walk in gitu. Kalau yang dulu kan di belakang kan, terus datang tos-tosan satu-satu. Lebih oke yang kemarin kayaknya. Kalau ini tuh begini-gini ya kan ramennya. Iya, ini stage-nya kayak kecil banget gitu ya. Halo Fit. Wih, Dustin duluan coy.
About to do
Wah,
a
ada Ben
180
Kai coy.
turn from GE fighting to GE winning. It's Global Esports.
Kenapa ada GE fighting GE? Gak, awalnya tuh bom spike meledak dulu coy.
need no silence. Not here for the glory, no room for jealousy. We here to build a legacy. भाइयों के साथ है खड़े हम, अपने हालातों से लड़े हम, पहुंचे इस मुकाम पे.
Malah joget-joget loh, Lightning Fast tuh. Buset. Ini dari Brazil kan, coachnya Zeta nih. Iya kan Brazil kan. Ex Furia ya. Hulk. Oke lu Hulk. Beda IO tahun kemarin. Ya harusnya iya. Antara itu dia tinggi banget atau coach kayaknya yang gak terlalu tinggi. Neza. Wih. Anjir. Seru gitu ya tandingnya, Cey. Nih. Ben.
All right, it's time for map picks. Let's see what these two teams have got.
Breeze di band. Icebox ada nih kayaknya.
In the current meta, this has been one of the best maps that we've seen for Chamber and one of the ones that's been talked
Oh,
about.
Bind.
You know, when you're going up against last, that's not one that you want to find yourself on. So I think it makes a lot of sense. Breeze
Oh,
was one of the changes.
Icebox.
Don't want straight towards that, but we get Bind and actually Icebox picked from
Bind.
I can only anticipate that there's something with the Sentinel lineups or Sentinel setups that
Harusnya playoff.
Laz has that as
Ganti
to
stage
why we're
ya.
looking
Kayaknya
at
nggak
Icebox
sempat
here.
deh ganti stage gitu nggak sih?
Not entirely
Kecuali
sure.
dia udah
This is the
persiapin
one that I'm looking at
dari
here. This
sebelum ini
split
mulai gitu,
ban
kayak
on
udah
Zeta
ada
Division. This was the map
stage
that
di
last year they had a lot
buat
of
playoff-nya.
success on, so
Yang ini aja kemarin
very flabbergasted by
udah
that.
dikasih waktu aja bermasalah kan hari pertama ya.
I actually really like this for Global because Zeta has always had a really rough time on this map. They either barely scrape by with a win in overtime on Bind, or they get absolutely rolled on that map. I mean, you take a look
Pas
at the last few
playoff-nya
times they
mungkin
played it,
harusnya
yes, two of
ganti
them were in
lagi.
off-season tournaments, but they got 13-3'd by Navi, 13-2'd by Cloud9. Then
Gak tau sih. Menurut lu pada yang kayak gini tuh jadi penontonnya enak gak ya nontonnya? Kayak gue lebih mending nonton yang kayak tahun lalu dah. Tahun lalu kan gue pernah yang nonton langsung kan sekali. Ini lebih enak gitu loh. Kayak gini misah-misah gitu. Ada yang bagian sini, ada yang sini, sono tuh.
Try to make them better on this map.
Well, I'm very excited either way for both these teams. I can tell, I mean, we can see the spirits of Zeta, the team. Their energy is completely different coming into this year. Will was joking, Laz looks happy for the first time in Pacific.
Udah beli UPS ini, aman.
Been seen smiling more. There's a different kind of energy about them, and they're looking to be more aggressive.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, all eyes are set
Tutup
on Zeta
mukeh
here
dulu
because they have
ditutup tuh.
all of their predictions actually set for them. I
Apa
really
itu tutup
am
mukeh
honestly
ya?
just wanting to see how
Matanya
Aaron
pakai
plays
jersey
on that
ASS
initiator as
apa?
well, especially that
Gua
Vine is gonna be that first
XL.
round. What is the big adjustment that he has to kind of set upon
Nah
himself
itu loh,
when he's
ada
setting things
kamera,
up for
senyum.
Laz and the rest of Zeta Division?
Nah,
One of my biggest questions as we get ready to go into this map is,
Dan
well, of course,
ditutup.
Laz, are you going to be playing Chamber on this map? It's something we have seen run. I mean, even back at Champions, we had the likes of Busio that was playing it on
oke
this map.
rapi weh.
But
Beli
is the
jersey
Sky
A kan?
still going to remain super prevalent when it comes down to Bind? She was obviously a mainstay on most maps, was the most played agent that we had last year. But we have seen some teams starting to stray away from it
Kaget
after
gua,
the
anjir.
recent nerfs. We still had a decent amount of Sky yesterday. Again, Yay playing it for the first time even.
Go GE. Asep kopling, thank you ya. Asep kopling
That's right.
anjay.
This is the first time we're seeing Bind at all since the beginning of this kickoff. I know Euro picks have been, you know, floating about across all the regions, and being kind of agent of the year.
Yeah. What is going to be, I think, something to also maybe be something you just watch out for here is both teams still have the possibility
Iya,
to go
kenapa
for double
buat tim,
duelists,
men?
at least in the comps, because you still have Euron, you still have Depth on global side, you have Lightning Fast and Polvi that actually don't really steal certain duelists away from each other, so they can complement that. And we have seen in the past Bind be
Menang
a
siapa
map
nih?
that just
Bind kayaknya.
sometimes if you are having struggles with finding any kind of value even on attacking on defending, double duelist seems like the way to go, and both teams
kayaknya.
choose to go for that kind of route.
I mean,
Kayaknya
yeah,
sih
you
ini
very
ya sih.
well run the jet race for either of these teams. Maybe
Dan
even
kayaknya
throw a curveball out there,
kemungkinan
bring
ya
out the rain,
GE.
a little flavor from
Tapi
the side
kalau
of DRX.
seriesnya
So I think that both teams are very well
Ang
capable
Zeta
of it.
kayaknya.
It's more just about what surrounds it. You know, what kind of style do you use to try and support that double duelist if
Tapi
you do
kita
opt to run it?
mendukung
Is it
GE
going to be
ya
something
guys
like
ya.
Viper Harbor, have that double controller, really just set up these multiple
GE
walls so you
punya
just take
Icebox
the map a fraction
bagus
at
juga
a
loh.
time, inch your way forward into the site, and pick people off with
Salah, bingung tuh.
misinformation? Or are you going to have a bit of a more straightforward approach? Is it going to be that Sky? Is it going to be
Yang penting kita
Viper again in
menyaksikan
the
ini
mix,
aja.
but with a double initiator
Game ya.
instead alongside it? So I'm really curious to see what this agent
Kemarin gue
select
nggak
is going to look
nonton
like, because
coy. Maksudnya
again, so
lewat
much time
party.
has transpired since we got to see both of these teams in their off-season
Cara
tournaments.
boy swag
And
gitu.
now they have the full roster up on stage.
Tak
So I
mendukung
think
GE
this is
karena
gonna be
ada
a very different
Blaze
flavor.
Kong
The
ya.
power levels for both of them, I think it's
Ada
really
Rus
hard to
Mendes.
judge where they're going to be at.
Yeah, in fact, this
Ada Ben
entire
Kai Kun.
Group A again, these two
Oh, ini
teams
dia,
are
coy.
part of the Group A. I think this was a team where a
Sahabat
lot of us
Escaroso.
are really uncertain about because there's so many changes for the better, like we said. So it's really hard to say. What are the implications of the winners and losers of today's Zeta Global Esports match? They'll be facing off T1 or Bleed.
Yes, I actually had to double
Ada
check my notes for
pikir-pikir.
that one. So looking quickly into this, yes. So whoever wins this will actually be facing up against
Oh,
T1,
here we go.
and he loses this will go up onto Bleed.
Oh,
Okay,
Gue
so
tahu,
we've
gue
got
tahu, gue tahu ini.
solo duos
Kayaknya
on both
pernah
sides.
deh.
Wolfie's going to be going for that race. It's not going to be Lightning Fast filling into that role. He's actually going on to the Viper. We have double Cypher here.
Beda deh,
The
beda deh,
Sky
beda
still
map deh.
does stay for Zeta Division, so Hiron's going to
GE
be bringing
Benkai.
that more. This is a much more
Halo, Hadi, lo coba,
competition overall here for Zeta
Nih,
Division.
nih.
But Global Esports
Seru nih
definitely
harusnya
is
nih.
something new, because at the get-go, a bit of a mainstay when when it comes down to it on this map, but that KO certainly is not.
Ngopi coy, ngopi coy.
Have that wingman to keep yourself as a bait when you try to plant the spike, because usually when you're going on the attacking, the person that plants the spike always gets traded instantaneously, whether you're successful in planting that spike or not. So at least having a
Walang
wingman,
geko.
when you don't have, like, let's say a sage wall to keep you really safe, Viper wall doesn't do the same. It makes a lot of sense.
Ini pisau-pisau
to have this
kontrol ini mah.
you can reuse
Ayo.
your abilities as you pick up, either the wingman, the dizzy, so on and so forth.
Yeah, I think they could go really strong here. I'm just curious, how is Russ going to be piloting the KO? Because it's just so uncommon to see.
Emang
But it
ada
seems like they
Kro?
want to try to
Nggak
stray
diajak
away from
pakai.
that Sky as much as possible, given the nerfs perhaps. But having an additional nade.
RRQ, iya coy, kenapa RRQ kalah kemarin ya? Kayak Bani bentar lagi dagang pempek tuh di balik Palembang ya, Bani.
Well, only time will tell. We are ready for the first game of
Bani
today.
di Sunset
We're gonna see
awal-awal
who is
kill
fighting
berapa dia
harder
tuh?
once more. We're gonna go into Bind. Let's go over to our casters, William and Quack.
Thank you very much, Chubby Ninja, Asterai, and a kill.
Tergantung, Sky sekarang
It is day 2.
busuknya gitu sih, nggak bisa fake flash. Pada ujungnya pasti pop.
Okay, I mean, we are starting things out with that first match, and they were talking so much about it, some rookies coming in, but of course, the agent composition and the map as well. We've got the double initiator and the double controller.
Iya, oh yang ini. Yang di Icebox. 10-9 ya? Apa 10 sama kena Thrifty, jadi kalah.
What is your answer to keep control of that space and get that information?
Itu juga kemarin hampir tuh. Untung nggak jadi diffuse ya, map 2 ya. 13-11 split ya.
BINNR baru saja mengirimkan dukungan 10.000. Palo Gasih BG Kacau Nada Ci Adel.
Palo nggak sih, palo nggak sih? Bang Kacau, palo nggak sih gitu ya? Ci Adel mana katanya mau nobar? Thank you ya.
Definitely one that's well.
Bagi saya sih.
Global Esports on the other hand though, maybe just going to take things
Thank you
slow for the
donasinya.
time being. They are starting things
Jaya.
out. This is a bit of a debut
Palo nggak
as
sih,
well.
palo nggak sih, Bang Kacau,
coming
palo
in.
nggak sih?
They are starting things
Palo nggak
off.
sih guys? Palo
Pushing
nggak sih?
deep into
Palo nggak sih?
A, using
Palo
Poison
nggak sih?
Cloud just to obscure
Masih Bang
vision.
Biner ya.
Gekko getting the plant in.
Yeah, the wingman of course makes things a lot easier on the pistol
Oh iya.
as well. That low profile
Oh iya deh.
going to be pretty useful around that truck. The big question is no opposition. Global Esports should have an inkling that either
Kabar, gue baru sadar juga nih. Tadi ada yang bilang, nih Viper solo smoke doang nih. Kabar, gue baru ngeh nih.
Checking out the back, but now they're starting to feel surrounded. Exactly, Depp staying hidden in case someone pushes into him. He might be able to catch
Oh,
off
gua
a couple
tahu,
of hits.
coy.
Depp does find one onto lightning.
Kayaknya dia sengaja Viper solo.
Got the
Ya kan?
info, but not quite the tags. Russ holding up by Dice, getting a double kill.
Why?
Now. You are
Why?
taking the
Why?
defuse, though, thanks to this guy.
Astaga.
And Zeta picks up the round.
Wah, itu perkara silasnya by time sih. Anjing ke defuse. Ya, kayaknya gini deh, coy.
You still do have to play around the spike. I know some people like to rant
Mereka
about
mau
shooting
main
guns
tipe
available,
yang
but
ambil
there's also an objective.
kalau ke A tuh backside deh, biar nggak kena
Distracted
terus
in
smoke.
that moment. It was so odd, but it is what it is. And I mean,
Kemarin dia mau
Zeta
bagi-bagi
is
mie
going to pull off
gratis
such
bagi
hijinks
bagi
just
100 orang yang
I think
datang
it's a very
pertama.
good new look to them.
Oh iya.
Yeah, definitely. For
Tuh,
any
lo.
of you who have been waiting for Zeta to
Tuh, lo
have
lihat
this
tuh.
evolution, at the
Dia
very least, they
dia mau
are
ke hookah.
committed
Ini
to this
control
color
side
change.
nih.
And with the
Harusnya
rifles,
ya.
too, let's talk about that. They touched upon it on the desk, but
Ntar wall up
two
dia.
members who started as academy players under that Zeta banner, now both
Ah,
making the
busuk
shot
udah.
onto tier 1 and a
Busuk,
great
busuk.
triple for
Itu udah
Duran.
susah buat nabrak yang kayak gitu, coy.
Does drop to Russ, but still damage felt and done. And the force
Nabrak,
from Global Esports
ada
just kinda
molly.
falls apart.
Wah, aduh.
What is this? It's so strong. Atarashi Zeta Division, and they are still ringing true. Benkai and Lightning.
Gue penasaran
Fast,
sih sama line up
picks up
ini.
the spike. Now looking for a new option.
I mean,
Dia
what do you
kayak
do
udah
here? Like you
pasti
mentioned, Quack, they
ngehajar
forced,
satu
so they have
tempat.
to make something happen in this round. Saving on a force with a stinger and a specter, not something you ever want to have to choose to do. But it's also
Dia sengaja force buy itu karena ada
the
taktik
Cypher and Viper on
buka.
attack.
Tapi dijaga
Gotta
dua
hope
hook.
the stars
3B
align.
dia tadi
You are
startnya.
stuck between
Zeta.
I mean, rock in a hard place, and it's only the second round of your very first match in kickoff.
Smoke Viper yang di set tadi oke sih, keren.
Penonton baru saja mengirimkan dukungan 50.000.
Wih.
Ngopi BG kacau.
Thank you bang penonton, ngopi-ngopi. Aman-aman. Nanti kita pesan kopi ya. Ini gua masih ada kopi sih, baru buat nih. Thank you bang penonton. Selamat menikmati match-match Valorant ya. Ini kalau Ciadel ada, gua ajak Ciadel nih biar nonton. Yang nge-call Ras Mendes. Ras Mendes. Oh, main line up kah? Oh ya, line up. Line up. Benkai main sendiri.
Yeah, I like how they're clearing their bases though, using the incendiary and everything.
Line up nggak sih? Ya Allah, line up-nya di situ, cok. Smoke orb-nya di situ. Plan-nya di mana?
Yeah, I mean, I love the fact that they're still counting the options for that post plan, right? They were
Line up,
already pushing out
apa plan-nya di ujung daerah sini? Aduh, salah emang. Ini busuk nih, ini busuk.
On window, and we were mentioning Uran and Huron both these.
Gak apa-apa, baru dua orang. Tuh, salah kan orb-nya? Tuh kalau orb-nya pas di spike sih.
And this is a start you want to build up that confidence for some of
Kuring
these
gitu
younger
nggak,
players.
santai.
Definitely, I mean,
Tuh wallnya. Dia kan solo smoke ya. Nah ini line up kontrol belong. Wallnya lihat. Wallnya kan kayak gitu. Tadi dia masuk set. Biji mana gimana cerita ya?
For the time being, that stack that you mentioned from before still up and prevalent towards the B site.
Kita tonton aja deh. Pas defense-nya juga nih. Dia pasti taruh satu tempat smoke gitu ya.
Don't lose your rifles.
Yeah, anti-eco textbook through and through. No need to push out, especially on a map like Bind. I mean, sure,
Gak bisa bolak-balik gitu loh.
we talk about the timings, but you don't even need to worry about timings. You
Ini di
should be
AWP-in
able to
agak bawa
have
soek
the
nggak
Cypher
sih?
setups on a short. You're holding on to showers. You have backup from Sugar
Ya dia ke
Syrup.
A. Ada trap.
Wow, dude, they're playing with the
Alas ya
timings as
boy.
well. Sky Smoke well
Timingnya
timed by
gitu
Sugar
banget.
Zero, now popping over with the incendiary.
Can't plan.
Just blocks off the plant. Last is having a field day with these shots. Step coming through from Heaven as well. There's the second one. Last is gonna be Russ, and he's pretty much pinned down up
Hap.
the lamps.
I mean, so many people around the world.
Ya
used
susah
to
buat
dream of days
ini
like these
line
with
up-nya
Zeta.
kemungkinan besar
Decisions, fast
bakal
rotates the backup from
apa
Depp.
namanya
The
komit
trading
gitu
was
sih.
being held. the decision making so far, I know it's very early, just a couple rounds into the
Bolak-baliknya
first
tuh kalau misalnya
but we like what we're seeing.
kayak 2 lawan 2 udah info pasti musuhnya di set mana gitu. Mungkin lebih ke teleport ya. Lihat nih wallnya situ lagi ya.
Heck yeah, I feel like they're not showing
Wall
off too
default
much
kali
in
ini.
their books just yet. I mean, they're
Jadi
randomizing
kira ambil
positions
hookah
as
ya.
well. This time Laz back in towards hookah.
Yeah, and here's the big thing though, right?
Oh, Ben kayaknya bisa kontrol shower solo.
Remember, after the pistol, yeah, the score should
Lainnya
be
main
a 3-0.
berempat.
This is
Nah,
where
masuk
GE
A-nya nih loh.
needs to show what they've prepped, why they
Tadi
picked
dia
up
udah
the
lempar
fight
smoke ya
from the
cuy.
get-go as well.
Smoke U-Haul ya?
If they don't, though, that's
Apa smoke yang di atas? Oh, di atas box lagi. Itu udah kelihatan. Nah, di up, dia nge-walk. Oh, mainnya walk ya.
Sugar Zero's the only one left, and he's only got a sheriff, so gonna have to back off and
Kalian
just
pakai
gonna give
wingman.
them the site.
Simple sih sebenarnya. Cuma belum ngelihat si Zeta main control shower aja ini. Kalau mungkin control shower gue nggak tahu dah masuk setnya segampang itu apa enggak. Walk, ya. Wow, the young finish guard kalau kata coachnya. Boh. Gelo coy. Siapa sih? Si Paul V ini. Kumis tebal-tebal gitu. Yang menang siapa nih Bang Kaya guys? Yang menang ini Bang Seno. Gak tahu sih. Lu gak nonton Bang Sen?
But he's
Bisa
proving
nonton sama
this is
Diki,
why my
Bang Diki.
teammates, my coaches hype me up. I'm able to lock this down by enough time, and then the post plant's still there, so the round is all but guaranteed.
I mean, precisely, that's kind of what Coach Spin was talking about during the interview.
Iko Frager banget, Paul V bagi kacau. Oke. Kita tunggu pas bay ya. Emang tadi musuhnya Iko. Tinju lah ya. Bapaknya siapa itu main Valo? Anjay. Gue kalau kumis gue bisa setebal itu dan paling map 2 paling lagi nyantui dulu ya. Nyantui makan gitu ya. Kalau kumis gue tebal gitu mau gue anjir. Wah ini ntar gue bikin kumis nuki gitu tau gak lo. Mau nanya visit yang Amerika itu stats monitor buat penonton kan dekat sama playernya. Kalau playernya mati bisa ngeliat. Enggak lah, itu pasti diawasin sama admin Fikri, aman itu. Itu udah dipikirin lah sama admin.
Might be the difference though, but still you gotta keep in mind there are 3 players stacked up from Zeta Division on the A site, and Laz will be able to claim that first head. Dep with the positioning.
Wah lu gila lu Dep, gila lu itu api kocak lu injak. Ah mati. Alas ya boy. Aduh reload lagi. Jebol coy.
Here comes Polvi. Just no fear. It doesn't matter if it's a smoke or a molly. He'll just run right through it and frag you out.
Yuran nih dari Venel.
Yuran's the only one left for this retake. Benkai's got the angle, just wallbangs through dice.
Oh boy, I think a lot of us are gonna have to get ready to eat
DRX.
words as Global
Kalau
Esports. They are firing as soon as
besok atau lusa kali ya?
I am
OT nih mending i5 13 atau i5 12. Yang 13 nggak sih? Kalau prosesor Intel gen yang gede yang bagus kayaknya dah. Besok tuh DRX besok. Lawan Genji ya. Bisa line up belong. Huka itu berarti. Wah gila.
Uran says, you know, I'm one of those new recruits as well that's picked up for talent.
I think this is one of these rounds where Global wants to play a little bit careful.
Oh mereka tuh emang tipenya nge-walk gitu anjir. Lihat dah, hobi banget nge-abuse shot dah. Kena.
Russ though on the other hand just going to waltz right into A site, gets the opening pick.
I mean,
gue lupa tutup ini cok.
Pas betting,
sorry.
looking good so far.
Ah,
for
Jovi
Global
telat lu.
Esports.
Babi lu ya Jovi ya.
Leadership from EME.
Udah mulai gamenya kocak.
Last though is still hidden.
Rus Mendes.
Just got spotted though. It sounds like he fired off that sheriff. Gonna have to win this fight. Oh, that's a rough one.
Ya, kalah angle, kalah angle.
Showers being lost over to Global Esports.
Kilo line up dia.
Play so crafty.
Ya Allah, please lah. Itu kenapa play di situ terus sih? Sumpah itu salah. Viper salah lagi nih, Cok. Nah, Dustin benar. Oh, benar deh. Babi lah. Bisa line up-nya aneh-aneh loh. Tapi kayak nggak nge-cover full nggak sih? Walaupun tetap kena sih. Nah, lucu aja gitu. Line up plannya salah kah? Line up langkah. Dan Rusman. Enggak. Kayaknya itu salah plan deh. Ngasih tahu kayaknya plannya jangan di pojokan pembatas plan itu deh. Apa di truk mungkin? Mepet truk harusnya sih.
But they don't know the exact result of it because they can't see the other side of the map.
Dan apa you haul. Gelo Rus Mendes semuanya ada, Cok. Oh, gitu coy mainnya. Ya, woi, bunuh juga. Ini udah pasti di pins nih. Last udah pasti di pins. Mau nggak mau buy time sebelum di flash. Ya, galau dia. Oh, ini enaknya GE. Dia ada wingman untuk plan. Thank you, ada subs. Ini harusnya Ras Mendes dapat nih satu nih. Ah, line up, lagi line up. Cuy. Yuran ini jago loh, coy. Wah, ente banget. Deadlock masih belum laku. Bang Sen. Deadlock itu kayaknya kepake kalau misalnya mesti satu duelis ya dah. Jadi deadlocknya itu dijadiin duelis gitu. Gameplay duelis lah. Kalau dijadiin pure sentinel kurang. Apalagi orang ngeflank emang nge-walk kan jalan. Tumben tempat lu terang. Ya gue nyalain lampunya kocak. Sehat Balrog. Gila Ras sih semua tempat di line upin sama dia. Juga masih nggak laku gini. Pak Abis lah pakai body. Petir cepat kah? Mati kah petir cepat? Di flick. Ah, petir cepat. Emang dia pas jam pick pertama nggak kelihatan ya? Ya nggak ada smoke. Oh, ini main delay nih, lihat nih. Ya Allah, boyo gitu anjing. Molinya boyo. Kurang tenaga gitu. Ya. Ulti U-haul, kocar-kacir, pocket, mas. Tapi udah paling benar sih. Cara nanganin line up yang nggak ada smoke gitu di AWP-in. Udah. Makanya disuruh AWP tuh si Dep. Lu AWP aja kata dia. Apalagi lu dapat Viper-nya. Dari mana smoke-nya? Orang-orang banyak pakai ini dah. Pakai apa namanya? Bahasa in-game Rusia ya? Kotobo. Kayak fontnya lebih bagus gitu, coy. Kalau kata gue lu PHP nggak bisa, gue ngantuk parah, Bang Don. Apalagi hari ini gue nonton yang Pasifik sampai malam 3 match. Gak bisa. Bukannya nggak mau, gue harus. Kalau gua nonton tadi, terus nonton lagi, bosok dong. Ntar bosok pas match terakhir. Kecuali ada kopi-kopi manja, tadi udah dikasih kopi tuh.
when lamps, well then now you have to rely on the poison cloud, which means you have to get kills, you have to push out with the other utility, which there's a lot of. I mean, we've seen these combos yesterday as well with things like the flash drive and the dizzy, you've got the paint shells. There's a lot you can do, but it does rely on getting that first kill.
That goes there.
That's the main thing. Sometimes Russ opens it up though, but we need to see a little bit more of that as well. Meanwhile, for Zeta Division, I mean, you were talking about the pressure that Global Esports was trying to create.
Gue penasaran pas defense-nya GE sih.
Definitely toy around
Dia
with that
mungkin
as well.
wall
Now that Depp
hookah
is on
sama
it.
belong kan.
Third round that he's
Taruh
holding on
out.
to this thing.
Mana
and he's looking to
kontrolnya
make it
ya?
work again. Now up on top of truck, doesn't
Ya
see
Allah.
anything. A bit of info from Hiroron, but not quite the frag.
Hiroron,
And this could weaken up
teman kok
the
di flash.
Okay, not
What?
enough. Last comes out though. Swings, gets a double. Then
Oh,
backs
dapat
off.
timing Dustin.
Lightning fast,
Nice banget.
sees the opening,
Hookah
tries to
guys ya.
push through. Blaze King as well. Here comes the toxic screen, and with the positioning, Blaze King is up behind.
Dustin harusnya bunuh nih.
I like that
Ai,
Blaze King is moving
ketutupan
all the way
wallnya pas
around. And
banget.
he's well aware that there's a potential backup coming in from defender spawn, but it's a matter of timing. Blaze King, he's trying to pick his battles. His teammates will be
Ah,
playing.
Dustin
If he can
di
just buy
di
time and
EW
get
sih ini
information
Dustin
of
anjing
when that
anjing.
rotate goes over exactly, that would be more than
Enggak
enough.
dikelirin.
He's got so much util too.
Benkai already here.
Tadi clearin.
Close for Depp to suspect. He's not scoped in.
What?
Oh, no!
What a punish. Here comes Blaze though. Takes out Euron.
Anjing.
Of course, with that,
Gregetan
Viper's
gitu,
hit
Cok.
as well. Spike still taking away. Depp has a chance, but it's not gonna be easy.
Si
with nothing
Anjay
but
lagi
off.
megang pisau.
You have creds. Yeah, the show's
Si Anjay juga nggak ngeh.
This is
Double
just
Anjay itu
out efforts to
timing.
Oh my god, look at lightning fast though. Yeah, that's the thing. He's cleared out the front
Eh,
side.
eh.
Lightning fast
Mati
is all
Dustin.
behind. Depp still lands a shot. This is not over yet.
No, but that I think
Saving
this is where
sih.
he backs off because
Spike.
Wah.
yeah, it's already economic
Tuh.
damage done. Sure, they'll be able to buy back up,
Untung ada ulti
but you
Viper
still
itu.
have the lead. Yeah, I don't mind it. I don't mind it trying to go for at least one more kill. If it came earlier, I absolutely think Depp tries for this, which is insane. But I like that he holds off right at the last second.
Not to mention you forced that Viper Spit as well.
Yes.
You know, extra investment for Global Esports just to secure the round win. Depp definitely showing us that he's picking up right where he left off, and even with new colors as well.
But GE, good timeout, right? I love that they're kind of waiting. Is there a push out? Because here's the thing, that's what we mentioned with that single initiator on the other side, and now without the refresh
Anjing anjing.
cooldowns on
Itu
info
lucu
and
banget.
flashes,
Si Yurannya
it's
juga
going
nggak
to
ngeh
have to
lagi.
be some sort of push
Dustin
out to
ketawa
get
tuh.
information. Wait for that, and I actually think GE might have been ready to eventually all push into B because they haven't been targeting that site too
Janganlah.
hard here in the first half.
Tugasnya caster kocak.
Just chilling for the time being. They've sensed some early pushes from Zeta from before, so now just trying to be careful.
Gila.
Rash confirms
Bukannya
information
emang
that
pure
Euron
di
has
abuse
held
sih.
before, so they're just trying to be
Sebenarnya emang
careful.
taktik mereka ini
As well.
kontrol hookah dah.
This is them
Tapi kayak
trying
nggak
to
dapet
see if
gitu
they
loh
can get one
timing
pick. If they can
hookah
get
free-nya gitu.
information that's rotates
Selalu
on
dilawan.
A, then Benkai is on that lurk.
Ben and Labs. Okay, but
Ya
oh my
Allah,
goodness, here comes
Rusman!
Euron.
Wah,
Despite
Rusman tuh
what
barusan
we
coy,
were
kayonya
talking
coy.
about, despite the numbers coming in from Global Esports, somehow with perfect timing on the utility, Hiroron guts
Susah
them down.
execute-nya.
Now Last takes out Benkai.
Kalau
With that,
smoker,
you've lost all your arms and legs.
You know, when I
Nih,
first saw the
tembusin nih.
compositions picked up,
Tembusin
in
nggak sih?
theory, I was very interested and I actually kind of liked GE's idea, but the
ah
execution of it
Rusman,
started
media
to make
share
me feel like
manja dulu
maybe
lah.
they wanted a little bit too much of the pie, right? You wanted your lurk, but you still wanted the double initiator for these set plays to go in, for these distractions to set up Polvi to go in and entry and get that early frag. But that means you're sacrificing that second controller. So the only way to creep up to the entry point, to that starting
Double pick
line
lagi
for
kan,
an execute,
yang
is
nge-walk.
to check at some point. One of these corners has to be checked with contact. And at that point, if you're not winning every single duel, it's going to be rough.
It is.
I mean, this is free, right? Because it's just off of the refresh cooldown, so might as well use it. See if you
Saving
get
lah
it.
Dustin udah.
Doesn't quite find much though, so now just
Yang
trying to
dibuka
hold on to
ini,
the
ini.
rifle, but Labs
Tembusin
just
kah,
still
malas.
alive.
On the last second.
TP, TP, TP. Dibuka nih pintunya nih.
Oh,
Gue udah tahu, Cok.
It is a
Gue udah
throw.
feeling gitu.
wow,
Brimnya
that opens up the door.
Silasnya minta dah kayaknya
He's
tuh.
got some strong arms on that one for Zero, so he threw it
Kelihatan
all
dari
the way
minimap,
through.
Cok.
No freaking way. Oh my
Terus
god.
utilnya
Global
sisa
Esports thought- Blaze
tim
King
beacon lagi.
thought he was sick.
Gila.
Oh man,
That's adorable.
yeah, yeah, Huron enjoying it,
Quick,
bringing up
quick
the energy,
gitu.
and that's something
Jangan
that
lupa
Zeta
like-nya,
Vision, I think a lot
guys.
of people notice is that the energy seems to be higher. They seem to be a lot more
Emnya
loose.
cover nggak cuy?
Yeah.
Apaan?
Meanwhile, GE, I mean, if
Oke.
you watch some of their comms
Knife
from
lagi,
Convergence,
belong, kontrol
they
B.
had hype going. I mean, Blaze King
Ah,
was
huka,
that guy.
huka.
So was Russ. He was really
Susah
riling up the
ketahan
entire team
Viper.
to
Lu
keep
lihat
the momentum
Vipernya.
up, and
Mereka
they've
start 3B
proven at
terus coy.
Convergence that they will never
Ah,
let
walk
go of
lagi
their
short.
focus, so it's not over yet.
That's why we're keeping the score close.
Ya,
However,
ya Allah Dustin.
little gap
Ya Allah
Zeta
kasihan
still
banget Dustin.
continues to decimate.
Perkara gerakan
Sugar
Rus.
Zero now, picking off a
Astaga
frag.
Rus.
Polvi for the trade.
Emnya
But at this
WP
point,
nggak?
damage is done. Spike will go
Kalau
down,
ada
but
waktu
look
kosong,
at this. Lamp
besok kayak gue nggak
Huron
bisa.
back around. Benkai with the North Death now coming in.
Kayaknya nggak
so
bisa ini gue.
Zeta has to take things a little
WP.
bit slow.
Kalau weekend baru bisa.
Push out one way or another, just waiting for it. They're always going to be outdueled.
Here on Depp.
Polvi got the info. Benkai on the
Has
flank.
to back up though. Double swing coming through.
Ah.
And Depp still rings true.
Ah.
So accurate, so sharp. A tap to the head for Huron. And Zeta picks up the 7th win.
Gue nggak ada salah, nggak tahu sih ada salah gue apa enggak. Enggak.
Look at the ideas that
Emang
G's trying
pengen
to see. Obviously this one is just kind of
mendawa
last game,
masuk
the first kill
masuk,
and
masuk
spraying
anjing.
down through the cyber cage, but some of these other rounds, I mean, G's
Ngewok-ngewok
ideas,
anjir
you see it, you
dipantekin
see
ya.
the very
Orang
beginning of it,
cyphernya
and
mantekin
then
shot
just
begitu
barely
loh
get
cuy.
shut down, or they can't actually
Karena sering
finish the entire
dilakukan
execute, right?
nge-walk
Someone like
shotnya.
Laz stays
Nih,
alive, Uran
Dustin yang
stays
mati Jok.
alive, and they're not able to continue that momentum.
Aduh, apes banget.
And it just makes you wonder, is it one of those cases where at the end of the day, you still have to get the kills? Ooh, the nices are back.
Hey, nice on MP3.
It's a much like growlier nice, you know? Laz.
You want like a
Anluko.
nice or a
Yeah.
nice?
Yeah.
Which
He's like grown up into the next stage.
Headshot lagi nih.
Whoa. All right, Dev's still here.
Oke.
I mean, this is what we saw from Global.
Anti-
They wanted to
Oops,
execute,
smoke
and yeah, you
lagi.
were thinking about, do they just have to get those kills? They
Nembak nggak
do,
sih?
Because
Nggak ya?
when they peek out sometimes, it's those tiny gaps. They leave themselves
Alah,
a little
Shaboy.
bit open. Just a
Oh,
blind
fuck,
showstopper
Heaven.
commit doesn't quite
Kata
kill
si
them.
Dep, apaan nih kata dia?
Yeah, but I mean, G at this point,
Tiba-tiba
whether damage is
di-
done or not, they know that
Oh,
they're
this is
waiting
like
for a
round
retake.
one.
Yeah, they
Ya
know
Allah,
it's coming,
flashnya.
but it's a matter of
Tapi
getting
emang
up the
susah
kills,
sih.
because if they have to wait, and
Kayak-
maybe just buy time here for Zeta, the site's gonna get taken over.
At the very least, they are very aware of what Zeta are trying to do.
Terus?
Fake out, buys him a little bit more space.
Oh, it allows
Oh.
them to kind of sneak through, but not
Oh,
quite
nice,
enough
Polvi.
because he was down too low. Russ
Whoa.
with quick work. Polvi picks up one. Blaze King
5 nggak
with
sih?
the third. And
Harusnya
then
GE
with
5 nggak
that,
sih?
A short is completely blocked off, not unless they can shoot their way out of this one. Huron surely will try. Picks up one.
Ada waktu,
but
udah
the
ada
timer
5.
is ticking. Sugar Zero tries to push forward. The fragment is out. Russ puts a
Oh,
roadblock
Ras
right
tuh.
in front of them.
Ini baru
And with
Ras.
the triple
Tadi
kill,
Rusman.
Global Esports ends this first half 7-5.
Listen, it started on a 3-0,
santai,
but the way
Tin.
they were able to get
Austin.
the rounds, they did win. And honestly, I mean, very
Match
close.
hari
right?
ini
5-7 on
tuh-
any map that can flip on its head on a dime. So I think Global Esports
GE
should be
Zeta.
pretty happy with what they're able to show off.
Ntar gue
Rocky
lupa.
start and a couple rounds they get
Yang
shut down
terakhir
instantly,
DRX.
something like the spray down through the smokes.
DFM.
But outside of that,
Yang
once
kedua
they're
nih.
able to kind of get into that
Gue
position,
lupa.
the ideas they had were good, right? Once they kind of fire off that first shot, once they're
Ada
able to get
3
the
match
execute,
hari
once
ini
they
tuh.
are able to defend against the post plant, it's good. It was just a matter of getting
Oh
there,
iya,
but we don't have to
Talon
worry about that for now.
TS.
We're switching sides.
Absolutely. I mean, still, it's just such a great way to
Yang
start
terakhir
off this
DFM
matchup,
DRX.
start off the day. Watching the rookies coming
Di
through,
Indo akhir
watching the new
bulan,
additions
akhir
to
bulan
Global
Februari.
Esports showing what they've got as well. I mean, Blaze King, Russ, lightning fast even at times. It's just lovely. But here's the other thing, Will. Now that we're swapping over onto attack for Zeta Division, I mean, what do you think of their composition? They don't
Enggak lah,
really
TS lah
have
yang menang.
the double initiator.
Talon
Yeah,
kok
they
Talon.
might be able to toss in a lot of lineups with Brimstone and Viper, but is that going to allow them
Jangan lupa
to
sarapan.
get inside?
Well, yeah, this is another
Kan sarapan
thing.
pagi
Because
ya.
of that sky change now,
One
they
sky.
can't, yeah, they can't creep up with the
Nah,
device.
defend nih,
Like,
defend
you
nih.
have
All you
to-
got.
you have
Lihat
to wait
nih.
for
Nah,
the
kan
execute.
wallnya
So, I mean,
wallnya
if you wanna be
hookah
safe, you're gonna have to invest
belong
in
tuh.
maybe one of the sky smokes or
Terus?
something like that, or you're really gonna have to utilize your
showernya
toxic
free
screen.
gitu
I
ya?
think it really
Nggak
comes
bisa
down to,
dikontrol
do
ya?
you pressure that toxic screen enough so that G has to respect it every time.
Halo
So
El.
otherwise, this could very well
Nih,
turn
lihat
into
dia
a
mau taruh orb
let's
di
go
mana?
lurk and
Oh,
kill.
di shot
Okay,
one.
that too, and we know that he's capable of it. He has taken out Benkai a couple of times
Tawarnya
now.
benar-benar dilepas
But apart
cuy.
from that, I'm just feeling the pressure on Depth's shoulders for the time being. If they can keep that relaxed look up and you know, try to go a little bit ham on this
Emang
attack
nggak
side,
yo.
then maybe it's gonna be different.
Uh-oh.
Timing
Well,
off the
Oh.
barrier.
oh, okay.
Bangke masih di pause, jir. 0-0-0-0, lihat no.
Errors, I think.
Hah?
Okay, we're
Tiba-tiba jalan.
Okay. Yeah, just
Oh, ini
a little
nge-pick nih.
There we go.
Satchel out.
Now they're through, so
Oh.
GE.
Balik gak sih?
It still works.
Balik
They
sih
get
udah
out,
menang
get
orang.
two, and they corral them. Well aware of the potential lurk
Iya ada
as well.
Blast King.
Shows their game plan. Zeta maybe a little bit unprepared for that hit.
Udah
but,
bagus banget itu.
Yeah, I mean, you saw that Dizzy come out. You saw it go above the Poison Cloud, and that's just the combo that they wanted to go for.
Malon 3.
They are well aware that the forces could come through A short at any time. I mean, 5v3, you just have to hold your aim.
Hey!
That's a deep
Jump
jump.
spotnya.
Wow. Lucky Stars.
Hampir aja.
But a little bit
Jadi
of damage
bos
from
soek.
these two. Now just trying to suss out their positions again. But look at the discipline from Global Esports, all tucked away, all watching the offense. Colby gets
Pegang
first
tuh jam
contact. Paint shells out, a bit of a swing from Def, but here's the swing from
Nice.
Lightning Fast in return.
Yeah, and that's you just had to be ready for trades, because even if the plant did happen in some weird universe, it's not like they had all the post-plant lineups ready to go. It was already
Lawan satu udah masih menang gak sih, cuy?
no Molly available for Sugar Zero either. Another Sky Smoke had been used over by U-Haul and Lamps, so I mean GE, the pistol round prep seemed pristine. Should be able to maybe get the play. Actually, Russ is going to be pretty quick on this one, especially with the trap mark. Can't find it.
Found it at the end.
Yeah, I mean, Cypher's no.
Ini kalau dapat plan lumayan ini.
Might as well, right? Take what you can get, a bit more credits, a bit more damage, or just, you know, mental fortitude. But still, it's a 7-6. Global picks up that pistol.
One thing we may see come into fruition in this match, because this is one of those matches that a lot of people thought could very well go not only to 3 maps, but very close maps across the board. But
bagus banget sih itu.
Pada roket 123 bikin kopi aja goblok. Follow nggak sih? Follow nggak sih? Gila montek gua ini montek. Gila montek gua guys.
Thank you King Bobby. Follow nggak sih? Follow nggak sih? Kaget gua anjay. Thank you ya.
I mean, even Polvi, right? He's been playing in challengers out in EMEA, so.
But that's the difference. I mean, like Zeta, you know,
A-nya jaganya gimana tuh? Nggak nge-smoke ya? A-nya ya? Oh, dia teleport.
So, it does show that, you know, while some of the Zeta's players lack a little bit of experience,
Rotasi.
Yuran and Heroron, for example, Global Esports
Mungkin musuhnya react.
enough experience and enough coordination that they can come into this match swinging.
I don't mind this so far from Zeta, right? They're on their eco. They want to get close for these long-range duels with the couple shares that they have. Obviously, a great snake bite from Lightning Fast, but they're creeping up. They're creeping up faster than G's ready for it. The decay.
Not quite.
Nabrak Molly lagi Iko, udah anjir udah pasti mati punya cok.
And at this point, although the spike was down, it's safe enough for Global Esports to come into this retake with the full might and force.
Wow!
With the spray down.
Ras!
The ghost kill at
Ini
the end.
baru Ras.
Minimal damage sustained. Yes, Polvi died, but you know we got 4 guns alive. That's good.
Tim yang kuat banget ya. Yang juara tahun lalu. DRX. Harusnya DRX. Soalnya yang dia nggak ganti banyak. Yang lainnya kan masih ganti.
The question is in certain compositions, you have to be more than the entry rate, you have to be an entry fragger. However, so far, I'm liking the color that I'm seeing from Polvi working alongside his teammates.
Wow! On this retake, yeah. No ego. He's like, you know, I don't care if I get kills. I create space for my team. That's all I want.
Just be that distraction. I mean, with the way that Russ is kind of fragging out so far, leading the board as the IGL, leading by example.
Tapi Jing gak main bakal ngaruh.
Like
Monyet Cahya juga bisa ngimbangin lah. Jadi menurut gua aman.
This should be a Zeta round. Polvi with the Vandal now.
Soalnya wall hook.
Pada roket 123 bikin kopi aja goblok. Follow nggak sih? Follow nggak sih? Gila montek gua ini montek. Gila montek gua guys.
Follow nggak sih? Follow nggak sih?
Anjir, kenapa gua yang mati bangsat?
Montek. Astaga.
Kenapa gua yang mati goblok? Siapa yang bikin itu?
Astaga, Montek mati kah? Thank you Kim Bobby ya. Terpanggang kamu ya. Kena racun.
Pep,
walk.
Oh, good check, but Les now getting gunned down by Ben Kai. With that, the spike will go down, however. Benkai tries to pick up the rifle.
Palo nggak sih montek gue nih cuy. Taunya beneran montek.
Still tough though. Russ trying to wrap back around from A short, only has a sheriff. The spike is down and Zeta is holding fast.
Yeah, this is all they need to take out potentially another weapon though. And that's all GE wants from this. It's just more damage done. They've already caught up with the pistol round win.
Okay. That fragment's got to be used at some point.
I think they're just going to wait for kills. The fragment saving for another round. Whoa. Oh, okay. Using it to clear that out.
Gila cuy, sengit ki anjay. Moga cuy emang di turnya gini wajar ya kejadian misklik kanan pas lagi spray transfer. Jadi ke skop ya. Kita nggak ada yang tahu kalau tiba-tiba ngebanting mouse kepencet. Harusnya jarang terjadi.
Overall, everyone carrying over those specters from the previous round and the sheriff. So, all things considered, GE not too bad. Now, the question I had was, I mean, with that type of push and the trap bars on B, it's not like Showers was very well defended. So,
ambil
speed
cepat.
up from depth. But you know, the whole kind of like funnel them into the other side.
Wow.
Hilang tuh pala anjay di tengah-tengah situ Benkai.
I love Lightning Fast's utility, but this look from Dep, I mean, just rushing in again. I mean, it's the Dep of old, it's the child of God. And with that, they have claimed the site. Lightning Fast now trying to hold up around lamps.
Jago coy.
Oke,
dia masih stay di GE. Langsung mati dia.
This might have to be a safe situation. I mean, I guess not.
Tengah-tengah situ si Dep anjing.
Now it doesn't matter if they know of their positions. Try to bait out.
Ya, dipancing. Bagus banget Hero Ron. Gak langsung hancurin. Ngincar orang dulu. Itu namanya.
I like the early wingman attempt too, just to draw out contact so you know where to be aiming, but there's just too many members on that A short side. And then of course Laz, once he knows, he heard the TP.
Enggak, underrated Lightning Fast ini kan jarang main kan. X-Man. Mana dia jago gitu loh.
That's like such a good point, Will, because I feel like Zeta's new system as it is, they know to take certain positions, especially in these plants. If they can hold them and if they can stay alive well enough, and they make sure that they don't expose themselves to anything, they are able to take these fights very favorably. So now they force Global onto an eco. Yes, there are some ultimates, but that's not the round that you want to use them.
Wah, gelo. Pantas ini orang ditarik coy. Jago cok. Yuran ini.
And the entire site belongs to Zeta.
I'm going to be honest, I was impressed more with Huron during the offseason than Uran. I thought Uran was still going to have to take some time to get warmed up here, VCT Pacific. And obviously, you know, kills like that, it was a lineup, sure, both of them kind of peeking out at the same time.
Jago lah.
But at the end of the day, I mean, he's putting up the numbers that he needs to and more.
Texture emang jago, apalagi jetnya emang jago. Jet AWP dia emang jago. Kan di GE dia main jet AWP.
But apart from that, just Global Esports is
GE juga jago dia.
I guess you can say there was a bit of lineup they were trying
dia kelihatan gak jago karena timnya kalah
but
kocak.
If Euron can actually hold his own.
Oh ya si Crow jadi coach ya, apa analis gitu. Ayo kapan main? Akhir bulan ini, Bang Ray.
Gonna be a huge round because we know how important that is on Bond.
Ah, mau ulti. Nah, ngedelaynya itu loh. Musuhnya kayak gampang banget masuk. Nah, itu trapnya. Itu maksud trapnya. Buta. Boleh backupan Benkai. Split dulu ya? Iya, split dulu.
Yeah, but even if they
do,
they don't know exactly how many people
tahu kalau ada
rotated
3
here, how many people are still on B.
Oh. Well, Huron just tries to press push forward, picks up another 2 kills. And then with that tries to bait out a peek with the
teleport kah?
Spike. Doesn't see anyone and calls a rotate over. 50
Itu trapnya untuk orang yang loncat, res yang loncat.
Paint shells is all he needs to. Oh, he goes for the tap up top of tube. Nades out. He knows Polvi is right around the corner. What are you going to do here, Ron?
plenty of time.
Udah plan aja.
Continues to tap though and jumps up
Ya.
trying to play with timing off of this. They know he's
Nggak
way
lucu.
too risky. Yep, he is weak.
Gak
And,
lucu kalau
it's
kalah
gonna be a bit
gara-gara
of a whisper that just
loncat-loncat
takes down
ini deh.
Eurorun.
Oh boy. All right.
Nice attempt.
Yeah, well, I mean, first of all, great tripwire coming out from Benkai. Just kind of keeps that raise locked up in the sky, almost stationary at a certain point as he rubber bands back. That's a great swing out from Russ.
Cypher buffs.
Yeah, I love the Cypher buffs, personally. But, I mean, that swing out
Oh.
from Russ. Oh, look at this viewing party as well. Love to see it. I mean, great to see so many fans gathered, of course. You know, apologies to all the fans as they did have to wait until this new day, but they're
Watch
getting to
party.
watch the smash, and so far it is
Lan
delivered.
cuy.
Such a close
Ngeri.
score.
Jangan sok kecakepan deh lo. BTW udah makan belum? Aduh. Makasih ya boy. Tapi nggak
King Bobby,
berani
saha.
And it is
Thank
kind
you,
of
King Bobby, ya.
successful. It's just that Zeta right now with
Wah,
their rookies are performing a little bit better.
Wah, anjing
Yeah,
lo
I
Javier.
mean, I'd have to go back and look at things much more step by step to see how many
Javier
of these kills
bangsat
are
banget, anjing.
actually like high impact kills that Zeta made on their very own
Wah,
volition, or
lihat,
how
Kak.
much of it was simply, you know, a decent read on the
Apaan,
defaults and things like
Bandre?
that. But
Kan gua
everything
nggak
being
tahu itu
told,
siapa.
Zeta, okay, the firepower definitely upgraded. Their
Aslay,
pacing and
beo.
their comms seem to be upgraded. Meanwhile, on GE, the benefits that I saw from this roster during
Lah,
offseason and
cakapan
convergence
Nita
are
lah.
still delivering.
Nita
The
the one
ideas
and only,
are good,
Jing.
the setups are good, but
Jangan lo mancing-mancing gue ya, Adis One.
starting line,
Abi
when
lu.
they do, they are winning quite cleanly. But if they can't get into something like the execute or something like a healthy retake, that's when things look like they're trying to just go for one more duel to equal things out, buy a little more space, and Zeta's not
Kayak gitu
backing down
maksudnya.
from those firefights.
Manggil
Oh, Zeta does
onyol,
not.
Web.
New Zeta does not.
Onyol itu
Full ults on
Jing.
the side of GE.
Yeah. That's something
Coba
they
aja
can
nggak ada.
definitely use.
Kamu diam dok ya.
I mean, this is one of those rounds I think you absolutely have to. You want to
Jawabnya
catch up.
sambil
It's not
sambil
about treating
senyum.
ults one way or another. It's a good ult to
OP,
get
OP,
rid
OP,
of
OP.
that operator,
Back to the
on
game
the
ya
other
guys.
side as well, if they're able to just get
Mainnya
up
AWP.
to the
Alas ya boy
mid-range
buta.
something like that for Zeta.
Di flash sama Rus.
At the very
Jadi imagine
least,
kontrol dapat belong, udah.
Polvi is pushing out
Ya.
way too far, overextended just by a second.
I mean, the push out is hard to read at that tempo from Polvi with an operator. But I think that the mistake here is Zeta, if anything, Zeta was actually prepared for more people to be pushing out. You saw that it wasn't just Eurorun
Ulti
waiting to
shot.
check for
Ah,
those multiple
di-upload
people.
Instagram
There
viral.
wasn't the backup from GE.
That's
Ya
the
Allah.
protocols from Zeta now.
Eh,
You
Tin,
can't
Tin,
leave
Tin,
that
Tin.
one safe. They know
Wah
it's
lu
lost,
gila
but
Tin, anjir lu
Blazing
gila sih
still
Tin.
true.
Tapi untung lu bunuh tuh las.
Able to
Waktunya
reposition
Tin.
just in
Wah,
time to get shot, but
timing.
then not expecting Death to
Bukannya
show up from
turun.
Luka. They have the sight. Still watching out
Asik.
for more players though. He tosses out
Apaan
flashback
itu maksudnya?
just in case.
And look at
Sky
Duran.
smoke blocks off Benkai.
On the minimap, Uran is coming all the
Nih,
way back
coba
around
nih,
as well.
posisi
and
kayak
Zeta
gini
just
nih.
has to stay out. There's no
Mau
way.
retake.
There is no way
Kalau
Benkai
nggak ada
wins
yang dari
this.
Huka, dari CT semua gimana tuh? Matilah Benkai ini dari belakang tuh.
He's trying to wait for lightning fast, but it's not gonna happen. Oh
Buset.
my god, Cypher from Uran. It's just depth in his
Uh.
movement and clean mechanics. One clean tap, and then lightning fast to spray through with the Phantom.
Kayak gimana dia
23
mau
HP, and he's, probably
retake-nya
gonna
kalau
opt for
nggak
the
ada
save
smoke
at this
Huka ya
point.
kan?
Way too much of a tall task ahead of him.
Banget
The hold
hehe.
from Uran is great because if you
Banget
think that
hehe.
they might have somehow regrouped in defender spawn, I don't know if they had all the right ideas that Lightning Fast was still over by Hookah, but then you just wait for the exits, right? Because you've already spent enough time. So I like the comms, but man, that push out from Polvi, I don't mind it as an individual move, but because Zeta was ready
Belok,
for it, it
coy.
starts to look a little sloppy just because the backup wasn't there for trade. It wasn't a hard commit. And that's the thing. You had all ults, so obviously it's not a round where you
Dustin
would
sih
want to
ngeri-ngeri
hard
loh.
commit because you've got all the retake tools.
Yeah, and it's also one of
Nih
those
Drake
things
kagak
where it's
muncul
off
nih,
of the
siap-siap
Zeta
aja lu.
timeout, so
Apaan
maybe
emang
they were
nyol
anticipating for
babi.
Zeta to do something a little bit different, and they wanted just
Gak
to
bisa,
but
OP-nya
face check is a little
dibelong,
bit too risky.
dia dari
I mean,
Huka.
it's always going to be risky. Here's the thing. If you're ever peeking out, it's always going to be risky. But what I want to say is the idea is good, right? It's an off timing. You got the 0 point on Hookah. You got multiple members. I don't mind it.
Emang
It's
setinggi
just
itu
that,
ya?
right? It's an operator.
Right.
It's not a jet. Sure, Raze can escape, but it takes a little bit more time. And because Zeta was ready, I'm saying it starts
Ada
to look a
Bandre
little
aman.
bit wonky. So that's credit to Zeta.
Nah,
but
nah,
I'm
nah,
saying
nah,
the idea
nah,
is you
nah,
had to throw
nah.
something out
Wah.
there to shake things up.
Tersadak
It is
kau
true.
kau 4K
Well,
kah?
I mean, again, Zeta,
Lagi
Carlisle
jongkok-jongkok.
and Junior, They're doing a lot for this team.
OP-nya tekstur.
Trying to poke and prod this time towards Hookah.
Tekstur sama meter emang jago dua-duanya.
So regroup with Laz and then maybe just the execute off of the toxic screen into A.
Kebelong.
I mean, either way, they know they put some pressure down. The thing is,
sih? Tag team gitu anjir.
Yeah, and they can buy.
Dia kebelong. Savernya liatin.
But how ready are they going to be? Trailblazers are traded for that.
Liatin shower.
Available.
Shot. Biar bisa TP lagi ya.
No command at the ready.
TP nggak sih? Ya, Yuran. TP nggak sih menurut gua? Nah kan.
So that teleporter play is available and it does go through. However,
Ah,
it's a bit of a gamble. If
one way lagi 2 kali.
this is going to be tough for Zeta.
Oh begini.
I mean, Laz didn't actually have control.
Jemkin juga jago loh. Cuma Bani bentar lagi dagang pempek katanya cuy. Udah bosan dia main di franchise aja.
It's not going to happen, is it? Orbital strike though still committed. They want to push through. Sugar Zero
Wah,
getting the frag
elah,
off of it.
kena
Second
terus
one in.
mo.
Hero Rod sticking the plant. And with that, 2 players left. Polvi, he's got the showstopper though. But here come the Seekers. Blaze King, we know where you are. Polvi, we know where you are. Are you going to commit? He's got the judge.
They heard the classic too, so they know something's up.
Oh boy, here it comes.
Opens up. Masih bisa menang.
Let's go for even more, but Hero Rod,
Wah, coba dia tetap lihat situ tuh.
Tar.
Tar.
From showers. This is Zeta Division.
I almost would have thought that the orbital strike felt late at that point.
Wah, kalah dah padahal udah kebaca loh itu. Dustin dah first kill.
These are the rounds that make a difference
Ini
between
nih.
a team looking too slow to lose and a team just looking
Busuk
like they
banget,
know their
coy.
exact timings, right?
Ini
You
dalam
wait
smoke.
for the rotate, and then you say that you're going to draw out all this utility, and then when it ends, you still have your ultimate, and you know that you can force it through because that
Di ulti, Benkai di ulti. Mau nggak mau dia harus ngepick karena dia ada one way kan. Terus belakangnya dia nggak bisa cabut kan di ulti tadi. Daripada terpanggang sama ulti Brim. Cuma kalah nembak ujung-ujungnya.
That felt really shaky to me. I mean, towards the end of that,
Aduh.
you can feel the pressure running out of time, but still
Pusing.
knowing exactly what their game plan was, sticking to it, and making it work. So I don't know what Global Esports can pull off with this time out. They need 4 more rounds to tie things up.
Dan Tinel tadi pagi juga
I mean, just thinking
pecah.
about them.
Iya parah anjir.
You know, with a composition like this,
Dia
double
obok-obok
initiator, clearly
sama Lot sih.
retakes were meant to be strong, but
Quicknya jago, ya orang barunya jago-jago mulu tuh Lot. Udah kayak bola anjir. Hilang aspas, muncul tuh pemain mudanya. Udah kayak main bola di Brazil noh. Pemain bola nggak bisa habis, pasti ada yang jago terus.
It's been a couple rounds since they've done this. It's an all-in from GE.
Iya, Sadak juga jago.
Full commit.
Wop. Ais, tipis. Ais. Wah, trade kill yang bagus banget ini. Terus sabar terus. Flash right click. Jangan buru-buru, tunggu teman. Alah, ya boy, chill aja padahal itu. Tapi dia mencoba untuk ngekill sih. Daripada dia dimajuin.
So this was the entire idea, and Zeta is aware of this, right? They know they spent
Zeta
way too
aware
much
ya.
time trapped up
Tin,
in a short.
nice Tin. Lu liat dia Tin. Senjatanya Tin, sikat Tin. Waktunya ngasin, swing. Aduh, ente Tin.
He did hold, but then got swung upon by Sugar.
Masa tag-nya malu-malu, set terus aja blind. Iya.
I don't know Sugar Hero.
Ayo Benkai.
Oh,
teriakan Dustin tuh barusan.
A little bit more prepared, a little bit better,
Wow.
sharper.
Itu deh.
Keeps Global Esports alive for 1 more round.
Wow, yeah, I mean Benkai just creeping up right close enough that it's so hard to tell, and that's good timings right on the flanks one way or another.
Woi, ini replay yang tadi. Nah, ini barusan.
I mean, this round just came down
Dustin
to
pakai
all these micro timings.
reso ini ya.
I mean, it was an all-out brawl to start. You can feel the tension and the pressure. The fans wanting to watch Global Esports win. And with Blaze King holding up from Market, it actually happened.
What the fuck, Bandre?
Round, though, and Zeta tries to pick up the
Bandre ya.
a little bit more control in the showers.
Apaan
but
Behep?
coming out from Global
Wah,
Esports
diobok-obok.
as well. Teleporter play.
Mati
Polvi
Dep.
with a double kill.
Spike down. A great read from GE. A lot of people said they're absolutely going to have the brains for VCT Pacific. And this
Kena
is
nggak
one of
tuh
those
boleh?
rounds.
Buset.
Going to hurt.
It does flush Lightning out of position, but the main thing still is that the spike is down. You don't have Shower's control.
Ngomong-ngomong, speknya drop deh. Gue ngeliat Cypher Silas di sono. Wah, dibuka nih pintunya anjing. Gak lucu nih. Gak lucu nih. Wah, di ulti. Wah, Daxi dipanggang. Winnable sih.
What it comes down to is Laz and Benkai one-on-one.
And Laz wanted to find a timing. He eats his own teammate's orbital strike to try to come through.
Benkai is just playing this so safe.
Is he going to wrap all the way around? Because that would be one way to play this round.
That would be so big brain. Benkai?
30 seconds left.
Benkai?
Laz is ready for this.
Gila, Laznya juga aware lagi.
It just comes down to it.
Aduh, timing.
Wait,
crowd! Wah, itu kalau crowd ini jangan sampai gara-gara crowd ya. Tapi harusnya Laz mau nggak mau harus plan. Tapi mungkin dia aware. Nah, ini tergantung tembakan Benkai, bro.
Swift kill and 12-10 global esports 2 rounds away from overtime.
The craziest part is
timing sih. Tapi Laz sebenarnya udah mikir ke arah sana. Cuma karena waktu dia mau nggak mau. Wih, gila. Gila, Dustin udah dipanggang masih dapat 1, coy.
It's nice to see Benedict back in action. Now, timeout being called by Zeta Division.
Aman, namanya terakan juga bisa jebol. Adi mau noise cancelling juga.
We had a couple rounds, right, where the aggression comes out from GE. So you gotta imagine that Zeta, their first instinct is to say, okay, slow things down, see if they push out, right? We hold the
apakah bisa OT manja, coy? Blast King exit there. Wah. Welcome back Bang Chicken Smackdown.
20 seconds to not take any positions, then you're going to have to start to creep up. And because Laz is a Cypher, it's not like he can really just dig all the way into a site and clear it out all on his own. Especially when there's a Cypher on the other side. You never know where those trips are going to be. And it's Benkai playing it as well. So, I mean, sure, they had that one rotate with their orbital strike and it worked out, but I don't remember the exact ult situation, but orbital strike was just used.
Jeda
So
taktis.
they're not going to have that for a last-minute execute.
Not to mention economy as well, and you're always thinking, you know, you only have Euron to help you initiate. So, with this bit of a half buy, you really just got to scrounge up or get as much info as you can for that last round.
AWP lagi kah? Polvi? Oh enggak. Mau ngapain ya dia? Dia bertiga ya?
Well, I wouldn't mind if Zeta plays a little bit more cautious.
Ngepush, defense.
But still, the positioning.
Belong tuh.
Okay, Dizzy does give off a bit of info, so they are just flushing straight through hookah. Russ is ready to receive.
Ras diobok-obok, Ras. Aduh, busuk banget. Wah, dicolong. Aduh, tapi bagus sih itu. Zetanya bagus, anjir lah, bisa kayak gitu nggak Ronnya?
Oh my God, Will, it feels bad.
This is again one of those situations where GE just wanted to check a little too much.
Bagus loh, push belong mereka hookah semua, coy. Terus cara masuknya catch dulu loh. Catch plus keluar. Ente untuk GE. Udah oke lah. Walaupun gak ada smoke, udah nahan kayak gitu, cuy.
Still up around and coming.
I mean, Depp, he's playing just as well as he always has. Some people might have forgotten. A lot of people seem to go back into their memory bank during the offseason and remember that he was fragging out in 2023. So it's great to see upgrades across the board for Zeta Division. I will say, GE, I mean, I think they showed enough for people to at least stop doubting them. But it's also that Zeta looked just as strong, if not better, upgraded. And now going over to Zeta's pick on Icebox next. Another map where you're going to have some good ideas on how to utilize it because it's very tough to utilize all parts of it, especially
Dia kena santet sekarang sih. Wah, parah lu.
The question becomes,
itu namanya Rosisan.
Oh my goodness, that is another
Berarti
question.
play
And then
off
sunset
total
for a
timnya
decider
berapa,
even. I
Cok?
mean, if
Yang
G
mana?
is not prepared for Icebox,
Ini.
and this, you know, it's just going to be a 2-0. And it feels, emotionally
6 nggak sih?
speaking, very
Berapa?
similar
Gua nggak tahu
to
dah
yesterday's
sih.
Gen G and RRQ match. But here goes, back to the desk.
Hello. We were like kind of dancing because oh my gosh, how spicy is Pacific? It's the kickoff. It's been
Gila.
insane. And you know what? I really like how that was
6 kan?
played. Obviously Zeta bagged that first.
4 play. Oh ada play in soalnya.
I had a little bit of something to
Play in
say.
3.
It was like that Cypher meme of them pointing
Play
at
off
each
4.
other. The Cypher moment.
Grup A. Oh, grup A ketemu. Oh, gelo coy. Masuk playoff. Menang sekali. Madrid coy. Ketemu Luka Modric. Gak ada Thrifty ya. Ini baru. Musuh Iko menang. Yang sampai kena Iko coy. Kalau kena Iko tuh kalahnya gimana gitu. Woi Ewa kemana aja lu? Kentut naga lu ya Ewa.
Global, they did have a nice rally back. They get up to 10, but I thought that was going to be their win condition, being able to get those 5 rounds initially.
Yeah, and it's all because of
Siapa Bang Kaca yang echo head? Jangan ditanya
The first
dong.
couple of rounds during the first half, they were struggling in just trying to get control in terms of the rounds, but after a few more, they start to get their groove on, and it really translated into showcasing what Polvi can do as that sole entry fragger here for Global Esports, and that's why we're seeing them
Itu
be
channel
so
Asian
close to
Buni
Zeta
apa?
in that 13-10 end.
And we can see right here MVPs. We got the gods facing
Itu recommended channel kenapa jadi
so amazing.
Gak ada yang follow kentut naga itu recommended no. Enggak lagi yang begitu-gitu. Mana gue tahu kalau recommend. Berarti pernah nonton, nggak pernah kocak itu.
Now what has been really interesting.
Anjing kita ini coy. DM manja gak sih? DM nah. Lama lo di. Coba nonton dong, jangan cok, gitu aja judulnya udah nggak jelas. Ada hot apa gitu. Woi Ewa, gue tinju lo Ewa ya. What's party? AE main ini nanti akhir Feb. Red Hot Chili Pepper. RHCP kah? Aneh banget coy, mic gue di sini. Mic gue di depan muka gue. Wah, gue harus beli ganti mouse nih anjir, udah nggak nyaman gitu lah, udah zamannya 4K. Tapi mouse gue
Obstacle removed. Got him.
Ini stepnya mana sih? Nggak mati. Oh, seperti apa Ewa, gue tinju loh. Sabar, lagi break anjir. Geseran mouse gue sih aneh sih. Alah siapa ya? Nembak boyo gitu anjing. Ada yang ngendok di situ, binatang. Wah, Vandal Monkey sih GG ya gitu ya. Gak ada semangat untuk banting mouse itu gua anjir. Lowbat nih kayaknya nih. Auto headset gitu ya? Faktor U kah? Iya nih ya. Wah, siput! Si kentut naga. Auto headset nih. Ah, gua udah bilang. Ada si Bayu, ya. What the hell? Tembak apa teman? Aduh.
Target dead.
Kayak ngedip dikit aja mati, coy. Wah, spawn paling sampah anjing. Busuk, coy.
Si Putra Cing baru
Kentot
saja
naga kopi.
mengirimkan dukungan
Ini loh.
150.000. Kopi Kentot Naga.
1.500.000, coy. Gelo, siput, thank you ya siput. Gelo langsung, coy. Kopi Kentot Naga. Boyo anjing, anjing. Tembakan boyo barusan. Tadi gua belum ini ya, siapa yang menang ya? Sabar sih. Kopi dulu ya. Ah, tembakan. Nah. Oh hell.
10 kills remaining.
3 kills.
PSK enak sih. Ah! Boyo cuy. Tembak kayak burung gini. Ah! Aduh sakit cuy. What the fuck? Bye.
Kills remaining.
Itu di mana sih?
Cancelled.
ASK kocak kopi. Aduh lu biar ya.
Remaining.
Final target.
Satu lagi, bro. Ah ya, bad. Tadi siapa yang menang ya? Nggak ada yang ini, coy. Big winner. Lah kok Cuma 4 doang yang bet anjir. Tadi Zeta kan? Udah mulai anjay.
That hop over from Depp is one thing, but something else you're noticing here on that retake. So Zeta commits to the retake early
Game 2.
on. Obviously, the
Pasang.
side. Once the flank is up, then Laz suddenly says, you know what, we don't want to push in from Rasters just yet because they're going to consider pushing out, especially once Polvi gets the first kill. So he just wants to stay alive. Now it's the main force that pushes back in, makes an opening for Laz. Lots of good bouncing back and forth, and of course, clean shots from Sugar Zero as well. Another pistol on the board here in the very first round for Zeta.
Very nice and
very nice.
Kind of aggression. But Polvi with the
force
outlaw now, wow.
Parah banget.
Another force.
Well, let's see what he can do with it. I mean, I don't mind a force if it works, right? So
yeah, you got the plant. You got the outlaw. I mean, that's another weapon you have to consider for force buys now. Doesn't want to show that he has it. And
well, a bit of noise. It just makes Laz think for a second. Did they go under the 2? But, well, guess not. It's going to be Polvi with a shot into Laz instead. Clean head tap. And that weakens mid. With that now, a rotation pulled over from Hiroran, and it's going to be Global Esports slowly creeping up towards A.
yeah, and the thing is now you don't have the killjoy either. So a lot of that retake
Lihat dulu cuy.
clearing out
Line
corners,
up.
something like the Nanos no longer an availability.
Standar sih line up-nya.
Well, similar from before, they
Okay.
let them have the site. Trying
Masuk
to
akal.
spray, but still, spike plant goes down.
Fast is watching the flank. It's a force buy, and Zeta knows that, so the weaponry not necessarily in their favor.
Yellow outlaw.
Although,
Force buy ya.
Polvi is still favoring this outlaw.
Uy.
Third shot.
Wow!
Goes in for the reload. A blinded Depp tries to hop over to stay
Polvi.
alive, but then Russ just guns him down with a stinger.
4 shots, 4 kills for Polvi with the new weapon, the outlaw.
Langsung
Doesn't
bet
need to fire
GE.
twice to get a shot if it's always a headshot.
Anjay.
Great showing from the duelist pickup for Global Esports.
Dude, that's crazy. Oh my god. Had the angle from the window?
Oh, that was okay. He was already damaged up. And that's, again, one of the strengths of the outlaw as well. Good pop flash from Russ, too.
Can re-peek just as quick. That is lovely. As we move
Sampai
forward into the next round now, of course,
round keempat ya.
Not going to look too great. Polvi just looking to sound off even more
Nah,
shots.
makanya
A bit of
jangan fuck
information
GE
being
kamu ya,
retrieved by
Jovi
Blaze
Bar.
King, and it pushes Zeta back.
Honestly, I think this is the best gun to give off warning shots in
tries to clear
Valorant.
traps.
It's very loud. The base is very deep.
And it just
Jangan sampai rendah
instills
puluh, anjing.
fear. I
Yeah.
mean, look at how much space they got off of that warning shot.
It's almost scarier than an operator when you just listen to it.
Welcome to the Wild West, buddy. Anyong Haseo. Astar's going to appreciate that one. Anyway, toxic screen down, and it's going to be Global Esports just trying to play it safe because they know that any of these pistols could be lurking right around the corner. Benkai getting caught out by Depp. Not what you want to have happen as Depp picks up that Spectre.
Yeah, with that snake bite down, they know
Wah,
that
dimajuin
Russ
nih.
not quite waiting in the default position. Laz a great shot.
What
so is
the
Duran.
heck?
Peeking out at the same
Di
time.
Iko
One
balik
shot, one
coy.
I need to see
Baru
that
aja
POV
game
on
1
that
tadi
one.
bilang gak ada
Now
thrifty
it's gonna be
manja.
lightning fast with
Masa
nothing
ini
but
langsung
a
thrifty
stinger.
manja?
Four
Flawless
barrels
lagi.
staring down right
Flawless
at him.
kah?
30 seconds left.
Goes in for a big effect.
Oh, nggak jadi.
Takes down the first player. Tucks back around. 20 seconds remaining, and he has to kind of either go in for, well, at this point, you just kind of got going for all the kills.
And this is one of those situations where, I mean, sure, you had one outlaw,
Oh,
but you've
nggak
got
bisa
these
ngapa-ngapain
stingers
gini.
in hand. And when it comes to the B site, I mean, you're not the one with the harbor. Those sheriffs are going to be just as strong, if not stronger. The problem being, Benkai, I believe, was also picked off in the
Cepat
middle of the
matinya ya.
round, so not much of a chance to rotate to A.
Nah, selain si
Things
Ras matinya
fall
di
apart.
mana
They
itu?
already had to commit to the
Atas side
plant.
kah?
They fake it off the snake bite, try to draw them out into closer range. And they're just prepared. Wow.
Oh.
I
Tuh,
mean, this just
pada
about
pakai
shuts down
Rusia
everything.
loh.
This is why they commit to the B side.
Gila kena klasik.
The peaks right as the screens go down. Very well done from Zeta Division.
Kena
Does give you an
klasik-klasik
idea
kan.
of what both teams are capable of. Benkai sometimes looking for these lurks, but at the same time, my goodness, those peaks from Zeta Division. So Eco off of Eco,
Boleh hancurin
got the
turret kah?
thrifty win right back in. And now Zeta's got the rifles and is that an outlaw on Hero Ron? It's going to be a full buy from Global Esports though, but some half armor.
Yeah, so Zeta's trying to make this back into their bonus.
Oh, dia mau hancurin alarm bot ya?
Their opponents dropped in that last round.
Ah, kelihatan tuh.
We'll see. I mean, because they have the capabilities. Oh,
Timingnya bagus banget.
Just a bit of a swing though.
Whoa! Gelo! Lightning!
Proving that he is that dreamer from South Asia. Peeks out, picks
Jago
up the
kan dia?
triple, and all of a sudden
Jago
Zeta
cok
Division
Lightning
are
Fast
left
itu.
wanting more.
Cuma dia nggak jadi pemain aja. Pas GE kemarin. Diambil posisinya sama SK Sun.
A lot of people are going to start to assume, okay, you're going to wait to creep up, go for a set play. It's things like these deep lurks, and these other ideas, the different tempos that really start to play a macro game of Valorant against your opponents.
Yeah, because it's just like you had a bit of pressure towards B from earlier on, and then you also always thinking Benkai might lurk around corners sometimes.
Abis ini kelar baru tutup.
Meanwhile, on the other hand, off of the next round, Global Esports just goes in for that mid play, and that's something that Zeta, hasn't really defended all too well. Remember the previous round where Polvi picked up that quad kill. So Zeta has a bit of thinking to do.
And I like that Lightning Fast just commits early towards screens as well, right? Because you can't really lurk as efficiently into Kitchen anymore with that window available. His team already creeping up into the site. They make the call, of course, as they're jumping in with the drone, that, okay, site is empty. So Lightning Fast knows that means...
Big behavior, okay? That was John Big behavior.
John Wick. Oh, right. I mean, it was a Vandal. It wasn't quite a pistol that we're looking at, but it was a great lurk there. Gets the 444 himself.
Updraft kah ini? Updraft flash kah? Oh,
very nicely done. Now we've got Polvi on the Blade Storm. And they're looking to open things up towards A. Zeta definitely wanting to back off of this.
Tuh, lihat.
But what's curious, sir, is Lightning Fast with this lurk. Up around the hunt.
Oh, he's buying so much time to Benkai. Oh, no. Benkai with the backup comes out from the other side of the map.
Things just start to fall apart for Zeta Division. Not getting the right reads. Peeking into lurks. And at the same time, not quite able to make this retake happen just yet. I think they're opting for that save, but while you're going for that, Lightning Fast is trying to hunt it down. Wow, okay, that's John Wick behavior.
I mean, he's going deep. He's going on a solo mission, just pick up frags. He needs 2 more. If he gets 1 and dies, he still gets a Viper's Pit as well. It's
1, 2, 3.
It's not a bad shout. It's 1. I mean,
now,
eco damage already done.
Just falls back, allows for Polvi, who is on the Blade Storm, to go for a little bit more. Just now playing off of the teammates to check. They want to take those guns away. All right, now we've
money. Do it. Tajir.
Yeah, we got mighty close to that lockdown here from Laz as well. But hey, damage done to the economy a little bit. Viper's Pit also picked up by Lightning Fast. I think you see it on his face, like, okay, maybe that was a little bit too much, right? Once we didn't get the counter peak, but the teammates are there as well, and that's something they're going to notice with Global Esports, is that obviously this team, the comms are good. They're all players who are used to calling and sharing ideas, leading the team in one way or another. Lightning Fast enjoying the time on the stage. He talked about how he wanted to be part of the main roster. He wanted his chance on the stage consistently. The team has now put the trust in him to be that representative here for Global Esports, for South Asia. You're going to be part of the main roster. You're on stage every single time. How long can you help extend the tournament life in a setting like
senjata itu?
I think he's going to extend it pretty well. I mean, off of this map, off of that performance from round 2 and so on and so forth, he is definitely showing us that he is back. Well, at the same time, though, for Zeta, I mean, this was their map pick. The start is not great. It just feels as though, although this is a different map, the ideas from the previous one definitely stay intact, and Global Esports are really trying to figure out how to play off of that pacing.
Yeah, I mean, this is Global Esports just getting a good read on the first couple rounds and Zeta's tendencies, right? They leave A side open, then they go for the retake. It's a pretty heavy flank coming out from B side.
Cocoknya jadi
get very well aware of that. Of course, the force buy helped kind of even out the rounds early on as well. So I like this timeout.
Bisa jadi nggak ada yang tahu, dia mungkin bisa
ideas in the works, and it's going to be a push out down tube.
Wow. Okay. Something different. Bit of that Vandal play, but they gotta stay hidden well enough to make it happen. Global Esports maybe anticipating such a push as well, so just creeping up onto A site. The 0 point clears out the entire thing. Nobody's here. We get a free plant.
Yeah, now you know. Okay, site's empty again. Surely it's another retake coming in from both sides
Wait.
of the site. Polvi, that did hurt a bit more than you wanted.
Wolfie.
Still good for the time being. He manages to hold his position and crucially this
Ready
angle onto
recon.
the rafters because that's where Laz wants to be.
And
Ini
Zeta,
Wolfie
this
cuma
time they're
kontak
not flanking
sama
early, right? They're
orang
just
aja
putting
nih.
that
Ada yang
pressure
liatin
in
bel
that
nggak
this
tuh?
is what we always do.
Ini
They're
liatin
looking
bel,
to go
Cok.
with the main force.
Oh, trying to switch things around, but still Polvi holds his ground. Manages to gun down two. A bit of a flank coming through, but not quite for long. Lightning fast trades out depth. And then comes Euron from the front. Null command sussed out position. But
Cove
then
is
you
ready.
still got to deal with Benkai and Lightning Fast. I don't know how much the Cove can do because they haven't quite tapped the spike yet. Those lineups, they are making it work. You're able to pick up one more, but then that's about it. Sugar Zero running away, holding onto the rifle. It's Global Esports 4-2.
Yeah, and the KO utility coming in handy as well. Obviously, Zeta Division not able to activate their abilities for a long time. They had to fight through that retake. Couldn't set up for something like a Cove, stick the half, and pressure a little bit further against the attacking team. I mean, Polvi getting those first two kills as well. You love the energy from this team. I mean, surely they will continue to release some comms throughout the year, and it is great to listen. They've got such good energy across the board.
Two names really stand out right now, Lightning Fast and Polvi. The snake bite, the opening frags.
Buset.
What more could you want?
Zeta
Zeta is the one that has to catch up to it, and right now they're trying to put up the roadblock up around pipes. Laz able to get the first one, but not for long until Heroon arrives. Guns down with a bit of a lineup on towards Ross, and then picks up the third onto Lightning Fast. Blaze King cannot do all too much now as he's up on top of Nest.
I mean, this crazy aggression from Zeta. Laz pushing out all the way up front, and then Deb just trying to bounce around and draw all eyes on him. He dashes out, and they just do not suspect yet another member like Huron hiding right around the corner. Able to hold his aim for a triple. That should stabilize things. That's a fourth kill as well for Huron. Climbing right back into the game. Hunter's Fury available for him.
Bani, kumisnya Polvi tuh, bayangin tuh.
Now we can play retake.
Coba, lu kan ada fotonya tuh Lamka, coba kasih kumisnya Polvi. Bani.
I mean, this is just they got a sight of him, but at that point it was a little too late. He was so ready for it too. I mean, the first double kill, very good discipline. And these are the moments we saw from him in just a couple rounds during the offseason as well. Very sharp shooting when he's in the zone.
That's what we need to see from Zeta as well. I mean, you got to fight fire with fire sometimes, and maybe the answer was just to really get a good read for where Global would push out, and then to peek off against that. Here it comes now. Off of those wins from before, Global picks up the operator. Polvi is in a damn good position.
Oh,
Here's the
biar
Aldrin, wants
bisa
to shoot
lihat
it
ini
down.
juga kah?
But nothing doing for the time being.
Yeah, Zeta heard the op too, though, right? That's why they're not giving him the time of day. They just say, keep him trapped in mid. A, we've still got utility from Killjoy to get information to hold a little bit of time. B, you've still got the double controllers. The patience coming in handy. But problem being, they haven't ever retaken under tube or into tube. So this is something that Zeta will have to keep in mind of the entire time.
Just trying to stay hidden. They don't want to give out too much. And meanwhile, for Global Esports,
Ada alarm bot ya?
they've managed
Dia
to get
naruh alarm
openings
bot ya,
before
kontak
because
atas
they
doang.
always put a bit of pressure, and with mental conditioning, they pull some of these defenses
Ini kontak
away.
nih.
But this time, without the
Kalau
opening
udah
pick,
kontak last,
that
nyalain
Polvi was
dash,
definitely looking for,
pick.
they're going to take
Yeah,
a little bit of time. There's 30 seconds left, Will.
Yeah, they have to go in. There's the alarm bot. Now you know it's coming through. The Nano Swarm does enough damage.
And a snake bite on the other side.
You have enough time to rotate if you go now, but they're not going to.
Gotta commit. And it is
Wah,
time,
gila
but
sih
Les
ini.
just stops you in the nick of time as well. Here comes Depp with an
Ini
operator
apa,
of his
Cok?
own.
Mana bisa
And
rotate,
guess
anjir?
what? The Reckoning committed to. 13 seconds, and this has
Wah,
to be
ini
safe.
terlalu
10 seconds left.
Yeah, just gotta make sure that you're
I'll take
keeping.
the orb.
terlalu misah
Yeah,
sih.
keep up that operator. Build towards that
Split
blade storm
3-2
as
gitu.
well, because you're not looking too healthy.
Tapi nggak dapat apa-apa. Maksudnya
But a
kayak
save, I mean,
nggak
got
dapat
trapped
killnya
in
juga.
mid.
Nggak
And then
dapat.
at that point, this really comes down, I think,
P
to
juga
Zeta
nggak
also
dapet,
just
jadi
saying,
nggak
okay, we have
tahu
no information, so
harus
instead of trying to
kemana.
creep back out, we have all these ultimates for the retake, right? You had the Reckoning, you had the
Terlalu
Hunter's Fury.
separate,
Let's
nah.
actually
Ya,
group up and make sure
kalau-
we're not getting flanked at any point through
Dok,
mid.
Mbak Abi, lu udah
Multiple
kayak
members
sebagai
watching different
moderatornya
angles of
Bani,
mid.
lu nggak
You
boleh
got
gitu
Killjoy
ya.
and Harvey utility blocking off the
Ntar
main
Bani
entrances.
murka loh.
And then they say, as soon as the alarm bot rings, send the Reckoning. They don't have enough time, because if they're rotating, we still have members still anchoring down on B. And Global, good timeout. It's trying to say, okay, this mid pressure, unless we get the first pick, it's not working. How else do we adapt from that?
Hence the timeout. So it's going to have to be a bit of a question for Coach Spin and Big Time. But apart from that, it's also Zeta Division. I mean, it's just, I like their composition. It's one piece of utility, but the Reckoning does so much. And now with Laz's kills coming through, you're cycling through some ultimates. He's got another lockdown for a good retake or two. It might be Zeta coming on the up and up.
I'm on
Yeah, there's a reason this was the comp that started to really rise up once a couple of teams showed it off, you know, like the DRX, because it's basically the harbor for the stage, right? But now you have a little bit more flexibility. It's not just force the plant, then hold for post-plant lineups. You've got a little more of a different way to inch forward, take the map over piece by piece. And GE, they're the ones who are experimenting today.
Mantap bang, enggak.
We'll
Kalau
see
misalnya
if they
nungguin
have
pause gitu,
finally figured out the answer, cracked the code enough to force a shift in the
atau mau ngomong
meta.
apa
It
nih?
would work better if, you know, maybe some of these initiators can open
OP
things
lagi
up for
cuy,
Polvi,
Polvi.
because we are looking for Polvi to get that opening pick. Still has
Dia
the
mau ambil
operator.
B, line
Now
up,
rears his sights
line up
towards
yellow ya.
B. Okay. Recon doesn't find much, but it does bait out a bit of a
Ya
cascade.
yellow,
Good
ketahuan.
cascade, actually. So
Very
hard
deep.
to, clear around that.
Don't want to push past it.
Alas siya
So
boy
that's why they're
ketutupan.
holding so far back. And in the meantime,
Yan
Zeta
curin.
pushes out mid on their own. Doesn't find much though, but it is a good angle for Depp.
Yeah, I mean, Deb could stay, or yeah, they could back out, because that means GE, if they want any variation, they're going to have to take time.
Nih
to
misal
take
lagi
over
nih,
mid.
Benke cari kill di A.
And Zeta, they're actually just banking on the fact that this is going one way or another. The
Ini
Recon's not
si
gonna
Lightning
find
Fish
anything.
kenapa mantek di
Surely
situ
this
tapi
gives
diam
the
doang?
call.
Mati lagi
Benkai
Benke
as well.
nya.
Surely this gives the call over to focus onto yellow.
Yeah, they're like, that's the
Dual
lurker. We can
B.
rotate now. That's what
Tawan
they're doing.
yellow
Takes
satu.
lights out from Euron.
Ay.
A bit of a jiggle, and that's SS out Pole.
Ay!
They know exactly what's about to happen. The Cole trying to play off it. The
pas
shorty with the
banget.
swing, but not quite the shots to make it work.
Dep.
Polvi, they are gunning down Zeta. Laz, however, manages to pick up one from mid.
bisa nge-pick
All
dong.
he can really do.
Enak
The
dong.
angle being held now by Polvi. Hunter's Fury being committed, but ooh, the ultimate's
Mati
not
dong.
really well timed enough.
Oh.
And still aiming down his
Ada Rusia
sights.
tapi ada Rusia.
One shot through the engine block. Global Esports 5-4.
I mean, a great round coming out from GE. You bait out the first piece, couple pieces of utility, then you cut all contact. You had the turret watching for mid as well. So it gets contact. You don't see it get broken right away. There's no further push, so you have to presume, of course, and then you hear the upshot as well that it's
Let's
going to be
go,
the
boys.
operator coming through. Still on the lurk on A. You're making sure that Zeta gets split up. It's a good read. Try to readjust to what Zeta's doing. So now Zeta a new look.
agresif
It's going to
lagi
be
A-nya.
stack onto A.
Oh, OP lagi coy,
Split
banyak
is
duit
good.
anjing.
I also do feel like it's a little bit of like Euron and
turret dia
Euron
tuh.
maybe.
No.
I mean, it's tough for them to hold, and now Polvi feeling that much more confident. Depp trying to
Turretnya di
cause a bit
situ.
of mayhem, but it's not
Oh
quite
nyala ya?
I don't know if they can suspect
Dia naik ke
Benkai
atas
here.
itu.
They have some inkling. They heard Polvi drop, but that's why they're a little scared because surely... Okay! Nice peek around out of the nest.
Buat ngeliatin itu kan,
Very quick.
ngeliatin
Mass
window.
to back up. Meanwhile, the
sama
rest
palet.
of Global's forces are actually trying to suss out positioning towards B.
Dia
Toxic
dari
Streak
mana
gives them
kok
that
kayak
much more
nggak yang
space to work
distribute?
with.
And a good
Dia
hold
dari
on that utility from
apa?
Sugar Zero as well. That cascade
Organisasi
wasn't going to
India.
get any value. So you just want to make sure that you're able to have that for the retakes. Now that you know the site was
Nah,
taken
gue pisau,
over,
gue pisau, lu ready recon, gue flash. Wait. Nah itu maksudnya.
Around mid too, so does
Plan,
give
plan,
them a
plan.
little bit more room
Mau
to
ambil
push
snowman
up
apa
and
enggak nih Rus? Nah kan, terside kan.
position themselves around the site. Now that
Itu
it's
Lightning Fish
surrounded,
kenapa
now that
jadi
it's a little bit more
patung
clear,
kia
Euron
anjing
goes
habis
for
plan
quick,
bukannya
he takes
kabur.
down Lightning fast.
And they're still aware of Benkai as well. They haven't spotted this Killjoy.
Miscom,
Laz is
miscom.
watching too.
Yeah, they're waiting for it, but now they know they have the numbers advantage, trying to force the defuse.
Aduh. Wow.
Spotted. Here
Gelo
comes Ben.
anjing Dustin.
Oh, no. And Laz just turns around
Yuran
at the right time.
turu deh,
Defuse
kata dia.
comes in. Let's get it over to Hiroran.
Yuran turu deh di one tap.
2 more rounds to go. On a tightrope, both these teams bouncing back and forth across the 2 maps.
Coy, masa iya
And
coy?
frankly, neither of them looking dominant on their own map pick either. Of course, GE lost their pick of Bind. You know, had another double initiator comp on that first map. They brought it out here as well, just trying
Gelo,
to change
kelihatan
things up.
gitu
But
anjing angle-nya.
I mean, are you cooking or are you just
Laki Polvi.
dawdling around in the kitchen? Because so
Aduh, udah
far we're
bunuh
not
duluan.
finding the answer. I mean, it's hard. It's hard to shift metas, and a lot of times the frags have to follow up. Now
Ulti,
this
ulti,
time,
ulti.
I would say they're
Marshall,
starting to
Marshall.
fire up. Polvi leading the scoreboard in the server, but it's not enough just yet.
Always that challenge of like old and new ideas. Old spice or new spice? Still, Will is absolutely right. Polvi has been showing up, but we still need more to see that dominant
Drone
lead.
manja.
Because it isn't that dominant lead, both teams are actually adjusting to each other really well, and we're seeing how they play back and forth in terms of space. We
Ketahuan,
still have
ulti.
Huron as well as Sugar Zero
Supernya.
defending that B site. These walls are doing so much.
You have so much time right now. You still know that no one's pushed out.
Ini dihajar sih
not
ini.
too far at the very
Tuh kan?
least. Oh, if he gets this
Oh.
Oh, still
Ada yang
loses
follow
control
up
of
lagi,
Snowman
Cok.
though. If they held control of
Follow
Snowman,
manja doang
either you
dia.
plant the lurk there, or you try to force your way all the way around the pit. But now,
Apakah
Dep
kecolong?
very well focused.
Kecolong lagi.
Yeah, Dep always holding
BNK
his own
kecolong
out
terus
towards the
sih.
A side, especially
Tahan
with that
terus anjir
operator.
sama
But the
Dep.
other thing is also just Huron and that Viper's Pit. It covers up just enough that he can actually peek out and take down whoever peeked out Snowman.
30
I think
seconds
that's
left.
kind of the idea. And now with that space, Dep repositions, tries to land the shot. Not quite connecting though. This might allow for Global Esports to get that spike down.
And both teams are so aware of the potential lurks as well. I mean, they've kind of bitten each
kalau
other in the back
ditembusin
a couple times in this first half.
Soketnya.
But now it's just the main
Dua
force
lawan
pushing
4.
through.
You get a little bit paranoid, but now all you got to do is watch the front.
Oke, Lightning Fast bisa dapat lagi.
Goes in for that jitter peek, but it doesn't quite work out. Last that much more decisive, just goes in for the shot. Now they are aware
Ya!
that Blaze King is up on top of
Wow,
Bell.
Nestin.
Good peek
Wah,
though,
anjir.
but not quite enough to get the
Dep.
second target. So
Nembak pelurunya mengsong gitu anjay.
Yeah, and it was Laz holding that defuse from the box as well. So Blaze King just trying to think that it's through the screen. He can't see them
kill
already
berapa? Dia nggak dapat
posted up
terus ngelerknya mati
into
mulu.
the top of the site.
Kayak lagi
Just the beanie
bos roek
for
gitu
Killjoy.
anjir, lagi dijagain AWP lagi.
You gotta watch out for that beanie. You gotta make sure it's pressed all the way down on your head.
yeah, flushed all the way.
Yeah, you don't get fashion points in Valorant.
It's not just fashion. It peeks out over the top of some obstacles or
Nah,
some ponytails.
itu what's party,
Nah,
coy.
not really. 6-5. That's the main thing. And again, it's just how they play back and forth in terms of
wah,
space.
nyolong nih Dep
Global
nih.
tries to pull some of the
Ketahuan
attention
dia.
away onto the other parts of the map, trying to divide Zeta. But Zeta stays united.
Mati kayak lu.
And back into the A site. A sudden change in pace. A quick execute off of the null command. Russ picks up his value.
Polvi.
Polvi now with that space goes in and finds another frag. This is Polvi not just creating space, he is actually fragging out.
Ah,
Lined up, they hesitated for a
gila,
second.
perkara hidupin Cirrus coy.
The Cloudburst comes out, but now of course
Balas nggak sih?
you get the
Nice.
chain.
Ben.
Okay, it allows for Benkai
Ben.
to go a little bit greedy. Picks up one, knows to pull back.
Untung aja
Spike
cabut.
planted. How do you retake, Zeta?
Cove and double cascade at the ready. Now you got double structure and nano swarm as well, but GE not backing out.
Oh, they're not using util. Setting up a bit of a crossfire between 410 and the boxes.
Lah.
They know where Laz is.
Oh, dia nggak tahu Dustin ya?
Blaze King.
Dustin bagus timingnya coy.
So good on these time
Bagus
peaks.
banget.
Benkai off a bit as
Berdua.
well. Just to watch
Tin ambil
the
senjata
spreads
nggak sih
back.
Tin?
We
Enggak ya?
top things up 6-6 at the end of the half.
Yeah, the nano swarm already being there, a nice piece of utility that gets them that passive info if they do shoot it. He shoots it, and Blaze King actually
Oh iya,
moves
udah
around
kelar
the
ya?
box. He knows one's on
Oh
the
iya,
spike,
iya.
but instead of saying, I'm gonna peek,
Oh iya.
you
Sorry,
know,
sorry,
try to get it
sorry.
right as he goes for
Emosi
the
banget,
tap,
gua
he
ngetes
just
lu
says,
pada.
okay, surely it's a fake, because if not, I've got my
Ah,
teammate
ternyata
Benkai
kalian
able to swing out
tetap
on a
masih
timing on the
fokus
4
ya? Oke,
seconds,
bagus, bagus.
hides away,
Tes
sees the
doang.
Cove come
Mas
back
Semprul
up.
sendiri melanjutkan pertanyaan yang tadi tuh, mau nggak kalau namanya diganti jadi Semprul LBS?
Nggak mau.
Oh, maunya gimana?
Maunya LBS.
Emang LBS apa ya?
Lembaga Bantuan Sek.
Emang kalau nggak sek kenapa sih Pak?
Rugi dong.
That's what he's capable of. A lot of Indonesian talents in BCT Pacific.
Thank you, Rudy Gong.
And Blaze King is just one of them. I mean, he's definitely earned his
Sek.
spot, and it always shows true in a lot of these
Rugi dong kata dia.
decision-making moments. Knowing to push whenever the spike is tapped. And sometimes, you know, it's also a bit of confidence. It makes you think, like, yeah.
Rudy dong.
A bit of hesitation from Polvi or with the Cloudburst and wanting to pick up his fallen teamate Russ. But
Bantuan Sek.
Blaze King and Benkai brought things back.
Yeah.
Gila itu orang.
Now, with the double initiator composition for Global Esports, how do they want to play that defense? Another map like mine where there's a lot of post-plant
Beliau
utility
kocak
lineups, a lot
banget.
of those types of plays. So at some point, you're going to want to at least pressure the flanks so they can't just sit all the way back. But the problem is if you're pushing out with your initiators, unless you're getting some sort of contact or really
Tanggal
just closing the map
29
in half,
Februari.
it doesn't feel like it's bringing home as much value. So, yeah, I mean, I'm curious what they're going to do. Obviously, in the pistol, it's going to be a stack.
The other thing is also
Udah
just
Jovi lu
that
kalah.
push out
Lu
ultimate
bet
because
siapa
it's the
sih?
0 point and the
Deta
recon
ya
ult. They
kalah
can just
lu.
sit back and let the utility gather a bit more information from him and then try to make guesses
Aggressive
off of that.
up.
Obviously not the safest. But
Sure, so but that's my point, right? Is that you can sit back, but then your retake, if you go for all the flashes, they just hang back, and then you just got to deal with the
online,
post-flashes.
online.
It's just rock paper scissors, but Blaze King
One
still
more,
on
one
fire
more.
for the first half.
Definitely throwing a rock on that first one.
Careful, mid to A, mid to A, careful mid to A.
Screens,
Wah,
and
busuk
Zeta
ah.
has found their opening.
Wah, hampir.
Turns back around because of depth. And that is
Ya.
that double kill that gives them the sight.
Dapat dong orang rotasi.
Lightning fast tries to wrap back around, checks in, but doesn't expect Laz up by the window. Man, that new spot up by Icebox is just showing us so much today.
Yeah, we're seeing a couple good looks around it. I think teams around the world trying to show us there's multiple ways to work that. Obviously, the pure threat that you can watch it from Boiler makes it a little harder to dig deep on the attacker side, but then you can still hold from under the window on different angles. There's a lot of ways you can use that to just plant, the seed of doubt into the opponent into the future rounds.
Especially for attacking
Yang
teams.
benar
too, I think. It's just
aja,
another additional
kasket.
angle.
Oh, ini ambil
Makes
B
you,
biasa nih.
think about the
Kasket,
defensive side, like
wall
whether or
up,
not you wanna
drone.
invest a player to watch
Drone-nya
that
kena
spot.
pisau deh.
On the other hand,
Quick
though, right
wheel.
now, with the buys,
Wah, ini ngeri nih.
no force from
Ini masih
Global.
bisa menang nih.
In fact, they're
Bisa
just
menang
kind
nih
of
GE
playing
nih.
these unorthodox, really
Pick!
close range positions.
4 picks.
They heard something and they peeked out,
Wah,
and it
segaris
lines up
semua
for
tapi.
The stack gets knocked down. Sugar Zero
Aduh.
heroed on, picking up more kills. It's all down again to Benkai.
Kayak lurus doang anjay.
It's an eco. You do what you have to do. Those are the plays that either it turns into greatness or you get lined up.
I don't know, like maybe you just don't peek or like hide or.
Well, you have to go for a timing, right? 'Cause
Gila,
I think if you're
nahan
waiting,
terus.
unless you have like
Wak wow.
they're gonna check. There's no way, right? And I mean, sometimes some teams don't, and they pay for it. But I don't mind the peak. Here's the thing: you're not supposed to win that round, so you have to throw. If you're going to commit to something like a stack like that, you got to throw a curveball. You got to go for the wild card.
Tuh earphone-nya enak
Yeah,
tuh.
it looks silly, but
Yang sure
sometimes
tapi
it
nggak
looks
tahu
genius,
tipenya yang
and
mana
there's
itu.
a fine line. There's a fine line, but it's not a
Dipakai
round you're
di-
supposed to win. So I think those are the times where I don't mind it. You let it pass. Now you got your rifles in hand.
Udah gong.
These are where
Dua-duanya udah
GE
kita
can
lawan.
start to showcase what their
Rudy
defaults
gong.
look like. It's going to be the two initiators on one side, the Killjoy and Viper on the other side of the map.
Oke, Polvi agresif.
When you're right, Will.
Iya.
Oh, instant pick off and back.
Hampir bosok tuh spray and pray-nya.
You already have the numbers advantage.
Drone manja
Control of
dari
mid as well.
Zeta.
Might as well
Agresif
let
depth.
them trickle in, right?
Dustin.
Blaze King
Boleh.
hearing footsteps, gets timing on the peak. Sugar Zero continuing to push up front, managed to catch Russ, but how long can that really work
Ya,
out
nggak ada
until
yang
Yuron?
liatin
What is the-
itunya. Gara-gara wallnya
He managed to find shots with the Guardian of all things. Here come the rest of the players from
tiban-tiban
Raptors,
cok.
though, and they
Wah,
are
gila
still
Yuran.
peeking a little bit too fast.
Gelo!
It allows for Yuran to pick up
Yuran nih
another
bos,
double. 2 plus
slebel.
2, that equals 4.
A great 4K, and you see
Jago
him
sih Yuran
slowly
ini, Cok.
getting that energy up.
Quick max.
Yeah, on the stage. I'll leave that
Kalau
up to you.
timingnya dia
Not
bisa.
gonna do any of my own maths here.
Wah, Dep ngantuk nih kayaknya.
But a great round from Yuran.
Kagak, anjir,
Dep
nggak
smiling as
mirip
well.
Davin.
We often see him just kind of
David.
being zoned
David
in no
enggak.
matter what. But the vibes on Zeta
Tuh,
are
kan?
good.
Oh.
I mean, it's just a
Sadar.
wraparound from both teams, right? And that's good movement from your end
Dari
because
samping mungkin
you know
tipis.
that GE is trying to
Jangan
play around your
David
double
lah.
controllers. They're trying to find
Hierarki dia
they're
soalnya
trying to
David.
find the timings into your smokes. So then Uran says, well, I got to counteract that by continuing to take over space. Once you back up, if you've
Terus
already gone for your
ganti
execute, and then
Bazi.
you stop the momentum,
Yang
you
nge-call
lose
Benkai gitu
control
ya.
of the entire site. You have to
Tapi
commit
Res,
at that point.
not
And
bad
it's
lah.
good that he goes for it.
Emang waktu itu dia terkenalnya gara-gara yang di guild itu
We'll find out after
lagi
this
bawa
timeout.
aja anjir.
Hopefully. But it's also like kind of nice to see. I mean, not last, but Zeta Division taunting a little.
No, it's great. It's great.
Okay,
I mean, I don't think it also wasn't anything too crazy. I like that he's riding the momentum. Both sides look just racking their brains. And a map like Icebox, I think it's very difficult for coaches to really pinpoint, how to adapt.
It's always that push and pull again. You pull on one side,
Oke,
another
Control B
side
lagi
gets a
seperti
little bit more
biasa.
open, and sometimes that's an opening for Global. But at least for this round,
Pegang kepala
you
tuh
can say with
Avatar, what the
absolute
fuck.
certainty it should be Zeta's pickup. So the timeout being called, invested into future rounds.
Yeah, and GE, they have enough creds on Polvi to go for that operator in the next round as well. So that's something they're going for, right? Even if it's the half armor. Once you get that operator, things get a little easier.
It makes you think, right? Is this Marshall position up on top of yellow something that they want to condition Zeta into thinking? But the shot was already picked off, and the cascade just gives Zeta that much more security.
He's trying to just get one. All right.
Recon ancaman anjing dari Hiroron. Tapi kepancing lagi sih itunya. Polvia balik badan. Taunya nembus asen anjing.
Well, this is and this is just good timing from
Beliau
Laz,
sih ada
right?
main
You can at least secure that you'll be ready for the execute. If they already did shift over.
Nah, gerakannya Laz sama Benke mirip. Benke tadi. Cuma bedanya tadi Pilas kan gak ada yang jaga nih. Kalau Benke dijaga dep mulu anjing kena AWP.
This is just Laz making a great call from
Dapat
Zeta, right? You saw
space
them marching, you
busuk,
saw
iya.
them back up, you saw him shoot out the recon, which tells you that they want to hide information, they want to try to stay on the B site, and now it's just the site free.
That's exactly what I mean. Everything orchestrated perfectly to the mastermind of Carlisle or Junior or Laz. The call from it. You're right with the timing on the poison cloud towards mid as well, so that Benkai doesn't see anything on the crossing. And they managed to
ketahuan dia galau.
Clear out the entire site. Now,
Dari
a
kanan.
full pistol plus one Marshall retake.
Tahu gitu ditembak aja ya.
Virtually impossible.
Oh, trigger tapi kagak bisa ngapa-ngapain.
Even with the reckoning too? We really want double digits, don't we?
Yeah, you have the lead. I don't mind this at all. Sure, it can seem a little crazy, but this is also a different Zeta division. Continue the lead when you can. We've seen so many teams in Pacific last year that try to save it for the match point, save it for the grand win, and it just never happens. So why not just extend that lead just a bit further?
So decisive. This, again, I gotta say it, brand new Zeta division. Global Esports dying to get that round loss bonus. But it does, again, extend that gap. 4-round differential. How do we claw our way back into this? Those timeouts have been spent.
Well, operator's going to be surely the biggest factor. It does look like it's going to be a B hold. Whether it's on top or below, that's up to him. And I don't think Zeta's going to be too concerned one way or the other. You're going to have to check that entire lane if you want to put any pressure. The thing Zeta did in the past round, though, is that while it's smart and it's a good round to do it, they plant that threat of the flank, right? The rotate lane. So now G always has to have someone anchoring if they want to go for a stack mid-round.
Bisa dapat nih Polvi nih. Soalnya
a bit of a guessing game this
Pavanya di A, gak default B.
Zeta not able to retrieve all too much.
This is it's a great angle to hold on that far angle, but if they're coming out of garage, yeah, that flick is not an easy one. So Polvi's really playing for maximum contact and maximum info.
Gak jadi dapat dong
Zeta's
Polvi.
gonna push all too deep into B yet, though. They're kind of guessing as to the previous rotations, the previous positions.
Oh, ketahuan dia nembak. Dijigel sama si Las. Oke, Dustin tahu info ada Harbor Viper.
Yeah, the high tide doesn't cover all of rafters. They have to be aware of
Be
that.
careful for 10. Yuran si anjir loh. Tuh kelihatan lagi loh. Wah, busuk. Benkai. Kalau sekarang nggak dikasih trigger disiplin lagi coy, langsung ditembakin. Dep. Gila Hiroron coy. Apa-apa coy, itu masih manusiawi ya.
Surely you save.
Benkai sih di real boy swag.
But it feels bad, but you need this off to make anything happen in the future rounds.
Tapi Polvi gini cool loh anjing.
Leg spotted. Okay, now we save.
Anjay, nggak kelihatan.
You got so many creds.
Dia tuh lagi kayak
trap him in.
Polvi tried to pull a
Ngapain
sneaky.
karena kumisnya kan
This
tebel loh.
is Zeta who is on the hunt. They are out for blood. They find the shot.
Oh,
Huron's
dicari
already
nih.
here. Oh, he heard him. No? Well, he was ready for it, but he just wants to run away. Just wants to buy time.
Nah, okay, he's managed to run away.
The greatest escape.
Aduh. Oh, Eka gini
Will it
coy.
lead to anything? It's the one ray of hope that
6-11.
G has now.
I mean,
Gila
do
nih
you push
Yuran,
out with
anjir.
it or
It's an option, but I think it's an obvious one. And I think
Anjir,
there's got
bisa
to be
di
some
situ
sort of
loh.
stack, some sort of push
Kelihatan
out,
loh.
because I mean, if it's just there, okay, they will just buy up with half armors as well. So the operator's still there. So that just means you're still able to hold this one angle. You are going to push out onto pipes, under actually, an over-under setup here with Russ. And at a certain point, surely you shift the weight. Very greedy from GE with Lightning Fast pushed up this far.
Oh.
No one's going to watch his back.
Just hold the angle, maybe.
But he has no escape. He's going to get one. He gets the spike at the very least.
Wah, sendiri
Good
doang.
heads up duel, good information. The rotation's
bahaya
coming
nih,
through,
coy.
but Zeta being able to
Iya, bahasa Rusia dia.
anticipate these movements is just so good.
Mau
Now with that spike
kalau
goes down,
ulti ready
Wasting
Totobo.
tries to hold
Ya,
it
ya.
off with the shock darts.
Ya,
But
Tin.
out in the open, gets caught out by Deb, who I will not mention with the play storm. Moving forward now, still, the retake's underway. You've got mid, you've got not Snowman any
Okay,
longer,
okay.
just mid. Benkai tries to open things up. The Viper's Pit committed to secure match point. Do you still go through?
Gila,
or do you
Polvi
stay?
sih unlucky
so
dari
much
tadi
to
loh.
consider.
Dia lagi jaga mana?
It's this or match point.
Musuhnya
No matter what, you're
gak
not
ke
gonna have a great
setnya
round the
dia
next
anjir.
one, but you're not finding the early picks. It's just not doable anymore.
Polvi's gonna do the same thing, trying to hold on to this operator. Zeta can definitely chase.
He should be all right.
Agak cok dia masih muda banget.
have it
Kayaknya
going off
19-20 nggak sih?
So the operator
Polvi.
stays alive, and Benkai sacrifices himself for a shot at that lockdown, and he'll fill it up. But now, you bought up those rifles. Obviously, you had to, because otherwise it's a guaranteed match point. But it's not looking like a great round. You have the lockdown. I mean, as obvious as it can be, yeah, maybe a push out with the operator, go for a lockdown retake.
I think that's the thing. I mean, with the
Kalau saya
operator,
umur
if you're
19
playing
atau
defensively
20.
and you don't
Bangke,
find
boleh
contact,
juga lu Hadi.
it just kind of becomes diminishing returns. Right?
They had just enough.
rounds now.
Yeah, they had just enough to sacrifice a couple utility as well.
Ya,
Just go for
kena
the half
recon.
armors. You got the Hunter's Fury too.
Bisa coba nggak ketembak
So,
tuh recon.
trying to sack the
Bete
plate,
banget tuh
push
Polvi
through,
tuh
get
sumpah.
info, and then fall back,
Giliran
set
yang
up for the
musuhnya
retake.
sekalinya ke
It's a bit
dia,
risky, a little bit
bisa
gambling.
loh recon
Rush tries to
ngedetect.
stay a second longer to find that tag, but
Woi, Rus Mendes, tembak recon anjay. Kata Polvi.
getting pinged and then just holding back
Kesel
for a second.
itu.
Laz now watching mid for any crosses. This is Zeta on a whole new look. Whole new
Kalinya
level.
ini
Less on the move.
Oso kena recon.
Gets him on the flank as well.
Good pickup.
Wah,
And then Deb
gila.
to come back in. The spike is down. They know they're good.
Terbaca.
Everyone's in position. Not to mention you.
Ras sudah mention sendiri tuh.
Such an angle. But good swing off of the recon. Blaze King and Russ managed to shoot them down. Russ trying to dance back and forth. The spike still being defused and held.
Wah, nice banget.
Benkai
Nice banget.
able to hold it all the way through.
Nice banget
Manages
buy
to
time-nya.
make use of that space
Gue
from Russ and
udah
Blaze King.
pengen di chest ya.
Okay, so you get the round.
Gila
but at
gila
what
buy time-nya
cost?
bagus banget.
Dropping all the weapons all the way to the end.
Did you buy up on the?
Oh.
Outlast
I
Trial.
mean, you have to buy whatever you can every single round now.
Katanya
but
can't
afford full
kegedean
buys.
gear tinggal
No, you
main.
can't. I mean, because you barely bought up half armor with full rifles.
Mainin
Now,
aja, Cok.
sure, they'll get bulldogs and
Devour.
guardians, but it's one shock dart, no fragment on
Ih, nama
Russ.
gamenya gue
Some
lupa
very
dah.
crucial things that they would want on a retake.
Well, you do have
Oke,
the
drone
Nomad
ambil
and the
lagi
Viper's
B
Pit.
seperti
But
biasa
how long can you
default.
really extend
Drone
this map?
kasket,
That is
ngecek
the
clear
question.
gak
12 to
ada.
7
Nah,
right now. All
yellownya
Zeta
nanti
needs
di
is
recon
one.
yang manja coy.
They are looking mighty decisive. Depth
Recon
1 point away
pantul
from the
gitu.
play storm. Bro's gonna take that space
Wow.
up around yellow.
Oh, emang reconnya di
Timing peak
situ
off
buat
of
ngecek
the
yellow
recon
doang.
clears out the
Biar
early
nggak
half of the
dihancurin coy.
site.
So Polvi's
iPad
aware
buat apa?
that a lurk is still
iPad
on
apa?
the A site. It's either him or Lightning Fast that can hold that. Povey's gonna leave it up to his teammate, regroup on B.
Ini suara kerasnya kalian dengar nggak cuy?
Fend them off.
Dari sononya, Polvi nice banget.
Laz wanted to make it happen though. If he did, then there may have been some rotations. But here comes Polvi.
Oh, cut noise dulu, cut noise.
I don't know if Dep
Biar
suspects that
Dep
this is gonna
main,
be a
boh.
double. Oh, Lightning just a jiggle. I don't mind it. Doesn't greed for the kill.
Oke, lu.
But that means they're trapped in B.
Exactly.
Ada yang jadi patung Liberty ya itu bangsat.
And as long as Russ,
Oh, dia ini cok.
can defend
Ya Allah.
B well enough, they're gonna run out of time.
Bolong dia
Pressure is
anjing.
on. And
Woi,
off of the cascade, they push
what
up.
the hell?
And hit it on.
Cuy, masa iya cuy? Nge-rehit.
Down. Dep now
Wah,
coming
gila.
through. All that's left is lightning
Rehit
fast.
loh.
And a Russ
Wasoek, jir.
that is running out of battery, running out of juice. Finds the
GG
angle,
kah?
finds the shot, but oh god, Bladestorm now propped up. That's a tough target
Ya
to
Allah.
hit. Okay.
Ketawa lagi.
Just a bit of a whip
GG
here,
dah.
and then you're on to
Rehit
secure
loh.
the final
Gak
nail
ready cuy.
in the
Gak
coffin.
apa-apa.
13-7.
Ente buat dia.
Zeta Division clears this out 2-0.
One of the teams that just did not budge to make a roster move for so
Ente.
long.
Tapi udah oke
But
sih
they
menurut
start
gua.
the first chapter
Ya,
of a
line
story
up yang ini
about
oke.
building up talent in your own region throughout
Main
your
lah.
own academy roster. I mean, today
Cuma
was a
Zeta
story
kan,
of Yuran and Huron.
mereka
They
kan
topped the
build
board
dari awal
this
kan
map as
GE.
well,
Kalau
but
Zeta
both
kan
of them
tiganya emang
performing
udah
quite well throughout this
chemistry-nya
entire
GG gitu
series.
loh.
We all knew. Okay,
Ditambah
firepower
David
upgrade
aja
for
nih, kan
sure,
David
but
tuh,
are they
Yuran.
ready for tier 1? And Zeta says, why do you think we put them on our academy roster to begin with?
Yeah, chat. Why do you think? And this map just says
GG
it all.
cuy, GG cuy.
You saw it a little bit on Bind.
Next
but
match
this one
ada
even more
TS
so
ya.
because Yuran and
TS
Huron
dengan
just
Talon.
absolutely held down their own on sites when they pushed. They did
Sugar
so much.
Zero.
Not to mention Dep and Laz though, who are still firing off.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is that now they're a little bit eased up. They don't have to hard carry every single map, and that's what a lot of people that have been cheering for the Japanese squad have hoped for. A great first showing. Still a long way to go, but
Oh,
quite a
David anjing
convincing one
beneran
for Zeta Division.
beneran cosplaynya beneran real pade kah cuy?
The new relaxed, loose, more aggressive Zeta, and it feels
Wah.
good. Meanwhile, for
Sugar
Goldie
Zero,
Stormy, I still gotta say,
buzzer
right?
kah?
Polvi, lightning fast, new pickups, new players being put in, and they can perform as well.
Yeah, I mean, lightning fast. He
Eh,
wanted
dipeluk,
that
eh.
spot onto the main roster. He got it. He had some good moments. You call that Polvi as well. I would say Russ
win.
actually in the first map. Quite a few good shots, but they'll have to wait for another day. Now it's time for an interview with our winners.
First winner for day 2 BCT Pacific Kickoff goes to Zeta Division. Make some noise, people. Yes, congratulations, lad. It's good to see you back. 네, 오늘의 우승, 데이트 첫 번째 우승은 제타 디비전이 가져가게 됐습니다. 라즈 선수 만나보겠습니다. So, Laz, you've been picked
Terus
as a
restream
contestant
sampai
right
match
before the match started.
hari ini
So,
semuanya kali ya.
definitely proved it today.
Emang
So I wanna
ya.
ask you, what was your most satisfying move for today's game?
今日の、やった中の動きで一番自分的に納得感が高いものみたいなものって何がありますか？
そうですね、個人的というよりはやっぱチームとしてになるんですけど、全体で、うまく動けて連携も取れて、で相手に対してしっかり対策というか、なんていうんだろう、対応する戦い方をうまくきれいに支えたっていうのはすごい良かったなと思ってます。
It's more of a team movement kind of way, but we were able to sort of connect with each other, make movements, and work towards what the opponent is doing to us. So we were able to do a lot of teamwork, show a lot more teamwork with the new members, and it was really great.
네, 개인적인 전략보다는 팀워크가 정말 돋보였던 게임이었던 것 같은데요. 팀
Buset
내에서
dah.
서로 많은
Tebal nggak sih itu ya?
그래서 이 게임의 승리를
Nggak ya?
이끌어낸 것
Apa
잘했습니다. So,
ini
I'm
aja
seeing
lampu-lampu,
new
efek
players,
lampu.
new vibe, and new
Bawa
strategies
dua
also. So
translator
how
itu loh.
teamwork is specific
Biar translator tuh
details.
ada kerjanya coy.
How was
Tempat
your
kerja
teamwork
coy.
specific
DM lah nggak sih?
today's
Kayak nggak sih? Kayak harus full fokus gitu. Delby lagi latihan nih, Delby nih. Minggu latihan cuy, dia udah mau China. Koko lagi rangket.
Match found.
The chamber nih last source. Mang ya Hilal. Emang mereka ketemu belum? Ayo fokus.
Deathmatch. Warm up.
Oh iya. Satu grup ya mereka ya? Bodoh sekali coy. Berhenti gak sih men? Bayu banget nembak anjing. TDM main MU, iya main voltage, main juga emang. TDM ini cok, lama banget loadingnya. Ngeding. Kayak banting.
The symphony of death. Don't
Buat
worry,
MU 24 jam. Main di Dragon MU season 19. Kita nggak boleh nge-spray ya. Kalau nge-spray kita busuk banget ya. Harus di tap-tap ya.
For dead.
Ah, nggak lebar ya. Bepo ini bos. Tenggol dong. Musuhnya mana sih?
For dead.
Ngepick nggak sih? Enggak ya? Enggak ya? Oke lah Bang Sofa. Ya Allah.
Phoenix.
Ya Allah bisa ngumpet gitu dia anjir. Enggak kepala. Curang anjir.
You're done.
Kita nggak mungkin nggak kepala begitu coy. Apalagi gue yang nembak. Kurang tai.
Dominating.
Astaga! Diam kamu Albertus ya. Kurang dengar step.
Ay, corazón.
Haha, ngeding dia coy. Kesel ya. Pegang tuh pisau. Keras kah itu? Ya Allah, ada yang di pocket dari tadi nggak?
Finished. 10 kills remaining. Courage.
Wah, benar-benar sih itu posisi paling busuk anjing. Tengah-tengah situ. Ini bisa kiri kanan depan belakang. Kiri gua loh. Pick dong. Itu loh. Pick dong. Datang dia ke crosshair deh. Lagi dong. Anjir.
Dominating.
Nipu coy ini deh. Bayi banget gua barusan.
1 kill remaining.
Woi, dibalap anjing. Kalah anjing. Bayi. Ada delay gak? Gak ada. Paling delay yang bawaan dari YouTube.
Spy once again after dropping yet another pistol, but that one, it absolutely paid off. Polvi looking phenomenal when it comes down to the sniping. That, that outlaw in his hand, being able to pick up the 4K was really good, and it seemed like, okay, this is going to be global rallying back. They have a solid read of how this icebox is going to be played by Zeta.
Kesel aja.
That feeling unfortunately didn't last very long. Zeta, they came out
masih lama.
It was just complete and utter dominance the entire way through, just basically riding that wave all the way into that 13 scoreline to be able to take it home.
Tiba-tiba.
This is not a map that they have played it in a very long time, not since 2022, and that was in a loss versus North Epsilon. So they have not brought this to the forefront in a considerable amount of time, and clearly they've been workshopping it a hell of a lot. Sugar Zero as well, props to him.
Serius lagi. Kalau nanti dia mulai duluan gimana? Babi lu pada. Lagi ya. Kalian terkesima kan sama gua kan? Lagi nih. Deng tereng deng deng tereng deng 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 deng.
Match
deng tereng deng deng. Deng deng deng. Deng tereng deng 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 deng. Bang Voltes lu main MU juga? Gue kira nggak ada yang tahu MU.
Deathmatch.
Kalau anjay tahu MU. Jarang banget gue ketemu orang Indo main MU. Wah, Breeze map gua banget sih, map AIM soalnya ini. Tuh.
They demand a fight.
Udah pasti menang manja aja.
Fight.
Come into the unknown.
Lendra Fikri. Wah. Waktunya gue kit gak sih? Mati mulu gue kayaknya anjing. Mang ya. Bayi. Woi, Yoru kenapa lu di situ, Yoru? Gila, ini Vandal enak banget sih anjir.
Defeated.
Apalagi bunyi hanghotnya. Tak ada ya.
Recon.
What stall? Diam lu ya. Baik. Ada orang buka pintu DM. Papa Brim. Woi! Nyot. Anjay. Curang nembak kaki. Anjing. Hop. Ada orang depan gua. Turun. Ya Allah, gua mati dia baru turun, tolol. Andalan dari Prancis. Sabar cuy. Andalan dari Prancis. Aduh, sumpah nge-lag banget gua kalau window gini, window mode anjis dulu.
No more.
Tetaplah bercanda main tuh ya. Baik ya. Mati cok.
Taken out.
Oh, gua tuh berapa sih? Kill 17 gua. Main juga. Halo. Pet. Astaga anjing. Di situ loh. Udah harusnya ganti potong rambutnya sih. Fokus.
Silence.
Itu namanya.
Captain Hill.
Ada orang main hoki banget dah.
10 kills remaining.
Ya, dapatnya bridge. Gila. Sampai jongkok ki anjay.
Enemy down.
5 kills remaining.
Negara Rancis.
1 kill remaining.
Aja, main cuy.
Our Champions Tour Pacific 2024. Last year's VCT Pacific run was amazing, with our players showing their unreal potential on the global stage. This year, there are big and exciting
On a
changes coming up.
global
Here are the
stage,
updates
kata
and
dia.
everything you need to know about VCT Pacific 2024. VCT Pacific will now have 11 teams competing across the region, with Bleed Esports' recent promotion to the International League through Ascension 2023, and we cannot wait to see them on the stage. Now let's talk about the tournament schedules. This year's journey begins on February 17th in Seoul. VCT Pacific is split into 3 stages: Kickoff, Stage 1, and Stage 2. 2 Masters events are held in between
Paling
each
10
stage,
menit lagi ya
and
mulai nih
Champions
ya.
will begin in August as the culmination of global competition for 2024.
Apa enggak ya?
VCT Pacific Kickoff will be split into 3
Lagi
phases.
menerangkan
The
format
first phase is a
ini aja.
GSL format where teams are separated into 3 groups, and the team to come out in
Ah,
first
20
stage
menit
group
lagi,
goes straight
serius
to the
lah.
playoffs.
Lah,
The 3 teams who finish
serius
second will
lah.
play in a single round robin where the winner joins the playoffs in a single elimination format. After the intense battle during VCT Pacific Kickoff, the top 2 teams will advance to Valorant Masters Madrid.
Madrid coy.
Now let's look at VCT Pacific Stage 1. Each team will be
Ketemu
split into 2
Benzema.
groups of 5 Alpha teams and 6 Omega teams. Alpha teams will fight against the Omega teams in a single round robin. The top 3 teams who emerge from each group advance to the playoffs and will play in a double elimination bracket. Here, the top 3 teams will be punching their ticket to Valorant Masters Shanghai.
Shanghai.
VCT Pacific Stage 2 has the same format as Stage 1, but this time the Alpha teams will compete against each other in their own group. Same goes for the Omega teams. The top 6 teams with the best performance over the course of Stage 1 and Stage 2 will make it through to the VCT Pacific Stage 2 playoffs. The top 3 teams in playoffs and the 1 team with the highest championship points will earn their ticket to Valorant Champions. Championship points are a fresh addition to the
Iya,
VCT
Benzema udah di
ecosystem in
Liga Arab ya.
2024. Teams will earn championship points to
Iya, ada
qualify for
Koko
Valorant
Sekuret
Champions
ya
at the
abis
end of
ini.
the year.
Emang hari
Teams
ini?
earn 1 point whenever they win a match during Stage 1 and Stage 2. They earn 3 points if they win
Mana
kickoff
ada
for
udah
Stage
main
1.
kan?
Teams will also
Besok
earn
lagi nggak
3
sih itu?
points whenever they win a Masters event. The goal, ultimately, is to reward teams who have been the most consistent throughout the year. Only the best of the best will come out on top. The tide is rising and teams will collide and define
Habis
their destiny in
Talon
Valorant Champions Tour
sama tim
Pacific
Secret,
2024.
DRX, DFM.
See you all in Seoul, South Korea.
Champion di ini ya jadinya ya. Champion di Korea Selatan ya, champion. Talon. 1 menit lagi coy. Pick'em gue bener nggak ya? Wah, salah cuy. Wah, berkurang dong ini gua. Skor gua. Wah, harusnya bener nih. Wah, salah juga dong poin gua. Cuy, dua-duanya cuy. Paper Rag. Zeta di PC yang. Mulai nih harusnya. Yeah.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific Kickoff. I'm your host, Chubby Ninja, and with me I got my beautiful analysts. We got Asarai, we got Achilleos. He's obviously used to being called that.
Beautiful.
I'm feeling real good because we're finally going to see Group B. I'm really excited to see this. We're going to see an adjusted Team Secret and a completely revamped Talon from Thailand. Although it seems like there are a lot of North Americans on the team now.
There's a healthy mix is what we could say as far as Talon is concerned. But yes, it's been big changes. We just saw another team that had monstrous changes in global esports. Couldn't get the win there. Talon, there's been a lot of eyes on this squad. We did get to see them a bit in the off season. Weren't able to win the tournament they were playing in. That was the ESL Clash of Nations. But we're putting up a solid fight, and for a team that had recently come together, it seemed like there was going to be some strengths there. So now with more time to develop, we should expect a much stronger performance.
Prediksi guys.
Similar with Team Secret here, they offloaded 2 of their previous players, which one of them is actually playing on the other team, so there could be something happening there in terms of the narrative. But yeah, excited to see what the newest player addition for Team Secret is in NDG. He's been on the free agency for a couple of months now. Team Secret were happy when I guess he got through the vetting process, and now he's here in the Pacific League.
And we can see the players now. You know, Team Secret, they looked really good, especially in the early part of the season last year. They ended up finishing around 5th or 6th, and they actually faced up against Zeta during LCQ and lost that spot to Champions. So we're really excited to see this new iteration of Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, that was unfortunate timing for Team Secret because that was right when that chamber came back through. Laz just had an absolute pop-up performance. Def as well. That duo was going crazy to be able to get that through that LCQ. So Secret is catching that power spike that Zeta had hit right at the very end. But I'm curious to see how they really fixed up some of the flaws that we saw for them, because yes, we do have JDG coming in.
Wait, voltage lu main voltage.
That's for a different tournament that's going to be starting in a couple days. But with NDG coming into this one, that means that we have one duelist player here. There's not that kind of fallback strategy that Secret did have last season, which was, okay, we're moving over to a map where the operator is going to be important. We need to put Dubstep over on the jet. We need to flip around our roles a little bit more because we just don't have the comfort there otherwise. They don't have that anymore. So how comfortable are they going to be? How much flexibility do they have in this roster? I'm really curious to see.
Now, Talon, this is a bit of a painful graphic to be showing off. They finished 9th in the regular season last year in LCQ, around 5th or 6th. But they did show one surprising game. I'm going to say one map that they took off of DRX last year, but it was on Pearl, which is one of DRX's strongest maps.
Look, I mean, as much as we can compare and contrast Talon last season to this season, it's ultimately, it's not really worth it because A, the team is so very different. There's plenty of new faces that are coming into this Talon lineup. I mean, coaching staff has obviously been changed as well, so it's basically a completely different team. But the other thing is that, yeah, Talon, like, they had some moments last year, but they also had plenty of blunders. There was tons of series that Talon were playing in where it seemed like it was going to be winnable, where if they had just done one thing a little bit differently, maybe they could have closed out the map, maybe they could have won this round that would have then given them this momentum. But so often we were seeing them experiment with random things. Patty Pan was playing 17 different agents, never really getting to play anything twice in a row. Changes up on who was going to be playing in the lobby at given times, as well as just wild and bizarre strategies with the triple duelist attempt over on Split and that sort of thing. So with all of that going out the window, hopefully, I think that we can expect a very different display here from Talon.
It's going to be hard. They faced off a lot last year, but you know, like you said, it's a completely different roster now for Talon. But Team Secret, let's get a real intro to NDG. Asarai, you know, you're from the Philippines. Tell us, who is NDG and why should we care?
I feel very down if I actually don't give him any information whatsoever. Anyways, NDG was a former NAOS esports player. He was very high in that particular team where he was duo as well with Mojo. Both of them went into the free agency, and like I said, they were able to, or he was able to get a slot here to play with the Team Secret roster. And real quickly enough, he was very known for his anchoring capabilities or even his Sova. So him slotting into Team Secret when they needed someone to be that anchor fits well with what the team needs now.
And now we're looking at Lenny. You had mentioned this. He was a sub at Team Secret, and now he's the IGL of Talon? What?
Yeah, I mean, this is a really wild arc for Lenny because not only was a sub, we saw him subbed in once, and it was in one of the most critical moments that it possibly could have been in, and unfortunately he wasn't put in a position to have a really solid part of the, the team secret demise last season. Now he goes over onto Talon. He's in an opportunity where he can get some revenge on his previous organization, but he's IGLing, and we don't really know what to anticipate from this whatsoever, whereas Jesse Vash, a much more known quantity as far as like what kind of strats he likes to go for, fairly loose. We know that he likes to play the Sova, he likes to garner information for his teammates, but we don't really know what to expect from Lenny here.
I mean, Aster, how are you feeling about this? Jesse is, he is so well known, not in just Valorant, in esports. And he's facing off against Lenny as IGL.
Yeah, true. And again, it's already said there in the graphic that
IGL
Lenny might know the ins and outs of how
Revenge
Memento, Team Secret, they're a team that I feel like still has some great mid-round calls, so might not be as clear-cut for Lenny here to find that counter against his former teammates.
Well, this is going to be very exciting. And now you can see our predictions here. Quack is soaring with talent today, but the rest of us is on the Team Secret train. Shout out to Razzie Binks, Team Secret streamer, definitely streaming this right now. All right. Achilles, why are you voting for Team Secret this time around?
I think that Secret still, even with the flaws that they had last season, have a solid enough foundation to build off of, and they don't have to make too many playstyle changes to basically integrate NDG into this roster. So I think that they're at a higher jumping off point compared to Talon.
Wah,
but
Team
I also
Secret.
think that this could end up being a very close series. I think that Coach Frost.
Soalnya Talon gak ada Mikoto, malas gua
He's
dukung Talon.
been working these guys hard to try to get them ready for this series.
Gak ada Mikoto.
Having spent a little bit of time with the team, they are all getting along incredibly well. It seems like, as far as the vibes are concerned, everybody is very much on the same page as one another. And they've also been working up some interesting strategies that maybe we'll get to see here today. So I'm really curious if that's going to come into play. But just from what I've been seeing, I think that Talon has put in a solid amount of effort
kamera
here
gua
at the time
mati,
that they've had with this
Cok.
roster so far. But I think that Secret is just a little bit ahead of them, but I could be wrong.
Kamera gua error. Tadi kecabut babi.
Synchronization happening with Talon, but Team Secret, okay, we're gonna put all the biases aside. Team Secret is a really strong team, but I want your hot take on who the key player is from Team Secret.
Okay, so when all of the other teams that we've been talking about, for today has been like Depp, Polvi, all frontline players, it's not
Really,
that role that I think Team Secret really shines on. It's actually someone in the middle, with Envy actually being that, I think, star player. He joined Team Secret, I believe, last year, made a huge splash. So with him, I feel like he's the one that really creates that tempo with those mid-round plays that Team Secret likes to do.
Now, we are going to hear from the coaches themselves. I'm really excited. Warbirds was such an interesting character that we got to speak to last year. And now, the new coach, Frost. Welcome to Pacific.
Oh, coachnya Talon ya yang baru ya?
Not quite ready at the moment here, but it's fine.
I'll send my welcomes ahead of time.
We'll get to those
let's talk
guys
about
soon.
this actually anyway with Frost and Boy. Boy came in a little bit later in the season as an assistant coach. What kind of, stylistically, what were we expecting from Talon?
It's hard to say. I mean, Frost, I haven't watched too many of his previous teams. As it
I'm going to
turns out,
interrupt you,
as
even though I'm going to go over to the coaches.
Before we head into Team Secret versus Talent Esports rematch, let's have a chat with Warbirds from TS and Frost from Talent. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, that was a sweet hello. Okay, from first, Warbirds from TS. That's your rematch with Talent. So how do you feel? Because you have won at the previous season, at the first match. 그래서 이번에 또 탈론과 TS가 다시 대결을 하게 됐는데요. 어떤 감정이 드는지 묻겠습니다. 왜냐면 저번 시즌에는 첫 경기에서 이제 TS가 이겼거든요.
Yeah, we're pretty confident in the matchup. Obviously, it's a whole different team, a whole new staff, whole new everything. So we're just focusing on ourselves and hoping that we can have a nice, close, and fun match.
모든 게 새롭게 바뀌었지만 더욱더 자신감이 있기 때문에 더욱더
Masih si
재미난
Warbird.
경기를 할 수 있을 것 같다고 답변을 들었습니다.
IG yang tengah namanya ini coy.
What do you feel about
kalau nggak salah Lamka.
On a personal level, I think it's really unfortunate for me because I was
Lamka
formerly
ke Seleo.
I hired Warbirds. I have a lot of love for Warbirds and the players, me and Jesse Vash. I love the ownership
Iya,
of
di base
Warbird,
ke babi deh,
on
Pak, ya.
Team Secret. They're super great. So it's unfortunate that my first matchup happens to be people I like, but at the end of the day, we came here to do a job and we didn't come here to lose.
일단
Itu mah
월버즈과
tukang
감독과
jawab.
개인적으로 친분이 있고 전에도 함께 있었기
Ah,
때문에
tukang jawab.
첫 번째 매치로 만나게 된 게 조금 안타깝긴
알겠습니다.
하지만 그래도 풀어나겠다고 답변을 받았습니다. Yeah, I'm sure both coaches have high expectations for the match. So let's also ask about how you prepped for today. So how did you prep for the match against Talon?
Yep, so a lot of it was just focusing on ourselves. There's new maps in rotation, there's new patches, so a lot of it was focusing on us and trying to draw what little we can from like solo queue and stuff like that.
네, 새롭게 바뀐 맵과 전략들이 많기 때문에 우리 팀 자체에 집중하는 것에 더 핵심으로 삼았다고 답변을 들었습니다. And what about you, Frost? How did you prep for the match against?
So for me, I kind of had a little bit of an advantage because I'm so close with them. So for our perspective, we basically just focused really heavily on the picks and bans. And since we know he's like a very good coach, we kind of had an idea of trying to be a little bit more tricky than normal. So I'm very curious to see if you can figure us out.
네, 월버즈 감독과 좀 친분이 있기 때문에
Kam,
저희
kam,
팀은
kam,
이제
kam.
좀더 맥
Wangi,
집중을
wangi
했는데요.
gini yang
이런
tengah.
다양한
Thank you ya,
대해서
ATB.
TS가 어떻게 반응할지 또
Yang
TS가
tengah kan?
어떤 걸 준비했을지 좀 궁금하다는 답변을 받았습니다. Yeah, we're all exciting for the upcoming match, but do you have anything to say to each other?
Yang tengah kan?
Last
Tuh.
moments.
You are still the homie. But not this one. Not today. Today's not your day.
네, 좀 친한 친구지만 오늘만큼은 좀 어려울 것 같다고 경고를
Ketarik
했는데요.
lagi tuh.
Warlords.
Yeah, I love a lot of the people on the team, but I'm
Idiot.
sorry we gotta take it today.
I respect it.
네, 팀 저 친분을 인정하지만 오늘만큼은 아닐 것 같다.
Ada, fist bump, fist bump.
와 함께 경고를
Okay, okay,
받았네요.
okay, okay,
Thanks for
okay.
the interview, both coaches.
Okay,
Best
okay,
of luck
okay.
for you.
Okay, okay, okay. Okay, okay, okay. Ah, pelukan. Bisa aja padahal mah mau ngajak-ngajak yang tengah kan itu. Wah, ini our
I'm really
uncle.
excited for this. That was so cute. The little banter
Endok
between
ini,
the
si
coaches. I didn't
Endok.
realize how close they were. But of course.
This is like when you like are in like a minor baseball league and your brother's on the other team and you have to play against each other. That's kind of what the
Kurus banget
vibes
ya
felt
si
like between that
Ciriwis
one.
ya.
I think I need to get in there and maybe coach both of them on their smack talk because some of that was a little bit weak. But I think maybe they're trying to maintain the friendship. But you know, all's
Very
fair in love and
G-rated.
war. But I'm really curious to see how this one's going to go down because I mean, like Frost was kind of alluding to there, it says that we have some tricks up our sleeve. As long as that's not triple duelist nonsense, then I'm all for it. I'm very curious to see what kind of tricks they do have prepared, if they have a solid read on Team Secret.
Yeah, at least for me, I'm just doing another one of my guesses
Ada
where I
yang
feel like
Sinatra.
how I mentioned about how Envy's going to be the big star player here for Team Secret. It's going to be their mid-round
Jangan jadi
calls.
biksu.
Talon, when I saw them in Clash of Nations, and thankfully I was the one of the talents that was covering that, they really put a lot of emphasis on Governor. Granted, that was a couple of months ago, so it might have changed within that span of time. But they really put a lot of emphasis on how very aggressive this import from North America is, and could be playing through that strength coming into this one, because again, I don't really feel that Jeremy has really proven himself
2-0 deh
from
TS deh.
last year specifically.
Whoa. Sorry.
I was just going to say a little bit bold. I mean, I don't necessarily fully disagree with you, but I mean, Jeremy did also have plenty of highlight moments. I mean, one of the, maybe the fastest saves of all time with that play on Haven, which, of course, with the draft coming up, we should mention, of course, the Haven is not in the pool anymore for Secret.
True.
Yeah,
Weh,
that's right. I mean, we were
lagi
talking about
pendekatan
this,
kah itu?
Haven being
Ya
such
katanya
a-
nih.
Such an incredible map for Team Secret. What kind of maps
Lagi
are we
basa-basi tuh,
expecting
Jay.
this time around?
Again, if I'm just looking at my memory on what Team Secret was known for before Haven, it was bind and split. So if they can maybe gravitate towards that, but again, with the addition of NDG, them being a 5-man roster now, there's so many other things that they can focus on that maybe they have another, some different maps.
Udah nggak sih, panggil nggak sih playernya masuk?
Did play, and this is the reason why I am still kind of up in the air about what statistics I have for them in terms of maps, is they only played Haven in that one particular tournament, only Haven, and when it went into a best of 3, that's when they only changed up, because, you know, there were more maps to play.
Yeah, well, maybe it was on purpose.
Langsung nggak sih
Right?
panggil?
It was.
It was last month or weeks ago.
Yeah.
So I can understand why they would make such a decision.
I think this Haven, Haven being out of the pool does affect both teams to a certain extent. A lot of the highlights that I think of when the cruise especially comes to mind also take place on Haven. Some of those moments where he's sneaking around out of aim, gets himself into window and just mows down 3 people. That was also a fairly comfortable map for them, but I think widely, I'm not sure what to expect whatsoever from Talon, because as far as I'm concerned, the slate is wiped clean. Last year, I don't think it's harsh of me or unfair of me to say was a bit
on a mission to reach Champions 2024. Here to take the winner's ticket, it's Team Secret.
Jeremy namanya. Di jersey-nya Jeremy. Ayo masuk Talon.
Strategies and witty techniques.
Mikoto. Mana Mikoto?
Are back with reinforcements. Ladies and gentlemen, Talon Esports.
Talon ban. Oke, kemarin katanya bisa plus merah. Ada yang mulet soalnya pick sudah saya menang ada mulet. Habis itu juga mulet tuh kocak Jitboy itu. Wah, ini mau Beyond Combat kayak nih coachnya. Siapa yang menang, cuy? Oke lu, jangan lupa crossbet ya, pas dia udah duduk lah. Kalau ingat. 1, 2, 3, go! Tuh barusan tuh. Alter ego, go. Gak ada semangatnya. Secret. Gak ada semangatnya, bagus.
As both teams are here, we'll begin the map veto for the second match of today. We'll be doing a coin toss to determine the higher seed. Heads will be.
Wah, middle finger nguap, coy.
It's going to be tails. So, Team Secret, you may now choose whether to be Team A.
All right, well, now we can get into this one. See where exactly we're going to end up. Talon does have the first ban. A lot of curiosity about this, because as I was saying before the walkouts came through, I think widely the slate from last year should be wiped clean, because it's a very different team, very different coaching staff, and a very different identity.
Ini main deh middle finger.
You were referencing, Asarai, that split might be a comfort pickup here for the side of Team Secret, but they're actually banning it away.
Yeah, now that I've actually gone and checked my notes, Team Secret's. Yeah, there we go. Last year's most highest win rate map for them during Pacific League was actually Ascent. It was the only map where every single time they played it for like 5-7 games ever since has been all wins. So makes a lot of sense, and happy to see it's there. But Breeze for a talent selection here, they might be looking something to spread out this defense that Team Secret has. And again, they haven't played this map in a long time, so everything is up in the air for this one.
The Lotus is another one that I'm a little bit surprised to see Secret ban away, because they did have some very solid proficiency, and Jesse Batch's just him opting to run that Sova on that map
itu
every
buku
single time
apa nggak hafal nama map ya bang? Enggak lah.
Itu
Itu dia pasti mencatat yang biasanya map Talon tuh kuat di mana gitu. Kayaknya kita bene ini deh, bene ini. Abis lu Depa ya.
I have a strong feeling that it very well could. And then we'll get to see how they pilot that map and if they have something a bit more unique there as well. My biggest concern for Secret going back to the set is, again, this is where we would see Dubstep being swapped over onto that jet so that he could op. So what is the comfort going to look like for Jeremy now?
I don't think I've ever seen him op as well, so that's going to be something to definitely see if he's picked up the sniper or he's just going to be maybe on a raise and then there's some kind of iteration that's different from what we saw last year that they're going to be bringing.
Main.
Quick on Breeze, they Talon might actually want to try to bring out NDG into the open because of how big of a map that is, and he's going to be maybe soloing sites as that Sentinel. They could be looking at to spread him thin and try to make him the weak point of Team Secret on that Breeze map.
But I mean, it is just another one here where you have these long sight lines where that operator can find an immense amount of value. Marshall, Outlaw, whatever it may be, having that long range scoped in gun, it's going to find value for you almost no matter what.
Middle finger.
Secret need to be prepared to try to pilot around that one because you can be damn sure that we are going to be seeing that very likely in his
Sinatra, Jok.
Well, the first map is going to be Breeze. I mean, like you guys said, what I'm very curious about the team comms is Team Secret going to lean heavily into their comfort picks. I expect Jesse to remain, the Sova king as he is.
Especially on this map, you pretty much have to go for that one. The Sova still finds an immense amount of value. I mean, even just yesterday, where we had Breeze as the opening map between Bleed and T1, we saw those Sovas on either side from the likes of Crazy Guy and Carpe. So I think that it would be the most shocking thing if we go into Breeze and Jesse Vesh is not playing that Sova. But it's more about what is going to be going alongside it. Is it going to be Jet? How many teams have been fooling around with trying to make this Yoru work? Because we also saw an immense amount of impact yesterday from Izu. Is that something that Talon have up their sleeve? They said that they have been messing around with some stuff. They've got some tricks that they're going to bring out here onto the stage to try to really mess with Team Secret. Is that Yoru a part of the formula?
And of course, we're also very curious about stylistically how Talon's going to end up performing. I'm expecting a lot more aggression and a lot more cohesion coming from this team this year around.
Ngopi apa ngopi?
It's something that they need. Everything that you could list was basically lacking from Talon last season. But again, there was that foundation. It was just the decision-making from coaching staff, whatever it may be, to try.
Wow!
Neon.
Well, screw it, I was about to say, because it's not important anymore. All right, we have
Sentinel, Sabi
a big blend coming through here. Talon bringing in the Harbor Vipers, so the double controller. The Sova, of course, is going to be there.
Standard.
They're going for the Neon Yoru, combining what we saw from T1 and Bleed yesterday.
That's very, like that is a hyper-aggressive comp, even coming out on the defense. Imagine how little map control they have because they don't have the Sentinel. They're going to have to move around the map to alleviate the lack of Sentinel control. That being said, there's also the nifty combo between the Yoru and the Sova that we'll probably see later on when they have their ultimates, but yeah.
And they have 3 walls to slice up the map as they like. I mean, there are different ways that they're definitely cooking something. And we're going to start. Let's go.
Mulai.
Quack are going to take us through all the
1, 2, 3, mana? Empel Arena, mana suaranya? Empel Arena.
One heck of a mix-up of a composition for Talon, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, and if this was the same roster as last year, we'd start to have our questions, but this is their first showing. They're here to prove something. And honestly, they touched upon some of the hints, the ingredients, right? We've seen why some of the agents individually have been picked up on Breeze so far in kickoff. See if it comes all together into one nice dish.
Still, I mean, what Asterai said definitely makes sense because on the defensive side, especially with halls being opened up, if you're not watching that with the Sentinel, how are you going to make it happen? I guess with just gunshots being in the shop, they managed to start things off with a double kill.
Tanpa melihat di one tap.
In VCT Pacific. Governor, a lot of people had questions about the pickup, but trying to silence the doubters from the pistol round in the very first match.
Already finding something, but still Van kind of progressing a little bit too much. Does get fallen down by Borkum. So with that, a little bit more space. Team Secret
apaan tuh? Dia kalau masih betulin rambut juga. Iya. Bener ya? Iya. Namanya kalau kan nonggeng. Iya. Jongkok ya. Pasti rambutnya berjatuhan. Iya. Ya pasti betulin rambut terus ya. Ya udah, untuk kalian jangan lupa join live aku sekarang ya. Sekarang aku tunggu. Jangan lupa ya, jangan lupa. Iya.
Rambut. Gua harus potong rambut nih, El.
That's just a quick start already.
Tapi
I mean,
nantilah,
we're
tunggu
thinking
panjang.
about Governor, and I think that's one of the main things that this entire roster was built around.
Gue pengen hitam
Astra
aja,
mentioned
ini
it a
nggak
little bit
jelas
as
ya.
well in their ESL Clash of Nations games, that this entire roster
Ring.
was built around him. They want to support him. He's the duelist, and he's here to frag. And this
Iya.
first round says it all.
I mean, even in the Emerge video, Lenny talks about how he was actually
line up
impressed
ke
with
Nes
the
ini.
playmaking and kind of the smart
Ini kan
decisions
Cypher
that
ya?
Governor is able to make.
Terus dia
Now
ngapain
on
liat
the
bawah,
Neon,
babi?
some extra utility to work around as well with things like
Leo
the fast
sih
lane and
sendok.
the relay bolt. We saw that from Ye yesterday, who had a decent opening
Iya.
match in terms of his own performance.
gila,
Governor doing
Governor.
another kill here in A main, trying to say this is my home for the first half on the defense.
All right, supported by Cruz as well with that cascade. I mean, it's just starting things off. You're already picking up the Phantom round 2. You're just looking to hold on to
1,
that
2,
thing
3.
and maybe secure the bonus round as well.
Ya, kaget dia di situ
Lenny
ya.
tries to hold up tunnel, able to take down one. It's information enough for Talon.
Yeah, and only the ghost as well. I don't mind it at all. In fact, I like it, right?
Ini
They're very
baru
aware
main
of the fact that, okay,
Siva.
you're the one with a pistol. You could push out a bit.
That's
Yeah, you might have
Talon
questions about
TS.
it, Sova, etc. But at the end
Yang
of the
tadi
day,
mah
this is an
ini.
anti-eco. What matters is you win the round and that you're
Aduh,
not
kok
giving
gue lupa ya
away
tadi ya?
any extra weapons. You want to carry over these
planted.
long-range rifles
Oh, GE.
into the bonus. Ban,
GE
good shot
Zeta
from long
tadi tuh.
range. NDG staying alive behind the wall. This deep dig in from Envy, though. He's already all the way through Nest. I don't think they're going to suspect the timing here.
However, he's only got a classic,
Yeah.
so you gotta close in the distance. You gotta
Mulai
be able to
lupa-lupa nih.
get a
Enggak,
quick double
fokus
tap
aja
in
tuh.
or something. 'Cause
Wuh.
if not, Envy might not be able to do all too much. High Tide blocks off so much. Governor spots him out. Easy cleanup. Easy second round win for Talon.
Yeah, if he had a Sheriff, I think we'd get a lot
Yeah,
more
yeah,
excited for the
yeah.
potential there. But
Salamat,
also gets
thanks.
spotted right at the end. Doesn't have the long-range weaponry, and things go as planned.
Mulai,
Just a martial
faktor.
buy, so the importance with the Phantoms, and then you actually have the overdrive
Sinatra,
on Governor now as well. You pass over the
Isonya
rifle,
sama superin.
you have some good capabilities to push out even with the overdrive. Really tighten up the map here on a bonus.
Not to mention, Lenny was holding onto a ghost. I mean, economy just looks great for Talon in round 3 to maybe potentially carry this over into a bonus. So the question is for Team Secret, I mean, what is their game plan? Because so far, out on the attack, it hasn't worked out so well, especially when Governor continues to push out into A shop.
Revealing area.
They're not going to push out right away. I like the patience from Talon. Wait for some early contact. You know that the opponents have to play a bit slow. They don't want to take any big risks just yet.
Okay.
Gila kontrol
Yeah,
A
they've
terus nih.
adapted to this already.
Oh, and look at this. They pull back. I mean, second cascade used, maybe a bit of an extra investment in terms of utility, but the point is they pressured and they let them know that it's a Neon there with a relay bolt. Now they're trying to really just funnel them into A main.
Just checking around. Nobody's here though.
Yellow
Team
ini main
Secret's
apa sih?
just
Barbar banget
waiting
juga.
things out. Yes, you've picked up the overdrive, but
Dia
that thing can burn out as well
nge-push dia
if
ke
it
mid
doesn't
sih,
find
tapi
any kills. So
untungnya dia
that
nggak
might
balik
be
ke
their
mid.
idea. However, you are
Betul.
running out of time, so it might be sensible to make a move. Ban, however, seeing that they made a move, takes one out, tries to look for another, gets gunned down by Envy
Ah,
instead.
ya.
A little bit sharper, and with that, maybe a bit of an
Cruz.
opening. Cruz hiding inside of the cove, though, turns back around,
Ah.
doesn't expect to play from Halls. Here comes Governor, picks up the Vandal, tries to wall bang, can't quite find all too much.
Already a lot of damage done, and if Talon very easily could get at least another kill with Jeremy so low. Still a very doable
Bola
round for
3
Talon.
dicek
Trying
nggak
to
sih?
lead with
Dicek
a
sih ini.
dominant 3-0 half. The comms just not there about Jeremy potentially still being around the switch.
Just a bit of that mix-up of a 50-50 angle or something. I'm not too sure, but whatever it is, it's all down to Governor's shoulders right now. And with a 1-on-3, even with a Kuronami Vandal, it's just a little bit too much.
Yeah, we don't want to read into things too much too early, but of course, I mean, they've talked about how, obviously, great credit to Jet Boys, who is the one who mainly has to try to catch up to this language barrier as they've switched to a primary English calling. Everyone else has experience
Turun
calling
nih Jeremy
English
nih.
and communicating. So it could be
Nah,
part of
duit,
that,
duit.
but just something about it, maybe being pressed for
Nanti
time.
kalau ini
bit of a mishap, but
rugi
at the end
dong.
of the day, bonus round, you're still getting away with a Vandal. So Talon, the result is not poor, but we'll see if those kind of hiccups start to show throughout the map.
On the other hand, for Team Secret too, I mean, what a way for Envy to really break open this site. It was some trades going off back and forth, but at the same time, just a clear idea of how to set up this split. And that's the other thing too, because although it's great early round aggression from Talon on their defensive side, they leave a lot
Agresif
open.
nih sekarang
And you can
Talon nih.
see that Jeremy exploited just right that on A-Halls.
Yeah, a very aggressive dig into Halls as well. Of course, now opened back up. So props to Jeremy. A big risk
that to
to
trap.
take as that primary jet. Oh, it's a little too high. He sent it up from a
Wendok,
little too
gua
far.
tinju lu, Ndok,
MDG,
ya.
welcome to VCT. Gets shut down
Trap
on that
buat-
first death. He's gonna have to
Buat
reconsider how he
Yao Ming,
sets up those
anjir,
tripwires
trapnya.
from long range.
That's a rude awakening. Team Secret just trying to find ways still, but feeling some of these old patterns. They're not quite able to find all too much unless they get the information that they need. And with so many early aggressive plays coming out from Talon, they're starting to feel that heat. So just trying to escape that for a second. I mean, they keep holding back, but Talon's just going to keep pushing out.
Yeah, and Talon has the read now, right? They've pushed out. They knew it was a Cypher. They
Up.
didn't see any other further info from
Yep,
mid.
kelihatan. Ya, ya.
Good shots from Lenny as well.
Ah, middle finger nih, bos.
Nowhere to go for Team Secret.
Yeah, Recon just confirms even more, so they know it's very much so an investment into the A site. As long as everyone here stays tucked in, it's probably good enough.
Dari tengah kena
However, with the
nyut-nyutan.
Aldro being committed, it's an easy frag.
Wah, itu
kill for
kenapa
AP.
Viper?
With the push
DC
out,
ya?
though, yeah, it's just way too much.
Viper
Ban
DC ya?
coming up from behind too.
Teknikal
This round
lagi
is over.
Lihat no.
Ban's been this guy who's just
Diam doang
walking
no,
out
di map
every
no.
round up to a certain point. Gate
Gak naruh
crashes
uang,
back,
gak
and scouts on the
ngapain.
other side. Almost just like a deadly drone. And so far, I would say successful. Even if he doesn't get contact on a map like Breeze, if you're able to dig deep and then gate crash back, a lot of information gained. Works very well in timing with
Bosok,
Governor's
anjir.
pushouts in these first kills as well.
Ada yang punya klip
I mean,
Cina
whatever
terjun ke
plan
pas
that
angkat
Talon
kursi
had,
nggak?
it has been working
Kayaknya ada
out.
deh yang punya itu.
And we'll have to take a quick break.
Tapi gue nggak tahu siapa yang
Get
klip.
sorted out ASAP.
Lupa kali ya.
Hopefully. Yeah, it did look a little bit weird, but whatever it is, still, I mean, the kills were kills, and you can definitely see that this is the game plan that Talon has brought to this map.
Yeah,
this is why they picked it.
And the desk talked about it, right? You have to play it. I totally agree.
Ah,
You even have the
here
double
we
control
go,
of the hardware can
again
help
kah?
with pushouts as well. And that's the only way you're going to feel
Kalau
comfortable at your
match-nya
defaults on a
udah
wide
berjalan,
map
kayaknya nggak
like
bisa di
Breeze.
ini deh.
And so far it's working.
Nggak bisa
Now the question is, you
reroll.
still have something like the Cypher.
Kena
Now,
admin juga.
obviously, you got to be careful how you put up your tripwires. But Team
Biasanya
Secret,
kalau udah ada
they do have tools to
tembak-tembakan
answer
tuh,
to this. You know, one
ada
way or
yang
another. Whether it's you always
makan
go in as
korban
5 and you
jiwa
start to
tuh.
rush and make sure that they can't just comfortably push out, have a good post plant, or do you always wait for the early picks? And that's up to you to decide. Obviously, they can't discuss it here, as we do have a tech pause on a timeout. But we'll see what the adjustment is, because this has now been the consistent story in the past couple of rounds, the first rounds of this match.
Yeah, you really got to find those gaps to really exploit this game plan that Talon has, because although
rambut
you are
mangkok,
pushing out a lot,
tutup
although it
muka
can be really
dulu.
successful, there are little bits where
Ah, Rian Mamat manja
it
tuh.
still leaves a little bit more
L.
for Talon to exploit, and we saw that in round 3, despite the good ideas from Talon.
Yeah, I'm curious. I'm curious how, because I want to see how Team Secret answers back, because I have faith that they will, and then I want to see what the next page looks like from Talon. Because the attacking side, I think we have some good ideas on how Talon expects to play around it, and that'll come down to execution.
Selebeu.
Of course, the Yoru can continue to kind of poke
Cuy,
and prod,
ini masa iya
and mess
cuy,
up the
3
Cypher
jam
setups as well.
memento.
The Neon's still there available for the actual execute with
Nggak
things like the
lucu
fast
ya kalau
lane.
3 jam
But
ya.
on this defensive side, if they keep getting away with these, and I wouldn't say it's for free either.
Kalau kita
I would
cek
say a
dulu.
couple of these, I mean, Team Secret's ready.
Wah,
and
Borku
Governor's just
mukanya udah
getting the
asem
first
cuy.
kill.
It just is Governor getting that first kill. I mean, repeated
Oh,
so many
Borkum
times.
bisa
This map
aja.
could be over that quick.
Speak.
So of course,
Di
you know,
apa,
there might
gear
be some issues
isu,
here and
anjir.
there. There are a lot of Team Secret supporters.
Yeah, we've got supporters on both sides, but you love to see it. Obviously, a very passionate group of fans that we've come to know and love. And Team Secret, they talk about it themselves. They were so close, and not necessarily in terms of scoreline at the very last match that always mattered, but they always got to the match that mattered, to get to Masters, to get to Champions, and then they just weren't able to clinch that ticket. Now, they say, we don't think our
Dari kemarin
ideas were
perasaan di
wrong. All
posisi
we
itu
need is to
isinya
kind of
berapa
just,
sih?
shore up a little bit more firepower, just one change on the
Yang
roster.
kemarin
and then
T1
we want to
Kevin
push in,
emang.
we want to make it to those
Kan
international
Kevin
stages
yang
and
di
how
sana.
we, see how we do against a lot tougher competition.
Tag
It really
isu
makes
nggak
you
boleh
think,
kemana-mana
like, is
dan
that one
nggak boleh ngomong.
enough though? I mean, we're all banking a lot on this first kickoff match. There might be a lot that changes up.
Lagi makan
there are
tuh.
some snacks in the crowd because of our awesome pop-up booths at this entire event.
Yeah, there's pizza at the pub downstairs. So if you are here and for some reason listening to us on your phone, you definitely go down, grab a slice, grab a drink.
Grab me a slice, Will.
Me? I mean, sure, if you want to solo cast for a little bit, especially during this pause, I'm all for it. A trial by fire, let's go for it. I've done my share in my past years, so.
Sure enough, and then I get rewarded with pizza. I think that's a pretty good deal, right? Right? Okay.
Listen, your standards, it's up to you, man. that's not quite what I'm looking forward to.
Risk. Yeah, you're just going to push me to the deep end of the pool. But, I mean, main thing is still, is it going to be enough for Team Secret? There's so much at stake. I mean, there's that team revamp storyline. Is it just enough for Team Secret to pick up one new player, or is it still their own ideas? Or, you know, on the other hand, for Talon, is this whole new team revamp enough for them to kind of show us a new performance? Because we have a new coach. We got Lenny, who used to be with Team Secret.
Please
how much can change around?
Cepat dong selesai.
I'm curious, and again, it is still early on in the half that Team Secret can't answer back, and we're starting to see a lot of teams experiment. I'm pretty convinced that no team should be too surprised by the Euros anymore, right? Surely, if multiple teams are experimenting with this, you've seen it in some scrims here or there. We've even seen it during the off-season from multiple teams as well across different tournaments around the world. So the comp itself shouldn't be too shocking, but perhaps, of course, the combination with Neon, you know, a little bit of extra blue here on Breeze. Not something we're used to seeing.
Breezy blue, I don't know. It looks really good.
Sounds like an ice cream flavor, honestly. Yeah, or Blue Breeze.
Okay, Blue Breeze sounds nicer, actually. I'm not great at giving out names. Look at what I named myself. All right, but I mean, yeah, it's really a good composition because what we're seeing with the aggressive plays that they can put out, the pressure that they can apply to the attacking team, it makes you play a lot of mind games, and it kind of forces you to play defense while you're on attack. Timer runs down. It just doesn't feel comfortable. But there is that gap. We saw it in round 3.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely. It's not like this looks like an absolute impeccable thing. It doesn't look like necessarily that, this is absolutely the comp that is going to run everything through. So we'll have to wait and see. But again, I'm just very curious because, again, Secret is a fairly known value. Sure, you know, an extra member or a new member, supposedly more firepower, things like that. But they've even said, we think our direction, our color, our philosophy wasn't wrong. Just want to carry through with it. So now the question is once they answer back, because they often have decent round reads, right, and some good mid-rounding as well. Talon, the new comp, the new players, how do they gel together? Lenny's calling as an IGL now on Talon.
That is definitely a new thing.
How does that respond to Jesse's first answer? And I mean, Lenny's been watching Jesse for the whole year last year. He's been saying behind him.
I think it's a really interesting thing. Here's what a lot of people don't know. I mean, we haven't seen that much of Lenny in VCT Pacific. That much is true. We don't know what he plays or what he's capable of. But coming from the Malaysia-Singapore scene, I can tell you that Lenny is a very strong Sova player. Back when he was playing for Bleed, back when he was with Darian and Juicy
Just remind me, like, what year, what patch are we talking about?
Really long ago, 2022.
Okay, because if we were allowed to talk about that, I'm allowed to talk about the time Jemkin outfragged something, you know, back in like patch 4.11.
Bang, kapan mainnya, Bang?
I'm just saying because we haven't really seen too much of it. But
Gak 3 jam, coy.
Those
13
talents are still very much prevalent in Lenny's toolkit. And at the same time, having been studying under Team Secret, under Warbirds, under Jesse Vash, he could definitely have picked up quite a bit.
Mulai.
All right, well, we are back. Ladies and gentlemen, don't worry. No deja vu. We don't like to live in the past here, and it's going
Dok,
to
trapnya yang bener ya, Dok. Tinjuk lu, Dok.
Still in hand for Team Secret, and of course Talon now buying up after that bonus in the previous one.
New composition. Now they've started to play things a little bit more slow.
Drone dulu kah? Oh, di swing dong.
Team Secret trying to set up for that execute. Cloud burst in. Jeremy dashes.
Wah, gila banget sih.
Immediately stunned up thanks to the relay.
Gila, Borkum marah loh.
Second kill going through. And that's just a huge wall.
Tapi bagus banget anjing konternya si Governor itu. Khusus Jet disetan anjir. Mampus lu katanya. Tetep manja. Warkum kesel gitu kan, itu posisi kok nggak mati dikeluarin sama dia.
NDG just can't find a beat against the duelist of Talon.
Now 2 players left. Talon's star duelist looking to line up even more heads.
SK.
One more.
Enggak deh, dia kill 4 doang ya.
I mean, combating that wide swing as well, just the reset. Doesn't hold for the spray.
Main juga
Knows
nih
that it's still
Gover
Jesse
nih.
Vash going for the wide peak. Governor, we've heard his confidence. He is 10-0
Si boy di full sense.
in his debut at VCT Pacific.
Not just some pickup from NA, not just some tier 2 guy, whatever. He's here, and he's definitely fitting in on Talon Esports.
Over 2 kills per round so far. Sure, only 4 rounds, but 0 deaths to that as well. He's taking fights and taking names away from Team Secret.
I think that's the other thing too. Right? He's not overheating all too much. He could have, pushed even more into B, but he just held his ground and then peeked back out towards elbow.
Mati lagi jere-jere.
Do the same thing
Sama loh posisinya. Wah, nggak mati-mati deh coy. Gelo. Flawless.
Finding a double of their own.
Sure, a weaker round from Team Secret, but if you're
kalau gini Talon boleh sih coy.
it's not that late into the game.
Gelo anjing
We're
Sinatra.
only on to round 6 for that one, or round 5, and if your answer is, well, Hail Marion, see if it works. I mean, sure, you kept no
Ya sih ganti
Governor's
nama
previous
dia.
position, but we're not starting to see Team Secret try to dig for solutions here. But no timeout, so clearly Warbirds has faith that they're able to figure this out in the server.
And they're gonna have to try something different at some point or another. They've got the full buy now. They have to make just a wide strike from Jesse Vash this time. Governor overheating a little bit too much. Can't compliment him. And it's gonna be Jesse Vash finding yet another. B site is open this time.
NDG naos.
Nico not gonna bite either, but Ban, that does allow him to
Sebelumnya
continue to
naos
play
dia.
back around if he so chooses.
Portal closed.
Alright, there it is. Can't go for the flank anymore. Toxic screen is an obstacle, and they're trying to make their way through it, waiting for it to drop down. Meanwhile, the rest of Team Secret just holding their angles. They haven't been exposed all too much. NDG jumps up, and that reveals a little bit more. Snake bite, however.
Snake bite.
And that means Borkham has to kind of reposition. However, timer is ticking. And given what Team Secret has, it's just a little bit more.
What?
Oh, this
What?
guy,
Kritik,
he's been
anjir.
waiting to get back to be able to play the roles an agency loves, and even here, Governor still given that primary duelist position.
Enggak, IGL Talon lain nih si jari tengah.
Get some frags on the board.
Pushing up, playing off of his teammates' contacts. He manages to find all those frags.
Tuh.
I mean, we saw him on
Vandal itu,
T1
cuy.
last year. He was very capable as a duelist, sometimes flexing off the different agents, but maybe freed up to do a little bit more on this Talon Esports roster.
Vandal monyet.
Yeah, I mean, playing to his role strength, right? You're there to scout, but once you're on the retake, Governor down, now you're the one who's there for the trades.
TS waktunya ngambil ini nggak sih?
Wants to go in and finish the
Filipin.
job. And now the
Apa
timeout
lagi ya?
does come out. Warbird saying he's not liking the answers he's finding. Now that previous one, I mean, they were prepared for it. They heard the cascade, so they go for the wide peek, the double swing. Yeah, in these micro situations, the answers are there. But then the retake. I thought even the repositioning after in the post plant was a good idea, but Talon with a clean retake, one by one, eliminating angles and always making sure that they have a trade member ready.
Yeah, now that it's down to 5-1 as well, it's just at some point you're going to be stuck playing catch up. So a lot needs to be changed up, and what we're seeing from Team Secret, that blind kind of diving in from Jeremy, it just doesn't quite work out, and Governor is just such a huge issue. Looking at how Frost is communicating with the team as well, it feels as though Talon has a trick up their sleeve, like they're anticipating something more.
Yeah, and if you ever watched Coach Frost in any of the previous teams he's been on, or even during the offseason, like, he will always have a lot to share. He's just ready to just pump out the information any chance he gets for the players. The question always becomes, can they digest it? But it seems like they have a lot of faith in each other for kickoff.
Well, we're seeing another outlaw.
Mati lagi nih.
Oh my
Gila.
half armor, you get chewed right through. Relay bolt now just a
Saking. Wah, disetrum. Disetrum pahanya si Borkum. Brr, gitu kata dia.
He's down to half HP. The rest of them all
Yeah.
pinned down and stuck inside of
X-Men dia
this
tadi ya.
I mean, if you watch the video that VCT Pacific put out, Benkai tried to tell him he's not the governor around here, but
Ini orang nggak ngeliat ya?
Talon's governor is here to stay.
Ah, kaget kan lu?
Yeah, he looked pretty menacing in that video.
Governor's a pretty decent actor. That's what I found out in all these extra content. If you look at the Surf announcement video from Talon, Governor's shocked face is like legitimate shock.
Yeah, not to mention the one where we go through like all of Talon's roles,
Sucking.
the hacker, the big brain, everything. I mean, the mastermind, excuse me.
Yeah, but so far, he's not going to need that backup plan for his career because this is a great first showing. And a good call on the Outlaw buy as well. You have so many creds, but yet you want to make sure you're really snowballing the economy. You know that they don't have full buys this round.
Yeah, also just a good call. Like previous rounds, you know, Team Secret
Bunuh lagi nih.
it doesn't work out their execution. So probably they're going to go A, and it's a good call.
Ah, reloadnya dua bulan tuh.
Jesse Vash
Ah.
trying to go for the close range duel, but Governor and Lenny swapped over the shorty. You can still shoot me for days. I'm going to take you down.
Oh, it doesn't matter if the Outlaw only has 2 shots. We'll just add 2 more to the shorty. That's 4 shots always at the ready for Governor.
It's another 4.
It's another 2 plus 2. A little bit of a theme today. Oh, man, that collat hurts. I mean...
Especially for the player behind.
Yeah, this is just what a read from Talon. Good shots from Governor, too. And good movement from
Tuh,
Neon
kalau
at the
gini
end. I mean, if you
ceritanya,
really want to dig all the way to the
gigi, anjir.
micromanagement of it.
Definitely.
15-1 and 5. A 15.0 KD.
nice stun.
7 rounds into his first match in VCT Pacific.
Pretty soon building up to his next ultimate. Ban on the operator now. Jeremy opping as well.
Itu nggak naruh wall ya?
Available.
Digit boynya.
So that
Nahan
kind
wall.
of cancels out any potential Viper's
Biasanya
pits.
tahun ini kalau lolos di tim pasifnya jadi 12 ya? Iya jadi
tapping the pause for Talon. Oh no, but it
Gak tau
allows
deh,
for
ada
Jeremy to
yang
find an opening
kegusur
pick.
nggak sih?
And then the trade.
Yeah,
Itu
that's
juga
right back. And Jeremy was
lupa dah.
trying to get ready for it too.
Kayaknya ada yang gugur deh.
Man's just half a
Buang
step quicker.
2 ya? Buang 1 atau 2?
Now you've lost your head, Team Secret.
Apa jadi 12 nambah terus?
It's gonna be
Bukannya
that
ada
much
yang
more difficult to
dibuang
push
ya?
through. I mean, not unless, you know, I would have to
Yang paling
think
bawah.
it's down to Envy.
Oh, apa nggak ada sistem
Yeah,
degradasi ya?
it's always so rough on Breeze if your jet is still
Lupa
the
gua.
main operator. If you're trying to pick that up for the attack, obviously it's a great
Ya,
wild card.
kayaknya
It's a great
kemungkinan nambah
weapon
doang.
to try to get the first pick, but as soon as they get picked off or you spend too much time, you just don't have a great way to break into sight. You're right, the null command's still available for Envy. That's an
30
option. The
seconds
KOs, they've gotten
Besok
aggressive
Perex,
before.
Gen G.
There
Gen
it
G.
is. Flash out. Oh, but the toxic
busuk,
screen
busuk.
timing! It blocks off the flash, allows for Governor to tap away, and he just
Gelo.
finds him through that green curtain.
Busuk
Yeah,
tuh
by the
Envy
way,
anjing.
no extra shots from Cruz on that because there's no assist, so it was just Governor getting Envy right through the toxic screen. He's like, boom.
Nggak nambah terus, ada sistem yang dibuang gitu. Cuma gua nggak tahu tahun berapa.
The players, they picked up the spike.
Gulti,
but
gulti
just
kata dia.
lost ban. Oh, dimensional drift. What is this quick switch up back to the shorty, but then shut down by
Oh,
Jesse
uncle nih,
Vash,
bos.
the veteran, the experienced player, and he's still here to frag. Cruz though tries to fight back
uncle.
with the op, has to reload. I don't know if it's gonna be good enough.
3 peluru,
Recon
uncle.
just makes him think about the other angle for just
Ya,
a second. Swapped over to the
uncle.
Bendel. A simple burst closes things out. Jesse Vash's reactions not quite enough up against Cruz.
Yeah, Cruz, a good read in that very last second. Expects the possibility of Jesse Vash trying to get ahead of that cascade. He wins the 1v1, but that was a potential Jesse Vash moment there, the hero
Oh
moment
iya benar.
from the leader of the
Yang
Philippines
lolos
squad.
dari Ascension
Good shots
tuh
from Governor and the
2
decision
tahun
from
ya.
Man. The quick swap over for the operator over to Cruz, immediately ults, and then just comes out of it, goes for the shorty, and if he dies, he's still there for the trade. A great decision.
Anjir.
Definitely
Suruh ikut lagi
makes your
dong.
opponents feel a lot of pressure because you're not expecting him to come out of the dimensional drift that quick.
Yeah.
Ah, gua nggak tahu lah, main aja
I've
cuy.
heard that this team is very vocal, all individually. I've heard that they are always ready to speak their mind. They talk about it in their own videos as well, and that can always go 2 ways, right? I mean, you could really gel, but you could all really start to get in each other's ears, and the chemistry's not there, but so
TS
far,
bosoy kayak ini
they
coy.
are in sync. This new Talon roster.
Yeah, and look at these ideas too. Viper's Pit, Cruz hiding inside of it.
Walaupun juara, nggak ngerti gue juga, Dok. Nanti deh gue baca dulu.
Tries to back out of it, but still lands a shot onto Envy anyway.
BT tuh nyamperin ulti
It
Viper.
wasn't the Viper. The pit's still up. But oftentimes, the Viper gets a little greedy, pushes out, you take them out, and then you think you're able to push through, but just another sentry there to get one kill. And Ban now in mid. I mean, look at Talon's movement. Neon's all the way out in A main. They have full control of this map. And the double as well.
Full control of the fight.
Gak bisa ini loh, apa namanya?
Pretty soon, Governor's gonna come up from behind. Jesse Vash trying to do what he can.
Gak ada threat tadi, sayang
How
banget.
much is gonna be enough? Oh, Governor's just gonna let them up.
Yeah, I mean, didn't spot him.
Wah.
And the thing is Team Secret also doesn't know that this would have been the Neon
Wah,
pushing all
ketahuan.
the way
Udah
out, but
di-lock
now they say
kayaknya.
we don't really have a choice. Yup.
There we go.
Spotted him as well.
Now it's a 3-on-1. Jesse Vash might be able to get the spike plant, but that's about it.
So he needs time from the operator. Needs to get the plant.
Oh, it's because
Ayo.
Neon too.
Yeah, he's trying to get the
Ah.
first pick. He's crouching down, but it's not enough.
Look, because he was
Uncle,
watching
itu
the
kan
angle
lawan lu
towards
Neon
the
ya,
entrance
larinya
of the
lebih
cave.
kencang
He had
dari lu,
no idea
kocak.
that Governor was already onto the other side. The high gear sprint just kind
Kirim
of throws
demon
off the
kah?
time for a
Bosoek
second.
dia pal.
So 8-1. Talon has not dropped a single round since round 4.
An incredible streak from Talon Esports. Now, some Talon fans, you know, this might be a little deja vu from last year where they also had a great showing at Lock-In, and we had high hopes, but I would say...
insane!
I mean, yeah.
You're
you are
insane!
I agree. I mean, these guys are looking so sharp in their aim, their decision-making. 18-2-5. The number just keeps going up for Governor.
Man,
I mean, the buck just doesn't stop.
It just keeps bucking. I gotta really think about what this could mean for the future, because you know, in their group they might have to play against DRX. And still,
Ada yang nggak buta.
now suddenly dropping thanks to the pacing from Team Secret. Borkum going up on the aggressive. Jeremy trying to go up front. Shut down by Cruz thanks to the recon.
Ndok,
Then
ngeflank
in
Ndok.
the trade, numbers advantage
Akhirnya
has
Ndok.
been gained.
Secret finally answers back at the same pace, right? They say, okay, we'll drive it up to 11 as well. And this time it pays off. Jeremy not getting picked off right on the entry. He's able to jiggle out and gets the first pick in return. And that's a good answer. Maybe a little late, but if they can chain that into 4,
18 kill,
still a solid shot on Breeze.
Just getting an idea for Talon's game plan again. I mean, because some previous rounds, especially the first part of the map, they start to go really aggressive. Now they start to slow down a little bit. And Team Secret sees that as an opening, and it works.
Of course, we've got viewing
Whoa.
parties.
Itu di tempat
all
makan
around.
kan?
A lot of people.
Yes, that was a lot of people. And hopefully, of course, the teams are able to deliver on their expectations. But Secret, so far, a shaky start, but they are on the attacking side. Again, 4 rounds, I don't think that's too bad. They have the Cypher on the defense.
Of course, always very useful, especially up against players like Governor and Ban. But right now, Talon switching things up a little bit. We've still got that op on both sides.
Yeah, and Secret also used an early drone to
Head.
see. Oh,
Head.
that's a big arrow.
Head.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know
Head.
at least a position of
Head.
1.
Head.
So you know how to just
Head.
target that guy. Oh, man, nice try, Jeremy.
And all of a sudden, Lenny tucks away. Just jiggling for
Itu
info
bangganya
outside
di mana
mid,
di
but here
Korea?
comes Ban to do that job instead. Lenny is the lead. So
Yeah.
going for the Hunter's Fury in towards B instead.
Still
Actually,
many
not
people in sight, though. Backup's all here.
Ban just trying to hold the off angle. I thought Lenny would have gone for the counter Hunter's Fury, but just as good. Plays for the recon instead. Wait for his teammates to arrive on the scene. Cruz getting a bit of a
Di
trade.
setrum,
Then comes
Uncle kena setrum.
Numbers game prevails and Talon continues to
Invi,
win.
I mean, the
Invi.
backup's just way too quick. And of course, I think,
Kena
honestly, Lenny's
Tron
had some
manja, ngepick
incredible
manja.
info gathering.
Gila
on the
coy,
side of
dibantu coy,
Talon. The previous round as
secret.
well. And this one, he gets some solid pings onto Envy. And Envy tries to pop flash around. He's still tagged, gets shot through the
Di
smoke.
setrum, jir.
Backup already. There, Governor wrapping all the way
Gila,
around
emang Sinatra,
the back of
coy.
sight.
Inilah
Talent's
Sinatra
comms
kalau
are good.
udah
I mean, I don't know what else
balik
to say.
kompetitif kayak gitu tuh
But all the
19-3
concerns
dia.
that I personally had about how does this team gonna gel in the very beginning of the year, they've thrown that right on the bin.
Kena.
And if they can secure
Mati
this
lagi
first half
nih
and
Jeremy.
that would be even better.
Jeremy's alone, the
But
reckoning.
here comes Team Secret. Oh my god, even alone. I mean,
Ah,
Borkum
kocak.
NDG all the way from B main. They managed to gun down so many of these players. Going up fast is just what Talon did not expect, and all of a sudden it's down to Governor. Only an op, maybe a bit of utility, but no ultimate.
The way he's playing today.
Ini kalau ada ulti tadi ya
I
nggak
say you
dipakai,
hold your breath.
kita menang itu.
Okay.
Good reposition for Jesse. His back is covered by Jeremy as well.
Trying to bait out peaks with that fast lane. He doesn't have that much time. Maybe like 25 seconds left. If he wants to wrap back around to B main, that's not going to be enough.
It's just too many with the op, but we'll see what he can do.
Ah,
Jeremy
di
shuts
mana
it down.
coba tuh pelurunya?
Shot peak. That feels old.
Nah,
but
itu
here
di
we go,
pojok kiri
9-3.
atas.
Still a good half nonetheless, but great recovery from Team Secret towards the end.
Talon, we talked about the positives they've shown, and Team Secret, I think a big part of it is that they weren't quite sure of how to deal with Governor being so hot right off the
Sinatra.
rip. I mean, obviously in the pistol, it's just a kill through the smoke, and another time it was another kill through the smoke on A main, getting these first kills, and then the fast rotates from both the Neon and the Yoru. It seemed like they just didn't have quite an answer
Habis
for that.
ini
The couple times they went for the
DRX
XQ,
melawan
I mean, we saw it in the last
DFM.
round as well, but what I will say is that last round,
Hop,
Reckoning comes
nyender
out and
manja
they
dulu.
recognize if we don't just pile through right now, Jeremy's dead. He's on an
Sampai jam
island
berapa?
in the sun, all on his own. So they go in and they
Terkuatnya
say,
lah.
forget getting worried about getting stunned. If we kill and move forward, we won't be in the
Lamka.
same position for the Reckoning. So let's just plow
Nggak tahu ada
through.
peluru kayaknya.
And that gets them that so precious third round win.
Yeah, just trying to adapt to it, because in the past, if Jeremy just dives in alone, that's the entire plan failed. And you can definitely see that there are some issues that they're trying to figure out. How Talon plays, especially now that they're going to swap over onto the attack. Warbirds looks serious.
See if Governor can do the same thing on attack. 19, 4, and 5.
I mean, I think attack is where the Neon fast lane can provide that much more value. And on top of
Ramennya
that,
sampai
you've got
kelar.
Cruz, you've got Jit Boys, 2 more walls.
Ada 3 match. Kalau 2-0 semua matchnya lebih cepat.
Our MVP for this entire match. Ben a close second. Everyone else following up on it. And you're just wondering how much more they can do if they are to close out this map.
Crash after ready to join his teammates. Takes out the cam, and that's what the Euro can do, right? You can really start to toy with the Cypher setups, usually on the B side. Put the pressure. That draws out at least one more member, right? Cypher not as safe, can't get as much info without either one trip, one spy cam, things like that.
Jeremy dapat
I like
elbow.
Jeremy's position though. Just watching in case anyone
Up,
does pick up,
ketemu.
or if he wants to try to find Van. A little bit faster, and then Ben rendezvous with his team. Setting up for that A execute now. They think they've managed to buy enough time away from B site. If they can
Nah,
look at it.
ini baru Invi.
Flick, and he gets Governor 2 kills. A bit of a trade, and then Jesse finds one more.
Sampai
Borkum, however,
kaki.
feeling the pressure, has to back off, tries to find a better position. Close range duel with the classic, tries to right click, but you know what? It doesn't even matter
Ya
because
Allah,
only Lenny is
Lenny.
left. And with the IGL
Banyakin
not
tuh
able
jari
to frag
tengah,
out, it's
anjay.
going to be Team Secret picking up the pistol in the second half.
These are the clips we remember from 23, Envy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's just the 180 headshot as well.
Oh,
Lets the
yeah.
Neon pass, then walks out on a timing through, just guards that fast lane. Good mind games around the Neon.
So controlled. I mean, like, oh yeah, throw all your utility. I mean, I'm not bothered by it whatsoever. Nice. Jesse finding shots too, all the way from the back of bridge. That's what you need from Team Secret. Now they've got the outlaw at the hands of Jeremy, and they can
Jangan kena
definitely dish
Iko
out more
aja nih.
damage.
Yeah, that's one of the big questions a lot of us had is Jeremy, he has to now play primary duelist, he has to play primary opper, and of course the outlaw and things like that. See if it comes to fruition, but not on the A side just yet. We'll have to give up the plan.
Kelihatan tuh.
Snake bite stinger combo, spike dropped, and the rest of Talon scrambling for safety. playing around the toxic screens too, though. It just gives up a lot more space, and with some blind shots being fired through, Jeremy finds one. Borkum not able to do all too much, but it's just to set up for Jeremy to find a little bit more. Envy coming up from behind too, and that's Talon just burned to a crisp.
I'm telling you, it's far from over. Obviously, they're able to carry over the 4 weapons that they did purchase into the bonus. Now, not all the greatest, but you got to remember, again, this is a different comp. They've got the Cypher. They can really try to anchor around the site, work around the trips and the cyber cages, things like that on one side. Then you've got the Outlaw potentially on the other. A bit of a mishap there with the spike showing through, of course, the smoke. But at the end of the day, I don't know if it would have made a grand difference in the scheme of things.
Yeah, it just came down to the buy still, and Team Secret knowing how to play so far back. The onus is on Talon to really push up, and it's a little bit more difficult for them to do so given the current weaponry. But now, on to the next round. Team Secret's got to watch out. Talon's got to watch out for Jeremy still.
Outlaw ya?
He's just going to try to stick around, no contact.
Ngeri juga tuh mau di depan Mukeh itu. Shock that.
Just Vash as well.
Yeah, but this, I mean, Jesse Vash simply trying to let them know, like, if you want to come into B, you're going to have to use a lot more utility. And if they're not able to find the Cypher utility off of that, obviously it gets a lot tough. So Jesse Vash with a great read that this is going to funnel them into A. It's a bit of a gamble, but one that might pay off.
Yeah, it's going to cost you. If not, we're just going for that 4-on-5 retake. But we're also banking on the fact that NDG can anchor. That's something that Asterai said.
Yo,
Wow.
Doesn't look like the first shot quite connecting. Not able to finish the kill, but the Spectre's here. The decoy!
Still manages to burn down Bad.
Yo.
But just trying to go full auto with all of these weapons, it's not quite enough. The close range duels, somehow Talon losing out in terms of advantage. Still though, trying to go back to a little bit more safety. Lenny just holds out and swaps over to the high angle, gets down Jeremy. Wow, through the toxic screen though. Jesse Vash with the shot, still able to fire off shots.
Yeah, caught one glimpse of it. A Spectre, not the weapon you would want in a situation like this, but already damage done. One more kill and even the entire round possible, but no. Cruz watching from double doors will barely save the round for Talon, carrying over 2 rifles.
You can anchor, but can you clutch? With a Spectre, it's just that much more difficult, so it is what it is. But Team Secret managed to put up a bit of a fight. Talon, on the other hand, though, still, I think Lenny getting those 2 kills, Ban as well, I mean, pushing up front. Just fighting with all that force, and you can hear those communications again. It keeps the team alive, it keeps spirits up, and look at this, Governor up to 20 kills now.
Slow creeping up, not as quickly as we saw in the very beginning of the map, but
Recon.
a lot more for him to do on the attacking side. A bit of a mishap on the flash there as well.
He tried to make the movement work though, but Borkum just managing to react that quickly. Another shot coming in from Jeremy as well, and all of a sudden Talon has to reconsider this entire round.
No, they'll spot at least one on halls, so Jesse Vash, no reason to greed this.
Alik mau deca malu abis ini.
You have control of the doors, you have control of the site.
Tumben banget.
You can keep them trapped
Itu
in the
kamu ya
halls.
Alif
It's
Udin
not the worst scenario.
Yeah, if anything, Jit Boys has to, I don't know, like, either lurk or push up front. They're thinking about making use of the shoots into mid. That's not quite going to happen.
Oh, I don't mind this. The shock dart, right? You already showed one person up in halls. You sent the shock dart to let them know that we're still thinking about taking over the space. You just say if we can keep that occupied, we should have a shot, but no, it's going to be a save. I mean, they don't have any explosive entry into the site, and of course the Cypher most likely anchoring on B.
Yeah, 30 seconds, and look at the setup on B2.
Busuk tadi flashnya butain Governor.
I don't think B is a site that they've explored all too
Mana
much,
gua nggak
so there are some unknown variables. They don't know exactly where these trips might be or where the cam is. So there's really a lot to consider, because remember a couple rounds ago we saw Jesse Vash just playing up around tunnel, around elbow.
Akhir bulan
so they're still thinking that Team Secret setup might be 2 on B, 3 on A. So we don't want to toy with that too much, at least for this round.
Yeah, and you don't have the KO either, right? No way to just shut down that utility. So you have to really use everything you got, start to scout it out. And as you mentioned, haven't spent too many rounds figuring out NDG's preferred default setups. But if anyone's going to do it, it's got to be ban on that Yoru. Got it during the pistol round.
Yeah, if not Ben, it's got to be Lenny with a shock dart.
6 ya Gia.
Again, information first. So back to the drawing board for Talon now as Team Secret starts to
Si
catch
Governor
up.
nggak
Jesse
ngekill
Vash
lagi nih,
kind of
tai.
catching up in
Dari
terms of kills.
19-3. Nambah 1, mati nambah 5.
Aggressive shark dart into elbow. And Jesse's making the same call again, right? Just let them know that we are looking at elbow a bit heavy, and then let's try to reposition ourselves, shift the weight a little bit. But I think he correctly recognized the situation here. No solid info that they're working off of, so just a 2-1-2 default.
Swapped over with Jeremy too.
Whoa.
NDG good to anchor just as
Ayo, mana ayo. Nyahaha. Bingung. Pusing tuh.
By Cruz. Gate crash allows Ben to sneak and infiltrate onto site, just as you mentioned, Will. And apart from that, look at what's happening on the map. He gets out. Jit Boys still holding up around elbow in case anyone crosses over from mid. Cruz, as long as he stays alive up over by Pillar, he uses his utility. He's still got the Reckoning available. There's so much that Talon has invested into this round. Another shot. Jesse Vash out in the open.
Wow.
Revealed by
Tanpa
Ben.
melihat.
And that's Talon back into the game just where they left.
Envy had full utility ready to go, but Cruz just gets him right before he's able to set up the rest of his teammates.
Kalau banget si Ndok tadi posisinya.
Not exactly the ideal, but this gate crash was brilliant. Ban gate crashes into the site. So
Gak di DC, Alifudin.
Cruz holds before pushing out of the cyber cage, as
Gak,
they know that he now has to pick and choose the 50-50 between the Yoru and the decoy.
Recon
Then they just
dulu.
pinch onto him. During all that, Ban's able to still get the first kill on site as well. And now, because they have that successful B execute, I mean, Team Secret, they can't really rest on their laurels on any part of the map.
Yeah, just trying to change up everything now. NDG swapping up his setup onto its B side as well. Jeremy trying to explore mid a little bit. Maybe pull off something cheeky.
Oke, control mid.
But again, this high tide
Team
just makes
Secret.
him question a lot.
Itu B benar-benar nggak ada tuh yang jaga tuh. Udah males mainnya.
Actually corralled up towards B instead. Just watching elbow.
Udah males ya, udah males.
A good read, you have to imagine on
Udah
what the
males.
potential is from Team Secret, right? Because
Males banget.
they just pressured B successfully as well. Talon's read is that Team Secret has to push out to get info.
Apart from that,
Tawan ada boulder 1. Ulti ke B. Ah! Cypher jadi makanan. Nah, muncul kan kamu kepancing kan? Ndok.
Relay boats corralling him.
Ndok diperkaos Ndok.
Comboed with Ben and the dimensional crash. He gets out onto another one. Jesse Vash making a trade happen, so not impossible for Team Secret to come back.
Jeremy on the flank, but so is Lenny. Now this cuts the timer for Lenny quite short, but I don't think they're aware at all. So if Jit Boys can stay alive alongside Governor, this is huge. Gets one.
Lenny, all right. Managed to pull attention away. Envy turns back around.
Wah, ini kalau menang nggak ngerti lagi sih.
Boy still trying to keep things alive. Governor and Envy though suddenly pitched down, and with that the spike available, they knew where Lenny was. They knew where he was about to show up, and Envy collects another round for Team Secret.
Team Secret immediately ups the tempo as soon as they recognize that Lenny gets the first kill on the flank. Instead of trying to say, well, one person watch for Lenny, and the rest of us will go in and go for 1v1s, they just say, well, he's still pretty far out. He would have to walk all the way up to Arches to be able to combat us and provide backup. So let's just push in and win these fights. And Jeremy's lurk, I mean, he catches sight alongside
Enggak lah, kalau
Cruz,
hallnya
each
udah
other
kayak
in
gitu
mid,
bisa
and
jadi
Jeremy
map
just
attack
follows
gitu.
all the way. Good
Rotasinya
call.
jauh.
So kind of just like forgetting for a second that although, yes, they might have been pushing out on defense, Team Secret, to get more info, they could also put themselves into deeper positions to lurk like what Jeremy did.
Boleh,
And
Depa.
that gives them that 7 to 11. Talon now calling their first timeout, trying to collect on those last 2 rounds.
Talon, they seem to have the number, especially in the first half, but the attacking side, I like the attempted hit onto B, that success that brought them their 11th round win. But not quite as much control around the map just yet. I mean, on defense, they were running amok. They held mid, they held pillar, they held both sides, they held A main. Sometimes they push out a B main, get that early pick.
Right here.
But on attack, I mean, first of all, not too many answers about pressuring mid, right? And this is allowing Team Secret to just say, all right, pressure one side, go back to 2-on-2 default, and then shift the weight over on a timer.
Haven't really gone through mid. Haven't really, played much around halls either. They did think about that halls play with that 3-on-5 round where they lost 2 players really early on.
Shock that.
Well, this is going to be finally the Yoru trying to shake up the utility from Cypher as Jeremy gets the first kill. NDG was ready for this too. I mean, Ban got pinged by the cam, so he has to slow down. He can't just go in, wreck the setup, and then gate crash out.
That far out, he still gets a shot on Taleni. So you just lost a little bit of info gathering. Now we're starting to creep up instead.
Ndok harusnya standar.
Well,
Standar dong,
two-pronged
mereka
attack.
kayak 2-3-2-4 kayaknya.
So they've always got a backup plan.
Posisi mati banget nih.
All the way up and through halls. Jesse Vash is right on the other end. Gets the information. Jeremy still staying tucked away and hidden.
Ngeliat nggak sih?
So Talon seems to have heard and or seen Jesse Vash on the rotate back over to A. Now, the recon just comes out, so they're both stuck in their own position. But the real question is can they break into B? Because otherwise, Jeremy's just holding mid. And Talon doesn't have proof that Jeremy's here.
Oh.
Not even a guess, it looks like.
Thought they might have had an idea, but guess not. And with that now, Team Secret very much in control over the map. Van trying to fight back, but not for long. 5 HP. His teammate and the spike dropped. The round is over, I guess. He's going for that save. 15 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, only 5 HP
Bisa
and your
aja
econ's
sih.
not exactly even across the board.
Masa 93 memento?
And we've been trading rounds back and forth, so not quite at the maximum loss streak bonus.
Ini mesti pause sih.
Carrying one Vandal over.
Talon, iya
lot
Talon
of
harus
steam.
pause.
And this one,
Biar nggak
it
makin
could have very well
kebalap.
looked different had Lenny been alive, right? They could have pressured a lot more with the Sylvia utility, but now Jeremy seems a bit more warmed up, a bit more confident, digging deep to really cut up the forces from Talon Esports.
That's what we need to see them do, especially on this defensive side. If they can repeat that formula,
Boleh
it's going
kalau
to be
nggak
that much more
butuh
difficult for
time out,
Talon.
boleh.
NDG
Apa
going
udah
back to
pakai?
the
Boleh.
slightly different setup still, but heavily anchoring on the B side. The game plan has swapped back up to what we saw just a few rounds ago. A solo NDG on B.
Yeah, but this is a retake from Team Secret. And they get the ping onto pretty much everybody, if not literally everybody, on the side of Talon. So backups now arrived as well.
Oke,
Talon,
drone mid
you have
manja
to reset at the
dulu.
very least.
Ngecek mid deket nggak
Retake
ada.
setup too. Talon has to reconsider their options, but given the time passed, they never
Dapat
quite
Jeremy
know
tapi dapat depan.
who might be on the other side. And it's
1,
gonna be Jeremy
2,
as an
3.
operator.
Lene.
They suspect
Ya
something.
Allah,
1
benerin.
pixel is all it takes. Shot hasn't been fired off.
Ya.
Oh, the movement from Governor. A sudden, he jumped over and carried the momentum
Kosoek
through.
mati nih
Jeremy
jadinya nih.
repeats though. Is that good? The cascade pushes him away, and Governor
Ayo.
wants to pressure it.
Direct
Oh,
click.
that blade storm. Right click and
Jadi
then
kalah
landing
coy
with
gara-gara
the
miss.
shorty. Ben is here to assist
Kayaknya
as
gua
well. So
lebih
although
kena dah
Governor
itu tadi nembak.
dies, it's enough space for Talon to potentially take the site. High Tide blocks off so much vision.
Spike gets planted. Post plant, not bad. You could even go for a rotate, even the pit to make sure. I mean, this is going up to match point for Talon.
Wow, and all they got to do is to protect the Viper right now, up around the edges of this Viper's pit.
I mean, Secret wants to attempt this so badly, but it just looks nigh
Time out tuh
impossible.
dapat 2 kali. Satu.
So many layers of safety. Cruz dies. We
Biasanya
still
orang
got
pakai
Jit Boys.
kayak
We still
per
got
half
Ben and
satu
Lenny
gitu.
on the other side of Cave.
Tapi lu bisa pakai
So it's
dua-duanya.
the call for Envy to save instead.
Cuma
Yeah,
pas second
looking at their
half-nya
creds,
juga
I don't mind that
bisa
they
dipakai.
attempted to go into the pit. I mean, you just don't want to give over map point.
Tapi gue nggak tahu ya
You still
format yang
had
franchise
another
ya.
flash drive, a 0
Harusnya
point,
mirip-mirip.
You know, you get the first cheeky pick. Sure, there's a world where a story could be told, but
Akhirnya
none of
keluar
that
dari
one.
angka
And
11
Talon
coy.
moves up to map point. Lost a lot of steam in the second half, but it was only a couple steps up to here.
Yeah, picked it up again. I mean, again, it might just
Ah,
also be
timeout kan.
breeze on defense, and you know, you got to figure out that those
Tapi
openings.
Shiva suka banget ke
especially
tengah-tengah situ dah.
Talon. I mean, Team Secret now starting to peek out a little bit more. They had to adapt, and adapt they did.
Yes, this should do.
Well, this is, it's actually giving me a bit of a nightmare flashback to when DRX just couldn't figure out how to attack on Breeze on an international stage. And a lot of it comes down to they keep tabs on the actual setup and they're just trying to combat the setup itself. On a site ban. Great opening kill. Takes out the operator from the opposing side.
Don't just combat the setup, right? Combat the players.
Well, okay, sure, yes, combat the players as well. But what I'm trying to say is you want to work the map, right? If you're just saying, okay, well, they hide in this cubby, they have this strip, let's go in and break it and break it and break it, you still, at the end of the day, have to not only win the fights, but they make one micro adjustment, one change in timing, and it throws the entire thing off. Now, I would say Talon, a bit more flexibility here in the second half. Also, they didn't need to win as many rounds, but this time, Van's operator is the one who really shakes things up.
Ulti dong dia.
A little bit uneasy. And then the fast lane, they think it's going to be an 8 hit, but look at where the spike's headed towards.
Yeah, the nail in the coffin pretty much. Now, a pretty early call from Team Secret. They recognize this as they don't hear any more footsteps, but whoa, Governor!
Iya, endok.
Off of the boxes. 1v5.
What a great debut on the Neon.
Endok kenapa GG guys? Talon
as he
wrong
hops
nih.
around for his teammate to pick up the kill. 13-8.
Kayaknya Talon
This
sabi
first
nih
map
cuy.
goes to Talon.
A huge showing from Governor. Obviously, ex-teammates with Rossi from T1, two members coming over from Turtle Troop, from the challenger scene in North America. And they're here to say that talent is not lacking on the other side of the globe. A great debut for Governor, but it is a best of 3. I think a lot of us perhaps expected a bit more from Team Secret in terms of the mid-rounding, the adjustment, the synergy even, but just not able to do that.
Yeah, and I guess we're going to leave the rest for our analysts to pick up because, wow, what a match to break down.
Showing what they're made of on Breeze. Governor on the Outlaw. Absolutely insane. It was like that content piece he did with the Outlaw. He definitely is a Neon player as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's had plenty of experience on the Neon, but this was still a bit of a different flavor. Like we said, a bit of a mashup from the comps that we saw yesterday on Breeze. They come out here with that Neon alongside the Yoru, and I mean, it was Governor and Ban shining through, and this is really strong when you have two players that are also very well versed with that operator, which is snipers in general in their hands. We saw Ban picking up some kills there on the back end with that op. Just a very fearsome double duelist setup that Talon has right now.
Yeah, when you look at the compositions, right, from the start of this entire game, you, especially with Talon's comp, it's very specialized, and you immediately see the big win condition that Talon needs. It's a lot of contact, a lot of aggressive contact, and they were so good at that. And what TS needed to do was to try to counteract that when they were on the attacking side, which means that a lot of the pressure relied on Jeremy being able to find openings into the site. Unfortunately, you saw he was just dashing in, getting caught, getting punished by Governor, and then everyone else from Team Secret was just walking up, dying to or taking extra damage from the Viper utility, and then Governor's just there to say 3 kills for.
Lama nih harusnya. Kedua, segame dulu kali bisa. DM 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 DM
Match found.
Cuma bentar ya, bisa lah segame ya. I miss her.
Death match. Warm up.
Main Phantom kali aja. Jamban.
Fight.
Claw through them. Three killed.
Woi, betul-betul lah Phantom. Wih, gimana nih bos? DI. Wah, kepala tuh. Beliau ini niat nggak sih nge-swing? Ah! Gila. Tapi nggak enaknya TDM biasa ini ya, lu bakal dapat lawan yang nge-step anjing. Ya Allah, nggak kepala cok begitu sulit menembak pentong, apalagi jarak jauh. Begitu tidak terjadi headshot. Bisa itu nggak hebat. Ya Allah, busuk. Sekarat doang anjay.
Remaining.
Alah, siapa ya pelurunya kemana tuh? Ya Allah. Wah. Buset. Cuma pandal yang bisa kak anjing.
One kill remaining.
Lalu kayak gitu coy. Long range-nya udah pasti begitu. menang-menang tuh bridge. Nggak menang-menang tuh bridge.
No, at least looking back at Jeremy's performance, not the entry fragging anymore, his lurking on the second half, he was actually pretty successful in creating those 1v1 duels that favor him. So maybe he was able to isolate a couple of fights, or he builds up on that confidence of his, make it into multi-kills, you know, following the footsteps of Governor. That really is something that is going to be so beneficial here for Team Secret, because it really just goes back on having to have a very reliable duelist. And Jeremy, even though he's gotten top frag for Team Secret, it wasn't the top frag that they were kind of hoping for that will get them that game.
Yeah, I mean, in comparison, just that impact wasn't quite there as much as it was for Talon.
All right, let's go into our second
Talon
map
kayaknya,
of
Talon.
Ascent. We got Team Secret versus Talon.
jago
Are we
nih.
going to go to a map 3, or does it stop here on Ascent?
I guess that is the question, right? Chubby Ninja asked, right? Achilles, I mean, it's going to be Ascent. We've seen this so many times. It's the exact same composition for both sides. What do we think, Will?
There was a part of me that hoped. You know, we saw the Neon and Yoru on Breeze, and I saw, all right, Talon's cooking. And they said, even Ascent can't be cooked anymore. It is perfect. We got to just let the steak rest forever, as it is just the same old composition.
Kenalin
But,
aku
I mean,
cewek
even,
cantik.
whether it's the shots, the confidence, maybe
minta
even the
ke gua,
comms, the
jauh.
backup, I mean, everything Talon looked better in map 1. Now TS back in comfort zone. Isn't enough to change it up. Waiting for a mid push out. I mean, you know, these days Ascent is really just kind of this rock, paper, scissors among teams, right? Everyone knows each other's plays books. Everyone's reading from each other.
Well,
DG.
might not know too much about what Talon might do, though. Pushing out the B main that way. Not quite finding the shot. Now repeating into it. Governor still with that share, trying to make it work. NDG now.
NDG just wanted one piece of the action. He
Lo
can't
Windows
land enough
pointer
shots to get the
position nyala apa
assist
enggak?
there, and Jeremy just
Nggak
cleans
tahu.
it up, but
Default.
not quite safe at the
Oh.
site. Chip boys.
Ndok bercanda
That's a
sih
good enough
Ndok.
pickup that it gives them numbers advantage, even though Governor is pretty low. Spike play goes down, and at this point, just a clean retake is all it needs.
Oh, the turret just doing a little extra chip damage. Everything counts here in a pistol round.
Oh no.
Last player.
Oh, the
Bastion
ping!
sported out.
Yeah. He was ready for it. He was crouched.
Ya
Can't
Allah.
that shot either.
Jerem
Oof.
Skuy.
Listen, I mean, I was one of those people that was hoping that Jeremy would
Default
come
berarti
in
nyala
this
lah,
year
berarti
and
nyala.
fire right off the bat, because, I mean, he kind of needs to for himself. He needs to find that confidence on the stage. We've seen peak moments from the young player on Team Secret, but the operator looked a little rough and shaky on Breeze and not finding it just yet in the pistol. But still many rounds to go on Ascent.
Yeah, Lenny jumping back into heaven was definitely throwing him off a
Buset,
little bit.
berempat B anjay.
Now we've got the setups from Talon, though, and it makes you wonder, are they going to push out again?
With these weapons, surely not. Although maybe inching forward on main, they do have the Ares, they have the Paranoia, lots of setup.
Ah, udah. Kejar nggak sih?
Support.
Overheat.
Okay, seems like Talon did have a discussion about greeting and overheating for stats. Obviously, just a second round. Waiting for a skill. Backed up. And they know that there's still members here. Talon has no reason to give the entire area for free. And even if they do, turret and nanoswarms there to just chip away at every member.
And at the same time, just wanting to make sure they don't give away too many weapons. Jin boys, there we go. Nanostorms available. However, the 0 point does connect.
Yeah, and they were also all pretty much through, right? A little bit of scratches here and there. Actually, Envy taking a bit more than I thought he would have. The smoke gives it away, but at least they get the spike plant.
So it's good enough win for Team Secret. Now, can Talon make this a flawless win? Surely not quick enough.
Oh, ke-detect
The
banyak
rest of
tuh.
them trying to wall bang through. We do have an Ares, so might as well try to
Whoa.
make it happen. But here comes NDG.
Ndok, coy.
Good shot from the back of Boathouse.
Whoa.
But Governor is just that much sharper as well. Came ahead with the Guardian. And then Lenny with a ghost. Why not? 4 out of 5 weapons saved.
Good shots from Governor. He's continuing to put his highlights for Talon. Discussion from ECT Pacific. Receiving and continue. You know, the desk talked about a little bit of
Thank you ya bang, tanda
overheating
tanya.
towards the end, trying to pad those stats. But I mean, with these kind of performances, as long as it ends on a happy note, I don't know if you can blame him too much. At least for today, he's riding that momentum. And this is a player that came in and just started confidently talking before even playing one official in Pacific, right? Said he thinks he can fight everybody here. He's been very outspoken in all of their videos so far, building up to kickoff, and now he's here to back up the talk.
He's got that confidence. 5 kills already in round 2. 1 point away from the Blade Storm. Not much of the same can be said for, unfortunately, oh dear Jeremy, just for the time being. They are trying to attack though, so we'll give them that. But Governor continues to wreak havoc outside of B main. NDG was not expecting that. Team Secret needs to find another option into a site.
It's going to be a smoke to try to block off main.
Semoga 2-0 biar cepat. Hehehe, betul ya. Biar langsung main ya.
Ooh, okay, Jeremy
DRX
movement tries to bypass the space. It does allow them into the site, although the wall bangs from Lenny are just firing off. At the very least, we've got the site now.
I wonder if it's going to be at least one person going for the long wraparound. Doesn't look like it, so just a two-way retake coming in through tree.
Well, Vash might be the one wrapping around instead. Has to make it quick enough, though. The rest of the team got to stay alive enough. But here comes Governor. Blade Storm available. He goes up, but net the ready.
Oh, man.
3rd kill under his belt. Now he's looking for the last.
Yeah,
doesn't quite get out to Jesse Vash, but it's enough for Ben to stick the spike. Gets off almost at the half,
Jesse Vash.
but just not quite secure enough to take down Jesse Vash.
Round 3 is not the round you want to overheat on for kills. I mean, listen, quite frankly, he was definitely feeling the momentum. His movement was good onto the retake. And if he did get the kill,
itu
it
nanggung
would have
banget
been
tuh.
the thumbnail, the highlight for this match for sure. If they end up winning the entire thing, but it
Ada
gives just
iklan
enough
ceriwis,
room
Cok.
for Jesse Vash, and this is
Wah,
why
ceriwis sih
Team
nge-throw
Secret was
sih.
always getting
Ngapain
so
dia ya?
close last year. Even if they had a rough match, even if they have rough rounds, they have these players who are able to just kind of calm things down and stop the bleeding, buy them enough time to regroup. That is the threat for Team Secret, and it might not seem like much, but it is
Ceriwis
just enough.
nge-throw, Joy.
Yeah, they played enough games to know, like, calm down, it's all good. I can still bring things back.
What? Ketahuan.
And now with that 2-1 score,
Ya,
we're
ayat
looking to turn
kelihatan
it
tuh
to
side
2-2, hopefully.
kepalanya.
Lenny has an Odin, though.
Yeah, very
Tadi
desperate
ping-ping
too,
ya?
because,
Apa
wow,
tahu
yeah,
dia
it was a
green box
clutch.
itu.
That's not what you want to see on the 3rd round on your bye round.
Quick, simple execute. Paranoia out
Yeah.
as well. Trying to hold things
Ya
back.
Allah,
Pulled it off on a
Ceriwis.
shrouded step play, but still
Itu
able to
harusnya
get it down
langsung
regardless.
instan
Jesse
itu.
Vash Hunter's Fury in as well. Now the rest of them with that Odin almost trying to connect, but Envy manages to stay alive. Now options available are just heaven. Not quite so much door, but they have no idea that NDG is right around that spot.
Saving kah?
I mean, with the type of util they
saving.
have available,
Anjay,
yeah,
Cok.
I'm not surprised it's safe. Sure, you got the recon on the
Yeah.
drone, but
fair enough.
Yeah, you would need to use it a bit further back if you don't want to get spammed out, as Lenny's pretty low. And then you would have needed to jump right on it. No flashes as well. No information on tree, like you mentioned. And NDG was there, so good positioning by NDG. Very quick on that backup, should the retake have come through. Secret looking a bit more alive on one of their favorite maps from 2023.
I mean, when it's that much rehearsed, the executes are fast.
Halo,
and
Wiguna
decisive.
meleduk.
Meanwhile, for Talon, you know, it does feel as though some of this carries over from, you know, the previous map on Breeze. When the pace gets switched up against them, and when it's a rush coming out from Team Secret, they can't really hold it down all too well sometimes.
Yeah, and this is actually why Team Secret had such a good win rate, right? If you think back, this was another team that used to just say, okay, once we figure out where they're weaker, we just keep going.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Don't fix what's not broke. The same thing happened on Haven, of course, a couple of times, especially against teams like DRX. Happened on Ascent. And they know, they just know that if you're going to still go for defaults, we will always have the numbers advantage. Let's see if that continues to be the trend today.
Right here.
I mean, again, we
Here,
talk about one of the teams that
here.
made these changes coming into 2024, so you imagine the calling, the philosophy, the speed, everything should be similar.
Oke, ada rekomendasi
Well, they are
makanan
switching
nggak
up the pace just for now.
yang enak?
A good round to take some mid control, put some pressure, see if you can get sight of those alarm bots. Not going to dig deep enough, but he has no idea that there's so many members wrapping all the way around him. From short, they don't peek out all the way.
Still trying to find that opening pick, though. Just trying to push through a little bit, but then smoked off immediately by Cruz. Talon controlling the map for the time being.
Gak tahu dok.
Great
Ada ulap.
Oh, I was gonna say earlier from Jesse Vash to keep Jeremy alive, but Governor will find a kill nonetheless. This time on main.
Ayam-ayaman.
And with that now, just might be able to prevent Team Secret from smoking things off. Lenny, sensing that the hit is headed towards B, sends out the recon. And then everyone's ready to fire and let it rip. Jit Boys, triple kill back to back. Governor getting the last one onto Jeremy. Everything lines up for Talon.
Janganlah, ya saran aja, ntar gue coba cek.
At an angle where you have to get paid to clear it out.
Side,
and then you have someone still holding close, a bit of an off angle with that Vandal, not holding close to the wall, not holding far out with an Odin. Try to go for a peek, but good reset after the first kill for Jit Boys. And he was one of the members that we all thought last year showed so much consistency, so much just good value for talent to build upon. It's great to see him return in form.
Get out of my way.
Especially on this Sentinel role. On this map too, he had some great moments. Still though, Team Secret very much in the game. Jeremy with the blade storm. Let's see if they can make the magic work. They're headed towards A with another A split, setting up for that execute.
Spots one. Oh. Didn't see him on the
Teori ancaman.
Get stuck on the door.
Dash up draft manja. TP manja.
The decoy play for Envy to peek out, but it's just a trade. 3-on-3 now.
Itu apa ya kira-kira ya?
It's still a little bit risky to get the spike down. Okay, they managed to make it happen.
Mengelabui kan?
No wall banks just yet. We also have NDG just kind of lurking around mid, so that's the idea now.
NDG is the big one. The timing is going to be so crucial because Jit Boy suspects it, but NDG just needs to be patient. His teammates are still alive. He doesn't need to be the one that gets first contact. Oh no.
Peeked out a little bit too early. He's just pinched down. Recon in, has to make a shot, ring true, but Lenny just sprays it down with an Odin.
Thanks.
And that's Talon with the 4th win.
I mean, I held my breath on that one. Envy's had some nutty highlights last year. So there was a possibility, but it's always, those are things that look like miracles. And so far, Talon still looking like the team that's just put together a bit more, which is the crazy part. An entirely new roster, right? Only 2 members, so not exactly a core moving on from last year.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of performances from Governor, and now a little bit more from Jit Boys. I'm telling you, don't doubt Lenny. And now he's got this Odin. There's no way that Envy could have made it out of that one, especially if Lenny's just spraying as he falls down. On to the next round, though. Again, Talon,
there's no way.
Switching out their positions, a little bit more of a stack on A, but reading things wrong. It's going to be Team Secret that's enabled into B.
Yeah, well, of course, the null command on the other side, and they have their own lockdown. So this is a read for read.
Retake.
Yeah, now their own null command coming out first. I like it. Denies the potential response from Envy.
Wah, retake manja nih.
For B main. Governor gets an opening shot. 2 players isolated on the other side, and it allows for Governor to swing up on towards B. And then Cruz just to decimate anyone hiding inside of B main. Talon makes it a quick round, a flawless round, and a retake.
I mean, forget the frags itself. Lenny's calling has been very solid on the defensive side of both maps. I mean, this one, it's one of those very standard things just because Ascent is such a known value now across the entire world. But you keep tabs on the ultimates, right? You keep tabs on what the ping pong has been across the sites. And you say, MTB site, we've got more tools to go for retakes. Now, obviously, if Envy had used null command to start with, it's even more value that they get out of it. But since they don't, they immediately pop their null command first, a little bit early, to deny that response, so they're able to go in a bit stronger on the retake.
And that's what they needed, especially with that pacing coming through. As soon as they secure a strong lead, that's great.
And this time it's an A empty as well, because that null command is still available. They're just letting this happen. They still have the lockdown for the retake on A. I mean, Lenny is reading
retake ya.
Great anticipation.
Retake. Ada ulti ya, Jit Boy ya.
Onto anything, and as soon as that timer runs out, Talon's got the site surrounded. You've got the lockdown. You've got the Hunter's Fury. How does Team Secret respond to this?
If he gets this, oh no, it's so clean. He finds one more as well. does get traded.
And even with the one-way, it just enables for Governor to find a little bit more, jumps back out, another shot through. Jeremy tries to spray transfer over, but it's pressured into shooting down this lockdown instead. Lenny goes in for the chase, and it's Governor with the short that gets it instead. NDG all the way from A main, can't find the angles.
Rusuh parah ya.
You know, it does seem like at times that NDG isn't quite able to get a hold of himself. You know, it looks like it's just a bit too chaotic. It's just a bit things moving too fast. A little overwhelming, perhaps. Obviously, a big debut stage for him. Coming up onto a big LAN stage against VCT teams here in Pacific. But not seeing moments that live up to the hype and expectation a lot of people had.
Not quite enough. I mean, we've seen him able to anchor, but not quite so much with the clutches, and especially with Talon now retaking sites. The post plants, it's a little bit shaky, and with a score 6-2 right now, if Team Secret doesn't fix things, this match could be over.
Sure. Banyak yang lebih jago
yes,
kayaknya.
again, Ascent, etc., defensive half, but the way things are looking now, it looks like they're well on their way to at least another 9-3 half, which is what they had on Breeze. Starting on that defense. The calls from Lenny are good. Good reads on to Jesse Vash and Team Secret. I mean, what a way to prove a point for Lenny. Sitting behind this 5-man roster all year last year, only getting one chance, and not exactly a fair one, when he had to play the one map against DRX.
Yeah, he's finally getting his chance. I mean, round 7 and 8 says so much. But of course, now off the timeout, what does Team Secret have in store for us?
Well, first of all, they got to quiet down Governor once again. 14-2-1. Still with the op on that jet.
Okay.
Mati.
Oh, Lenny. IGL for IGL.
Yeah, and that spam, it just comes up every so often enough that you almost forget about it, right? The B main one is there every day, all day, but the one in mid, like everyone knows it can be done, but it just doesn't happen every round.
It's another read though, because he knew there was going to be that Aldra being committed.
Yeah.
He went in for that spray.
Knock.
Here comes NDG now, trying to open things up against Governor. So Starduel is gone. Jit Boys with a bit of a trade. And we're back to a 3-on-3. Space created, and all of a sudden it's a mid to A adaptation from Team Secret. Can Cruz play against this?
What?
Ben just peeks out. Cruz holds his ground. And all that's left is going to be Envy on a 1-on-3.
He has time. He wants to make these 1v1s.
Oh,
the best option he's had.
40 seconds. Oh. Crouch spray commitment from Ben, and he's just tagged up.
I want to see that swivel from Ban, because it just looked like Jeremy was going to have the kill if Ban didn't peek out with a pre-fire.
Leo.
Not sure if we'll get a chance to see it, but Ban, he's been free.
Batagor kali ya?
This time it is
Batagor
on the
apa Somai,
KO,
cuy?
right? So it's not necessarily about putting him on the jet. Last year, it was only on the jet that he looked confident. But something about the comms, the chemistry on this team, we got to remember, Governor says he was the one who suggested and fought for Ban to be brought on board to this new roster of Talon Esports. And it's paying off.
There's that bit of a duo.
Batagor
It certainly
Somai
works
sama
out
aja
well.
Paket. 1, 2, 3, timing, pick.
No.
Wow, udah ketahuan.
The game plan from Team Secret instantly shut down, but Jeremy has
Oh.
a little bit to say, but not all too much.
Sate padang
3
jangan.
on 4.
Yang
Spike
segini kurang.
getting planted, but retakes are underway.
Pangsit bakmi GM iya enak.
Not to say anything about necessarily the cleanliness or whether you overheat or not, but the style that Governor is playing, he is playing
masa akan itu
like a
doang?
world-class duelist. He's playing as if he just simply cannot lose fights.
Nah, kan nggak bisa cover kan, Borkum.
Insane. I mean, there's so much
Gelo,
that he's
coy.
doing, jumping around,
Talon kali ini
updrafting.
And the
bagus sih.
interesting part is the team backs him up.
Ya
I mean,
harus
if they
harus
didn't, a lot of
agresif
these rounds would
sebenarnya.
actually end up looking like overheats. There are rounds where he is
Yang
going
lainnya
to drop a
nyocokin.
weapon. There are rounds where maybe the upgrade is a
Naspat.
little too
Waduh.
eager, but the trades are there that either keep him alive or even if he
Naspat
dies, it's a
kayaknya
very clean
kalau
win for the
Naspat tuh
team.
jadwal hari Senin.
The pacing that Talon has right now, is exactly what a player like Governor would want. If he wants to go in and take every fight, assume that he's going to win, he wants backup to be there immediately, and it is every time
ntar
on the
tunggu
defensive
Bani
side for Talon.
ini buka cabang. Bani udah nggak main Valo lagi ntar. Dagang PMP.
I mean, Team Secret would want nothing more than to make this a 4-8 half.
Changing angles as well now, down towards mid. We do have Team Secret players trying to creep up on Catwalk. Governor has a very good chance at spotting all of them.
Wow, no one was watching mid, by the way, so keep notes on that.
Okay.
Work him. No.
Getting his
smoke
Wih,
down.
borak yang bener aja. Yang bener aja.
Another thing about Lenny
Yang
is
bener
Sova,
aja.
Punisher always good for a couple of kills. Jeremy sees it and wants to push the pressure. Odin will put up a bit of a
Borak yang
roadblock,
bener
though, as
aja.
the sprays cut Envy in half.
Buh.
Make that a 4.
Gila.
Lenny! The quick swivel onto Jeremy. I thought Jeremy was going to have a timing there, jumping up amidst all that noise. But Lenny...
This is, I'm telling you, this is that Lenny that I saw from Bleed Esports like 2 years ago.
Well, I'm glad someone's keeping that memory because it's coming back.
Iya, iya.
I mean, the Hunter's Fury, great. Part of it, Borka kind of hoping that he wasn't spotted because of the first shot missed. But then Lenny, the fact that he's keeping the focus as well on how to hold his own angles and the timings, the possibilities while he's IGLing on this new roster of an entire new mix.
So that was all they
Ah,
needed.
terbang. Ah.
And also not changing up all too much. The game plan still sound, still good. Odin sprays through. Governor just a bit of a peek, and it takes down NDG. Here comes Jeremy, though. Bladestorm at the ready. And he's looking to get to work.
Just one more round. 3-9.
Up.
Hope for the curse.
I mean, he says enough is enough. I want that 9-3. But Governor, what?
I'm telling you, Governor doesn't think there's a single person that can stop him in the server.
It's overflowing with confidence right now, and he's supported by Dan of all things right now.
Wah, borak.
A bit of a bait, a bit of a trade.
He's expecting it. Oh man, Jesse Vash quick on the trigger, but Ban a good read on the situation.
Switching sides.
I mean, count on Jesse Vash to bring home the few rounds that they've had. Stabilizing at 3-9. The attacking side, I mean, listen, it was the same story on Breeze. A bit lacking, and on Ascent, it's even tougher because, again, the playbook is just so textbook across the entire world that if you're bringing out this composition, everyone knows the options. It's just a matter of a chess game and the flowchart of who stays one step ahead. And today, it was not Secret, both in terms of the decisions they made, but the speed of it as well.
Yeah, Secret are definitely catching up to a lot of things. At times when they switch up the pace, they might be able to sneak away a round or two, especially when Jesse Vash is there to clutch things out. But if not for that, it definitely looks like, you know, we've got Governor fragging out, we've got Lenny reading them, and staying one step ahead in that chess game, like you mentioned.
Masih nge-gym sesekali.
Round once again,
Belum
ever
yang
so
rutin.
important. Frost speaking his mind, wants to
the
close things
contrast.
out. I know.
Warbird's, it doesn't say anything.
Well, he also just seems like he's just racking his brain as well. I think part of it is, I think even the execution of what they have been doing hasn't exactly been the cleanest, right? And then the shots as well. And listen, if the players aren't hitting the shots like they normally would, what do you say at that point? I mean, I guess if you're head coach Solo, Genji, you actually do tell them to just pick up their guns and hit their shots. And, or if you're Alex of Paper X, right? It works for some teams, but yeah.
Morale boost, you know, is something that's needed sometimes.
I mean, that depends on
Makanya udah
player-to-player
nggak ada buat
personality,
nge-gym, susah
personality,
banget.
but that is part of it.
Iya coy, harus
hit their
ada
first shots a bit more often.
motivasinya dulu anjay. Atau enggak teman sih sebenarnya. Kalau ada teman nge-gym tuh biasanya tuh.
Maybe finding a bit more success on the defense. Then again, we don't quite know Talon's game plan as they switch things up. Governor just trying to go quick up against Jeremy. It doesn't quite work out, but here comes
Anjir,
Ben.
jebol.
There is that follow-up. You always talk about it, Will, and here it is.
I thought Jeremy's backup was quick enough. I thought that was going to catch Talon off guard. But after the one kill, Ban swings on the trade, and then there's Shadow Step.
Uncle. Bang, bitrate naikin dikit. Udah, gua udah pakai 7.000 malah. Abis ini DRX DFM.
Vulnerable, but he might be able to find some shots.
The turret's there. He's waiting, but there's no reason for them to peek.
Ooh, this is odd. I was gonna say not impossible, but yeah.
Good post plant from those two. That was honestly, it's a 2v1. You spotted them once. That was a round where they could have suddenly gone for the double swing, and they probably would have won it either way, but they still wait until one more peek. They go for another jump because the turret wasn't broken. This is how you know that it's not just the hype and momentum that they're riding off of. The comms are there for Talon, and I mean, color me impressed, because I did not expect this.
I did not.
At least not in the first match of kickoff. I thought they were going to look shaky. I thought we were going to
ya,
see
ini
like
ban yang dulu T1.
they were trying to put
Di
together.
ban.
But here's the whole entire pizza.
Especially with that turret play too. Off to the next
Bantai,
round. Now we've got some
bantai.
guns. Not just some guns, a lot of guns. Thanks to the kills that they've gotten before. Team Secret with the Sheriffs, though, you never quite want to count them out fully.
I mean, they didn't get the turret either.
Okay.
This goes from bad to worse, honestly.
Very clear hit towards V. The spike's not there, though. It's not a full commit. Nobody's quite pushing out of A main, so Cruz decides to make a move. Talon decides to pull back.
And he's pushing up very aggressively with an outlaw.
Well, close range is still, it still works. No armor, one shot, one kill. And then suddenly committing into B. Oh my goodness, Team Secret did not expect this whatsoever. And then the other boom shot onto Borkum. We're past double digits now.
Lenny's IGLing looks very good. The thing is what we're seeing is he seems to have enough ideas in his head that he can make the split-second calls. It looks like he was actually just looking into his notes right there as well, right next to him. Trying to keep tabs or maybe reminding himself of what they want to do next, what the game plan was coming into today's match. But, I mean, that call, you dig deep. If I get the kill, just go for B. Like you said, not something Secret expected because everything was quiet. Audio was cut on B main. It's small things like that, but the speed at which they're able to do it shows the practice and the calls from the IGL of Talon.
Entire team's cohesion as well now. They're looking for that match points.
Oh gila, Governor ini
in terms of pace, Governor wants to go ham. Going for the Phantom.
Anjing liar banget dia.
Double kill in Beta Trade. But then the rest of the team has already made their way
Liar
to
banget
site.
anjir.
It's a 2-on-2 and not impossible.
Emang harus
for Talon to pick up
agresif
this
sih.
bonus and match point.
Secret has to go for this, but Jeremy is so low, 10 HP. The shock dart, the outlaw, everything is going to have so much value.
Oh, the outlaw. Way too low, and that's gonna be it, Lenny.
Gelo, TS dibantai obok-obok airnya, diobok-obok jadi Jojo.
What he was looking for.
I mean, I'll see what we're all thinking. This is some justice for Lenny. What in the world?
I was trying not to mention it. He's like
coming back with a vengeance from the bench.
Put me on Gecko again.
Yeah, well, not even that. Just don't put me on the stage again. See what happens.
All right, it's just kickoff. It's just the first match, but what a way to start things out.
Sure, Talon did this to us last year, but I mean, honestly, a great showing. And you know, that outlaw, I mean, some of the pros have talked about that as well, right? Close range. It's still good enough. You got the double shot.
It is. And now we've got the half armor all across Team Secret. Phantoms to everyone on Talon. Governor already so
gua
deep
juga,
into the
gue
site,
jujur bingung ya. Gue nggak tahu kenapa ya.
Trying to block them off as they try
Governor
to push
kayak
out from defender spawn.
di match ini kayak kelihatan lebih jiwa duelisnya tuh kelihatan banget, Cok.
Envy trying to watch the angles though. Nobody flushed out of logs. Shortly inside of B main, trying to fire off the shot to Mage Spark Guardian, but it's not quite gonna find all too much. Look at the swing from Van and Chip Boys. All that's left is gonna be Jesse Vash, and Governor with the angle makes it a flawless 13-3 on a set.
A statement made by Talon Esports. Sure, it's a new roster, but a lot of us still don't know exactly what to expect. You take apart the individual players, sure, it looked good, but the offseason, it looked like they still needed a lot of time to gel together. And they say no, it was the exact perfect time to cook. Meanwhile, Team Secret, the warm-up still needed.
Gue lupa
and
ini
a
coy.
slow start to the Filipino squad.
Yeah, I think that's another thing too.
Lupa
is just that,
ganti game 2
Achilles
anjing.
always mentions about Warbirds and Team Secret.
Kalau lihat
He'd
gue ya.
love to get enough
Kalian
prep.
gak ada yang ngingetin,
When you don't
kocak.
have enough prep against a team like Talon, who show up incredible compositions such as that Neon and Yoru, Governor going crazy like this, Lenny even, showing off the Sova now. It's something that Team Secret doesn't expect. It's something that none of us expected.
Yeah, and of course, Talon's now going to be facing the winner of that next match, DRX versus DFM.
Hari ini 2 map. Wah, gak tau nih DRX DFM ya.
Have some good ideas about how the tendencies work for Team Secret. Now when they're going up against another new value, how do they look? How do they come prepared?
I still like the sportsmanship though. No bad blood, just some hugs all around. But look at how elated the Talon Esports boys are. And not just that too. I mean, if we get into stats in a second, our desk is gonna go crazy.
I mean, we thought we were surprised yesterday, but Governor has had an absolute field day on the stage. His very first time standing on the VCT Pacific stage, bringing the victory alongside his new teammates for Talon Esports.
What a day it's shaping out to be. We saw like new Zeta Division, now new Talon Esports too. Closing things out 2-0 in this first matchup. Still, I mean, that said, everything's not over yet. We still got one more match to go. Talon Esports, they've got more obstacles if they are to make it. But so far, so good.
DFM 2, DRX 0.
VCT Pacific kickoff. The second win goes to Talon. Congratulations! Woo! Yes, I can see the fans so excited for Talon. And for Governor, you show like crazy shots perfectly showing up. So how do you feel about your first debut? 이제 거버너 선수를 만나보겠는데요. 오늘 좀 에임이 정말 미쳤습니다. 오늘 이 활약에 대해서 데뷔에 대해서 어떻게 생각하는지 물어보겠습니다.
I was definitely like nervous because it's my in the beginning a little bit for the first like 2 rounds maybe, but that same thing with challengers last year. My first 2 rounds in my first match, I was definitely nervous, but once you're in the server, it's like it just feels natural. And it got comfortable as I went on.
Yeah, you get used to it, right?
Yeah.
네, 처음 2라운드에서는 좀 긴장했습니다. 저번 작년 챌린지에서 같은 경우도 2라운드까지는 조금 긴장했지만 갈수록 적응을 했고 그게 승리로 이끌었던 것 같습니다. So also Talon's revenge to TS was stronger than expected. So what do you think affected today's massive win? 또 오늘 이제 탈론이
Governor orang
예상보다 더 큰
orang
활약을
US enggak sih, setahu gua?
이 승리에 대해서 어떤 게 가장 큰 요소가 있었을까요?
Obviously there's like some history between Lenny and Secret. I think for this match, like we knew how much it meant to Lenny, especially me. But the match, I really wanted to win this one more than anything, just for my teammate. I know how much it meant to him, so I'm really happy I was able to have such a performance. But,
Yeah, you really did.
Yeah.
Emang Korea dia? Tapi dia tinggal di USA ya?
No.
Asli Korea.
네, 일단 조금 의문으로 남기도 했지만 제가 이번 경기에서 활약을 했고 그리고 더 크게 기여한 것에 대해서 기쁨을 느낀다고 전했는데요. 또 다음 질문으로 이어가 보면은 이제 새로운 코치와 함께 경기를 진행하게 됐는데 이 코치와 팀과의 케미는
Kayaknya sih
어떤지
Korea
또
banget.
물어보겠습니다.
KTP
So we
doang
have
Korea
new
tuh.
Coach Frost in Talon. So what do you think? How was the chemistry with the team? How did it work with the coach?
So I've actually worked with Frost in the past.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I was on a free agent team for about 6 months with them. When I first
Jadi bilang dia tuh tinggal di USA karena dia adiknya
Like
sini.
think of it like a football coach. Very strict. Basically, the
adiknya
first
siapa
person
namanya?
to probably
Sinatra.
call me stupid a lot and like, but I have a history with him. But overall, when he brought me to Talon, I was. Because of my history with him, I think it meshed already really well. Because in the past, at first, I definitely didn't know how to feel about it. But even now, we argue a lot,
versi
but, it's
nggak nge-gym ya?
healthy, it's a healthy amount of arguing, and we work well together.
야. 또 이제 코치님이 되게 엄격하시다고 말했는데 작년에도 이제 코치님과 함께 했지만 이번에는 조금 더 코치님과 더 투닥투닥 거리면서 좀 더 케미 좋은 팀으로 만들어 나갔다고 이야기를 했습니다. 또 이두월 지나칠 수 없죠. 팬분들께 선물로 드릴 인형인데요. 여기에서 직접 승리의
Versi
데뷔 사인과
nggak-
함께 팬분들께 던지고
versi nggak ada drama ya?
So can you give your sign in this doll? We're gonna
what?
throw it to the fans. Your sign here?
Oh.
This marker? Congratulations! Oh, you can sign it on the doll, the forehead or the back. Yes. Anywhere you want. 네, 지금 사인을 하고 계신데요. 이
사사하게요,
먹고 싶으신
같더래요.
팬분들은 손을 번쩍 들고 계시면 그쪽으로 갈 확률이 좀 높겠죠? 그리고 제가 또 네, 오늘도 뒤쪽이 조금 더 적극적인 것 같아요. Yeah, the fans are really wanting the doll. Where do you want to throw it to? To the back or to the front?
Ayo lempar kemana? Ke kamu aja boleh nggak? Taunya dia ngomong gitu gimana coy?
Okay. Thank you so
Kamu
much
aja
for
mau
being
nggak
here.
gitu?
Hope to see you again.
Itu kalau Doge ya pasti tuh. Kalau Doge jadi governor ke dia itu. Wah, udah setting tuh. Jangan lupa ganti judul aman.
Wow, there are a lot of fans there trying to catch that Tactive Bunny from Governor, who was incredible. There's so much history between these two teams, but it's surprising actually how Team Secret performed here. You know, they have so much history on this map, and they weren't quite playing themselves. On the other side, Talent looked phenomenal.
Yeah, surprising is
Gue benar-benar lupa anjir game duanya
I
tadi.
can think of
Kalian
several
gak ada
other
yang
ones, but
ngertiin.
I won't utter them on the broadcast right now. This was absolutely disappointing and not at all what we expected from Team Secret. We expected them to come out again, like I said, they have a decent jumping off point given that they have such a solid foundation still on the
Sebenarnya
squad
enak
with just
tuh
one
kalau buat
new player
tim
joining
pasti ada
in.
satu orang keturunan
But
Asia.
Talent, good lord, what a
Iya coy.
performance from them the whole way
Orang Asia
throughout.
di mana-mana
Utterly
soalnya.
dominant here on Ascent. This is
Tau
where
nggak
it's
sih?
okay, you know what, Secret is
Menurut
starting
gua.
to up a little bit on the back end
Wow.
of Breeze. Now they found their footing. We saw that pistol round coming out from Envy on Breeze as well. So it's like, okay, now they're a little bit more warmed up. They're a little bit more in the zone. No, not at all. Talon were just completely unflappable on this map.
And you know how important that pistol round was because it felt like after that, because they lost it,
Udah nyampe
it
coy
felt like
makanan gue coy.
it felt like Jeremy just couldn't find his groove. There was a point where he
Talon
had the leads coming in
oke
the
sih
short, he
buat line up
spotted
ini.
two targets and couldn't decide which one to actually
Bang Fauzi sama
yeah,
Bang Fauzi kebanyakan ini nih Bang Fauzi nih bercanda nih Bang Fauzi. Babi.
Governor drops a 399 on Ascent. Nearly cresting
Tapi emang udah
400, has
seharusnya
7 first kills.
kalau
He only
misalnya
had 1 first death that entire map.
boy swag
It's
gitu
just utterly dominant the whole
harus
way
ada
throughout.
perubahan
Penny
sih.
as well, stepping into this IGL role, also putting up fantastic figures. He comes away with 100% kill participation on that Sova. He was contributing to absolutely everything that was being done in the lobby. This is a renaissance for a lot of these players. Ban, somebody who was subject to a lot of scrutiny after last year. We did see improvements from him on his jet, particularly on Fracture, but so far seeing him on the Yoru, seeing him on KO, the system that he's in right now, it seems like they're really utilizing him.
Yeah, so where does that put us now? We got T1 and Zeta facing up, and Talon is going to be facing up the winner of the next match, which is DRX and DFM. Now, I know, like Talon, a lot of us had a lot of question marks about DFM, but judging by Talon's performance, maybe have
iya.
give DFM a lot of credit too.
Ini kan udah perubahannya beda kan. Talon kan dulu juga busuk kan. Nah sekarang hati-hati tuh Talon GG coy. Jadi sejauh ini tim yang kalah tapi masih jago. Yang kalah tapi masih jago.
But the odds are stacked against them. But I think no matter which team comes out on top of this one,
kayaknya
whoever
Bleed
it is,
oke sih
them
cuy.
versus Talon makes for an awesome match.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a banger.
Heck yeah. We're going to break down more of this. We're going to go a quick
RRQ
commercial break
ya.
when we come
Kalau
back.
Bani
We are going to go into the last and final matchup
kalau
of
Bani
today.
fokus mainnya. Kalau masih mikirin Koebi susah anjir. Mana-mana pikirannya. Kasih tau lah dok anjing. RRQ sih gokil coy. Kalau nggak thrifty. Thrifty kah? Iya cok. Sumpah, momen krusial yang di Icebox sih menurut gua. Jadi kemenangan tim musuhnya. Pas lagi skor 10-10 atau 9-10 gitu. Pokoknya jadi kayak gak ada duit, energinya jadi leading musuhnya. Krusial banget anjir. Kena serip-serip ini dah. Iya udahlah. Thrifty itu susah buat di Oh iya, dia lawannya Genji ya. Teksturnya jago sih. Teksturnya jago. Susah buat dia apa-apain coy. Teksturnya jago juga. Sama meteornya pas yang map ke berapa tuh? 3 ya? 3-3 anjay. Apa kalau gitu? Di arah iklan manja dulu. Iklan ya. Lanjut. Soalnya 2020. 2020 aman cuy. Kita nonton terus. Kalau misalnya map 2121 tuh, tetap kan sih. Jemkin jago. Sumpah itu banyak round yang kebantu sama Jemkin juga. Maksudnya kayak entry Jemkin. Boh, GG coy. RRQ GG coy. Yang penting Bani fokus aja. Jangan kepikiran sama KIB itu doang. Bani tuh kurang fokus ya. Udahlah, bahagia udah punya jalan masing-masing gitu. Janganlah diingat-ingat lagi. Karena Bani nggak fokus nge-supportnya, babi tuh Bani ya. Nah, juga saya bandot coy. Mending 7 apa Estrella? 7 apa ya? Rollnya beda nggak sih? Beda roll itu. Kalau gua ya, gua mending Lord Ejai coy.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Gua Lord Ejai sih gua. Siapa yang setuju coy? Lord Ejai coy.
We encourage the guys to actually rest on that rest day, do what they need to do to feel recovered for that next week.
Emang ya tekstur sempat mungkin bisa jadi tekstur beneran ini, tapi mungkin tekstur jadinya ke Genji karena Korea juga kan, dari bahasa juga lebih mempermudah gitu buat komunikasi. Nggak tahu juga. Apa ya Tens pernah trailer gini? Saya bandot tuh.
Playing, I had you for sure.
Tanya kemana-mana tuh saya bandot.
Confirm, bro. This one. 10,000%.
If you want.
Oh.
Huh?
Bro, easy.
Yeah, easy.
Easy. Can be more toxic. I go with this one. Let's see.
He's more determined to make it to international domination. What do you mean? We are in the same team.
Yeah, we are in the same team. Come on, let's try put it like this. I know you cannot see me, but it should be like this.
Boleh guys.
Wah, ini kah teori hacker middle finger safe cracker. Bila iklannya ini terus, Cok. Anchor tuh. Nah, ini dia. 100. Hacker cyber Singapura. Ini. Oh iya. Ini si bocil belum main loh.
It's about damn time.
Iya. Bocil belum main ya? Wajar sad boy. Kentai. Mana ada main di bris kocak. Ada surut. Orang duelisnya Governor ramai itu yang tipu-tipu ya. Puluh detik lagi untuk ngobrol-ngobrol manja. DFM kapan foto di panggung? Nah, apakah ini pembukaan DFM untuk foto di panggung dari tahun lalu kan Boy Soek tuh? Kayaknya iya deh. Feeling gua dia, wah kalau pressnya 2024 dia foto panggungnya ngalahin DRX sih habis-habis coy. Adel katanya mana? Iya, Adel nggak tahu mana. Tadi dia masih di Bogor. Kayaknya GE atau TS ambil posisi. Kayaknya kalau untuk GE masih oke lah. Kalau TS gua tahu dah tuh apa dia. Bersoek banget tuh. Dan nontonnya kalau ada Kevin doang. Jujur gua nggak tahu sih, gua belum baca lagi apa Hafiz gimana format fixnya gitu. Kayaknya setahu gua yang gua dengar bisa deh.
I'm your host, Chubby Ninja. With me at the desk, we got our analyzers analyzing things. Achilleos and Asarai. Welcome. This is also his first day with us on Pacific, and it's been kind of crazy. I mean, we were looking at the last game with Team Secret and Talon. We saw the new Talon and what they had to offer.
They were absolutely just blow it out of the park. Again, I expected them to have better performance from what we saw last year, but not to this caliber, not to how Governor just exploded into the scene. And you kind of see you heard the
tadi GM Abdul kayak nggak ada plan apa-apa.
Gave that to him. It was the revenge match against Team Secret. It's him wanting to have
Keduanya Bain ya?
Lenny just smile a lot more brighter today, and it shows. He was like, "Yeah, I got this for Lenny."
Yeah, I mean Lenny as well. He got a piece of that one because he was also dominant in the final map. But
Yang franchise 10 itu kayaknya nggak ada deh. Yang ada tuh kayaknya yang dari Ascension nggak sih?
Don't know who they're playing against yet, and it's one of these two teams.
That's right, and we did see Zeta earlier today, and very similarly, we saw a very refreshed Zeta division go against a new Global Esports. But I think both Team Secret and Global Esports, you know, go back to the drawing board and figure things out, and while they move on to the
Iya,
lower
padahal
bracket. And our next matchup,
line up
DRX
mereka
versus
yang apa namanya?
Now, I know what you guys are thinking. I hope we were thinking the same
Line up
level.
mereka yang di ban yang agak mind blowing gitu, malah oke ya.
Last year in DFM, the complete opposite with literally 0 wins last year, but they have a completely different team this year.
They do. There's just a kind of one holdover here in Anthem. There's been obviously a lot of back and forth as well because we saw multiple players joining this roster, being announced, then departing in the off season. So there's been a lot.
Gila 2-0 semua kayak ini, coy. DFM ngalahin DRX bisa. Nah ini kita tunggu aja nih Dimas. Kalau itu terjadi.
To just, you know, kind of continue being Anthem because with all of the faults that we did have from DFM, he was pretty much the most consistent bright spot outside of a couple pop-off moments that we had from time to time.
DFM 2-0 nih. Bisa gila, kamu jangan meremehkan ya, Ge. DFM yang dulu bukanlah yang sekarang. Lu line up-nya boleh lain.
So I think him being there still means that there's a solid amount of firepower that's there for the side of DFM. I'm more interested in how these players coming over from Crazy Raccoon are going to mesh with him and whether or not they're going to be able to put a dent in DRX.
Now let's talk about DRX. They did have some minor roster changes.
Brutal, I'm sorry. This is the opposite.
They're on the other both opposite ends of the spectrum.
These are just facts. I mean, I heard like podcasts where people are just wagering, like, is DFM gonna get their first win? I think they are for sure. There's absolutely no way. Anthem, like you said, Achilleos, he was incredible. He was
Ini parah sih.
last year.
Menurut gua ini parah sih. Dikasih lihat gitu, Cey.
Rookie, what was it? 608 days since they changed their roster.
Kasian gak sih, Cey?
Finally, they done it.
They absolutely have. I just wanted to add as well, you know,
The
looking at for
underdog.
the DRX roster, they are, I believe, a 5-man roster now compared to the 6 from last year. So it feels like they're trying to, similar to what I was saying with Team Secret, they want to just solidify the roles that they've had already, right? They want Buzz to be that solid front man as their duelist. They want Foxy9 to assist them, and they want Flashback to be that solid back end and just have an overall very stable roster. And it makes a lot of sense. They did that a lot with the previous tournaments that they played, and now they're trying to bring
Parah nggak sih menurut gua Paok?
that solidity here in this first match against DFM.
So I do agree with you, but I also still have this question itching at the back of my brain, which is Buzz going to be the duelist? Is Foxy9 going to be playing Sentinel? Or are those roles going to be swapped around? Is that something that they decide to change as well? I'm happy to see a more steady roster here from the side of DRX. The constant swap-ups was something that was very much hurting them throughout last season, even at the international level. But they still could very well subvert our expectations here.
Fair enough.
Yeah, absolutely. But they have to change
Elon DRX sih atau pegang air. Nah itulah Hadi.
Bas,
Foxy9, Flashback, Mako, Taxe, Net, Medusa. Oh ini yang tiba-tiba masuk nih. Si Medusa. Yang tiba-tiba masuk.
Yeah, I mean,
last
here to
minute,
stay, and now is not the
kayak
youngest member of
beberapa
the
hari
team.
gitu.
Flashback just a little bit older, so Foxy9 gets to live the young life for a little bit there, and can mess around with Flashback as much as he pleases. But I'm curious as to what iteration is going to be coming through. Obviously, this is a roster that we're seeing a lot in the off season. They were running this at the 10 Invitational, etc., etc. And it was Foxy9 swapping over to things like that Killjoy, with just heavily being reliant on Buzz to be that star duelist leading the charge. So we'll have to see what the experimentation looks like. Because obviously, you know, in a double duelist meta, they can run what we saw from them a bit last season.
Kalau mau menang harusnya import player Indo. Nah itu loh maksud gue.
Now, our production really wanted to take a look at Flashback.
Nggak kasih slotnya aja nggak sih ke warga Indo.
I know we're working with very little right now.
Arby udah cabut masuk tim franchise China dia.
from what
RB.
we've been seeing from, you know,
The
the
Esport
video
Club.
with Mako just hyping up
Zes
Flashback, he's just
masih yang belum tahu kemana nih.
very much impressed with his aim, so I'm definitely looking forward to how well Flashback can contribute with that when he's not going to be on the entry fragging role. He's going to be playing,
Sebenarnya ya,
if I remember correctly, maybe on
Zes RB,
or again, as you mentioned, the flex
Zes RB tuh yang gua lihat gitu. DRX tuh sebenarnya masih oke. Gak perlu ada yang diganti sebenarnya. Mungkin mereka ngerasanya stuck. Walau apa, karena stuck itu kayak butuh sesuatu yang baru kayaknya dah. Apakah RB kurang? Enggak, jago anjir mereka tuh. Zes RB ini gitu. Kayak ngerasa stuck, kayak padahal mereka turnamen-turnamen yang kayak master gitu-gitu playoff lolos terus coy. Di grup nggak pernah langsung turun anjing. Kan yang udah gerah dia. DRX kurang coach, gue tinju lu tahu busuk. Coachnya udah 3 anjing. Jadi makan siomay gua.
Right one games that happened, and of course like some of the history of Crazy Raccoons where a lot of these team members had come from. Now DRX, Will Cho brings this up all the time. He's seeing you know, stuff coming from the playbook all the time. He wants to see freshness. But you know what, let's hear from the coaches themselves. We're gonna hear from them really soon, and I mean, DRX apparently has the largest coaching roster in Pacific.
I think they might be overtaken by Zeta at this point. Actually, I think they have 6
ya.
on their side, but DRX is also.
Tiba-tiba roster DRX sekarang rungkat mengsedih sih. Padahal juga jago loh mereka. Rambut gua kayak boy swag gini.
You are moments away from our last match of the second day. So I'm joined with Termite and Astel from DRX and Detonation Focus Me. termi 감독님 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. 감사합니다. 안녕 계세요. 안녕.
오늘 이제 DRX 감독님한테 여쭤보고 싶은 게
안녕.
600 며칠 만에 로스터 변화가 있었어요. 이거에 대해서 좀
Ngomong asik sendiri. Coachnya DFM kayak, ada gue loh di sini. Atau menang lawan PRX. Itu loh tahu kusup. Ada hasil yang ada emang progresnya stuck. Iya. Mereka tuh nggak busuk coy. Nih, kalahnya DRX tuh yang gue lihat tuh, kalau menurut gua, misalnya dia kalah lawan Optik. Kok Optik sih, kayak EG lah gitu. Yang EG yang tahun lalu. EG-nya yang lagi naik gitu. DRX-nya mah udah ngelakuin yang bener. Cuma karena di Moon 1 tiba-tiba kill 3 gitu. Dengan flick-flicknya mau gimana. Kalah unlucky gitu loh. Kan karena mereka yang ini jatuhnya stuck kalau kayak gitu. Tapi dibilang kalah nembak juga enggak, mungkin kayak lalu bad luck gitu lah.
사실 지금 당장은 뭐 플래시백 선수가 대회 때 얼만큼 잘해줄지는 저도 잘 모르겠지만
tahu ya. Kalau misalnya ada internal atau apa kan nggak tahu kita. Nggak tahu sih, ini kayaknya DFM kuat sih. Nggak mungkin yang easy gitu. Yang jam berapa ini bentar lagi?
Tell us about your team's strengths. 우리 팀의 장점에 대해서 한번 호심탄회하게 자랑해 보시죠.
네. 뭐 저희 팀은 다들 좀 우선 커뮤니케이션적인 문제라든지는 좀 이때까지 있었는데 지금은 좀 그런 게 많이 고쳐지고 좀 또다시 새로운 멤버로 시작하게 되었는데 다 같이 좀 노력하면서 서로를 믿고 잘 성장해 나가고 있는 것 같아가지고 그런 게 장점이지 않나.
Well, we had some weakness in our cons, but now we improved a lot. And with the new players, we had the Fade backup, and now we're gonna be more powerful. 네, 그러면 또 그 감독님께 또 여쭤볼 게 있습니다. 또 이쪽 DFM 측에서 좀 경계하는 선수가 있을까요?
뭐 DFM에서 또 또 뭐 많은 선수들이 굉장히 다 잘하지만 저는 개인적으로 메이 선수에 대한 좀 기대가 있어서요. 상대 팀이지만 굉장히 좋은 모습을 보여줄 거라고 오늘 기대하고 있습니다. 네.
Well, I asked Termi about who are you keeping an eye on DFM, and he told me it was May, and he is really expecting of his plays. 그러면 또 감독님한테도 여쭤볼게요. 이제 DRX 쪽에는 어떤 선수를 좀 지켜보고 계신가요? Who are you looking after at DRX?
DRX는 좀 모두가 좀 경계되는.
Astel orang Korea ya?
그 중에서도 좀 마코 선수가 역시 좀.
Mako tuh kata dia.
되게 듬직하게.
Gua ngeri sama Mako sih kayaknya. Aku diajakin biar combat.
Well, I could say every player I'm looking at, but especially for Mako, he's good at smokes, so I'm looking at him as one of the best players. 그러면 마지막으로 서로에 대해서 한마디로 하는 걸로 끝내보겠습니다. So lastly, I hear what you want to say to each other's team. For Sermi.
일단 이번에 뭐 리빌딩 하셨지만 굉장히 뭐 저도 개인적으로 DFM 팀을 좋아하기 때문에 이번 퍼시픽 킥오프랑 앞으로 있을 대회에서 좀 좋은 모습을 보여줬으면 좋겠고요. 오늘 좀 재밌는 경기 했었으면 좋겠습니다.
네. I mean, I personally like DFM, so I expect a really good match today, and for the other matches too. 그러면 이제 감독님께서도 DRX에 대해 한마디 해주시죠.
네, 저희가 좀 도전자 같은 느낌이 있다고는 생각하는데 DRX는 항상 세계 대회에서도 좋은 성적 내고 있는 팀인 만큼 좀 무서운 부분도 있긴 하지만 그래도 오늘 좀 많이 배우기도 하고 그리고 저희도 좀 많이 준비했으니까 이길 수 있다는 마음가짐으로 열심히 하겠습니다.
There are some fears, but we are confident that we can win through the game and do the best we can do. 네, 그러면 오늘 인터뷰 해주신 유튜브 너무 감사합니다. 꼭 좋은 결과 얻으시길 바라겠습니다. Thank you, Coach Hermie and Asel, and I took it back to the desk.
Kayak di basement nih anjir.
Thank you, Kyungmin and coaches Termi and Estelle. Now, we got to talk about DRX and the reason why they changed their roster after over 600 days. The reason is because there was this giant brick wall that DRX did not let anyone in the region pass because they were unstoppable. And you know why change it? If it ain't broke. But at some point, it did, cracks started to form. PaperX finally took them down after years of wanting to get that win from DRX. What are we looking? What was weakening? What were those chinks in the armor for DRX?
I don't think it was chinks in the armor rather than just the whole landscape changing around them and them not adjusting to it. You know how we talked about how W Gaming was the sort of golden standard once PaperX was able to perfect that. DRX still stayed the same way where they try to go for those set plays, play a lot more passive, not try to let's say upstart or be able to just outduel the players of PaperX, and everyone else just kind of follows suit. And you saw that there was that form of exhaustion or just lack of motivation to follow through that I felt like DRX really suffered from that.
I think that there was a multitude of reasons. You're touching on a couple of them, but one of the big ones, especially around Masters Tokyo, there was burnout. That would, we could see that from the players. They've talked about it. I mean, it can happen when you're constantly playing, constantly practicing. I mean, look at EGG on the back end of, last season as well. Just always playing games.
Dan semua player yang lagi set up gitu kelihatan semua sampai staff-staffnya.
As you were kind of talking about was the gameplay just fall off for them. We didn't see them innovating. That's what made them famous when they were Vision Strikers and then became DRX. They were this squad that everybody looked to, that everybody was naming strategies after because they were constantly coming up with new set plays, new ways to get on top of your opponents and catch them off guard. And we stopped seeing that innovation for a period of time. Every now and then something else would come out, but we stopped seeing them coming up with new things, even as new agents and new maps were added into this game. They were kind of just following along a trend, still doing, okay, doing well, maintaining their position at the top, but they weren't doing anything to surprise and to really just inspire this, this feeling of awe in their creativity. So that was completely gone. And then we also just saw a trend into more aggressive play styles coming through. PaperX very much piloting and leading the charge on that alongside EG last season. So DRX, we saw them finally do a little bit more, be a little bit more aggressive over Champions, but it still wasn't clean. It didn't have that polish on it that you expect from this team.
And it probably is because of the fact that they didn't want to commit to it as well, right? The reason why they actually got Foxy9 and the first match that he did was when he was on a duelist, and he was just so aggressive that it didn't look like that was the DRX playstyle that we were so used to, right?
Yeah, in fact, we often commented about this last year during the Pacific season that it looked like Foxy9 was being reined in sometimes.
Ngobrol mulu, sabar Ben. Ini prediction, DRX semua cok parah. Karena ini kah? Track recordnya kah?
DRX for their plays and just innovating, and maybe this change is what DRX needs, a new young player to help shake things up and like re-inspire them back to their original form.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not going to use a leash, you need to trust that the dog's not going to go chasing the mailman down the street.
Also true.
For Foxy9, there were certainly times where it's like DRX were being way too restricted, but also times where he was very much overextending and he was getting way too confident and it just wasn't putting up the numbers to really back up that style of play. So I think with some more time, we're hoping to see that they
gimana baca
nick lu playing something that can lurk around a little bit more like that Killjoy and whatnot. So we'll have to just wait and see if they've done it. But I mean, what can I say?
Mukeh lu, Faza.
I mean,
they're predictions for a reason.
Look, can you blame us, guys? The DFM's track record, and now with a completely new team, it's a complete unknown. Whereas DRX, I mean, even if they weren't shining at their best last year, they're still DRX.
Halo Nasyuruddin. Sentinel kenapa kalah Bang Kacau? Lautnya juga kuat.
But we've been proven wrong. We got proven wrong just now in the last match.
Yeah, I know. I said this. I'm going to say it again, even though it bit me in the ass. There is such a solid jumping off point here for DRX. That core that is still there in Stax, Mako, and Buzz is absolutely phenomenal. Flashback has gotten some rounds in during the offseason alongside Fox.
Aku sedih lihat dan skala ya. Nah, itu. Kalau kayak gini cerita gue ambil makan dulu nggak sih, coy? Masih ngobrol-ngobrol manja. Ayo udah siap. Udah dong, tahu busuk. Main menang Ascension ya.
This particular matchup, yes. I mean, we're usually happy to be proven wrong because if there's an
Lord sih jago sih anjir, sadaknya itu loh. Iya, makan dulu penting. Gue setuju sama lu, Abdul. Kita makan, wah benar.
So, you know, I'm pretty much liking that.
That's just a prerequisite. Have beautiful analysts.
Yeah, exactly.
So how are you feeling?
Ntar ya, gue ambil makan dulu,
Do
coy.
you have anything to add on about DRX?
Rafli.
Besides the obvious of historic data that we have?
I'm just looking at it from the point that I don't think DRX are looking to completely change themselves, rather just find that next level for them, right? They have brought in Flashback because they want that extra backline, so it means that they're not really fully committing into Foxy9 being that gung-ho player in the front. They're kind of trying to find that good balance in between and then just inject the same DRX that we know. So that means that they're just trying to reach that next level from what we've been seeing from the changes that they have done. And again, bringing themselves back into that 5-man roster makes it much easier for them to just, we made a mistake in this game. We just have to deal with these 5 players, not the 6 anymore. And then all of the maps that they're going to be playing, they're just going to have these static 5 to use and utilize.
Now, DFM, we don't have that much data on them right now as they currently are, but I'm pretty sure they have enough of their own data to look at how Pacific and how the teams have been playing out last year and so far, and you can tell it's a very aggressive region. DRX is going to have to evolve. DFM is going to need to keep up with the tempo over here in Pacific.
I know, they absolutely are, and I mean, that's not something that is necessarily seen all the time when it comes down to Japanese Valorant, so it's a lot more slow, methodical pacing coming through, kind of like we typically would see from DRX. So maybe we just end up with a bit of a chess game here between the two teams. But yeah, I mean, if DRX is going to up that aggression, things like the tiles crunch on Ascent that they just completely created that everybody has to copy now, if they're going to be hitting DFM with things like that, then DFM needs to be ready to respond, and they need to have some other things up their sleeve. I'm curious as far as this map draft is also going to go, because Icebox was everybody's fear when it came down to if you're going to face against DRX for the longest time. It was a permaban for most teams, just taking that away from them because they were so damn good at it. I'm curious if that's going to be the same case for DRX now with the changes coming through.
Yes, but before we talk more about that, we did do an audience survey, so I'm going to take a break from the DRX talk.
Okay.
And the survey was if you could give a gun to only one person when, you're in a game, it's 12-11, and you can only give it to one person. The options are a 40 kill Reyna on your team, some random 40 kill Reyna,
Okay.
or your sweetheart who's only gotten 3 kills.
So you're choosing between something and like Sage Mommy, basically.
Yeah, but you don't know something personally. It's like some random. But yeah,
But I'm saying it's basically what this is.
Is it? I don't know. Is it your Sage Mommy that you don't know, or is it your personal Sage Mommy?
I think it's saying your personal one
Yeah.
versus a rando. I'd give
What
it to
would
the
you do?
give it to the rando.
Yeah.
Would your wife be okay
We
with
all
that?
have partners,
Okay.
but I think they would agree that if they were playing with us, we want to win the game. We don't want to lose the game and then, yeah.
I'm sorry, honey. We need our points. We need to get you out of silver or whatever rank you're in. You got 3 kills. It's probably iron.
Get good, then you get that Vandal.
We
That's
give it to
how
the
the
Reyna.
rules go.
Just sit there, just heal when it's off cooldown, put up a wall every now and then, everything will be fine.
That's so presumptuous. Maybe your sweetheart is a jet.
It's
you know?
75%. I mean,
my wife wouldn't even have 3 kills. Like she's sitting there getting completely farmed because she doesn't play video games at all. So
She's just
I would
feeding them the whole time.
absolutely have to give it to the Reyna.
Wow. What? Okay. I mean,
She's not watching this. It's fine.
mine is, but like, she understands.
it's her birthday, by the way.
yeah. Happy
birthday. He's not going to give you the Vandal.
But that means you'll get something else for your birthday that's even better. So
Eureka!
you don't get a Vandal, but hey, you know, you get a very expensive gift perhaps.
But sorry, this is only assuming if she's at 3 kills. Maybe she is the 40 kill Reyna. We don't
never know.
that. You actually
Could be.
don't know that. This is a good debate. Those of you at home, go ask your sweetheart. Would they be mad? They get the gun. In fact, they'd probably be a bit pressured if you gave them the gun. So yeah. Anyway, that was fun. Hope you guys enjoyed that. You could like type your stuff in the chat, and I don't know. I hope relationships have not been
Cok,
broken.
gue udah ngambil makan masih belum juga, Cok.
Dating scene's quite interesting. Now, going back to DRX
The hell?
and DFM, we had to do that little momentary break. We were talking a bit about the tempo of Japanese teams. Let's recap a little bit what happened with Zeta Division. They completely switched that up.
Yeah, a bit. They did today, but I mean, I'm curious if
DFM menang set lanjang, what the
coming
fuck?
in here for DFM.
Ngadahar naon eta? Ngadahar itu makan ya?
We're going to be getting that 2023, 2022 Zeta Division where it's like, okay, let's really take our time. Let's look for information. Okay, we haven't found anything. We haven't gotten ourselves up to a site. There's 25 seconds remaining on the clock.
Oh,
B's the
bahasa
gonna be a bit like that.
Tunda.
Really running that clock down, not giving themselves enough time to
Kalau di Jawan makan.
adaptations as they get themselves.
What do you mean?
Or is this
Udah
actually going to be them coming out
epic
with a
lah.
completely different play style? Are they going to try to just
Dimas, kalau itu gua tahu, Jir, itu kotor, jorok ya.
catch them off guard and then just get the spike down? I'm not really sure what their game plan is, but I mean, obviously they have to have something here for us. Hearing the coach there at the end of the interview, he said, you know, of course we have some concerns. We have
Pertamanya apa?
that we're
Lah,
scared about, but
kira lu tahu, Dok, anjir.
All right, well, we're going to discuss this
Kan
more
habis AFK.
after this break, guys, so don't go away unless you're
Ngelebok.
getting a little bit of snack. 'Cause
Lebok.
it's about snack time, dinner time
Tahu
right now.
Rehan, makanya gua kagak jawab. Kan jangan tipu-tipu gua ya. Pantek ya kalian ya. Pantek. Gelo coy, somai coy. Udah jadi pengen seblak anjing. Kenapa gue beli somai ya? Pengen seblak. Jam 6 nih kayaknya. Mulai. Mulai suka delay. Wes mbado Bang Kico. Mbado tuh apa ya? Pil makan. Atau apa banyak minyak ya? Anjing.
gives you wings.
Banget. Gila coy, somai batagor anjing. Combo-combo. Pakai talua. Ada yang tahu talua nggak? Tahu dari mana?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Bahasa apa emang? Foto ya mudah. Makan cuy, anjir enak batagor cuy. Main batagor.
이제 되돌아봤을 때 말로는 저희가 맨날 변화를 준다 막 이렇게 말했지만 큰 변화는 없었던 것 같기도 하고 그런데 이제 2024년의 DRX는 큰 변화가 왔잖아요. 아예 로스터를 변화시키는
SK는 nggak jadi.
그 로스터로 발로한테 초창기 때부터 이 자리를 고집해왔고
Bahaya ke SK.
저희가 그 멤버 덕분에 있었으니까 저도 만약에 팬이었다면
Mager ke bawahnya gua. Jadi kenapa nggak sekalian ya?
생각해봤을 때 너무 모험인 것도 맞고 기대가 되는 것도 맞고 저희도 처음에는 걱정을 많이 했었었는데 콜업되고 올라온 친구들이 너무 잘해주고 있어가지고 미국 한번 응원해주시면 너무 감사할 것 같습니다.
이제 지난 시즌에는 모든 경기를 출전하지 못하고 중요한 세계대회라든가 아니면 결승전에서 좀 많이 빠지고 했어가지고
Halo Abrar.
아쉬움이 있고 이번 연도는 이제 고정으로 뛸 것 같으니까 꼭 우승을 위해 달려보도록 하겠습니다.
이번 시즌에 주목받을 선수는
Oh iya, batagor tuh
이전과는 좀 다른 삘이 좀
panjangannya apa coy?
큰거 같다. 플래시백 선수.
퍼시픽 리그 05년생
Kalau cuanki kan ada tuh.
플래시백입니다. 제가 또 총은 좀 기깔나게 쏘거든요. 퍼시픽에서 한 번도 보지 못했어서
cuanki tuh
플래시백 선수라고 생각을 하거든요.
apa-apa jalan kaki ya?
포텐셜들이 진짜 있는 거예요. 내가
Kabrak setaugar.
진작에 챔스 우승했겠는데 약간 이런 생각을 하게 되더라고요.
Ini gua.
기존 DRX
gua adanya
좀 공격적이고 교전 위주의
bakso,
모습 보여줄 수 있을 것 같습니다.
bakso, telur goreng. Mana?
해주면서 이제 정색에 맞는 플레이만 해도 든든한 받침목이 되지 않을까.
Ah, jalan kaki apa? Ah, itu cari kayak gitu. Enak juga. Gua di Bogor gua sering banget tuh.
되게 잘해가지고 강력한 막내 라인 2명이 들어오기도 했고 받아야죠 그 느낌을.
저랑 이제 플래시백이 이번에 합류하면서 연습을 많이 하고 있는데 그 연습을 하는 과정에서 형들은 솔직히 많이 힘들어갈 것 같고 하지만 이 연습을 해서 플래시백과 저가 이 산을 넘는다면은 전과도 이제 비교가 될 수도 없는 강함을 보여줄 수 있을 것 같습니다.
이제는 재성이도
Kalau Bakete ada tau nggak? Bakete.
플래시백 선수를 많이 챙겨서 주기도 하고 저희만
Bakete.
진짜 어려울 거 없이 잘 이길 수 있을 것
Bani kepala telur.
경계되는 팀은 뭐 항상 말씀드리는 거지만 한국 팀 두 팀이 이제 제일 경계가 되고 싹을 잘라버려야죠.
Tahu mie gaul nggak?
우리가 없어질 때까지
Gaul.
되게 화려했잖아요 이 팀이. 103년생이라는 기록도
Astaga,
세웠고
Dok.
차있다가 막상 국제대회 나갔더니 5, 6등.
Kamu real binatang ya, Dok.
했었는데 왜 중위권이냐? 열정 있게.
BKT kocak.
계기를 가지고 이제 22년도 챔스 3등 했었죠 저희가. 그렇게 열심히 했는데 이제 3등밖에 못했다. 이제 좀 흔들리는 시기. 잘한다 이런 느낌도 없었고.
Gaul kayaknya pernah denger dah gua.
볼수 있을 것 같아요.
퍼시픽에서도 무너지고 세계대회에서도 조금 힘없이 무너지는 모습들을 보여줬지만 이번 24 시즌에 우승해버린다면 그거만큼 진짜 완벽한 다큐멘터리 감동 영화 스토리가 없을 것 같아요 저는.
새로운 인재들을 발굴하고.
Lu pernah ke Padang? Pernah lah kocak.
맞습니다. 주인공은 저희 수밖에 없는 게 지난 2년 동안 주전을 못 팀으로써 한이 좀 많이 맺혀 있어가지고 주인공이
Kota-kota di Padang, kota-kota di Sumatera Barat,
굴곡 있잖아요. 한번
hampir semua pernah gua.
타고 제가 약간 그 터닝 포인트가 되고 싶습니다.
그 누구한테도 데스를 하지 않고.
Epic Run Sping.
헤드샷이고 반응 속도
Lu
못 따라오고.
oke lah, tapi kalau benar-benar sampai habis itu terus kayak enak gitu loh.
절대 무너지지 않고 앞으로 나아가서 우승을 한 후에 비난과 모든 역경들이 이제 찬사로 돌아오는.
Itu belum ganti netbotnya.
뭐 아니면 도라고 생각하지만 저희는 성공할
Ah iya coy.
큰 도박이라고
Ah,
생각하고 그래가지고 이제는 우리의 시간이다라는 그런 타이틀을 갖고 말할 수 있을 것 같아. 이제
Iya cok, you would like to apologize apa ya? Padang kalau di Padang cuma nasi aja. Golden butter. Yang kuning kan? Enak ini. Bani versi PH. Maka gue sering butter terus. Drill opa kah? Opa curut mana ya? Sindok anjing.
I do it on the fly most of the time, so I don't really have like something in mind. But like if something is trending, I'll try to do it. 제 셋업이 많아요? 조금 포기했어요.
Anjay jadi dancer ya.
Full version on stage.
Ya, DFM menang, gue setuju. Nangis.
촬영할 때는 그냥 그 제스처나 이런 거 서로 이런 게 좀 들어가면
오디오 안 들어가. 코코! Koko ulang tahun, Cok.
오케이 컷. 근데 원래 에너지가 많은 친구입니다. 진지한 애들이 많다 보니까 저희 팀에는 또 이제 분위기 전환을 주는 그런 선수인 것 같습니다.
Siapa yang ngeliat Koko beceki, coy? Tapi dandanan Koko lama-lama muka kayak chamber ya.
Last year, it's just a whole new roster. He was the substitute, and now he's the main five. So a lot of change. You know, it's a whole different game for us. Yeah, overall new thing.
Kacau panggilan teman aku Randy suruh follow dari tadi nonton ulah Bang Kacau nggak main gara-gara dia. Weh Randy, login tuh temen lu tuh si Dor. Main Randy. Nih lagi technical issue ini.
As an individual, yeah, I think a really good player, and that's why I think it really fits on our team.
Gelo Sinatra anjing.
I don't mind content usually, but today was like really cold because they like have us in the jerseys only. These are very thin.
Kayaknya gue mesen kebanyakan deh.
I think it's fun, but it's kind of cold today.
제가 예전에 있던 팀이 T1이었는데 T1에서는 형들이랑 많이 게임을 했었는데 이제 여기서는 제가 형이거든요. 제가 어떻게 보면 좀 챙겨주는 그런 롤이 돼 있어서 색다르고요. 3, 2, 1, 하!
Apa isu mulu ya? Nggak tahu anjir. Wah kena nggak sih ini deh sama Riot?
去年もなんですけど、結構なんだろう、設備とかセッティングがとてもワクワクするものばっかでとても楽しかったです。
일본 팬분들은 저를 좀 보셨을 거라고 생각을 하는데 이번 리그 처음 하는 거니까 열심히 해보겠습니다.
액션! 큐!
유.
한쪽 잡아줘. 한쪽 잡아줘.
또 뭔가? 片足で立って足の裏の映像を撮るっていうのだったんですけど、なんかある程度までやった後になんか撮り直しみたいになって、でも足の裏だったら俺じゃなくていいよなってうすうす思ってたんですけど、結局スタッフの方がじゃあラズじゃなくていい。
One up kah? Etor.
皆さん、2022 くれたら嬉しいです。
Langsung Ether.
저희 팀원들이 너무 잘하기 때문에 젠지에서 아직 이룰 수 없었던 결승전의 꿈을 꼭 이뤄보도록 하겠습니다. 제가 있는 T1과 제가 없는 T1의 성적의 차이를 증명해드리도록 하겠습니다.
Bang, mana matchnya bang?
I'm in Korea for the first time. I'm trying to find the New Jeans members. Right
What
now.
the fuck, hey?
The strong thing about him is that he has a good aim, and he was like the best player in 2022. So
Jadi
his mechanic is very good, and he has
personal New
some
Jeans.
good ideas as
Gila
well.
kali lo ya.
Are you shooting?
Dah, dah.
Hey, Carly. You okay?
It feels very scary for me because I don't like tall places, you know. So, and for second keep like shaking, you know. So the cabin was like wobbly.
DRX 선수도 더 올게요.
올라가나요?
아니요 안 올라가요. 저희가 아니라서 참 다행인 것 같아요.
Just jump.
Babi. Stuck mau tangkap cahaya keburu ditiban anjing.
It was my dream to shoot with DRX. Yeah. I don't know because last time they was the best team in Asia and that's why I guess.
다들 좀 게임 잘하게 생겼어요. 무섭네요. 시즌이 좀 기대됩니다.
I mean, I did that because they asked me to do it.
촬영 너무 재밌게 했고 선의 경쟁하기 전에 또 이제 같은 게임하는 동료이자 친구들이기 때문에 또
tanggapan Banco.
촬영할 수 있었던 것 같아요.
Sampai di show.
더 높은 곳에서
Bagus lah.
만나길, 응원하겠습니다. 파이팅.
Kayaknya banyak orang juga pengen di show lah.
Maybe just to qualify to international event. So yeah.
Tapi IO-nya jangan yang ini nggak sih? Terus makanan juga enak-enak kan di Seoul.
負けから得るものとかはたくさんあると思うんで、チ
Emang
ー
iyalah
ムメイト
Bang.
とのコミュニケーションだったり戦略だったり相手への対策だったり結構
Gede
勉強にな
banget
って
Langka Cok.
確かに全
IO-nya One Up dia
勝
berangkat
したチ
Cok.
ームと比べたら
Oh Langka
得るものは少なかった
kerja di
かもし
One
れ
Up
ないですけど、
sekarang.
自分のためチームのためみたいな
Nah kalau
そんなこと
Jepang
が
gua
分かった
setuju.
年でした。
Kan udah kemarin.
まあその新しく入った CR 組は去年とか一昨年くらいから一緒のチームでやってて、その部分で言うとまあ連携力とかそういうものが結構期待されてて今のメンバーになったって感じですね。
Thank you world. I'm JP No.1 ソーバープレイヤー。まあエージェントで言うとソーバー、フェイド、スカイとかメインイニシエーター系をやりつつもサブ IGL するかしないかみたいな。
結構明るい性格なんで
みんなのコミュニケーションをうまく取ってくれるようなプレイヤーで助かってます。
ネスさんは師匠ですね。
普段物静かなんですけど一緒にふざけたりとかなんか面白い人だなって思ってます。
Bang kapan mainnya Bang?
パーセントが高い選手で 1V2 とか 1V3 になった途端に本領発揮するような選手です。
저 메인은 일단 총을 잘 쏘고 타격대라는 게 아무래도 제일 앞에 서야 되는 포지션인데 제일 앞에 서야 됨에도 불구하고 성적이 잘 나올 때가 많아서 이 친구는 정말 타격대에 특화된 친구구나.
自分のプレーで味方が乗れるような
Tahun ini PRS bakal grand final berapa kali? Nah,
コミュニケーションを
gue
したいなと思っています。
僕らが
Gua
彼のポテンシャルを
sebenarnya pengen T1 anjay.
サポートができたらもう
pengen
間違いなく
kokoh.
トッププレイヤーになれると思います。
T1 ketemu PRS di
前のタイトルのゲームとかからいるんですけ
di
ど
franchise
経験値とか
Pacific
知識
seru
とか
kali ya?
を結構みんなに共有してくれるんでそういった部分では助かってますね。
エイムも強いし頭も1
Final
番2番ぐらい
ke
のいいレ
Madrid
ベル
bareng-bareng.
で優秀なプレイヤーです。
안샘 선수는 지금 저희 팀에서 IGL을 하고 있는데
フィジカルも強くて持っているピックプールは広くてかなり万能なプレイヤーで
믿고 갈 만한 것 같아요. 저는
아민,
원래는 일본
안잘.
팀에서 플레이를 하다 온 메두사고요. 센티넬을 주로 하고 있고 럴킹을 좋아합니다.
Iwan harus lewati raja tidak bermahkota.
簡単にいくと思ってないんで
全員が攻撃的なスタイルで試合中に対応するのが非常に難しいチームで
他のチームと比べてメンバーも変わった시 멤버 정하는 기간도 되게 길었고 지금도 연습 시간이 되게 없는 그런 상황인데
とにかく勝たなきゃいけないことには変わりがないので、一試合一試合全力で頑張りたいなと思っています。
Faktor apa aja yang buat RRQ kalah? Banyaknya kena Rifty sih.
新しい DFM はこうなったんだぞっていうのを見返すチャンスだと思ってるんで、自分たちの時間最後に笑うのは俺たちだみたいなイメージです。
Laki kena Rifty manja. Faktor Bani mikirin Kohaibi. Ya, yang di Icebox.
Hello VCT fans, I'm extremely excited to introduce Valorant
lagi-lagi format coy.
2024. Last year's VCT Pacific run was amazing, with our players showing their unreal potential on the global stage. This year, there are big and exciting changes coming up. Here are the updates and everything you need to know about VCT Pacific 2024.
You need to know about
VCT Pacific
VCT.
will now have 11 teams competing across the region, with Bleed Esports' recent promotion to the International League through Ascension 2023, and we cannot wait to see them on the stage. Now let's talk about the tournament schedules. This year's journey begins on February 17th in Seoul. VCT Pacific is split into 3 stages: Kickoff, Stage 1, and Stage 2. 2 Masters events are held in between each stage, and Champions will begin in August as the culmination of global competition for 2024. VCT Pacific Kickoff will be split into 3 phases. The first phase is a GSL format where teams are separated into 3 groups, and the team to come out in first in each group goes straight to the playoffs.
Ini kalau kayak gini PC dari pihak Riyadh apa pihak Korea? Yang disewa lah. Yang disewa di Korea.
The top 2 teams will advance to Valorant Masters Madrid. Now let's look at VCT Pacific Stage 1. Each team will be split into 2 groups of 5 Alpha teams and 6 Omega teams. Alpha teams will fight against the Omega teams.
Bisa jelasin nggak format champion point maksudnya gimana? Itu yang mana ya?
Here, the top 3 teams will be punching their ticket to Valorant Masters Shanghai.
Champion point. Itu buat menentukan nanti ke champion nggak sih? Belum lihat juga itu.
Same goes for the Omega teams. The top 6 teams with the best performance over the course of Stage 1 and Stage 2 will make it through to the VCT Pacific Stage 2 playoffs. The top 3 teams in playoffs and the 1 team with the highest championship points will
ini kalau lama-lama boy swag. Poin itu biasanya kayak sirkuit poin gitu buat ke champion gak sih? Oh berarti nggak ada tandingnya lagi gitu, LCK dihilangin buat gantiinnya pakai poin.
The goal ultimately is to reward teams who have been the most consistent throughout the year. Only the best of the best will come out on top. The tide is rising and teams will collide and define their destiny in Valorant Champions Tour Pacific 2024. We'll see you all in Seoul, South Korea.
Ada liga dibagi 2 grup. Bang, mana gamenya bang? Aku butuh game. Kita DM dulu nggak sih? Nggak ya? Nonton Delby kapan matchnya? Belum ada di jadwal. Bang, kapan mainnya? Bang, matchnya kapan? Stop lah itu running text-nya, Bang. Kita hanya butuh game, Bang.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Kalau gua libur gua nonton pasti, kayak sekarang kan minggu man bisa nonton. Kalau weekday gua mana nontonnya? Kan latihan. Bang. Ini maksimal kalau jam 7 nggak mulai juga gua udahan ya cuy. Kayak kebanyakan nonton iklan nih gua lama-lama anjir. Masa kerja gua cuma nonton iklan, Cok? Besok nggak bisa nobar gua, Bang Alul. Start jam 1 ya, mungkin bisa paling kayak segame doang gak sih? Gue jam 4 tuh gak bisa. Terus siapa sih match pertama? Cek dulu ya. Kalau seru gue nonton. Kan start jam 1 tuh. Ya kalau jam 1 ya startnya ya. Besok tuh tanggal 19 Oh, Blade GE ya? T1Z sih sebenarnya. Jam 5 Cok. Harus Genji. Oh iya deh. Jam 1-nya nonton. Kayaknya bisa nonton deh. RX Genji doang tapi. Jam 3-annya gue running text sudah nggak ada nih.
And look here, a lot of fans surrounding me. I can feel the energy and it's so great. And I happened to bump into one of the cutest fans here. Let's have a chat. 네, 지금 무대의 열기가 느껴지는 만큼 많은 팬분들이 함께 즐겨주고 계신데요. 그 와중에 정말 귀여운 팬분과 함께 이야기를 나눠보려고 합니다. 안녕하세요.
네, 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. 엔테 계실래요?
저는 그 신림에 살고 있는 이수정이라고 합니다.
Oh, her name is 이수정. Okay.
Siapa yang mau sama yang megang mic?
Which team are you here for? 어느 팀 응원하러 오신 건가요?
Champion nanti ke Korea nggak Bang Kaco? Kalau ada rezekinya. Masa Subaton dulu cuy buat ke champion.
And DRX, which player? 어떤 선수를 응원하러 오신 건가요?
Itu putih banget, yang mana putih?
겨울잠에서 깨어난 짐승택 선수 꼭
kuning
보고
banget kah?
싶습니다.
네, 그냥 스택 선수도 아니고 짐승택 선수. Yeah, she's here for stacks definitely. And I want to ask.
Siapa yang mau sama jersey DRX?
그러면
nih,
스택 선수한테
ada yang mau nggak?
메시지 남겨주시면은 스택 선수에게 큰 응원이 될 것 같은데요.
이제 날도 따뜻하게 풀렸는데 겨울잠에서 깨어나셨으면 좋겠습니다.
Yes, it's become warmer. Hope you wake up from the winter sleep you've been taking. 인터뷰 감사합니다. Thank you for the interview. And now, not even in the venue, I heard there's some noise outside somewhere. Let's have a look at the viewing party. Yes, and not even here in the venue. Oh, let's say hi to DRX fans. DRX viewing party happening in Seoul, South Korea. Make some noise.
Woi, make some noise, woi. Diam aja. Nggak ngerti ya. Leo sih ada main. Kontol lu, Gong. Muka lu tuh kayak tai anjing.
We have another fan waiting. DFM, Tokyo, Japan. Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Cuek banget disuruh make some noise.
Maybe they can't hear my voice. Yes, but I can truly feel their energy even from here. And so many fans are enjoying today's matches. So now, shall we go to meet the players? Let's go.
Lamka sekarang lu asal lu tahu ya Mikey Mouse ya, Lamka hobi banget join di streamnya cewek, lu cari dah cluenya di YouTube tetap, tapi wah lu lihat ada cewek stream pasti ada Lamka anjing. DRX Mako. Wah ini dia coy, mana rambut Charlie ST12 ya Mako? Abang kalau disuruh milih mending cewek Jepang apa Korea? Oh nggak ada nih, bisa milih nih. Nita mana Nita ya? Kangen deh sama Nita. Mana ya dia? Fokus me. Ayo tunjukin DFM. Apalagi debut player barunya ini langsung menang. Udah coy. Masa 09 yang lalu. Besok WP nggak, kayaknya cuma satu match doang deh WP-nya. Genji PRX doang kayaknya. Habis itu latihan soalnya. Mungkin ya, tapi nggak janji ya. DFM orang baru semua kan? Iya, orang baru semua. Ini coachnya sih ini Termi sama Astelik, namanya Astel Lik. DFM kayaknya kalah coy, soalnya biasanya pemenangnya orang lama. Oh hell. Latihan udah di GH kah? Hah? Masih di rumah masing-masing. Anthem iya kayaknya. KR ini ambil.
Now we're going into our map picks with DRX versus DFM. Is DRX gonna reign supreme? Or is DFM gonna have the greatest upset of all Pacific?
That is the question, and we'll have to see what the maps look like to maybe get a better idea of what the story is going to be going to this one. Obviously, Termi and Glow here set up, ready to do the draft alongside DFM.
Glow.
Anthem out here as well. We'll have to see the players alongside the coaching staff. Help
Nice.
give their input and everything like that. I'm curious what DFM wants to do. I mean, as I mentioned, that icebox.
Weh, ini suara mau dengerin band mapnya. Buset, dan caster lebih gede daripada band mapnya, anjir.
DRX will feel just so innate.
Kagak denger cok dia band map apa walaupun ada gambarnya ya. Icebox di bandot. Soalnya malas ada Mako main line up katanya. DRX band Sunset. DFM pilih Lotus kayaknya.
What do you try to prioritize? Is it to just get away the best maps of DRX, or
bener
is
kan?
it to bring in the maps
DRX
that you were very
pick
much when you were crazy?
Binda kali.
This is not
one of
them. They have never played Lotus. This is not a map that they have that much experience. So, I mean, obviously Anthem, he has had plenty of performances on this map throughout just the last season on DFM, and even did have an ace on this very map.
Main di mana divisi latihan kagak anjir, ini band map doang.
DRX, they certainly had their issues with this map during VCT Pacific. We saw them suffering, and when they finally did come out, you think back to the playoffs, it was pretty
Breze kah?
They absolutely
Gokil, DFM band
on that map as they went into
band
champions.
Asen.
That's where they had the 2-10 comeback versus Billy. DRX, though, going back to similar old comfort actually here, though, given that Icebox is banned, Haven's out of the pool, they're going to go to Breeze now that's opened up again.
It does feel like this is just the lesser of two evils.
Split ban, I mean, it makes sense. That would be another big comfort. I mean, there's very few maps that aren't comfortable, honestly, for the side of TRX. As you said, the statistics that just always look very good for them.
Oh, so
And really trying to pin down what is going to be the biggest weakness to try to exploit can be difficult, but it feels like aside from the Lotus pick, they've done a pretty good job, but Lotus has me a bit concerned, honestly, for DFM.
I mean, that leaves Spine to the decider.
Yeah.
How are you guys feeling about 3-mapper to end the day?
I don't know that I'm feeling it. Unless DFM truly does have something completely game-changing and unexpected here on the side of Lotus, I feel like DRX are walking away from this draft in a really positive position. Because Bind as well, I mean, you think about how strong they are on that map. They're dismantling a Fnatic. That is a map that, these are all 3 maps that they are incredibly well-versed on. So DFM, I'm hoping that they have something up their sleeve that they can surprise us with. That chamber certainly is something that could come into play here as we get ready to shift over to Lotus. Maybe they're going to take a leaf out of, Excurrent's book here and try to pilot that to success. But either way, even if they do that, it has to have a high impact.
Yeah, I mean, for you, Asterai, like we're talking, agent comps are ready to go.
Wow!
Fade.
Wow!
Damn near mirrored. I mean, Anthem is
Nah, ini baru bener anjir. Kasih Bas yang main.
Yeah, this isn't anything shocking at all.
Lah.
This is pretty much just
Bas yang bener main duelist lah. Tapi kenapa Foxy-nya main Viper flashback Killjoy?
These type of maps that you need to have a good support system when you're on that duelist role. It doesn't really have any form of escape. Raze, you have a satchel, but it's not as clear-cut as, like, let's say a Dismiss or a Tailwind to get out of harm's way. So DFM really has to solidify Mei, because that's the one player that DRX pointed out when the coaches were talking about that they really wanted or were very much aware of. So yes, support system.
Enggak, biasanya kan Foxy kan.
Who's going to be running that Viper? It is not.
Terus si Bas itu main
Good point.
Sentinel.
Let's jump straight into the game. We're really excited for this first
Tahu gua
map.
tuh dulu
Lotus, over to you, casters.
Killjoy-nya pas, race-nya Foxy, flashback-nya Viper. Makanya gue kaget. Gue dukung yang menang.
Foxy 9 on Viper is a little surprising, but I guess someone had to really be that trustworthy anchor and potential lurk on
Harusnya
that Killjoy. So
DRX
flashback
sih.
being given the position for that Sentinel. Now on the
Ayo fokus,
side
fokus,
of
fokus.
DFM, I mean again, yes,
Tutup ya.
new roster, etc.,
Ada lagi
but
yang ini kan.
I mean, he's had some good calls on this map before, even despite the results not necessarily pointing that way last year in Pacific. So I'm curious to see the big difference, the only
udah
difference,
telat.
the Sky versus the Fade. Flashes versus none on the other side, but of course, not as much freedom to
matanya
get
boleh
info
juga tuh.
right off the bat
Dari
in the early
atas.
part of the round for DFM.
Terus dia main B.
Gonna think about just committing into the B site. Already diving in is gonna be Mei with that frenzy, but look at the movement from Stax.
Whoa.
Although it is a new DRX, Stax is still here and still has that movement, still has
Ya.
the
Wih,
ability
itu
to
gelap.
trickle backwards.
Pas.
2 kills and then flashback comes in. Although Sess is able to find a bit of a double.
Yeah, also interesting to me that Sess is playing that Omen, still going for the double controller. I mean, he's bounced around several different agents in, the small pool of matches he has played, but generally seeming to lean more towards that initiator. We'll see what they have planned, but for now, Medusa, you got to win so many duels in a row.
Yeah, not gonna happen today. I mean, it's not easy at the very least, and especially not up against a Sheriff, but still, this is just DFM, and we can see that the entire game plan in that pistol, although it is just a pistol, they just dove right into the site.
Yeah, now, picking this Lotus against DRX, I mean, DRX likes to play pretty default heavy on any map, so I'm not too surprised by it.
Makanya
I mean,
Foxy,
we saw how their Haven eventually got
kalau
dismantled
Foxy
as
Killjoy
well.
masih oke gitu, karena setahu gua flashback
If you're on the attacking side,
Viper
just
mati
really
coy.
force the issue on one part of the map, make sure that you're winning by numbers. So I get the idea. The pistol they chose B wasn't quite the one. It's also a hard one to kind of keep hold of in the post plan with those pistols unless you get that first kill.
That's exactly why. I mean, I'm kind of like
Malam
wondering
hari yang
what
muka
the
kuda.
game plan is for DFM, and although it is just
Nervous,
pistol,
kalian
it is
nervous.
the DRX that goes default heavy. Committing without much information is,
Tembusin.
I'm not sure
Terutut,
if
terutut, terutut.
that's how they want to start things out, but at least right now with nothing but classics, they will be
Stack
able
mana
to
mukanya? Kenapa muka
look
flashback?
towards
Wih.
gaining as much
Alasya
information as
boy.
they can.
Wait.
So both Nanostorms
Flashback
popped off.
mukanya
They know
terus
there's a bit
tuh.
of a Killjoy setup.
Yeah, there's
Padahal
not
udah
much to
DFM
talk about
nih.
in a round like this, especially when they go for the full save.
Buka
But
tetap
the
flashback
fact that,
tuh.
first of all, obviously still trying to take advantage of the map itself, going for that
baru.
easy ult Doorbot mound, and then checking for the setup on B. They note that the nano swarms are there. I mean, they're doing what they can, and to me, the biggest thing is similar to Gen G. I've heard rumblings that this DFM squad is looking fantastic in scrims, so once they're able to pick up rifles, we'll see how that goes, because this round, not much to do.
Oh yeah,
kelihatan
more
pala ini,
for
flashback.
Foxy9 with that Bulldog on the other hand. Stacks as well, and a simple cleanup for Flashback. The crowd loves
Itu tadi dia
this.
ada flash tapi nggak buta, coy.
I mean, the Korean crowd, they've been waiting to be able to kind of cheer enthusiastically for DRX with a new roster. I mean, it used to be, you kind of knew that they were going to win, right? The excitement wasn't quite there. But then once the excitement did arrive, it didn't last long before they were dethroned. And then the representatives of Pacific, the hope of Pacific, became Paper Rex instantly on a dime. And DRX struggling to kind of find that magic that they once had. And the players, the coaching staff, some of the fans, some of, potential scrim partners are all saying Flashback might be that guy that brings that extra touch to the Korean squad.
We shall see, especially in the next coming days, if he's exactly what they needed. But here it is right now, starting things off. Foxy9 still a rather proven talent, still has that aim. Just wondering if we can trust our dogs or puppies to really go
Jadi patung manja tuh.
just run wild and free and really do what they're best at. Meanwhile, apart from that right now, it's just still back to that default, juggling for info. Buzz trying to play around it. However, Blinded did not see May on the other side. May comes in and eliminates both Mako and Buzz.
Yeah, the flash was so good, but you got to remember this box is here. The potential.
Did you see?
There's more members. I think that angle is just.
Dia
tough.
ngelihat lah
Just
itu,
spot.
harusnya
Don't think
ngelihat
it would have
itu.
even shown up on the minimap either.
Soalnya wall
So
yang
they're gonna make it in
gak
safely.
kelihatan tuh kalau
Still some
ininya
damage
high.
potentially done.
Kelihatan.
Shows the elbow right through the box.
What a shot from Stacks. Now Prowler in just to see if anyone's nearby, so he's going to be able to re-peek the angle. Foxy9 coming up front around the door.
Menang
Up
ini.
around tree now with
Retake ini
another
mah.
shot, despite just using nothing but a Bulldog. Turns things into a one-on-one for Stacks. Haunt out, and he knows exactly where Sess is at this point. Goes in. It's pretty much a heads-up duel at this point, too. As he peeks out, though, the Vandal with full auto simply bursts Stacks down. A little bit more easy for DFM to pick that up.
Yeah, a rough round. I mean, to be very honest, for DFM, of course, he dropped so many weapons, but in that last 1v1, Sess plays that very well, right? Puts up the smoke, shoots out the haunt, and immediately he positions just right around the cusp of that smoke. So hard for Stacks to get the first peek. Good, crafty 1v1 from Sess. A great showing in this first match for him and the rest of the squad in VCT Pacific.
Just trying to keep things up, trying to keep things alive. 2-1 is a pretty good start. We shall see how they can continue forward. So far, Sess has been that person up around DFM, but of course we're watching up some of these other players as well. How do they support and set up May, who is now committing this showstopper? Spots out the head, able to get the splash damage kill on towards Foxy9. So that might just open up the sight, but right around the corners, you've got Stacks, you've got Flashback.
Oh, that boom bot. I thought it wasn't going to spot him, and that would have been dangerous. But Buzz gets one kill to open things up, even things out 4-4.
Whoa.
What a way to shoot.
Kuat anjir DFM.
Sess on the other hand, though, playing off the off angle. Buzz now with the showstopper, gets himself alive to go up onto the platform. Stays alive, and that's the most important thing. Pink Shell's committed as well. Gives a little bit more space for Stacks and Mako to come
Kuat
back.
anjir DRX.
A couple crispy shots on the side of DFM, so
Ada.
honestly
DFM
already,
okay lah ini
I
DFM
think
ini.
there's a lot more hope for this squad. They
solid,
could be competitive.
anjir.
However, Buzz just comes in firing. Foxy9, I mean, curious to see what the comms were, if we'll ever find out, because Ultimates were coming online for DFM. Tried to stay in the site, drag things out just a bit longer. Got taken out by the showstopper, but just a good peek out by Buzz. And the fact that he's just able to stay alive long enough brings Mako into the site.
Still can rely on these two to
DFM-nya
keep
lebih
things up.
gak tahu sih, baru satu run.
But
Dia
other
dapat
than that, the showstoppers
kocak ya.
into this map, definitely a bit of a game changer. And it helps DRX out.
Akan 0-9 lagi kah?
Off to the next
Harusnya
round
iya
now.
ya.
DFM economy not so great, just a bit of a judge. I don't know how much that can really do though, unless you're able to
Tapi
find
ya
a
nggak
pick.
tahu.
And given the positioning from DRX right now, it's not going to be the
Baru dibilang
easiest
terarah.
task. Right into the
Bosoik
nanoswarms and
ternyata.
Stack still hovering around the corners. Look at how quick the response is, Will. Oh my goodness.
I have bought enough time for
Oh,
the backup
retake
to
cepat.
arrive over from A-Link. Sure, you die, but you deny the plant, and they had already pushed them out of Link, so that was still technically DRX's control, and Mako, the awareness to get
Ini
one more
sih
kill.
punya flank sih 2 loh.
Though, not too shabby.
Gak jadi deh guys.
But how long can
DFM.
he hold this? He wants to retrieve the
ngeflank berdua tuh.
rifle. At this point, not really the wisest choice, but wow, okay, it's just a wide swing. Buzz not quite able to drag his mouse down along with that player model. And with that, all right, rifle retrieved. I've done my job. I'm going to hold on to this for the next round.
Oh, but the call comes out for DRX. They're watching both flanks. Flashback well aware. So even if the spike does get picked up, I mean, they can
30
always
seconds
swing
left.
back together. Foxy9 trying to check both angles
Gak mungkin
around him.
kalah gak sih?
That
Gak
allows
mungkin dong flashback.
Just waiting for that crosshair. Gets the headshot.
Nanti kamu keluar lagi ya
They
digantiin.
went back into it, and that's going to be flashback holding the angle. So 4-1 right now. DRX still very much.
DFM sama Zeta beda apa bang
Too
kita?
bad of a
Beda
round for
nama
DFM,
tim.
would you say? I mean, they just
Tulisannya.
went for it with the judge and, you know, pissed
Kalau
off.
Zeta
I mean,
lebih oke
it's
lah dari player-player
2024.
mah.
I don't know if we can keep giving these, you know, very,
Tanda ya,
very
Faris, ya.
small pieces of cake on these rounds. Listen, it wasn't, I mean, it was never meant to be a good round. That's my point, right? So, I mean, counting your stars a little bit,
Tapi kayaknya ya
I'm not sure
bisa
how far
menang
that's
lah
going to
ini
go,
mah.
because here's the thing,
DFM.
because they bought up to the judge, it's still half armor for May as well.
Wow.
Lawan tim mix.
Yeah, that definitely could be something that bites him in the
Mata
back.
pericok.
But so far,
DFM
just
harusnya
gotta
mending
see some more
mana?
clear executes or ideas
kan
from DFM, because right now, though they
Indo
have
banget gitu ya.
you know,
Udah
bits
pasti
of fade,
RRQ
bits of
nggak sih coy?
shooting, bits of ideas as well. DRX are still very much controlling the map, the map all around. I mean, look what's happening up around Rubble,
Dia nanya,
especially up around B as well.
They need to win this fight one more time and in a very explosive manner, because if they are not able to put pressure on either side of the map, this is such an easy defense for DRX, and it's a 3-site map.
Oh yeah. Good flash again.
Woi!
Here comes Buzz.
Gelo.
Oh, the spray down. 3 hits,
Wait!
3 bodies
Masa ya
down.
dibalas?
May answers back with a double of his own,
Ayo
but
main,
is that going to
main.
be enough though? He's down to 22. 1 bullet is all it takes. Foxy claims his head, and that's going to be down to Neth.
Oh, and they know that he hasn't come through. They're all around him.
Just got you completely surrounded.
Mainnya tanggal 29.
It's going to be gloomy clouds for DFM for now, while they try to look for different ideas
Aduh,
to
ngantuk
break
gue coy.
apart this map, because
Apa ya?
DRX are
Sumpah gue
still
bangun pagi jam-jam
having a
segini
good
tuh ngantuk
day.
terus anjir.
Flashback is just chilling on C.
I mean, that's his job, though, and this is the faith that they have in this guy,
Wah,
right?
bikin
Is
kopi
that if
manja
they
dulu
do
deh,
choose
bentar.
to go see, if they do choose to
Wah, jangan
pressure
sampai
early,
ada
we have
running
faith
text
that
ya.
you will either anchor and get the kills, or you will smartly back out and get ready for the retake. That allows, I mean, also perhaps the very, very strong duo that has been really showing that hard carry potential for DRX, even on the international stages. Buzz and Mako to fight for rubble control. That is not a duo I would ever want to have to combat, to break through on a part of the map. So DFM, they've got their work cut out for them. And I mean, if you're not going to fight for it early, which to be fair, I actually do think the fade gives DRX a bit of an edge in the very start of the round, right? Because there's always that potential of the C's paint shells, and then they're already going to be set up on the cross angles. But some other timing here from DFM, rather than waiting and showing yourselves on other parts of the map. It's either that or a real fast push into C. One or the other needs to happen, but C, it's always going to be potentially the poison cloud, potential nanoswarms, a turret. So I think this Rubble fight, you just have to do it at some point, right? Whether you eventually go into the A site or not, it needs to happen.
We've seen little glimpses before with how they actually managed to break into C, or at least attempted it. They managed to get the spike down for 1 round. Meanwhile, for A site, you know, they had that round with a great flash from Anthem, setting up May for a couple of kills, especially up against Buzz too. Just that didn't quite happen the second time, because of course Buzz is going to reposition. But as we talk about C, here it comes. Despite this being a bit of an eco round, the Viper's Pit is committed.
I like this from DRX. They used to not do this, right? Okay, you see the shots come in, goes for the spray through the smoke, but I mean, they used to be like, it's an eco, just hold, and sometimes they would get thrifted quite often, especially when they go global. So just saying, lock it down, right? And then put the threat of the potential killjoy support as well. Keep that lead up. You have so many other ultimates for retakes.
So like, masterclass of map control.
Air dulu coy.
You can literally draw a line, like a percentage of how much of the map DFM has control. Like not even 50. It's not even 40%. I would say less.
I mean, it's not even 30.
It's not even 30.
Really think about it, because I mean, let's take away the spawns because you start there.
Sure.
You're not getting the barriers right now.
Ada Reforsi, Goten,
That's about it.
Aldin, Kus, Cut,
Up around rubble.
They're going for this.
Nakia, ada Asteris.
Foxy. Up around the corners, instantly spotting out the player outline.
Wih.
Ooh, what a flick. Sess, though,
What a
being able to play off of
flick.
that contact,
Whoa.
gets a shot
Whoa.
with the flicks, a bit of a double,
Tetap
but Stacks brings things back.
ditutup sama Stacks.
That fan in the crowd said they wanted B Stacks to wake up from hibernation. It's
Solusi
been
hard
some
stack rank.
time.
Main
So
sama temen,
far,
minimal
looking
harus
good,
berdua.
looking crispy here
Terus
as
main
the
agent
IGL
yang
leader for
di
Stacks
ahlikan
has
gitu.
claws
Ahlinya di
and
agent
knives
apa?
to
Nah,
boot,
pakai
but still,
itu aja.
Not too bad with those sheriff shots. Again, it's
Tapi
still
yang
not the
pada
round win,
umumnya
but so
agent-agent
far
gitu loh.
6-1.
Kalau duelis ya udah main
We're talking about
duelis.
that map control, and you mentioned needing to see DFM commit to a
Mekanik
site.
yang udah tahu harus
Maybe
mengapain.
now with the full buy, maybe now with the Seekers, they might be able to pull something off.
Ayo pernah sekali sama tim franchise Cina nggak?
Yeah,
Gak
DFM's
pernah
idea
performanya
this
mereka
whole
gimana?
time is shake up
Lumayan
yourselves a C
sering.
and B,
Jago-jago
try to apply
kok.
pressure and then go to A, and now
Timnya Delby
DRX,
jago.
what a round to start pushing
EC
out this momentum
juga.
change. Doesn't matter if they're C because the wide swing is
Oh,
clean from
di-swing.
Buzz.
This
Lumayan,
is new
lumayan.
DRX. Not just a wide swing, you got two more
DFM suruh
players
main sama Ci
aiding
Adel
him.
aja
Oh, but then
aja.
Mako suddenly eliminated.
Yeah, not quite ready for some extra trades. I don't
Kalau
mind the
nggak punya
extra pressure
teman
put on
gimana?
from
Nggak
DRX.
mungkin
That's just a
nggak
good
sih?
fire back from
Value
DFM.
nggak punya
But the
teman tuh.
point is, they still have no control of Rubble.
Yeah, I can't quite push
Nova.
out. You've got the toxic screen up
Nova,
towards C,
Nova
but it's not
oke
doing all
coy.
that much.
Yeah, but they do know
Obon.
now that it should
Oh
be
oh
weak
oh
on the A side,
JL,
right? Anthem
Obon,
had
hafal
activated those
namanya.
Seekers, so trying to claw
Selalu
their way
latihan
back
sama
in.
mereka tuh dulu.
45 seconds on the clock. Still
Pas
options to
zaman SEA Games.
rotate out as well. I do like this. From
Timucil,
here on out, it's still
belum.
plenty of time to rotate. You know that they should be spread thin on DRX.
If they can take down Foxy9, that would be it.
30
That's what
Oh,
Anthem's
langsung
calling
rotate.
for. But wow, committing on that Nightfall, and it's so much information
Ya
for
Allah.
Stacks. Showstopper doesn't quite connect,
Ya Allah, masih
although there's a
bunuh.
good bit of damage.
Ah,
Sens goes
ultinya
down,
nggak
Anthem
bunuh
trades
cepat
it back
coy.
up. You got 15 seconds left to secure the spike plant. Can they make it happen? Finally picking it up now. And we're going to go for it in the corner. And
Paraboy ya,
back.
ada Paraboy kok.
Showstopper.
Beuh.
Oh. Flashback just trying to get information, but he knows that there are members
Ada
in
si
the site.
Paraboy.
Good shot up on that corner, too.
Oh, Medusa!
Oh, no! Shot out midair. That showstopper's gone. Stacks is the only one here, and he has
Wait.
to push up front. Goes in for the burst of the lockdown, and that is when Anthem strikes.
Oof. Risky but good post plant from DFM. Flashback, I was going to say, I wonder if Flashback pushes in or not, because there's two ways to play that. Either you swing out at the same time with the showstopper, or you're trying to get that information right as he arrives. So Flashback peeks out. He secures that there's members in the corner, but they weren't aware of how many were going to be out by Mound as well. Just a great save from Medusa.
Yes.
To keep his teammates alive.
From Medusa.
That was the main
Yeah,
thing.
denying that rocket, keeping up the lockdown as well. A little quiet in the beginning of the map, but putting his name back on the board.
Yeah, if that nuke went off, it might have been a different story, but still.
Bukannya PUBG ya Bang Cok.
And we
Ini
go
baru.
back towards the
Ya
DFM,
bercanda-bercanda.
trying
PUBG
to
deh
blind
PUBG.
commit
PUBG
in
aja.
towards B. Off of the eco that DRX has, they managed to gun down Stacks.
Wow,
Birds alive,
lu
and
lihat
he just
lumayan,
flips back on a dime,
sumpah lumayan
gets another
DFM ini
shot.
yang sekarang.
Buzz and Mako trade back through though.
Gak bisa dianggap
Here comes
remeh
Anthem.
ini.
They want to secure the angles. They want to get the spike down.
Mei-nya
And all
jago
that's left is gonna
soalnya.
be Mako
Tuh.
who peeks out into multiple targets.
Tekstur
DFM
ya
plays a
kelihatan
third round
oke
against
banget
DRX.
karena timnya juga oke.
An
Semua
eco
orang
round
itu
from DRX, but
kelihatan jagonya kalau misalnya di
uncharacteristically
tim yang
taking 1v1
pas gitu
duels
coy.
just one by one.
Ya.
So I am curious if, I mean, the new DRX Is it a change in the tempo as well for potential timeouts, just to say, listen, like I know it was an eco, just cool things down a little bit? Because this is exactly what DFM was looking for in this round. Go in with the better firepower. And Medusa talks about it in the Emerge video. He likes him as an entry. He's going in and getting those opening frags. And so far, when he is set up, like the Death said, May will make that happen.
Demon One timnya kurang pas, tapi kan menang. Belum lah, adaptasi lah itu.
Yeah, but DRX already has control of
Kemarin kayak kendala bahasa nggak tekstur. Nggak sih, kayaknya. Kayaknya bahasa nggak terlalu masalah nggak sih? Buset, headset loh kayak gitu loh. Ya, kata Mako, anjing kau flashback ya. Kita udah bokong ya.
So DFM has to be very careful. They are thinking about rotating off to the other side, but now caught in no man's land.
Here's the thing, Neth, if he does put that pit up, he knows the lockdown is going to happen. So he just wishes he could get one kill. It doesn't matter if it's a Killjoy Omen, but at least if you make it a 1v1, you can play for a timing around those ultimates. But DRX not
Delby
one to
bisa
overextend at a time like this.
Karena dia bisa dia. Kalau ngomongin kayak standarnya gitu. Kayak, lu mau kemana ya dia ini? Kayak
And this gentle guy
umumnya lah.
Like that.
Bisa aja sih Delby bisa ngomong.
But in real life, Mike, you just love the guy.
I mean, he is just a cozy teddy bear on stage.
Right.
But then in the server, I mean, cold as ice. That's the thing, right? He's not the fanciest player, but he is just
paling ini satu, ini dua, ini tiga.
What did he say? He said something. He said no. I was in a slump because of something else.
Okay.
Because obviously not too many kills so
Lumayan,
far here.
Right.
Tempat belajar deh.
Well, maybe he's got
Karena dia orang Medan juga katanya adalah kebantu dari bahasa dia itu walaupun beda. Oke lah. Baca 1, 2, 3 dia udah tahu. Simpel-simpelnya lah.
Maybe B side again, but the setup is different from DRX this time.
DRX has been playing with the tempo quite flexibly, right? A lot of rubble pressure the early part of this map, and now a couple fast pushes, and then the default that they so love. A 2-2-1, mind you, especially because of the focus on
orang lebih dominan ke Phantom.
He's not challenged anymore.
Nyamannya orang sih itu.
Cover says a lot though. Bit of a flash past it, pop through. Mako able to hold the off angle for a trade. Foxy9 coming right back in, but traded right back out against his counterpart. Here comes Mako though. Great shots to start things off.
Lihat Mei itu.
What a quick movement up on top of the platform. He guns down Stacks. This is now a 1-on-2. Buzz.
Baru maksudnya itu.
Can he make it happen though?
The way May's looking, if May is able to get the kill,
ya,
and gets around win, they could go all the way up to
CS mah nggak ada regenerasinya, coy. Dan peminatnya juga dikit. Wah,
well, he'll get the showstopper. Now it's up to Anthem.
Just trying to watch the angles. Bit of a silent movement out around. Time is still ticking. Pink Shell's committed, but Anthem stays tucked away. Boombot confirms position, but Buzz has to push in.
Wah, bagus banget pada sistemnya.
It's just all too much. He has to commit it. It's an easy straight shot for Anthem to collect the 4th round.
In some weird way, it actually works out even better. You get the showstopper and the Seekers online. 1 through the death, 1 through the kill, and another round win. That 5th round win could come through, and at that point, it's already looking tighter than most people expected. But I would say DFM looking hopeful. And one thing I want to point out is they're actually not relying too much on Medusa having to lurk and get kills. That was one of the things that used to fight the old Crazy Raccoon in the back. They wouldn't know how to go through it and be like, Medusa, go kill if you do rotate.
Bukan Marv gitu ya.
That's not
Marv
always going to be their answers here on DFM.
Di zaman prime dia GG, coy.
But still, I mean, Anthem as the
mainstay, dari yang turu ya udah.
As the calls come through,
Egois juga nggak kelihatan ya
so
kemarin.
well. They've got 4 ultimates now for this round.
DFM.
They might just be able to end things in the first half with a 7-5, and that would be pretty good.
Of course, some big ones on DRX, so it is a mind game of how do you bait out each other first. Seekers just to break it open. DFM just wants to get into the site. They'll worry about the counter ults later.
Wow. Oh, there is a counter ult coming out from Buzz right now, though.
Buzz udah sekarat. Dibalas.
find all too much, but it's just I don't know.
Adu
warning
basoka
shots,
anjing
explosive
anjing.
radiuses just right around this A rubble area.
But right as we had talked about Medusa now, Medusa's in position to go for the flank if they're able to get into the site, but a judge?
Oh no.
That's not what they want to deal with.
It's out of ammo. A shorty will seal the deal, and now it's up to Stacks. Teammates rotated over as well. Flashback, quick response. But do you have the angle? That's the thing. Neth tries to hop up quick, tries to go for the Viper's pit, but the Haunt just buys his time away. Not to mention the lockdown too, and look at how they relay backwards. Foxy9 ready to pick them off. Still though, B-side has been gained.
Yeah, and Medusa already shook up the backside as well. Now the pit up, looking like a tough retake. Really want to get some of those really close through the pit, but DFM's just not giving the angles away.
It's not bad ult usage, but still DRX 1 point away for each of Stacks or Foxy9's ultimate. As soon as they maybe spray through and get the single one, but look at the angle. Sess with the shorty. Second shot fired through does tag Mako up to really low. Allows for Neth to spray through, and a Stacks just decides to go over to the next round. 7-5 he tries, but that's, wow, a DFM coming up huge in this first half.
7-5's honestly a pretty solid scoreline, especially considering that
switching out ngelawan cuy, lu lihat DFM
for
tuh.
DRX, it was meant to take control of Rubble, especially on the defensive side. It's not going to be as easy to try to force that issue unless you're really dumping every piece of utility. And even then, I mean, this time the Sky
barunya
can't wait for those
masih
counter flashes,
menyesuaikan
right, on the
sih
defensive side, and you'll get a wider radius a lot quicker as you creep up to that box. So I think DFM is going to be okay, considering a bit of a rough start that they had losing the pistol.
I'm still just a little bit taken aback, a little bit surprised. The game is evolving. We are feeling some of these changes. You saw that with the layout on C site and how they plant the spike. You saw that with the judge that Buzz was holding and how DFM is able to capitalize off of that. So off of those bits of control, or maybe some of these counter flashes that Sky has, DFM is actually able to come back into the game. As we swap sides though, I mean, what are you thinking, Will?
Well, I mean, again, I think it did take them a bit longer to get a read on, exactly DRX's setups and how they're really spreading across your utility, etc. Sure, DRX's comp was meant to do that. It was meant to win out the Rubble fight and things like that. But surely they should have an answer, because
baru sadar Medusa kill
able
1 tuh.
to return on a cooldown, obviously not too many times in a round, but DRX could still go in, get info, and then set up for an execute with the Prowler and, of course, the Paranoia. So DFM, what's their answer? Surely they play a bit more aggressively here, pushing out a couple times.
I wonder if that's what that pillar's positioning is all about.
Apakah Aye bisa juara situ ya? Amin, bisa.
Right. That's DRX's game plan. That's our option. Oh, we're actually okay. Toxic screens towards
Medusa, maksudnya siapa lah itu?
Each other, but
DFM.
DFM wanted to kind of go for a fake that they were weak on B, right? They put up the one-way onto C. They show themselves a little bit with the screen on A. And DRX did not bite. So now they're just all going to back out.
We just got Flashback watching the back with the Sheriff. The rest of them trying to set up for that position. Is this
Bang
like one
Agil
of these
masih di A,
classic
masih?
DRX executes?
Well, DRX
Buat Indo
senses something
masih ada
fishy.
di
It's just
fisik
too
kalau
quiet
apa
around
aja.
A. And if it is going to be left empty, they have to watch out for the back, which is Flashback not moving at all.
ARF.
Okay, so that's what Flashback is doing. Meanwhile, the rest of them have cleared out the entire site.
Apalagi ya?
DFM trying to get a read for DRX's executes, and that's why they fall back so far. But a little bit too far. Spike is down. Medusa trying to get the shot onto Buzz. Paint Shells flushes him out of position, and that's going to be the
Akhirnya Medusa
bit of a reload
nambah.
as Mako finds a trade on towards May.
Medusa nambah lagi.
Even further. Here comes Stacks though, but only for the time being. The rest of them now needing to watch that spike. Out in the open, DFM tries to play around the screens, but how long can they dance back and forth? Not before DRX comes in.
The two youngsters getting a kill each to finish off that pistol round. Both pistols
Hero.
to DRX. That's one of the reasons, obviously, they stayed in the lead in the first half. And it might be just what they needed to close things out safely on Lotus. I mean, the fact that they were just so insistent on watching the flank. They just knew someone would be in. Now, they probably expected it to be Medusa, because that's usually his role, but This time it was Anthem.
Yang
They will
keluar
be
dari
rewarded
DRX,
nonetheless for the
RB
patience.
sama Zes.
Still very much so strong fundamentals, good reads all throughout the game. But what is this from DFM? Pistol round. We're banking on this. Did Foxy9 see something?
I think he saw perhaps one of the jump peaks. Either way, though, you bought up the extra guiding light. You already used it, but no rewards there. So this could very well turn into a round where DFM's going to have to pick and choose
Diam
between,
Doge ya.
giving away potential kills.
Flashback
They're
ownernya
trying to
DRX.
go in on an offbeat. It looks like they're trying to get up close to C and surprise DRX.
Banyakin tuh nembak down smoke.
Not too much of a surprise anymore, though, as they push through. Runs out of ammo. Neth able to secure the kill on towards Mako. Not too
Baik
bad.
anjir.
Not planted yet. And the door's pressuring them from behind.
Is that a lot of pressure? I feel like with the rifles, DRX still should be able to shoot them
Aku
down.
viewer bos
Yes, it's
sama
a lot
kanan
of smokes.
babi
It's
hari ya.
a lot of question marks.
Well,
They should.
Yeah, the tempo's away from them now. I mean, right as Anthem peaks there, they were hoping to get one more kill. Not able to secure it.
Pasti ada Viper.
Flashback.
Soalnya paling pas kalau mau bawa Viper harus ada smoke satu lagi karena kalau lu cuma Viper doang kecuali
Looking calm on stage.
map kayak
I mean, he looks like he
Icebox,
belongs
map
here.
kayak Breeze gitu.
Not that much of a rookie.
Kalau mau Viper nggak bisa solo gitu, nge-backupnya susah. Kalau Viper,
He's absolutely a rookie. The only
kalau
real
smoker
experience
yang
he
lain
has
kan
is
bisa
a couple
nge-smoke dari jauh kan.
matches that he played during this off season, but he looks like he was always ready to play on the main stage.
And that's what I mean. Oh. There might
Apa
be a bit
nama
of an
Cade
issue
loh? Cade waktu itu ngajaknya nobar loh, padahal
pause for the time being.
menghilang doi.
Don't sound so disappointed. It's a friendly face. Hopefully not
Biasanya
too
tuh
long
Viper
of
itu
one
dipakai
here.
untuk
Thank
gantiin
you so
jadi
much, of course, for
sentinel.
everyone who has been waiting
Misalnya
around.
dua
I
controller,
think everyone right now,
dua
all around us,
duelis,
obviously,
satu
lots of fans who
inisiator.
have waited
Nah,
for the
sentinel
DRX
nggak ada.
opening match of VCT kickoff here in Korea.
Waduh!
Everyone just hoping
Tag
to get
pause.
right back into the game.
Kematian kan ini coy.
And I mean, DFM, the unfortunate story is the bar was set very low for this team, right? Let's not beat around the bush. The bar was set very low. Obviously, very much new faces, 4 of them all coming over from the old core Crazy Raccoon roster, only Anthem remaining as the IGL. But some things that, you know, a couple of the fans who have been following Challengers Japan, or I would assume actually a lot of the fans in Japan as well, were
Kalau
okay,
Viper
well,
di
you know,
Sunset
this
solo
team looks like
smoker
they had
masih
some
bisa
individual
nggak?
potential. The question was who's doing the call.
Agak berat.
And
Kecuali lu
that's
punya
calling
line up buat
often left
nge-backup
something
C
to be
gitu.
desired, and then Anthem's now
Pas
the one
attack-nya
calling.
berat sih.
Off of his experience trying to lead a team in VCT Pacific
Kalau mau Viper,
2023,
Sunset
he
butuh
wants to
satu
come in with a
smoke lagi.
motivated new roster with some very good individual
Kan
talent
kesempatan
like
manja,
May, who's already
kesempatan kah
shown
untuk ke
good
champion
highlights, going in, getting
Korea.
double entry frags, trying
Ayo
to
kalau di
prove a
Breeze
point.
tetap pakai
It's
res
not
nggak?
bad
Iya.
because you
Kita
started at
pakai
such a
res
low point, but surely these players want so much
sama
more out of this match from DRX.
Yorukus.
Am I getting the sense that, you know, are you disappointed
Ah,
with the performance?
siap,
I'm
santuy.
not saying it's disappointing, but I'm just saying that it wasn't hard to impress anybody when it comes to DFM's history. And the thing is anyone who was hyping them
Emang
up
kalau
saying,
tim
well, yeah,
kayak
but
gini
they've got
Viper
potential, like,
isinya
here
buat
they're
apa
doing
di
all the
ranked
scripts,
kadang
etc.
satu smoker
All of
aja
those
udah
things
cukup beda.
pointed to them being much more explosive.
Lebih ke sentinel
Again,
sih,
yes,
soalnya
bonus, and then the
Viper
map, the
kuat
comps,
untuk
DRX
nge-delay,
prepared for the defensive
lagi
side,
pas
the rubble fights were
defense.
good.
Utility-nya untuk
But,
delay
I mean, I
kuat
think
banget.
part of it was just getting
Kayak
the
Iko lah,
fast
Iko.
reads, right?
Musuhnya
And then
datang ke
trying
C
to make
gitu.
sure that if you
Lu
are
tinggal
messing up the
naikin
setups on B and C,
orb,
you go in
smoke,
on a time,
Viper
you
lu,
kinda
terus
take
lu
that risk.
molly,
At some
udah.
point, if you're on the attack,
Satu
you
hit
could be the
semua
one
jadi
who's
ya.
taking initiative. So the big question is
Gak ada
now on
stream data
defense,
lagi,
are
udah
they
gak ada
able to
orangnya.
pressure DRX into the same mistakes?
So in terms of the strats and the calling, sometimes without
Ah.
information, without that
Udah C.
additional guesswork to really push in through a site, sometimes it leaves DFM a little bit lacking. But of course, you know, we're expecting the win result from DRX. I mean, we're talking about literal champions or
Iso masih belum
ex-champions
kepake dah.
versus...
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's been a while since I've seen DRX lift up a trophy, so...
I mean, throughout the league last year, 2023 versus DFM
Baru cuci
score,
muka nih cuy.
is this the
Dengan
scoreline that we're
segini tuh
looking at?
kayak
It's a 9-5. Yes, it's not the most impressive thing, but it is still a bit of an improvement. How much does it say? DFM right now with the full binds, they are going in for that hold.
Another retake setup for A for
3-1-1
DFM.
though, huh?
Yeah, they're gonna back out. I mean, you already see Neth going all the way up deep into the backside of Heaven, so they are giving this up. Even potentially B site. So because of that, they want to up the tempo, pushing out of Mound, but Flashback has now dug into B main.
And Mako holds on to his dark coverage just for this too, but he's kind of lost the timing a little bit. Can't quite peek out of the top Heaven for now. But look at what's happening on the mini-map.
Turret not facing them just yet, but they will have to cross that line at some point. They're hoping that he peeks out on a timer, but no need. Good faith in that turret coming out from Flashback.
Alright. Flash definitely gives it off. Flashback spots the barrel, able to get the first shot, goes in for a second, but double dipping, he gets punished. DFM now with the retake, setting up through. It's gonna be Sess who takes down Mako. Buzz now trying to hold from right underneath. Good support from Foxy, and they managed to fend them off. It's just enough utility, buying enough time. While DFM continues to try to push up. They're slowly starting to burn through the timer though. Anthem just sticking up to it. Is it enough? It looks like it. As DFM picks up the 6th win up against DRX.
A good retake from DFM. Once they realized that they would have to go through the turret, I was afraid that they would wait so long because Foxy9 was actually getting ready to lurk all the way around stairs, wrapping around to defender spawn. But once they realized, okay, we can't wait on this any longer, they just go in with the pop flash. The guiding light popping right around the corner allows them to get the first kill, and then it's just trades chain through. Sure, decent support from Foxy9. But, you know, DFM, they upped that tempo on that retake. They started on the right timing, now trying to catch up.
Sometimes feels like flashes are still just so valuable. I mean, still so effective, even with the changes, the fact that it doesn't refresh. In a combat situation like that, you know, Stack's completely blinded.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, once you send it out, the value is still strong. But you just can't spam it non-stop and absolutely pressure one part of the map.
Kuat sumpah. Gak kuat. Maksudnya kayak balik lagi better dari DFM yang dulu.
Which is why I don't play Sky anymore. Because to be honest, that's
Walaupun
why I
track
don't play
recordnya DFM kan playernya beda.
Wow.
You know me, I'm more controller guy. Anyway, DRX still taking things slow. And DFM not really getting too much information off of it apart from the utility. So as soon as the door is broken through, it's a bit of that B pinch. Buzz trying to break in.
Wah! Anluko maluko ses.
With Buzz's crosshair. Here comes the paint shells to block them off. The spike plant is secure.
Itu namanya anluko maluko anjir.
That's unfortunate. I mean,
hampir ngericok.
Just a sacrifice here to a well-timed
Gue masak
attack
air
DRX.
lupa anjir. Untung gue mau cuci
Gets hit
muka.
by the paranoia, and at that point, you're just hoping that the Shadow Step lands and saves you, but Buzz waits for it and shoots right through.
And as soon as the retake comes up, I mean,
Wah, padahal udah buta banget tuh stuff.
If they don't quite land, if DRX are playing anti-flash, just running out of time at that point, can't quite secure kills, can't quite get a bit more space into its sights, so retake's impossible at this point. And it's just another one of these rounds with DRX getting in position, setting up for that classic sight hit.
Yeah, and
Besok jam 1 startnya. Perek lawan Genji ya.
I mean, they'll be fine.
Kalau RRQ menang kemarin tuh lawan RRQ tuh.
Just yet. Now DFM running out of credits to spend. They'll have to carry over these 2 rifles.
And that's where you start thinking about your life on the map.
Terus mana? Nice. Ada mana?
DRX still looking
Ada
to be
masih.
decisive in some of these rounds.
Anjir nggak sih, coy, menurut kalian?
Guardian, Vandal, Phantom. Classics for the rest. Okay, I mean, a Frenzy upgrade, sure, but no armor for Neth either.
Huh. Well, they are trying to hold more forward.
Tahu busuk, gua bukannya gimana ya? Gua untuk sekarang
Yeah, this is a setup for Anthem,
dulu mungkin gua bener-bener Pepper X banget, bisa RRQ banget. Tapi gue sekarang dimana ada kokoh, gue sekarang mendukung kokoh gue.
At least with the
Kokoh
utility
curut
towards
T1 ya.
trouble, it holds off DRX for a second, long enough for me to get in the position up and on an off angle. But as soon as this curtain drops, though, Foxy9, he's got
Kokoh
an idea of
T1
his own.
lah, masa ya T1 ke Madrid coy.
So he's lined up for just the one kill.
T1
Good
lah.
setup and good support from Neth. He even gets the Vandal and gets out for free.
Dapat
DRX just says,
Vandal.
okay, if that's the setup, we want to rush and
Hop,
get the plant onto
ketahuan.
the other side of the map.
Langsung rotate.
Rushing over just
Rotate
as
nggak sih?
quick
Smoke
as,
dulu nggak sih C-nya?
Foxy9 drops, but guess
Oh
what?
enggak, buka
Up
pintu,
around
buka
the
pintu, buka
doors,
pintu. Sikat, sikat, sikat.
DFM presses
Buka
that
pintu.
button, the flash comes
Hop,
out, they
perang.
might be able to
Bah.
break them apart.
Ya Allah,
Buzz,
woi.
guns them
Dua
down
lawan
for a
satu, dua
little
lawan
bit,
satu.
but it's a
Ngeri
classic
banget
that ends his
anjir.
life. Suddenly,
Lu lihat
it's
nih
gonna
ya.
be flashback cut into 1-on-2.
Enggak. Ini udah pasti menang DFM.
Then to prove the hype was correct.
Flashback kalau kalah,
Jeremy says with time he thinks flashback can become the greatest
Zes
player
main
in
lagi ya.
Korea. Knows at least one coming from
Tapi
Waterfall.
sih bawanya kalah ya.
Paranoia calls it true.
Tuh.
It's the first shot, a bit of a swing from Net.
Hop.
Ooh!
Wah, itu ngeri-ngeri basah gitu anjir, nggak langsung di swing.
Flashback off for a little bit. In for a loop, it's gonna be DFM picking up that 7th win.
Yeah, Neth with a little nod to Coach Termy saying, you're right, he does need a little bit more time.
Aku pendukung
Wins out that
T1
1v1
sekarang
duel.
deh, di mana ada Koko.
This was good. I mean, Foxy9 just kind of had to commit to the bit there, but the one-way setup
Iya,
starting
hampir.
it after the toxic screen.
Nih Mei, nih
You
Mei.
can tell that, I mean, they're happy, but obviously it was a little bit of a nail biter, says. Bit of a nervous laughter there.
For both sides. But still, I mean, DRX in the lead right now. Economy slowly starting to run dry. A bit of a heavy investment for Mei on that operator.
It's going to be a fast hit. We've got the showstopper available as well.
Oke,
We're not
kontrol
seeing
A
anything
cepat.
outside B for DFM. DRX making their presence known
Nah,
outside
gitu
the A
dong
site.
Dimas. Ya DFM ini lawan RRQ juga menang.
Waiting for the push out from
Memang
B.
menang kan RRQ?
DRX still leaving their options
Maksudnya
open.
DFM yang menang.
Couple
What the fuck
successes
hilang?
pinching onto B site.
Okay. Wait for the dark cover. Is that the game plan? And then just commit towards.
Hop,
Wow.
split B lagi.
It's a 2v1 on main though.
Oke, push.
Flashback. Do you have one of
Wow,
these?
lu lihat
Oh,
no.
shoulders exposed. That's all Seth needs.
Ya
Mei now with the shot on the buzz.
Ya
Stacks though not refusing to back down.
Mei yang
Fires low
benar,
to take
Der.
down two.
Ultinya babi itu namanya.
With the spike down now and a bit more information. He's got the C's. He's trying to keep that.
Buset,
keep
semua
away.
tuh keluarin. Sekalian ulti ke kanan no.
Lockdown committed.
Gila.
Oh, and then Foxy9
Aware.
shot out from the
Boh.
back. It's gonna be Stacks trying to bury his fangs and slash his
Lihat,
claws,
coy.
but still Neth just makes them blunt for the time being. Mako,
Oh,
Ya.
the timing! And you know what
Around
the worst part is this has happened to Mako before.
Ya ente banget.
Oh my
Dia pengen
goodness.
timingin. Tak, TP. Ya, pas banget
Go in,
kena.
like, on a split second that the lockdown ends.
True.
Stuck
Yeah, you
saya
just gotta
ketawa
laugh it
anjing.
off. What can you do?
He's smiling at that one. You know,
Yeah.
it's
Well, I think Stacks was kind of laughing into their comms just to loosen things up.
yes.
I mean, it happens because otherwise you're giving away the half so much for free. It's still a 2v1.
And you never want to play that flame game either. Not on a stage like this.
Nice,
You can hear
nice.
Seth still like, oh,
28.
only Waltz is in.
All right, Mei still on that operator.
Pick.
Prowler gives out the info.
Hilang kepala.
What a tap from Buzz.
I think Buzz might have
hilang
spotted
kepala.
him to jump off of the box earlier too, so he was ready for it.
And off of it, the showstopper now onto the
Satchel.
top of the platform.
Kayaknya satchel gue lebih
Pushing
bagus ya.
deeper. Seekers gives us the info that DFM is trying to flank up a little bit.
Head, Foxy.
So
Head.
DRX should be set for this retake.
Ya.
Simple frag for flashback.
Whoa.
Long-range duels, and he is online. Looks out for the third. It's gonna be Mako that
Emang
seals that
GG, Cok.
deal.
Pandal apa namanya?
Princess.
A Mako
Pandal
operator
Araxis,
kill.
crosshair
A
titik.
rare
Wah.
find, but a clean one.
Yeah, well, I'll put that nice one into my little collection of
Yeah,
kills.
it's a good one. Not that we got to see it, but we did see the kill feed. Well, I mean, you gotta save.
Ilmu
It's not map
padi
point
Bang
just yet,
Kaca.
so carry over whatever you can. It's gonna be a little wonky, but with half
Halo,
armor, they
Max.
should be able to make something work.
Not the
Rambut
easiest
gua kayak jembut
task,
gini, anjing.
and we are nearing map
Oke,
point
cuy.
after all. But that said,
Kayak mager
so
gitu keluar
far,
untuk potong rambut, coy.
just some
Tapi lama-lama
decent,
rambut
fun
dia kayak
Valorant
tai
being played
kayak
on
anjing.
stage. You got DFM showing some, a
And
little improvements here and
potong
there.
yang
And nice
berwarna-warna
firepower
ini.
from the new pickups from
Serofang
Fraser.
oke nggak? Oke,
But
Maman kalau
DRX,
beliin
I
aku
mean,
ya.
This was a map they never wanted to play. Not too much. They showed it at AVL a little bit. They showed it here, and it's still pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, the first showing, and this, we talked about this before whenever a new map comes out. Like, DRX likes to hide the new map for as long as possible, and they're like,
Sunset,
haha,
yeah.
here's the wild card, and then it's
Whoa.
like, well, it actually wasn't that good, so we'll come back next time. And then they look good, right? After a whole another split or a whole another tournament, they look good. So that's kind of what happened to Lotus as well.
Oke, ini gue kaget tiba-tiba 900 yang nonton. Ada kiriman paket. Ada kiriman paket manja ya? Apa emang ini? Gue takut gak kebaca kalau ada yang ngirim paket.
Like they were saying like, oh, and they had even told us on the Korean broadcast that, wow, scrims are going well.
Gak ada yang live lu doang, serius.
We're like, all right, and they opened
Pada
it up
kemana
with this
anjir?
fanatic, and Durka was just like, haha, double satchel up, and then you guys are all
Gak
dead.
ada yang
So,
emang segini. Oh iya, malam-malam enaknya makan apa?
we don't see the same
Malam-malam
thing with
makan
Sunset.
sate padang sabi.
Anyway, been a while
Ae,
since those came out.
akhir bulan.
It's looking good. And now
28
DFM
ya?
off of a timeout with the
Malam
half
Jeyo.
armors. They have mostly
Pada
rifles,
kecewa
but
RK
only
kalah,
stinger.
iya.
But
Udah
if
mau
they get
1000
the
tadi,
plant, it's the
gokil dok.
pick for Net.
Karena lu penutan bang, makanya rame anjay. Dari kecewa kayak kemarin.
Still though.
Palpale,
Same
palpale.
game plan, making their presence known
Eh,
around A.
Mako kenapa pakai
Dark cover
GP
being
anjir
popped up.
pandalnya?
Slight difference this
Mana
time though from
pandal
DFM in
campion?
terms of Neth's toxic screen. They have to think twice about pushing into
Main
A,
Lotus itu
or just to
simple.
bypass it through the door.
Gak perlu
Net
strat
just going
sebenarnya.
to use it early instead of on the retake. Just wants to scare them away, and that way he can utilize his stinger a
Control
little bit
map.
better as well.
Pandal Hagai coy.
But now that it's committed, I mean, there's an option for DRX just to rotate over.
RRQ masih main, nunggu antara siapa yang kalah tuh matchnya.
I have my questions
Paparex
here
atau Genji
because
besok.
so much time was left, and they don't exactly have the greatest tools to go for a retake onto B.
Sess on that from the shadows Omen ult for info. A little bit early up around mountain, he didn't see anything, so I don't know if he's calling it clear.
Tabugil pandal
Still kinda
ngok-ngok
jiggling up
kalau di
around C.
inspect.
I mean, perhaps it's just some
Main
way to
Lotus
try to
nggak perlu
pressure them
strat,
into B as
Fnatic
they're already
ketawa
set
nggak,
up
Bang?
for it, but DRX isn't
Serius?
taking that bait. The C should be
Strat itu
landing.
ya bonus sebenarnya basic gamenya sih. Kontrol map yang penting.
Stinger for rifles.
Apakah sekarang Genji DRX masih belum sih kayaknya. DRX masih kuat sih. Yang gue bingung tuh Bas sih. Bas kuat banget anjir. Kayak konsisten dia.
Teamwork is still just that good. Well, gotta pick up a rifle.
Yeah, I mean, not much you can do. You have to. Yeah, I guess you save it at that point. Already so much time passed as well. And Snack says, "Ah, come back." Oh, and that's a sure.
Lihat
Nice
nih,
little conversation
menang nih net
between
nih.
two veterans.
Menangis.
Flashback says, full stop, period. We're done. It's map point now.
Nothing flashy, but very reliable from
Tapi
Flashback.
si Bas mainnya
Curious to see how he's gonna look on other
setengah
maps.
lengan
Forces
gitu
his
ya.
pass with
Kayak
kind
maksud
of
gua
anchoring and holding the flank so
gak
far, so
banyak
not
sih
too many
orang yang main
opportunities
kayak
to
gitu.
show his stuff either.
Biasanya orang sampai sikut nggak sih mainnya di meja?
Yeah, not too many rounds where he actually even got a taste of the action. But it seemed like that retake, part of it was...
Mana Bang Kacu kekuatan mana DRX T1? T1 gua, T1. Kalau ditanya T1 gua.
Gotta remember that Buzz is a very talkative guy, so whenever
Gua
we see him
setengah.
on camera,
Kalau lu bukan setengah,
has
Dok.
something nice and fun to
Emang
say.
otak lu setengah kalau kata Bani.
If anything, though, I think Flashback might show us a bit
Tanda
more breeze,
dong.
perhaps.
Like dulu nggak sih guys?
Yes, that is
500 lah.
but here we go. Bit of a
Minimal maksimal.
last effort from
500
DFM
ya
to
sih?
judge on Neth. 5 rounds
Ada
the
shotgun
first round
rayak.
spent.
Ini mah
Force
dibanding Raik ada apa-apanya, Cok. Weh. Gila sih lu stuck. Tapi temannya udah maju sih. Apa-apa. Gua orangnya kokoh banget soalnya.
Yeah, but no
Gendong
support.
tekstur.
DRX, sure, this lockdown can feel a bit early, but
Ada
there's just
ada
no way
Lemon
for
jago
them to break
Kagura.
it, just trying to hop around away from that Trailblazer as well.
I want to bite that lockdown. Nothing doing for now.
Imagine if the Trailblazers could break the lockdown.
No. Will.
GG nggak menurut kalian? Udah plan gini coy. GG aja nggak sih biar 2-0? Tapi gue suka sih. Yang penting DFM lineup ini ngasih perlawanan gitu. Kayak yang noob.
As soon as they make it past the toxic screen, it's an easy shot. Foxy 9, 1, 2, 3. Last one on the other side, and Mako steals it away. 13 to 8.
Foxy 9 coy. Di tap manja Vandal reboisasi waktunya nggak sih?
On map 1, on their opponent's pick,
Waktunya Vandal reboisasi.
10.000 dari Gilang. Pesan memek.
Wah Gilang, anjing mulut lu ya, ketikan lu kayak babi lu Gilang ya. Tai itu namanya. Tapi gue warna merah yang busuk anjing, kayak akar-akar real tolol anjing. Gilang bangsat. Kayak Vandal yang ini paling bagus ini gak sih coy? Biru. Kenapa gue pilih yang merah ya anjing? Bisa refund gak sih? Letaknya lu Gilang ya. Tai. Itu mah kebakaran reboisasi apaan? Biru yang paling bagus kalau ini. Vandal ini kan reboisasi. Vandal apa lagi dong? Glimpse pop. Kurang gak sih glimpse pop? Walaupun dari kemake. Ini bagus juga overdrive. Oh Serova nggak ada Bang Chicken. Beliin dong. Beli. ETC ya.
Deathmatch. Warm up.
Di sini. Ayo masuk sniper ya tadi. Kok gua nggak kayak si ini tadi ya tembakan gua? Kayak si Foxy. Dulu ada skin baru banget, sekarang kalau enggak. Gue juga bingung kadang beli skin buat apa? Main juga kagak anjir. Jadi player juga kagak. Kalau jadi player baru coy. Hello anjing double kill. Cok itu real cek kau kepala cok.
You can tell a person's character by their first action. Check me then, eh? Woo! Let's start.
Orangnya buhol nih babi. Oh iya game 2 belum diganti. Ini sebenarnya ada orang gak sih? Side base sepi gini. Banyak yang AFK cok. Yok.
Enemy punished.
Aku pencet klik kanan. Alpha Rifle Foxy 100 kah? Wih. Uncle Aim. Kabar ya Raffi. Gue suka nih kalau ada yang kayak gitu. Masukin. Ih. Kasih itu. Kasih. Oke, ini DM sepi gua sih. Nah, orangnya anjir. Ya Allah 5 doang. Main gua DM. Udah sih nonton aja.
About the team, just after this initial showing, even though they still come away with a loss.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, guys, remember, DFM, this is a really brand new roster. Besides that, a lot of them, this is the first time on the Pacific stage. So this is a pretty amazing showing, like you said. Despite DRX winning 2 pistol rounds, it is a lot closer than you think. On DRX's side, it looks like they're working on it too. And like you said, are they going to hit the ceiling? It looks like they still need to tighten a couple of screws and get it, get it a lot tighter.
Oh iya, ganti ini, cuy.
For sure. But I mean, for May to
Tadi
be able
siapa?
to really
DRX ya?
stick alongside Buzz in a loss where you're only able to pick up 8 rounds for your squad, it's pretty damn impressive. And I mean, we knew that this guy could deliver. He has been one of the best over there in Japan for a while. And he's continuing to
RRQ atau
already
GE ya?
be in
T1
the
gua,
spotlight.
I just want to see how he's going to fare out in a more open map that is going to be Breeze, because I feel like even though we were talking about how DRX, hasn't really changed their play style, the pace at which they can actually go for plays, I feel like is so much faster in that particular first game. You saw how there was that one round where Mako made the big mistake. The round after that, they just charged in onto the C site, and they were able to get so many frags very quickly that it showed that DFM was not prepared for that. So again, these change of paces that DRX has in their arsenal of what plays they can make definitely put DFM on their toes. And again, a lot of challenges for this big star that is May.
That was very uncharacteristic of Mako, though, I have to say.
You saw his face.
I think it's the second time that that's happened to him. I think William was talking about it as well in the broadcast. I believe that it's happened one other time. But yeah, it's one of those things, heat of the moment. You're the guy that everybody looks to be the clutch god on the team. And sometimes you make a little bit of an oopsie. I mean, at the end of the day,
he was laughing about it.
You give up a round. Yeah, he had his head in his hands, but there was a smile on his face. So ultimately, I don't think that the gentle giant of Mako is going to be too bothered. But I mean, what Astro was talking
DRX
about
besok
first,
lawan
Genji. You see it when there is that kind of mistake, and Buzz just gets angry. And angry Buzz is so terrifying, because that's when he does go blast packing into C-Site, and he just comes away with 3 quick kills in the blink of an eye. So it's always something to be a bit concerned about. But DFM.
Bang, kapan mainnya, Bang?
Proven build off of what we have right here.
Mei jago loh, coy. Mei. Swear dah.
I also have a question.
Mending Imperium Vandal atau Serofang? Imperium teh yang mana ya?
Vandal to their sweetheart, or
Imperium yang mana? Ini ya? Anjir, gua nggak ada lagi. Yang ada efeknya dia doang, yang gua nggak ada, anjir. Imperi atau Serofang. Serofang yang di store kan sih? Ini sih. Ini Serofang. Serofang. Sekalian ya, beliin gua. Bang Kitty Case. Sumpah, Serofang. Asli ini mah. Bang, kapan mainnya, Bang?
Yeah, I think that, again, as the growing pains continue, we're going to see things more fleshed out. We're going to see more set plays. We're going to see just cleaner communication and plays overall from the side of DFM. Because even though the majority of them have passed on Crazy Raccoon, so there is that.
Bang, kapan Bang mainnya, Bang?
We don't fully know how much time they've had to try and reestablish.
River atau Aspas?
In quite some time, they weren't able to make it over towards Ascension, and given all of the different changes and all of these different players that we saw that were getting signed to DFM, You know, even playing
Jago
in
sih
some
dua-duanya
offseason
anjing.
we don't know how long this five-man has been playing together because they could have been playing with JoJo.
Kayak
They could play with Suggest,
51% gua
etc.
ke
So, I think it's
Aspas,
gonna take a little
49-nya ke
while to
Derke.
really iterate on
Gimana
this,
tuh? Tapi tetap
for them
gua ke
to,
Aspas sih.
really get on the horse and be able to ride it.
Yeah, I will just say here for DFM, it feels like in the rounds that they were very
Haknen,
successful at, they were able
lu
to
gue
really read the
tinju lu ya.
rotations of DRX. So
Dia
even through all
nanya,
of those
Vandal terjelek
ranks, right, that they
apa?
have to adjust,
Kenapa
all of
Origin?
this and that coming into
Gua
a
belum
new team,
jawab, babi.
they still have
Origin
that
bagus
solid
anjir.
ability to be able to
Origin
again, just read
tuh
out their
dulu siapa yang
opponents,
make ya?
which, again, can
Soul
work
Cast
in a
tuh.
pinch,
Makanya dia
especially
udah nggak di
coming
liquid
into
lagi.
this,
Kenapa
second
pakai Origin?
Yeah, that's right. Going into Breeze. Now, I feel like
Gue
one
nonton
map
RQ
really
kemarin
isn't enough
kata
to
lu Jemkin
determine
perlu diganti
how
nggak
DFM
bang
is gonna be
sebagai
playing this. How are
pengabang?
they gonna be
Enggak lah,
responding
Jemkin
to
udah jago
DRX, who
jir.
surely has prepped something cool for this map.
I mean, we hope, but knowing DRX, it could just be,
Jago dia
hey, yeah, we're
Jemkin.
just gonna run what we
Banyak
have run before.
momen-momen
'Cause, I mean, we've seen them
round menang
play
karena
at
dia.
the Red Bull home round. They played Breeze versus Fnatic with this five-man core. Didn't have RB and Zest at that tournament. It was Foxy 9. It was Flashback. And it wasn't anything
Origin yang mana yang kaleng?
special or
Yang
particular, 'cause again, they
muter-muter.
haven't played this in a VCT official tournament
Yang inspect yang
since
muter.
Istanbul in 2022, and that's when Chamber was the meta. That's
Pisaunya
when they
yang
were
mana
going
ya?
up against El Diablo, and he was at full power and everything like that. So
Yang bunyinya trong-trong.
expect to see maybe more of stacks on
Ayolah,
solo, which
nggak mungkin kan tekstur Aspas dibandingin.
to say the least. So, but it could be more of that with the KO, Harbor, etc. that they were running on that map. We'll have to just see.
Itu pasti Aspas nggak sih?
Now let's take a look back at the first
Mana ya
map
Pandal kaleng?
of
Oh
the
ini nih.
series on Lotus.
Origin.
Doing buzz things.
Yeah, and I mean, if any of these pistols had gone the way of DFM, this could have been a very different game. Either
Bang,
much
kapan mainnya,
closer,
Bang?
Or it could have been them potentially taking the win away. So something to certainly work on for the future. Just try and nail those down, but it was just very clean starts to the halves here from the side of DRX. But I mean, it's highlights abounds from either side. There's so many just multi-frag moments for all of these players.
Yeah, lots of shock and awe from DRX here, and I think it just goes back to
Gua
what we were
suka
talking about. There's a
Pandal
lot of
kaleng, Origin.
readjustment
Suka gua.
here for a team like this that hasn't really had that international experience yet, and DRX has that in spades already. So them being able to do this is still somewhat remarkable. But again,
Pandal
at the end of the
Araxis
day,
bagus
they would
warna
want
apa?
that dub if they can. Coming
Kalau
into
gua
Breeze,
warna
though,
abu.
it feels like there is gonna be a
Tapi
bit of a
orang
tall
banyakan
task
pilih yang
against
hitam.
that, especially if, I mean, you're
Cuma
talking about
kalau
how
yang hitam
Stacks likes to go for
banyak banget
the
Vandal yang
silver.
warna
I
hitam
think
yang
he might
bagus.
even bring the fade into Breeze, 'cause he
Jadi
was
kalau
pretty
gua
good on
abu
that
jarang
almost,
kan.
and it's not the worst on Breeze if you have double controller.
Aneh bunyinya.
You know,
I think it depends on how much
play
work
it,
he's
yeah.
put into
Iya sih orang
because
karena bunyi Vandal kaleng
pretty
itu
much
loh,
always
Vandal
rather
Origin
have
tuh yang
that as your
kurang.
initiator coming through just for the
Padahal
info
speknya
gather,
bagus loh.
that tied in alongside the KO gives you a hell of a lot of it because you can use that 0 point to identify just okay, how many people are pushing up elbow right now, how many people are going to be in A main, etc. So having that in the recon darts, especially to just disrupt timing, to disrupt people who are holding hard angles on Breeze, it's really, really important. But if Stacks hasn't gotten that Sova up to a point where it feels like it will work, then
Ion,
maybe
Ion,
that's when they
Ion
decide to
kayaknya
opt
nggak
away from it. Not quite
nggak
go down
yang
that path, but
kalau ada tier list gitu.
I don't know that.
I think all the Korean casters in the green room had a similar look on their face when
Buset
DFM
dah,
was starting to run
anjir.
back there.
Itu yang di samping-sampingnya
Maybe they do have something
nggak pingsan
different.
apa
We've
ya?
been seeing a lot of neon so far in both of our breezes. There has
Ian
been
kalau
a
di
piece that
tier list
walking
kayaknya
down
nggak
that's been
mungkin
in play.
yang tier
Haven't
S
really
gitu deh.
seen that chamber coming into
Paling
the
di
fold, but
tengah-tengah.
Yoru, of course, also ever so present.
Saya tier S,
And
A,
I'm
B,
wondering, do
pasti
they
tier
take a punt here? Do they try to go for
B
something like that
kayaknya.
to just really shake things up, or is it
Gantung
just
orang
going to
sih.
be DRX doing what DRX typically does and playing exactly what you expect them to do?
Now, what I really like about this audience, definitely DRX is
They're playing
playing
Yoru!
Double duelist too.
Wow!
We've got Foxy 9
Yoru melawan Yoru.
was on
Nah,
and it's not quite mirrored, but it's a little bit
Ini
similar
baru,
on the
coy.
opposite side. The Cypher Viper's there, and we have May now bringing out this Yoru as well. Oh, this is divine.
nah ini maksudnya kenapa
Like I said, you
Viper
can't have another initiator with a
kalau
flash,
di
you must
Breeze
go
tuh
for
masih
the
bisa
Yoru, and again, you have
solo
that combination.
smoker
Also,
gitu, solo controller
biggest
tuh.
counter to Cypher right now
Terus bisa
has
main
got to be the
dua-duelis.
Sova,
Nah,
so
kalau
yeah,
satu
I do
duelis
see
mainnya
see it as a staple.
double
Here's the
controller.
biggest concern. I'll just throw this out there real quick. We have Mako on Viper, and that's it for smokes.
We have Mako on Viper casters. Over to you.
Pokoknya ada salah satu yang
We have
dikorbanin aja.
Mako on Viper. We got double duelists. We got double Yorus on both sides. Thank you so much, Chubby Ninja, Asteroid, and Achilles. This is going to be one crazy match.
Yeah, and Foxy9 back on the jet
Bebas.
as well with this double
Biasanya
duelist.
yang di
I mean,
belakangnya
Buzz on
dia
the Yoru, not too
kayak
shocking, especially with that,
DFM
with the action I
biasanya
mentioned.
yang di belakangnya dia
Considering that he's often played the
harbor.
KO and things like that to be that supporting
Kalau
second line
nggak
of entry
sofa
with the
kalau dia nggak
flashes, but
ngedrone.
a very different take on
Siapapun
the Yoru
bisa jadi
pickup
orang
from
kedua.
DFM, right? You've got Neth on the harbor, so trying to cut things up a bit more, but it's going to be a tough attack for them. They need to get these early picks, because otherwise it's going to be pretty telling how you enter onto a site. And there's that pick I was talking about.
Yoru melawan Yoru kah?
Not gonna be happy
Gila
about
banget
that
namanya
one.
coy.
Foxy answers right back though. DFM
Dari
just losing out
luar
their
aya.
legs for a second, but still very much alive. Oh, as Foxy9 pushes past this poison cloud,
Bagus itu.
it's so risky.
Well, this is kind of good bait for Sess though. Because they've all gone through halls. Yeah, it's kind of hard to predict that he'd be right under
Naikin
from the
gak sih
shoot.
smoke lu?
Oh,
What?
what? Wait,
What the fuck?
I guess it's right off the edge. The second one will definitely secure it though. May still very much alive, goes in for the next shot. 22 HP, just gate crashes into safety. The plant goes through, but Flashback senses it and uses the timing to push up front. A second shot, and here
Gelo
is that
flashback
rookie.
anjir.
Good
Pantas
shot,
dia
too, very
menggantikan
crucial.
yang
Both of them
lain.
were quite low. So if that
Jago
was a
juga,
headshot right off
jago
the bat,
juga,
Stacks
coy.
was pretty low. Could have still
Lebih
been a 1v2
valuable
victory
Yoru
for
atau Neon
DFM.
di map ini? Yoru.
It's going to be Flashback. All the impact kills
Tapi
coming
kalau
in from
Neon itu
Flashback here on the
gas
missile round.
apa ya? Masing-masing sih.
Very explosive.
Bisa apa
he's
enggak
got two open picks
mainin
really
mekaniknya
quickly.
kalau Yoru
But
Neon
as
mah.
soon as that retake comes through, I mean the pivotal
Cuma
position
lari
coming
dong,
in
kagak
from
tahu mau
Foxy9,
ngapain,
like you
skillnya
mentioned, Will,
busuk juga.
a shock dart from Stacks to get the kill onto Sess, but then Flashback.
So quick.
Is he? You know, maybe Izu's not the only player that's the future.
Nah, I'm still more convinced by Izu showing so far, but the match isn't over just yet.
Really early. Foxy9 pulling out the Outlaw. That's gonna be fun to see. Off of that duelist, he loves to go peeking.
Oh, they
Definitely
saw each
spots
other.
one out. And you know what? With the Outlaw, the wallbang, the penetration on this thing, it's just so good.
And a bit of a way far out jump as well. I mean, Anthem just trying to switch it up, see if they can catch him on another timing, bait out the
timing
shot
kah?
so they can run in as a double.
And look at the default positioning from DRX as well. I mean, Foxy9, you know, he's put up that wall up around shop or cave, and DFM no longer wants to challenge it. Mako watching halls. You got a little bit more support from Stacks, who has recons that you can send out towards mid as well. So
May
we've
bunuh
got
nih.
all these bases covered. Mako
Ah,
fires
okay,
off a
pwede.
shot, and all of a sudden DFM, and I don't know if you want to keep going into A anymore.
Yeah, this is a weird eco round where
Oh
Nets
gila
just
itu
keeps
angle-nya
getting
sih
caught
ini najis juga
behind
nih.
alone.
Gak
Now,
dicek
do
ini.
they check this corner? No, but it's just
Wah,
a clash.
dicek dong.
Spike down mid.
Yeah, I mean, sure, it's an eco, but it's just this weird
Player standing.
push up from DFM where it's Neth with the spike who constantly gets left
30
behind, and he's like, well, how am I supposed to get out of this choke point?
Right. A lot of these like solo efforts, getting caught in odd positions, and DRX just being clean with their shots. First you got Foxy9, then you got Mako.
The thing I am most impressed about with Flashback, though, I've mentioned it before, is just how calm he looks, right? He's like, oh, this is just another game of Valorant. That he's giving off that vibe on stage. I mean, who knows? You know, if we do have a chance to hear from him, maybe he's going to say this was the most nervous he's ever been. But the thing is with Foxy9, we could tell he was nervous. You know, some of the matches that he played, or even the maps when they were winning with Foxy9 on stage, you could tell that the adrenaline and the nerves were getting to him, both in his play and just how he looked on camera. Whereas Flashback,
yeah,
it's just saying, I mean, it's just Valorant, right?
It would be super funny if he actually said he was.
I mean, it's possible. Some people are good at hiding it.
Oh, but look at this. And the drone does not spot him as well. Screen is running out, though, and DFM hasn't pushed out all too far, so Mako's still in a pretty darn good position.
He's holding so close.
DFM kurang firepower, diajak main di bridge, nangis aja
Medusa
nggak sih?
off of the lurk, able to capture
Wah, gila.
Foxy9. Mako instantly getting the trade-off.
And the snake bite as well.
Chaos
That's
banget,
not
anjing.
to enter the cove at all.
Lihat noh.
I mean, the only hope is that Medusa got a pick on the lurk. But what? You saw Flashback. Okay. Oh my goodness.
wants to find even more first.
No, but I thought he was pretty much part of the wall as a statue right there.
Wait.
Oh, what?
3 out of 5.
Well,
Ini nggak ngeh ini
I
pasti
would
nih.
have thought that DRX would have
Ada
responded
stuck.
to it.
Well, I mean, it looked like Stax thought it was going to be him just trying to dig into the
Stuck
site.
main sofanya lucu sih.
I don't know, a bit of a comms breakdown perhaps.
30 seconds
Some
left.
questionable moves, but at the end of the day, DFM.
Cok, ini kenapa ada
4v2
kedekatan
advantage
gitu,
to try
Cok?
to break into the B site.
Wah, ini stuck kalau licik sih
Anthem was on
najis
the
sih.
lurk as well.
All right, we'll see if Stax can dig them out of this one, but it's not quite going to happen. Sess had the positioning up around window.
Gak tau deh, kayaknya udah 40, 360
comes back
gak sih? Kayaknya udah. Ke 360 udah kayaknya.
All right.
Bonuses so far.
Yeah, some mysteries in that one, but at the end of the day, the lurk comes in clutch from Medusa. I mean, that happened very early on into the round, so a good kill there.
That's the second one.
I am actually wondering if Buzz was trying to act like he was a
kenapa
decoy.
Chen,
The way he
Pincen,
was walking on that angle is really
malah
weird.
ngebait. Gak bisa
I mean,
juga sih dia nggak
could
bisa
be.
ngapain.
I don't know. Maybe we're reading too much into it.
Who knows? Who knows? We'll find out. I mean, if it wasn't decoy, would you just run forward? Whatever it is, Mate now has the dimensional drift, goes into it, gets all the info
Ada
on his
Cypher, dia
side,
nyari info.
and is looking to get a pinch onto, you know, maybe Flashback or Buzz. Oh, the flash doesn't quite go out, though.
Wah!
Buzz able to
Gila,
take
gua
him down.
kira
That makes it a bit of a
automati
trade.
loh.
Medusa now back in from top of elbow. Archers is going to be where Mako is positioned, but without
Lumayan
the
loh,
numbers.
DFM sumpah.
Yeah, and the op too.
Exactly, yeah. A big investment there. So DRX not going to greet it. It's very early on into the half. So no need for that. But yeah, we've been seeing a lot more Yorus now with the dimensional drifts as well, where they're not just going to try to go for the flashy plays where you go for the pop flash and then jump out, go for the shorty, things like that. They really do start to
Buatan
utilize
DRX
the
tahun lalu apa tahun
ultimate
ini?
as an initiating tool. Wait for your teammates and then just pop out, go for the trades.
Tuh,
I mean,
dibilang
it looked like
kuatan
May should have
sih.
had an opportunity to get the kill himself onto Buzz, but at the end of the day,
Arby kuat
only
sih.
that one
Arby
weapon
Zest tuh
dropped.
kuat sebenarnya.
And that should help them stabilize quite steadily, as it was a rough buy round on the third round.
Solo duelisnya
Yeah, not
pas
too
gitu.
bad for DFM.
Sama-sama kuat sih Bang Tondatan, tapi
gotta
gua
wonder
belum
again,
terlalu lihat ini.
The way
DRX.
Lotus played out for DRX, they had a stronger start. Of course, this is still just early, but this is DRX's map pick.
Yeah, and as the Des mentioned as well, even on Lotus, they won both pistols, so the score itself didn't tell the entire story.
Dua-duanya
It could have been a much
Dua-duanya
closer
kuat.
map. I mean, sure, I'm not saying we
Lumayan
shouldn't count
yang
pistols as
dulu
part of the
itu
skill
yang
level,
lama.
but you know, they started with a
Ini
massive
AWP
advantage. Ended up being a
Origin
13-8
yang
score
lama
line.
nge-stuck aja pas di internasional ya.
Makes me wonder how DFM might fare against a team like Team Secret as well. So we'll save that for a
Karena
future
udah
day, but for now,
kalah-kalah sih.
DFM continuing to try to push through. It is them up against a slightly wounded DRX though. Foxy9 with the op still very much alive and just trying to get an angle, but look at all of these walls.
Yeah, they still haven't found any picks that they would want yet either.
Time to jump.
And with that, Spike goes down. Neff gets it done. Stacks,
Hello,
no angle
yes.
seen either. As soon as
Here.
you know the high tide goes down, Toxic Scream comes up. And then after that, I don't know, you still got a little bit more utility. One more Cascade is available. Oh, look at the gate crash back into safety. Reckoning deployed as well. DRX starting to feel the pressure. Foxy9 has to push up front, goes in for the tap, wants to bait out peaks. Here comes a bit of a flash.
What?
But DRX are landing their shots. Buzz goes in
Wah,
for yet
kenapa,
another.
cuy?
Flashback gets one of his own. Foxy9 gets another shot too. And despite all of those utilities and ultimate spent, DRX claims the round.
Yeah, the tempo just one step ahead of DFM.
Padahal udah
The
pakai
original idea seemed to
ulti
be
loh.
that it was
Kenapa?
going to be Mace jump peeking, then gate
Tiba-tiba mati
crashing out.
3 anjir,
Medusa
2
goes on
kena
the lurk, and then you kind of chain
pistol.
the lurks as well as you're holding out in main, but they realize they're already way close up to pyramids.
Nah.
So you need to just join back in main.
Satu.
Reckoning sent a little deep as
tiba-tiba
well. So
Buzz
DRX needs to
flashback
start
bunuh
pushing
loh.
out in front of it, avoid those stuns. Clean shots across the board for DRX.
Nice. Really, really clean. I think that was one of the difference makers too. DFM, although they do recognize some of the situations, you know, sometimes it's just tough. A little bit slower on the decision making, and now it's going to be a DRX feeling a little bit more rejuvenated. But what is that swing from Medusa?
That was one of the snappier swings against the operator. It's a good call from Medusa. That shakes up the setup from DRX quite a bit, but lots of tools still. Remaining for a little bit longer on A main as well.
Just a bit, but hearing the footsteps out towards mid, Mako wants to investigate. That fake out was kind of used as well. Prompts made to kind of peek back down. Gate crash will be used as he regroups with his squad. So now it's all up to Buzz
Ini ya dari
to kind
akademi.
of receive
DRX.
and welcome them over to the B side. Flashback here as well.
Whoa.
Oh, great double burst. 2 kills for each of the DRX members. Now it's all down to May.
Dulu lihat tuh flashback
Spotted
jago
out,
anjay.
flashes out, but has to turn tail and hide.
Oh, it is getting chipped down even lower. A good gate crash. And Buzz drawing so much attention to the back of sight. Frees up Flashback to hold close angles. A surprising double kill throws off DFM away from their own tempo. Then they're struggling to at least try to clean up Buzz as well, but the headshots line up.
And it's just, again, a DRX on defense that knows exactly how to play around the corners, knows exactly how to jiggle back and forth and strafe shoot perfectly. Flashback, that's clean. Buzz, a little bit cleaner too.
Bang, silo bang!
DFM trying to see what other answers they can
Bang,
have.
silo.
Without getting a clean first kill, and usually from the
RB
main force,
ke
I mean, Medusa had a great first kill here,
franchise
but, you know, it's away from the main force. They had to regroup, and at that point, the execute starts to look a little obvious when Yoro's your only duelist. So I'm curious to see what else they have prepared. Now, working mid, like they did here, mid and Hall is that pressure. It does shake the default just a bit, right? You have to have many more angles to cover, and sometimes maybe that means you can't put all your trips on one site. You have to use one on Halls at the very least. That used to be the go-to way back when. So there's some options to force DRX out of their comfort zone, but DFM, what's their choice?
Bugil.
That is the question, especially for this
Ini lagi
timeout.
bugil ya.
You're absolutely right. With Yoro being their sole duelist, Will,
Tangan gua kenapa ya?
it's
Jari gua
a
sakit
little
banget
bit
anjir.
tricky and difficult to really create that space for your team.
Kayak
You don't have the
ngilu
same
gitu
mobility and dive potential that Jet does or Raze.
Keren Jäger.
So at least for
Oh
this
iya.
round,
Tahu.
Anthem on the
Kapan
Guardian.
sih?
Just gonna try
Itu
to play
sebenarnya
safe for a
Softdart mau
second.
kemana ya?
DRX though, starting to stretch their legs a little bit.
Pas orang
Look at what
turun ya?
Buzz is doing down halls.
I like it after the timeout as well. You know they have enough money for a half armor buy. Oh, he jumps down. Make sure that they can't pressure mid too hard. Gate crashes out. Doesn't find solid.
Ada line up-nya loh.
It does invite Medusa for a bit of a visit though.
Yeah, but see, this is the change from DRX. That trip now put on Hall, so the
Amurat
earlier mid
Buset dah.
pressure. That way they don't have to keep watching both Nest and Hall. So DRX adjusting. They still have the gate crash for backup going to B. Don't have to worry about anything like a KO. So the default is here for DRX. Still finding comfort. Different angles on A side as well. Mako close. He's used that position before.
Ulti nggak sih Mei?
He's just ready. Buzz sends out the fake out as well, just for a bit more info. There it is. Foxy9 has arrived up around bridge. That's the first kill.
Woi!
Buzz picks up the other.
Woi,
And then
Mako!
Oh, getting gunned down actually by
Ya lo lihat tuh.
It gives DFM a little bit
Kalau lu
more
udah
space, but how long
sekalinya
can they hold this
nyabun,
on? Because Foxy9
langsung
has
di
his sights
headshot sama
available.
musuhnya
Stacks with a bit
DFM
of a lineup
tuh.
from the shock dart too.
Jago jir DFM ini.
Still very much in the game. Just wants to go in to retrieve the spike.
Tapi
15
kenapa
seconds
jadi
left and
duelan
he has to
satu?
stick the plant.
He's
Oh,
going to get tagged, but can he get out of it?
Wah.
No! Stacks follows him right through on the
Boleh lu
jump.
stuck
stuck in on the first beam. So although it was a good idea, did not quite anticipate Stax' Hunter's Fury. DRX investing every cent and dime to secure the round wins.
Yeah, and the quick decision from Stacks as well, both on the Shock Dart and the Hunter's Fury. I mean, the pit's used to try to just get into the site, because they think that's going to be enough to win it out. Yeah, and he sees that
that's what
coming
that
up.
was.
Yeah, the pit's being used. He doesn't even actually necessarily hear the pit when he draws out the Shock Dart, but he just wants to deny that spike going into the site, and then he backs off knowing that he has
Murad,
Hunter's
jangan
Fury.
dong.
Incredible. 3 rounds, 1 in a row now. That win bonus is flowing.
Yeah, on a rough round for DFM. They're kind of now stuck into their own half armor meta. Wow.
Balas.
May's still putting up
Sumpah,
kills,
Mei-
but it's not
Mei sih
leading
nge-kill
to
mulu
much
loh.
It's
anymore.
just single
nih, net
frags
mati.
and then trades for DRX.
Tuh.
Foxy9 punishing with that operator, but Stacks
Backup-backupnya,
now coming in
anjir.
to take a peek. It somehow doesn't pay off. More members than he anticipated, perhaps. And then we got some pings from DFM.
Yeah, but look at Foxy9's position. They know they've lost mid entirely, so he just takes over the entirety of A main all the way into the cave. Now, if he peeks out any further, his legs will show on that spy cam.
I like it. Staying vigilant, trying to read the timings for how DRX might rotate. Still is a play in towards the A site though. So trying to make use of the pyramids and the toxic screen. Medusa with such a deep position actually pinches on towards Mako. Starting to look like a very secure DFM round.
Yeah, this is a weird round just because, DFM is going to be able to buy up next round anyway. But Flashback gets 2 in a row. Now with the of course you use the Blade Storm then.
Flashback.
How did that happen? I gotta see that.
Woi.
He gets a third
triple.
2 as he pushes out. Foxy9 just making
bisa, cuy?
noise, trying to buy it away from Anthem. Timer is ticking. We spent one left click, one
Flashback's
knife.
running in. He's ready for it. The shock dart doesn't go out, and he follows him up
Wah,
the spray
gila.
around the pyramid. A beautiful 4K.
Gila.
Gets the neural theft.
Jago
with the
banget
defuse.
anjing.
The Academy
Wah,
youngster
sayang
now
banget
on the
DFM.
main squad.
Bisa kill
A
4
very
loh.
impactful
Gol
round win
4.
for him.
We were wondering, right, on Lotus,
Coba.
he had some of these 1-on-2 situations. If he can clutch this out, he would be
Wah.
amazing. Guess what? 2-on-4, he can do it just as well. He took down 3.
I'm starting to see why the DRX players are hyping up Flashback. Oh, he's got the energy as well. I like it. Okay.
Not just calm anymore. All right.
Okay.
Gila,
The thing
itu
is,
gunanya
he's not
kenapa
he
ada
doesn't seem to be a very
akademi cok.
flashy player.
Yang
But in
jago
some
di
ways, similar to Mako,
ikat
just
anjing.
doesn't get shaken up no matter what, always expecting the next target.
The pop-off, though.
Well, that's unlike Mako for sure.
But yeah, whatever it is, here's the next round. Dimensional
Eh?
Drift was deployed.
Ah.
Hunter's Fury and all the ults and utilities, too. Foxy9 starting to feel the pressure, but he's still okay with the shorty.
Ah.
The decoy and
Baik,
wins out the
baik.
duel.
Flashback
Straight from
lagi
Buzz,
nih.
though. Flashback still very
Wow.
much alive. Look at the
Wow.
movement. Support coming through.
Wah, this guy
And he
sih
picks
jago
up the
banget,
third
Jing.
kill. Medusa off of a bit of a lurk. Can't quite find all too much as he gets spotted out towards the end.
Wah, beliau
Buzz
sih jago loh.
takes him out.
Let this be a lesson to all the other Korean players. Pop-offs matter. All right, the confidence.
Jago
No, I'm
banget, anjir.
serious. In a game like
Pantas
Valorant, the
langsung
momentum matters so much,
dikeluarin
the energy
Zes.
matters. Obviously, it could lead to overheats, but sure, Flashback's been doing consistently well across each map, but the way he's swinging out of the smokes, the way he's taking fights alongside veterans on the squad of DRX.
I hear what you're saying. The confidence, the energy, you love all of that. I'm just laughing because as soon as you say that, Mako's face shows up and he doesn't pop off.
Well, Mako's an exception. You know, Mako, he talks about how if he had the aim of Flashback, maybe it would have won champions. Maybe if you popped off, you would have won champions. I don't know. Maybe that's the secret ingredient.
Maybe it's got to be whatever it is. Medusa definitely has a bit of aim as well. Off the lurks, off of Mei.
Tapi
the
dia nggak
target
yang
shots. Despite this being a half
nggak
by
jadi
DFM, they are
pasti
still
controller gitu loh, jadi
thorny. They are
sentinel main.
still ready to shoot
Tetap
through.
Koko jago sih.
Should be able
Oh,
to
itu
go
gue
all the way
setuju.
to the plant. Now,
Koko sih
Dimensional
gua.
Drift available for Buzz, so there's some options. He's actually dug all the way deep with the gate crash as well.
Okay.
You can't read that one.
I love how he sends the great crash out towards mid as well, and then maybe he goes in for a bit of pressure play towards the back of A main.
Just wants to spot how many people are where. Wow. 2 in main flashes just to keep them tied up. 3rd and 4th. He's isolated. Oh, that's a good shot from Flashback.
What the heck? Incredible
Red.
long-range duels. The Reckoning was saved for this moment. Tried to go in for that gate
Oh,
crash.
bisa,
but
bisa
not quite in
defuse
time.
ya.
Mako, deeper position, has to hold it for his teammate. Unfortunately, Flashback drops down. So it comes down to the one-on-one.
Wah,
and
gelo,
with the
Mei.
Guardian
Lu lihat tuh Mei itu.
picks out 1, 2, 3, and to the 4.
Gelo, jir.
Yeah. Just the unfortunate part there is May
susah
trying to
ganti
go in
gua
for
aja
an
kali
upgrade
ya.
on the weapon, but not enough time left. The spike goes off, so not even the Guardian kept over.
Still a good win.
I mean, when you're this far behind, though, you gotta make sure you're taking everything you can.
True.
So we'll see. I mean, we'll see if it adds up.
But I'm just impressed. I mean, these were all just Guardian shots. Getting the frag out towards halls. I mean, they're starting to get an idea for how DRX positions themselves. We are nearing the end of the first half, though.
Could be another potential 7-5.
Pengen dapat free
How
kill
we
ya.
ended off the first half on the first map.
That's a good move as well. Just note that Buzz spams that out and then he gate crashes out, and it could have been bait for someone to peek in to Foxy9's operator.
Oh, Mako.
Yeah, but DFM plays it smart. They have no idea.
Oh, Mako. Oh, no. Uncharacteristic whip, but still the spray
Wah,
transfer
Mako
just as
sih.
good.
Kalau itu nyambung lagi sih busuk.
That trade finds yet another onto Foxy, but Buzz trades right back.
Gelo.
Gets the shot through mid, but then his position is revealed. Stax knows and wants to play around the pyramids. Comes back into support, flashback. Aldron. They knew where one player was,
Tahan nggak sih, tahan nggak sih, jangan keluar.
So it comes down to the gun duels. Oh, jump peeks and wall bangs. Medusa is coming up from behind.
Wah, bagus banget Medusanya udah lewat.
Stax tries to stick it
Wah,
halfway.
bagus banget Medusanya udah di zona, cok.
Undetected. Medusa comes back up in full.
Medusa draws out so much aggro from mid in that post plant. What a crucial lurk. Starts off with a kill as well, a second, and then the cyber cage, and then he breaks the drone from Anthem. Like you said, that keeps him hidden just long enough for Flashback to not have his crosshairs
Bagus,
lined
line
up
up yang
on
ini
that corner.
bagus.
You gotta admire how sharp some of these crazy Raccoons players are.
You mean DFM?
Okay, DFM, yes.
They are DFM. I don't know what you're talking about.
Thank you. They are DFM. They definitely are, and they are showing up bigger performances than last year. If we can end this 7-5, I might actually, have some
Paling
hope of this
kacau
possibly
sejauh
going
ini
after
si Crit.
May with the
Si Crit
dimensional drift
kacau
now,
banget.
looking to initiate on towards B site, or at least create a bit of pressure once more. Medusa lurking out towards A main.
Oh, this is hard though. I mean, this is how they're trying to take up space elsewhere, but May's got to have an escape ready to go. It's
Ya,
too
dia
late.
nggak-
You spotted
dia
two
nggak
members
lihat
on
Foxy
opposite
ya.
sides. What a risk.
Very, very risky. Everyone's all split up. Now you got Buzz who took down Medusa.
If he gets more than one here.
Yeah.
Wah,
I mean,
gila
then
bisa
the
kayak
round's
gitu loh.
over.
Okay, Cascade flashes through. Wow. Good play, but good shot and good flick away from Anthem as well. He
Selamatin
dodged
sama
that flash like it's
Anthem.
nothing. Just in time for that high tide 2 from Neth. And it keeps Stax at bay.
But they couldn't get Neth the plant, so no reckoning available. Was only 1 point away.
5 kah ini, DFM?
Well, this isn't something DRX has done too much of, but they're wary of it. They have enough people still left alive. 3 versus 3.
Unbelievable.
And the neural theft. You have to push out. You
What a
got to take
peak.
this fight.
They are pinched. They are sandwiched in. Foxy9, if you don't take the fight against Flashback, Foxy9 is right on the other
Benang
end.
lagi fightnya.
They held their ground,
Gila,
but it's
jago
not
banget,
good enough
Jing.
as Flashback. Unbelievable peaks.
I mean, I know it's
Sumpah,
a
jago
low
banget
cost
nih orang.
ultimate, but what was that? 4 neural thefts,
Pantes
3 neural
ditarik,
thefts?
cok.
I mean, quite a few. Sure, they fed him a couple, defuses and things like that, but what a couple of rounds from Flashback.
Menang fight
Certainly
mulu
speeds
dia.
up the process and the retakes too of that neural theft. So,
Bang,
I mean,
lasernya bang.
That's the story today. We're seeing DRX, we are seeing new compositions, and we are seeing Flashback.
All right, this fan says that they will buy dinner if, they didn't say who, but if they win, and it said per person $50. So that's like a really decent
100.000 dari Chicken. Pesan Serofang 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 Fang Fang Ken.
Anjay, thank you Bang Chicken ya. Sero Fang 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 Fang.
Yeah, something like
Makasih ya Bang Chicken, nanti
whatever it is, the
kalau
match
udah
not over
cukup
yet.
itunya kita beli ya Sero Fang manja.
8-4.
Emang isi VP bagusnya di mana, cuy?
It's a lot of improvements all around.
Kalian kalau isi Valorant Point di mana emang?
Sharp shots coming out from players such as May,
Ini better
Medusa.
gak bang kalau dibanding komposisi ZSRB? Kalau
Thing is, though,
dilihat
as we swap over to the
flashback
next
nembak
half,
kayak
I mean,
begitu,
how do you make the compositions
GG
work?
anjir.
It's a little bit
Di Gojek.
better, yeah.
Yeah, it should be easier for DFM, where at least it's
Iwan
easier
nyampe
to
final.
showcase what they prepped
Di in-game lah. Wah, kalau di tempat lain soalnya lupa ya dan nggak tahu di mana ya. Gua diam lu rekti babi lu rekti ya.
Good composition for defense. You got Medusa on that Cypher. You've got the double controller. But you also got double duelist in the form of not just Buzz, but also Foxy9, who has been sniping. He hasn't had the best performances.
Iya, Foxy masih belum yang gimana banget sih menurut gua. Flashback ini yang jadi GG coy. Bukan Foxy. Sumpah. Kalau nggak butuh duelis sudah. Kasih bas saya solo. Udah kuat banget itu. Kalau Foxy busuk ya. Ya Allah. Kata stack. Weh bocah kontil. Lu bisa nggak sih jagain gua plan anjing lu ya. Lu boleh ngekill banyak tapi jagain gua. Tai itu namanya. Minimal threat lah.
I'm more curious about Mako's positioning though as he wraps back up around. The high tide does block off quite a bit towards B main though.
Good cyber cage from Flashback.
Ayo tangga 28 mainnya.
Knows that Neth is right around the corner. Oh, but past the toxic.
Tapi kenapa yang main nggak main smoker aja ya? Nggak bisa. Kalau
right around a Rosie with that pillar.
Kalau RB main smoker, noh Mako lu apain tuh?
DRX another pistol.
Kan dia udah ada yang jagonya.
Flashback just almost robotic to a certain extent. But that's what you want from someone that you can trust to anchor, really just hold, one angle, one part of the map. And the cyber cage, I mean, even though he doesn't necessarily get a kill off of it, the fact that it now makes him question, is he in the cage? Is he going to pop out on the other side? Is he still in the cubby? That forces him.
Oh, Chunggiwa.
To the other side.
At some point, they just decided, like, okay, we don't want to deal with him. Let's try to run backside. But that is where he finds that opening. So with the pistol win now,
kalau buang Mako, bubarin aja DRX.
DFM off the save.
Kayak gitu sih. Menurut gua DRX ini benar-benar gila trackingnya sih anjing loh. Menurut gua DRX bakal bubar kalau nggak ada bus. Kalau nggak ada bus. Karena bus duelis keras ya, jago. Sentinel juga pintar.
Gets a clean second one, now feeling a bit more pressure from the double peaks, but Mako instantly comes back in to respond.
One enemy remaining.
Easy double burst.
I was about to say, if he does get traded, that's a bulldog over to DFM, but Mako's there at long range. Good support from the veteran older brother.
Kalau nggak ada stack nggak sih? Itu iya, tapi bus sih terutama. Yang gue lihat ya, yang paling nge-feel dan konsisten. Udah nge-feel, konsisten lagi anjing.
Had trouble handling the pressure. I mean, he's spoken out about it as well. But now rejuvenated with two young players under his command.
And this is just kickoff, but I am starting to wonder, like, champions being in Korea this year, is there going to be a little bit more pressure towards the later half of the year?
I mean, yeah. If
kalau Texter masih DRX gimana?
Sure.
They want to.
Buat Jet only.
We saw a
Foxy yang hilang dong.
with Masters Tokyo last year, and I don't think DRX would want to be in those shoes ever.
Definitely not. Which is why this performance so
Ngeri-ngeri
far has
basah
been
gitu anjir
good.
mau keluar.
Just clearing things out to check. They see that spy camera. Shooting things out. Medusa still trying to play around. Oh, he sneaks under
Kata
the
asista
tripwire.
anjing 2 kali ya. Gua mati sama dia lagi ya.
Spike is still down.
Weh, lu lagi ya, bocil kentot.
Yeah, a little bit high on the tripwire, but at the end of the day, just trying to buy time here.
That's not bad.
Bedanya lu tembak aja.
Make sure that they can get numbers advantage.
The post plants are coming. The lineups from the snake bites. It's
Satu
already
hit.
on the way.
Through the air.
Nembak klon juga nggak ribet sih.
They need to push out.
Oh, they're running out of time. DFM, they're clearing off way too much. Outlaw still fires through. Trying to tap back into it. Buzz lands it through.
Coy, terus lah.
Trying to stick it. He's trying to make it go through, and Anthem will secure the frag onto its bus. Just enough for Sens to stick the defuse.
Oof. That could have been dicey, just because I think DRX made the right call to say, all right, we've already lost enough members. They're still not peeking out.
Udah bete tuh
since they
mukanya.
spent enough time,
Hey, cover me!
first, and then we'll still have
Last
3 members
back.
on this firing range from window.
Are you hiding flashback apa me?
Still more members for DFM. Yeah, Anthem's relieved on that one. He knows what trouble they could have faced there.
Tai tuh lo ya.
Almost.
Udah kill cuma 8 ya, lagi wassoek ketemu musuh. Tapi matinya 7 sih. Yang nge-kill temannya semua, Cok.
What is this stack up around the A site?
Yeah, an interesting look here. The decoy vested as well. They want to push out that much is certain. You have the gate crash as well. That's why they do it. Right, so it puts the pressure on. Now if DRX wants to shake up the default, they're going to have to invest a lot because you heard and saw so many different pieces of utility. And DFM's banking on that. Now they're trying to erase mid, and then gate crash will be there to support B site. The problem is Medusa is all alone. Looking for a pocket kill.
He does have a toxic screen just to help him for a time being. May getting a long-range shot from the back of Arches. But here comes Buzz, trying to initiate. Oh, spotted out by Medusa. Foxy9 trying to recuperate from those losses, but the flash is just too darn good. A flawless round from DFM.
Medusa, May. GG, coy.
The first pick from May is crucial. Cuts off the second line from DRX. So, you know, sure, it's Buzz still looking for information. He actually gets really good information. He hears the gate crash, spots May, and then he's able to eventually push all the way in so that Medusa gets pinged out away from his cyber cage as well. But at that point, you're like, well, May's there watching for me as well. Buzz not able to pick his targets quick enough, and Medusa turns around.
Anthem tuh emang di ini ya.
And Stacks was not too happy about that round because they had a plan. They couldn't execute it at all, really.
Yeah, and you really got to think about why. I mean, DFM doing good, but there's something wrong on DRX's side too. Whatever it is, next round, here it comes, and it's going to be an eco for DRX.
This change is good from DFM. This time, they're stacking A. They're sticking with it. They want to take the fight to him.
Oh, but DRX is not going to give that fight too easily. What a flash, and then Stacks to peek off of it. Another flash now, and Buzz continuing to strafe wider than ever, than May could track. On to the next. Oh, they're peeking one by one now. Will is not happy.
No, that's not why I'm not happy. That's crazy that Flashback hits it. I was scared that he was going to. Sure, he's expecting it, but he's backing up to stop when you're holding backwards and then break enough so that you can hit that clean shot. Sure, he misses the first one, but a good shot. I mean, Medusa had to rotate quickly. Could it have been cleaner? It always can if you're losing the round, but Flashback. What a player for DRX to pick up, or at least promote.
That's why he's here. Spike plant secure now for DRX. It's just going to be Anthem trying to do whatever he can. They have enough map in the next round, so
you know, a little bit of a beat coming out, I think, from Buzz. A little bit of a trying to get the chant going, perhaps, in the crowd. But it's going to be a save. I mean, you have to. Still only up to 11. Still doable. Still can buy up for DFM.
Yeah. And so far, I mean, just showing again that DRX can always recover that quickly. I mean, sometimes it's just these strange rounds again with like pistols and then starting to peek in one by one.
Yeah, I'm never a big fan of aggression against an eco, that's for certain. I mean, that's just so calm from Flashback. But I think this is more one of those cases of DFM still focused on what they were planning to do across multiple rounds, right? Because you pushed out from Cascade once, then you pushed out, you put pressure, then you rotate, tighten up the map. This time you're keeping people there to take the fight. You think you should win because you have two members, so with the better weaponry you should be able to trade out. Unfortunately, it was the first pick with the Sheriff.
Match yang barbar tau nggak lu, biar nggak ngantuk. Turu abis ini nih, ini kalau DRX menang udahan. Gara-gara bangun pagi, Cok. Jam-jam segini tuh ngantuk. Lemes manja. Benar, Jeo. Gue setuju sama lu, Jeo. Tapi doain dulu nggak sih, biar masuk franchise.
Oh, they're kind of lined up for each other too. I thought like if Crossfire might be better, but now it's going to have to be that Cove to bail them out. May able to get a good shot on towards mid, though, so that's not too bad. However, Halls has been compromised, and it's just a bit more pressure. Now they're thinking about it. But there is that gate crash sound,
Gak tahu ya di mana ya, ada
Foxy9
TP ya.
dives right in off of that, and there is space created.
Sess is trying to make sure not everyone can come through. He's trying to tie them up as Medusa already near the entrance of Cave. And Medusa's going to need to win that fight. He's going to wait for the main forces to start the attack.
Just to soften up the blow, artillery comes in.
Dimensional drift.
Flashes through. Sess able to get the first shot onto Foxy9, but Buzz, though, trades right back. May comes in as well. Mako just wanting to land that snake bite. It does buy a bit of time, but Medusa, like you mentioned, Will, striking from behind.
A great use of dimensional drift, and Medusa just does not show himself because at some point, Mako's gonna have to turn around because you want to figure out how far is that Yoru coming. And I love the patience coming in with the blind side as well. He doesn't use it immediately. They're able to get the first pick. And then he sends the decoy out. A great bait out around the pyramid.
It's good stuff coming out from DFM. I mean, a lot tighter teamwork than before. What you're talking about with Medusa not showing himself too early. Waiting for the team. May initiating with the dimensional drift. There's so much at work. But as the rounds go on, DRX's ultimates start to build up as well.
12 maksimal ya?
Yeah, surely DRX has a plan to use everything here. I mean, look at the Cypher utility as well. It's just trying to cover their back all the way around.
Oh boy. Flash plays take down flashback though. But here comes Foxy9 with the updraft.
Spotted. Yep, that's Sandra's Fury. And it's a choke point as well.
Allows for Foxy just to drift up clearly. Medusa, last one left, and Foxy9 already knows where he is.
And we've seen this be repeated a couple times. I mean, I'm all for lurks, I'm all for flanks if they work, but the thing is if that's your game plan, the backup's always going to be late, which means you should either really just empty out as much as you can and at least not take these somewhat broken fights. Problem being, Breeze, the site area is so huge, you don't want to give it all for free. So you have to fight at some point, right? You don't want to give all the way up through yellow, all the way up through bridge.
12-7 dong.
And DRX is abusing that against DFM right now. They know that the backup's not always going to be there. It never was.
Lu DRX yang menurun atau DFM meningkat? DFM meningkat, DRX nggak menurun. Oke. DFM yang
Still, I mean, a good test for the first debut match that they have
this
kapan
year
main
nih? Main IGMC kah?
Like, these are some of the improvements that we still need to make and
Kayaknya
whatnot.
tanggal 28 ntar.
But on the other hand, DRX, I mean, we can't stop saying good things about them.
Well, it's an interesting match between these two teams because obviously DFM definitely looks more improved than the latter half of their run last year in VCT Pacific 2023. But DRX also coming in with change on the roster. So the question is still going to remain in a lot of teams' minds as they're trying to assess their potential opponents of, well, is this the case of DRX really coming back to compete for that first place in Pacific and try to take it back away from Paper X? Or is it just kind of that half and half of, okay, like DRX is looking okay, there's some rough spots. Coach. Thank you, honestly, a lot of it is also just off of really good aim and diligence, right? Just good trades, good, holding angles.
Tapi DRX masih berpotensi top 3.
Masih. I mean, sure, the Yoru, not a cup we've seen from them on Breeze, but not cooking up anything entirely new. So I don't know if they're quite challenged to that limit where we can really get a gauge of, right, are they there to try to challenge Paper X, or are they really here to see we're taking it back?
Cuma organisasinya doang, cok.
Yeah, and that would
Playernya udah
change your
beda.
look at DFM as well, right? Because if it's the latter, it's like, okay, well, DFM put up a really good fight then. But if it's the former, it's okay. DFM seems to have improved. We'll have to wait and see from other matches as well.
Tapi kenapa TP begitu ya? Gak mau dijauhin gitu.
Leaves you to think a lot about what is going on in the match right now as Neth peeks out and takes down Flashback. No more lurks available for DRX.
Main AWP Foxy.
Trying to find that opening into the A split.
DFM butuh Bang Kicau
However,
meledak
you've got
set
Sess.
dan sets adil. Nah
He's
itu
just
loh.
stationed here, but he has
Wall
backup
B
this
udah
time.
kelar
They're
GG.
already here. Double angle available. Foxy 9 with a quick flick with the operator.
Menurut gua sih GG ya.
Despite the good adjustments for DFM,
GG karena
long-range
ini.
duels, and Foxy 9 just loves to go and pick things apart. Now Angle swapped over towards yellow.
Kayaknya ketahuan dah si Ses.
Pyramids. It's gonna be Medusa that falls next. The Viper's Pit though, and Sess tries to defend it with his life. Able to do it for the time being up against Foxy, but here comes the dimensional drift.
I don't think he saw him.
Oh no.
He's still looking for him.
Oh, but he sprays a little bit early.
Aduh.
Mako gets the timing off of it.
Gak, apa dasarnya gitu dia nembusin. Terus reload lagi anjir, Ses. Sayang banget, Cok.
Yeah, Anthem just needs to try to wait. Unfortunately,
Mana
that's
boleh
not in a
begitu.
great position. Reckoning was used as well way too early to try to keep Sess alive.
Waiting for a clear advantage before they push up front. They tapped it. Anthem goes in for
Nice
the
one.
commitment. Mako trying not to get spotted, but the beam does reveal his position. Now sticks the plan as he runs out of time, but
Busuk
Recon reveals
Mako.
everything.
Gara-gara
DFM
step
wallbangs
Yoru.
themselves into
Mungkin ya.
an 8th win.
A lot used.
Pengen cepat selesai kan?
The Pit, Reckoning, and Hunter
Penting ngasih
Shuri
perlawanan ya.
away from DFM. So honestly, a huge investment, but you'll take whatever you can get to try to claw into overtime. That first flip
Sayang
from
banget
Foxy
sih dia
9
nembak kayak gitu.
really allowed the possibility, because otherwise I thought DFM's setup this time was good. The early backup, you still had a crossfire coming in from Medusa and May, and that keeps Sess able to just focus on that A main cave entrance.
That was a little bit interesting though with the corner that he played and Buzz not being able to see him. But still,
Gila Soktat nih. Keren
next
banget.
round, DRX. It's just flashback with a Sheriff. Not lurking this time though. Looking to make something happen towards B.
Yeah, because if they can get in, if they can get the plant, that's the Pit.
Yang ditembak.
Oh, way too wide of a swing away
Dono.
for the anti-flash.
What?
What a play from
3 lawan
Foxy.
3.
However, off of it, the
Ed.
follow-up.
Posisi
is
dambaan.
by May. Now on to the next one. It's a flashback who tries to make things
Ed,
happen.
kok
Stays
jadi
alive
2 lawan
long
1?
enough for
Mako
Mako
bunuh
and
2.
Stacks to come in now.
The Pit is going to go up to
Medusa nih
1v2, but
last main terus anjir.
oh, they spot him first.
Just want to ensure that, okay,
Apakah
he is
ini GG ya guys ya?
Well, that and of course the drone as well, right? Make sure that the drone gets the spot all the way to the timer. So good
Fair
patience.
What is
DFM
Medusa
udah
gonna do?
oke
Tries
sih,
to wrap
DRX
around
yang
the
lebih
corners.
mantap
Mako can play
persiapannya.
around so much. Viper's Pit is going to drop pretty soon now, and Stacks has an angle. Recon up as well.
Oh, but he's running away so far. He gets one.
Ada catch,
Surely
ada
Stacks
catch.
plays for time. He knows how to make this happen.
Only 4 shots for Medusa.
Running out of time. Sticks it half, sticks
What?
it full. Stacks.
Stick it all the way.
Wah,
It's going to be the headshot
GG.
from Stacks. 13
GG
to 8.
ente.
That
13-8
Cyber
lagi.
Cage just could not
Tapi
stay
tetap
up
lah,
long
tetap
enough.
DFM
And it's going to be the second
Oke
map
sih.
and match win.
Gak bisa
for
dianggap
DRX.
remeh DFM.
What a nail biter of a round, but still the veterans, the big brothers on DRX,
Tuh, kata
they can
Stuck.
definitely carry
Lu
them over
gokil
that
sih, bro,
finishing
kata dia.
line. But still, I mean, the legs on these younger brothers too. Flashback.
Ente
What a
DFM.
performance.
Yeah, I think Flashback definitely proved that you should keep your eyes on him.
Ah, gua belum
Obviously,
close
just
betting
first
ya.
match, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves in terms of like best in Korea, competing for best of the world, things like
Nggak
that.
ada yang betting
But
lagi abis itu.
enough to say, okay, there's reason for the hype. Everyone keep your eye on this guy, topping the scoreboard in the server, in front of all of his.
Ya guys ya. Ya udah guys. Gila, gua sumpah kalau lu bangun, gua dari kemarin tuh ya bangun pagi ya, tantangan gua di jam segini nih. Jam-jam 7, jam 8 tuh kayak mata berat loh. Padahal sebenarnya ke kasur pun nggak tidur. Kayak berat aja gitu kalau lu nggak ngelihat apapun yang lagi apa tuh pasti kayak pengen merem gitu. Turu oke. Besok kalau misalnya ini kemungkinan besar gue bisa nonton sih, tapi kayak yang ini doang, kayak satu game doang, kayak PPRX lawan Genji doang. Gue off, nah latihan. Kalau bangun pagi mah WP Amerika nggak sih? Nah, siangnya nggak bisa. Gue bangun pagi itu kayak jam 9-an, jam 9 dan 10. Gue itu pagi sih. Ya udah, thank you guys yang udah menemani watch party hari ini ya. Tamat 3 match coy. Untung nggak ada, walaupun ada beberapa kendala dari sananya. Ada running text yang mengancam kita untuk males nobar ya kan. Ya, kita nonton sampai selesai. Oke. Thank you semuanya. Sampai jumpa di next stream. Kemungkinan besok. Jadi kalian tunggu ya di jam 1 kurang lah. Oke. Bye bye. Thank you semuanya. Api itu namanya.